Li Mu traversed into a realm endowed with extraordinary powers, where every individual had the potential to become a professional. He awakened an SSS grade talent, the heart of a martial god, during the awakening ceremony. However, the profession he manifested was the least esteemed among them all, the Necromancer. As disappointment washed over the crowd, Li Mu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Years later, perched upon a skeletal dragon, Li Mu pointed his sword at the heavens, where a million-strong army of the undead roared behind him, instilling fear in the hearts of the gods. "Brothers, charge with me." With that, he led the charge, swinging his sword to slay the divine. Chapter 1. The Awakening Ceremony. "Brother Mu, I need to use the restroom. What should I do?" A tall, mature-looking man with a beard awkwardly fidgeted before Li Mu, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Hold it," Li Mu replied tersely, gesturing towards the magical array ahead. "It's our turn now. Where have you been?" Faced with this peculiar cousin, Li Mu could only grit his teeth and endure. "Wah, I just want to go," Li Xuanla pouted, reaching out to tug at Li Mu's sleeve. To the onlookers, it appeared as though a towering figure was playfully attempting to embrace the handsome youth, a sight that was both heartwarming and hard to behold. "Get away," Li Mu bellowed in frustration, swatting his hand away. "You're not going anywhere." "Fine, I won't go." The towering man stomped his foot, shaking the ground and raising dust, causing the students in front of him to take a cautious step forward, fearing the weight of his presence. "Stand still." Li Mu clenched his fists, gazing at his cousin with a heart heavy with sorrow. The adorable child who had once trailed behind him calling out brother had now grown into this formidable figure, a reality he struggled to accept. Yet, no matter how his cousin transformed, he would never harbor disdain. "All right," the giant huffed, puffing out his cheeks but obediently standing still. Seeing this, Li Mu finally relaxed, turning his gaze back to the magical array, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. He was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had been a master of martial arts, founding a sect and safeguarding a city. When the beast tide surged, he stood alone at the gates, ensuring the escape of countless citizens, though he sustained grave injuries and perished amidst the onslaught. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself reborn as an infant, muddling through days while gradually regaining memories of his former life. Upon realizing that this world, like his previous one, faced an invasion by otherworldly beings, he resolved to continue his martial training, aspiring to establish a martial hall, to pass on his knowledge and once again fight for humanity. Yet he was confounded. This world was unlike his former one, devoid of transcendent powers. Here, everyone had the opportunity to awaken and become professionals. After watching videos of professionals vanquishing magical beasts with their dazzling and formidable skills, he relinquished the notion of passing on his martial teachings. For every profession, practitioners fervently hone their skills, striving to level up. With each advancement, their attributes enhanced, transcending the limits of humanity. Thus, no one wished to endure the relentless grind of physical training, experiencing only the imperceptible growth in their attributes day by day. Consequently, Li Mu quietly dedicated himself to martial arts. However, to his family, he was merely persisting in a futile endeavor. Why endure such hardship when there are far easier alternatives? For instance, consuming a few bottles of high-grade potions that permanently increased physical constitution and strength by 5 points. Wasn't that tempting? Yet, Li Mu understood that his perseverance was not only for martial arts, but also a tribute to the tenacity of his past life. He did not wish to forget his former self, nor the people and experiences that shaped him. Wang Li, C-grade talent, fire control, the official clad in black robes called out, observing a crystal ball. Upon hearing this, the student named Wang Li beamed with joy. The fire control talent held great potential for both melee and range professions that I will undoubtedly become a powerful professional. He envisioned a bright future. "Your profession is chef," the official replied, his tone unwavering at these words. The expression on Wang Li's face froze, his joy dissipating into a comical grimace. "No, it's impossible." He hastily turned to the official. "There must be some mistake. Please, look again. I am surely a combat profession, or at the very least, a support role. Please, reconsider. I'm begging you." Living professions, while devoid of the mandatory tasks of slaying magical beasts, lacked the extraordinary powers inherent to other roles. As a youth, he yearned for strength, dreaming of becoming a top-tier warrior, and had often indulged in such fantasies. Yet, all those dreams were ruthlessly shattered in an instant. He collapsed to the ground, only to be escorted away by security personnel. Afterward, someone would console him, offering career advice. "Next, Zhao Li. Li Xuanla, prepare yourself," the official continued, his demeanor remaining unaffected by the previous incident. Having tested talents for over a decade, he had transitioned from feeling regret for mismatched talents and professions to a state of calm indifference. He had witnessed far too many high talents paired with lackluster professions. In SS grade talent, with all element affinity, was assigned the ordinary role of an archer. An S-grade talent of indestructible body was assigned the mundane role of a water element mage. An S-grade talent of holy light became a mere rogue, and so on. He had seen it all, in his recollection. Only a handful of students he tested had truly made a name for themselves. A B-grade talent with shadow affinity became an assassin. A C-grade healing talent assumed the role of a priest. A D-grade talent of strength became a warrior. Only those with compatible talents and professions could forge ahead. Zhao Li, D-grade talent with plant affinity, your profession is. The official raised an eyebrow as he gazed at the crystal ball, alchemist. Upon witnessing the remarkable compatibility of this talent and profession, he knew that the student named Zhao Li had a bright future ahead. In an instant, several figures rushed forward. Zhao Li, I'm Manager Wang from Huadu Alchemy Factory. Would you like to join us? Starting salary of 100,000, and we'll even arrange your marriage. An elegantly dressed man with slicked back hair said with a smile. Little Zhao, don't listen to him. Join my company, and I'll make you a manager. You can set your own salary. A portly, balding man wrapped an arm around Zhao Li's shoulders. Little brother, don't heed their words. I can offer you even better conditions. A sensuously clad woman approached, linking her arm with Zhao Li, her voice sultry. Still in a daze, Zhao Li was whisked away, prompting Li Mu to sigh in admiration. What a fortunate young man to have compatible talent and profession. Next, Li Xuanle. Li Mu, prepare yourself, the official announced. Brother Mu, I'm going in. The giant's voice carried an unusual tone. Go on. Li Mu nodded, watching as his cousin stepped into the center of the magical array, anxiety welling within him. He noticed his cousin squeezing his legs together, a look of discomfort on his face, fearing he might not be able to hold it in. Dear cousin, please don't urinate on the magical array. I still need to test afterward, Li Mu worried silently. Gazing at the towering figure before him, the official felt a flicker of disarray. This 16 years old. Suppressing the urge to comment, he initiated the testing process. Li Xuanle, S-grade talent, dragon blood, he exclaimed, observing the crystal ball emanating a radiant glow. His eyes widened in astonishment. Your profession is a hidden occupation. Dragon blood warrior, the official gasped in disbelief. Chapter 2. SSS talent and hidden profession. Old gal, look. That promising alchemist is about to be taken away. Aren't you anxious? Nearby the awakening ceremony. Two elderly men sat beneath a canopy, leisurely sipping tea while observing the proceedings. Not at all. I have faith in them, chuckled the elder known as Old Gal. As long as they're not foolish, they one tea casually follow those who come sniffing about. Such confidence. The other elder set down his teacup, his expression shifting as he gazed at a tall figure making his way toward the magical array. Is that one of your school students? 16 years old. And already so developed? He seemed incredulous. I do enjoy seeing your novet. A smirk played on Old Gal's lips. That SA lad from the Li family. You know, they're far more accomplished than your Chu family. He jested with his friend. So it's from the Li family. No wonder. The Chu elder nodded. Indeed. My juniors have been somewhat disappointing. However, my granddaughter awakened last year with both strong talent and profession. I'm certain she will surpass the 5th transition. He boasted. Professionals have 5 transitions. The first at level 10, the second at 30, the third at 50, the fourth at 70, and the 5th at 90. Each transition requires the completion of a daunting promotion task, which often exceeds the individual's capabilities, rendering many unable to progress further in their careers. 5 transitions, indeed. Old Gao nodded. Let us hope so. He had heard of Chu Yunyu's prowess, which was indeed formidable. However, who can predict the future? Just then, the results of Li Sun Li's awakening were announced. Li Sun Lu, S-rank talent, dragon blood. Upon hearing this, both elders turned their heads in unison, eyes fixed on the towering figure. This was the first S-rank talent of the year, and a notably powerful dragon blood talent at that, prompting great anticipation. Dragon blood is one of the most coveted talents for melee professions. As long as Li Sun Lu does not pursue a mage or crafting profession, his future is bound to be extraordinary. The profession is a hidden profession, dragon blood warrior. The revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. Silence enveloping the scene before it erupted into chaos. Oh my goodness. Jealousy twists my visage. Why am I merely a chef? The atmosphere exploded with excitement. Dragon blood and dragon blood warrior are an obvious match, and hidden professions, with their superior skills and growth potential, far outshine ordinary ones. The two elders gasped in astonishment. Suddenly rushing toward Li Sun Lu. You, Li lad, join the War God Academy. I will nurture you well, the Chu elder exclaimed, his expression contorted with envy. Why isn't such a talented individual from my Chu family? Get lost. I'm the principal of the academy. Remember the last time you ran out of toilet paper in the restroom? I lent you some, didn't I? Old Gao spoke softly, employing a gentle approach. Just return the favor by enrolling in the War God Academy. Though they were friends, the competition for talent remained fierce. I need to use the restroom. Li Sun Lu blushed, attempting to free himself from the grip of the two elders. Yet their hands clamped down like iron vices, showing no sign of release. You can't possibly nurture him there. The Chu elder furrowed his brow at Old Gao. Don't mislead the youth. Heh. Though the War God Academy may not have been established as long as yours, our training capabilities are indisputable. You can rest assured, Old Gao replied with a grin. You both should concede. The War God Academy is 100 times better. You're still clinging to past glories. Unable to discern reality, Li Sun Lu protested. Ignoring him, the two elders began to argue, neither willing to relent, as if releasing their grip would signify a loss of claim. Amid their stalemate, Li Mu sighed and took action. He clapped his hands down on the two elders, skillfully pushing them apart and freeing Li Sun Lu from their grasp. Go on now, Li Mu urged his cousin. With a look of grievance, Li Sun Lu nodded and hurriedly made his way to the restroom. What did you just do? The principal looked perplexed at his own hands. Then at Li Mu. It baffled him how a student yet to awaken could have so easily dislodged him, a level 69 third transition powerhouse. Just a bit of finesse. Li Mu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Principal, Sun Lu is from the Li family. Naturally, we will seriously consider which academy he joins. You need not intervene. Hearing this, the principal's gaze flickered towards Li Mu before a smile returned to his face. Very well, I trust your judgment. He could coerce an ordinary student, but he could not impose upon one from the Li family. You are Li Mu from the Li family? The Chu elder scrutinized Li Mu, a frown creasing his brow. He had heard of Li Mu's notorious exploits, which had become quite the topic of conversation. From dousing himself in icy water under the blazing sun to fighting dog-headed creatures barehanded, nearly losing his life, and experiencing hallucinatory episodes with the illusion butterfly, these tales had become legends, leading others to speculate about Li Mu's mental state. Yet, witnessing him firsthand, the elder couldn't help but acknowledge that such methods of self-discipline seemed to bear some fruit. Indeed, it's me, Grandpa Chu. Long time no see. Li Mu greeted with a respectful bow, pleased by the striking young man before him. The Chu elder couldn't suppress a nod of approval. What technique did you just employ? He inquired. Enough of that. Go on now, the principal interjected cheerily. Let us see what your talent is. Though interrupted, the Chu elder recognized his own overreach and fell silent, understanding that anything capable of granting combat power to an unawakened individual is of immense value. Yes, principal. Li Mu responded, stepping into the magical array and sitting cross-legged, awaiting the test. The attendant glanced up momentarily before commencing the assessment. While the two elders had wasted a bit of time, he dared not show any discontent, recognizing their significance. As he raised his hand, the crystal orb began to glow with remarkable intensity, evoking memories of countless talents he had measured before. What a brilliant light. Could it be? His countenance turned serious as he observed the awakening results within the orb, taking a deep breath. Li Mu, SSS rank talent, Heart of the War God. His declaration elicited gasps of astonishment from the two elders. An SSS rank talent. Talents are categorized into 9 ranks: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. While F to S rank talents typically possess straightforward skills, like healing, a proactive skill, or strength, a passive one, SS and SSS ranks differ significantly. They boast 2 and 3 skills, respectively, and their potential for growth far surpasses that of ordinary talents. Though the two elders had not heard of the Heart of the War God talent, its SSS classification and apparent suitability for combat professions spoke volumes. War God. It appears that, as long as he is not a mage, the future of Li Mu in his chosen profession and auxiliary roles is destined to be resplendent. Strangely, the two elderly men felt a bead of sweat form for Li Mu. Had he chosen a melee vocation, even the most ordinary of warriors or knights would have added significant strength to humanity's arsenal. After all, he possessed an SSS talent. The two old men clenched their fists, while the students and teachers behind them instinctively held their breath upon hearing the mention of an SSS-level talent. They were well aware of the implications of such a gift. An immediate hush fell over the crowd, the atmosphere seemingly suspended in time. The voice of the hidden professions overseer faltered, his expression growing peculiar, causing the two elderly men to breathe more rapidly. A hidden profession indeed. What hidden vocation could possibly align with an SSS-level talent? The crowd grew anxious. Some felt they were witnessing the rise of a new star, while others inwardly cursed the overseer for his slow delivery. Why couldn't he simply reveal it all at once? What a tease. They collectively glared at him, prompting a wry smile from the overseer. He was merely taken aback by the revelation within the crystal ball, not intentionally prolonging the suspense. The profession announced was that of a necromancer. He sighed deeply. A necromancer? Upon hearing the overseer's words, everyone was momentarily stunned. The necromancer is reputed to have the lowest potential and is also the quickest to perish among hidden professions. This is due to the constant onslaught of negative energy they endure once awakened. Moreover, the undead they summon are weak in the early stages. Centuries ago, the Empire had attempted to cultivate necromancers to combat foreign armies, but as their levels increased, the encroaching negative energy took its toll, resulting in a rapid decline in their physical attributes. By the time they reached the 3rd tier, the necromancers resembled mere skeletons, frail and plagued by ailments, unable to summon even a single 3rd-tier undead. Consequently, the Empire abandoned this profession. Subsequent necromancers, fearing that leveling up too quickly would hasten their demise, refrained from advancing significantly. Under the Empire's guidance, they sought employment in labor-intensive sectors such as construction and electronics, where their summoned undead could perform menial tasks tirelessly. In response, certain capitalists praised the necromancers, encouraging workers to learn from them and to labor tirelessly for 24 hours a day, thus striving toward a brighter future together. For a century, numerous individuals have delved into the study of the necromancer vocation, given its historical prevalence. However, all such studies have ended in failure, primarily due to the terrifying nature of the negative energy. As long as one is alive, that energy relentlessly erodes the body, pushing the necromancer closer to death and increasingly resembling the undead. Thus, over the years, many necromancers ceased to level up and instead found themselves in the embrace of capitalists, assisting in menial tasks, much to the chagrin of ordinary laborers. Therefore, my employment suggestion is to enter the factory. As the scion of the Lee family, Li Mu gazed at his employment suggestion letter, his lips twitching slightly. Just moments ago, when his vocation as a necromancer was revealed, the two elderly men fell into a prolonged silence, patting his shoulder with brief words of consolation before turning to converse with Li Xuanla, neglecting to spare him a glance. As if he were destined to return to a mundane existence as a typical young master, languishing in a life of indulgence. Though blessed with an exceptionally powerful SSS talent, the efficacy of a profession is paramount. A lackluster vocation renders even the finest talent futile, a lesson underscored by countless historical precedents. While regrettable, the two elderly men found themselves powerless to alter his fate. Nevertheless, Li Mu refused to accept this outcome. He proceeded to the employment suggestion office to obtain a recommendation. Walking alongside his cousin, "What is your employment suggestion?" he sighed, inquiring of his cousin. "My suggestion is to study at the God of Combat Academy," Li Xuanla replied, scratching his head sheepishly. "Ah, the principal is injecting some personal bias again. We should return to the family first. Matters regarding the academy will be decided by the family," Li Mu replied, shaking his head as he led his cousin toward the school gate. At the school gate, a luxurious, high-end sedan came to a halt, its front emblazoned with a pale golden emblem of a sword and shield, emblazoned prominently on the hood. This was the distinctive symbol of the Li family. In proximity to the opulent vehicle, a crowd lingered, eager to glimpse the newly emerged dragonblood warrior of the Li family. Better to recognize his face now than risk encountering him outside the city later and inadvertently offending him. Thus, they beheld a remarkably poised youth accompanied by a burly man as they entered the vehicle and drove away. "Is that the dragonblood warrior? He is so handsome," exclaimed a woman, her eyes sparkling. "Indeed, but that bodyguard beside him is rather distracting, impairing my view," another voiced in agreement. "That's Li Mu from the Li family. The one next to him is the dragonblood warrior," a knowledgeable onlooker clarified. Is that the Li Mu with the so-called problematic intellect?" "He is surprisingly dashing," the woman remarked. Her interest piqued. "I heard his awakened profession is rather unfortunate. I plan to seize the opportunity when he is feeling down and marry into the Li family." With that, she produced a small mirror and began to apply her makeup. The surrounding individuals fell into silence. The informed observer widened his eyes in astonishment. It was his first encounter with such a confidently ambitious woman. Yet, he couldn't help but admire her audacity. After all, it was the illustrious Li family of the Northern Domain. "Brother Mu, do not be disheartened." Li Xuanla offered comfort as he noticed Li Mu's distracted demeanor in the luxurious car. "Rest assured, I will protect you." The burly man thumped his chest, producing a resonant sound. "I am not disheartened. I am merely examining my character panel," Li Mu replied, his gaze complex. Name, Li Mu. Profession, Necromancer. Level 1. Health points, 390, magic points, 80. Attributes, Intelligence 8, Strength 43, Constitution 39, Agility 30, Charisma 17. Talent skills, Heart of the Warrior, SSS talent, Master of Weapons, Iron Will. Professional skills, Necromantic summoning. As he scrutinized the figures of his intelligence attribute, Li Mu felt a slight discomfort. "Lele, what is your intelligence?" he inquired. 3. Li Xuanla admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "Then it's nothing to worry about." Li Mu nodded, feeling reassured. According to his understanding, aside from intelligence, his attributes fell into the realm of the extraordinary. Apart from intelligence, such an attribute panel would typically be possessed only by a second-tier practitioner at level 30. Yet he had manifested it at level 1. This suggested that he could be rounded up as a second-tier powerhouse. An exceptional second-tier powerhouse at level 1, how terrifying. Li Mu gasped, then shifted his focus to his skills. Heart of the Warrior, harmonizing with the martial path, pure of heart. Master of Weapons, capable of wielding any weapon of any profession. Iron Will as unyielding as iron, indomitable. These were the 3 skills inherent to his SSS level talent. Had he been a melee warrior, he believed he might have soared to remarkable heights. Upon finishing his review, he turned his attention to his professional skill. Necromantic summoning. Randomly summon the undead that the current practitioner is capable of calling forth to fight on their behalf. If casting with a body present, the magic consumption is halved. However, as a spellcaster and summoner in the form of a necromancer. It would be challenging to fully utilize this talent. One cannot expect a mage such as myself to wield a sword and engage in direct combat with monsters. Moreover, as Li Mu felt the incessant chill attempting to erode his very essence, he couldn't help but frown slightly. This coldness posed no immediate threat to him. Merely a surge of vitality would dissipate the negative energy in an instant. However, should this frigid sensation intensify with his rising levels, it would indeed become a cause for concern. What, then, should he do? Even upon returning to his estate, he remained uncertain. I'll visit my uncle. I need to return home briefly to make a phone call, he said to his cousin as the driver opened the car door. After they disembarked, he added, we'll upgrade together after dinner. All right, Li Xuanla nodded, heading towards the distant villa. As a hidden-class Dragonblood warrior and the future elite of the Li family, he awaited the family's plans for his future. Meanwhile, Li Mu entered the main family's villa, contemplating his own destiny. After all, as a necromancer, he knew his family wouldn't invest much care in his path. Young master, you have returned, greeted an elderly butler with white hair. Impeccably groomed and clad in his ever-present butler attire, regardless of the season. Li Mu, who had been under his care for decades, could not help but feel admiration for his elegance. Yes, I have returned, Uncle Lu, Li Mu acknowledged. Has my father been informed? The master is already aware. Uncle Lu replied, handing Li Mu a phone. Upon receiving it, he heard a calm and resonant voice. Chapter 4, The Path to Advancement. Are you prepared to persist? The voice inquired directly, addressing Li Mu's choice. Indeed, Li Mu responded firmly. It's merely a minor obstacle. There is nothing to deter me. He relaxed slightly. The path ahead has yet to be traversed by anyone. It will be arduous, he continued, for the profession of necromancer had yet to yield any who had surpassed the 4th tier. If he were to forge ahead, he must carve his own path. I have faith in myself, Li Mu declared earnestly. While the life of a young master may seem appealing, that was not his desire. Isn't being a young master delightful? Indulging in leisure, living freely, and I could arrange a marriage for you. You would need only to worry about siring offspring. The voice carried a hint of incredulity. As if that was his genuine thought. That is not what I seek. Li Mu shook his head. I understand. The voice responded with satisfaction. If you find it too challenging, you may always return. Very well, Li Mu exhaled in relief. By the way, I have an opportunity to secure a marriage alliance with the Su family of Tiancheng. Would you be interested? His tone softened, exuding a gentle elegance. Who would wish to marry a necromancer? Li Mu politely declined. He was more focused on leveling up and fighting monsters than entangling himself in romantic pursuits. Then pursue your ambitions freely. The Li family will always be your support, he reassured. Understood. Additionally, are you interested in Xingho Academy? He paused before continuing. I hear they have expanded their enrollment by 50 slots this year. I can secure a spot for you, should you desire. Xingho Academy? Li Mu raised an eyebrow. Located in the heartland of the empire, Xingho Academy had nurtured numerous formidable human champions over centuries, standing as a bulwark against foreign invasions. Its educational resources were unparalleled, with several god-tier strongholds among its faculty, rightfully earning its title as the empire's foremost academy. Even the war god, battle god, and mage god of the northern region had emerged from its halls, inspired to establish their own institutions based on Xingho's ideals, striving to forge a great era for humanity. If he were to join Xingho Academy, the negative energy associated with his necromancer class might be resolved. However, after a moment's contemplation, Li Mu declined. He had heard that each time Xingho Academy sought new students, it would dispatch numerous invitations across the empire. Any exceptionally gifted student of appropriate age would receive an invitation. He wished to earn his invitation through merit rather than through backdoor channels. Even if he failed to obtain one, it would serve as proof that he and Xingho Academy were not destined to be. Ending the call, Li Mu returned the phone to Uncle Lu and turned his gaze toward the dining table, which was abundantly laden with meat, prepared specifically for him. After pursuing martial arts, Li Mu had developed quite an appetite, essential for nourishing his body and enhancing his physical capabilities. After finishing his meal, Li Mu closed his eyes to rest for a moment, only to hear commotion at the door. It was the family sending someone to escort them for training. Stepping outside, he observed several SUVs parked at the entrance, an impressive display. Despite only Li Mu and Li Xuanla awakening this year, the Li family's formidable presence was unmistakable, showcasing their remarkable efficiency. Young master, please, a resolute middle-aged man opened the car door, welcoming Li Mu aboard. He was Huang Yi, the captain of the Li family's security team and a second-tier strongman. Li Mu nodded in acknowledgement and took a seat. The vehicle then picked up Li Xuanla and drove towards the outskirts of the city. Upon exiting the city, they were unexpectedly required to present documentation and pay a fee. A group of newly awakened youths stood at the exit, with the leader shouting, "Why should we pay when so many others have not? What gives?" Zhao Xingyu frowned, inquiring, "What is the reason? You are all newly awakened first-tier professionals, lacking the ability to protect yourselves, and without an adult to guide you. We must send personnel to ensure your safety," replied the gatekeeper, frowning. As seasoned professionals, they paid substantial fees yearly, which exempted them from additional charges. "Not necessary." Zhao Xingyu firmly refused. You are clearly trying to swindle us. As a hidden class demon swordsman, he held his pride in high regard. Moreover, he had acquired a powerful special item years ago, leading him to believe he was destined for greatness as a future god among humans. He was confident in leading his classmates to level up and establish his own legacy. How about this? You first register with the Adventurers Guild. Then post a task for someone to escort you. By tomorrow at the latest, someone will accept it, the gatekeeper suggested, his brow furrowing deeper. Will that suffice? Having lived for so many years, he had encountered many people, but had never seen anyone so determined to court disaster. Xingyu, let it go, a charming girl approached him. Let us wait for the upgrade trial organized by the school the day after tomorrow. Her name was Su Qiaoer, a childhood neighbor of Zhao Xingyu, and she had accompanied him out of familiarity. Her profession was a hidden class inspiring bard, with career prospects leading to the Mage Academy or boosting morale in factories. However, admission to the Mage Academy was not for everyone. The academy required students to reach level 10 and complete a first-tier task within a month of awakening and before the semester began. Once admitted, they would enjoy significant resources and benefits. Yet, her parents were living professionals with modest incomes, and the school-organized upgrades involved teaming up with classmates, leading to minimal experience sharing. With only a month to reach level 10, she lacked confidence in her ability to achieve it, thus following the seemingly self-assured Zhao Xingyu. No need. I have my own plans, Zhao Xingyu replied, his expression darkening. He felt humiliated in front of the girls he had chosen for his harem, fueling his anger towards the gatekeeper. Once I succeed, you'll regret it, he thought, glancing at a girl in the group who bore a striking resemblance to Su Qiao. Her brow furrowed in concern. Linger, trust me. I will ensure Qiaoer reaches level 10 and completes the task within a month, he hurriedly reassured her. Su Linger and Su Qiaoer were a pair of beautiful twin sisters, and he had already mentally claimed them as part of his harem. Recognizing that the elder sister held the dominant role between them, once she had made her decision, the younger sister would mindlessly follow her elder sister, compelling him to first soothe her emotions. Su Linger nodded, her gaze fixed on Zhao Xingyu, who had turned his attention back to arguing with the management staff, her expression revealing a hint of peculiarity. How can we trust you, who can't even leave the city gates? If it weren't for her sister's need to advance to level 10 within a month and complete a first transition task, she would not have dared to take such a risk. Her sister was a hidden class player, destined for a bright future, while she, as an ordinary warrior, felt compelled to do everything in her power to assist her sister on her path to becoming a professional. However, she couldn't help but notice the admiration on the faces of the rogue and mage within the group towards Zhao Xingyu, leaving her somewhat baffled. Weren't you enemies with Zhao Xingyu before? Why join this team, and even call him Brother Zhao? Her confusion deepened. Suddenly, the thunderous sound of approaching vehicles echoed from the distance, causing the management personnel to change their expression and swiftly signal for the city gates to open wide. With a whoosh, several off-road vehicles sped by, plunging the crowd into silence, for they recognized the emblem that belonged solely to the Li family. Thus, they remained silent. Once the vehicles had passed, murmurs erupted among them. That must be the Li family's vehicles. Is this the year that young master awakened? You don't know? It's young master Li Mu. They say he's a necromancer. What a pity. I heard he was a dragon-blood warrior. That's his cousin. Their hushed whispers filled the air, as if the Li family was an inexhaustible source of conversation. Meanwhile, Zhao Xingyu, observing the stark contrast between himself and Li Mu, felt a rush of embarrassment and jealousy. The people of the Li family aren't even obstructed, yet I'm here being held up for so long. You are merely relying on your family background to act recklessly. If I were a young master like you, I would undoubtedly surpass you. His heart simmered with envy. At that moment, the management personnel grew impatient. Sign this, and you may leave. They presented a waiver of life and death. Once you step through that door, your lives are your own responsibility. Why didn't you present this sooner? You're wasting time. Zhao Xingyu scoffed, inscribing the word Xinghe team on the document. I asked you to write your names. What are you doing? The staff frowned. Remember, this team will astonish the world in the future, Zhao Xingyu replied with a smirk. What nonsense about astonishing the world? I'm telling you, you must write your names to get out. Otherwise, it's not happening. The staff relaxed their brows, finding clarity in the situation. Why bother arguing with a fool? They thought. You. Zhao Xingyu's face darkened, but after much persuasion from the rogue and mage, the five finally inscribed their names. Upon stepping through the city gates, the adventurers hurriedly advanced towards the nearest leveling spot in the dense forest, and they followed the throng into the foliage. To save time, Zhao Xingyu reluctantly spent 500 coins to ride a summoner's summon. Arriving at the location in half an hour, let's form a team. I'll be the leader, he proposed to the four before him, who readily accepted. The team was successfully formed, and Zhao Xingyu beamed with satisfaction. Let us depart. United, we shall be looked up to by others in the future. With that, he led the group confidently into the woods. That's it, go for it, Lele. Li Mu shouted. Berserker fist. Li Xuanli yelled, lunging at the level 5 crimson-eyed rabbit, engaging it in a fierce struggle. Left jab, right kick. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Li Mu encouraged his cousin, who was being overwhelmed by the rabbit. In their youth, Only Li Xuanle had diligently mimicked Li Mu's movements while he trained. Naturally, he had imparted to him a powerful martial art. The side effect was that Li Xuanle had grown up to be this way, which left Li Mu feeling a twinge of discomfort, yet he bore no regrets. At least his cousin had acquired the ability to protect himself. 1 minute later, a notification chimed. The team has achieved an over-level kill on the Crimson-Eyed Rabbit, gaining 1 level. You've gained 2 points in intelligence and 1 in necromancy affinity. Goodness, neither strength nor vitality attributes increased at all. No wonder necromancers perish so early. After receiving the notification, Li Mu shook his head, glancing at his cousin, whose face was smeared with blood. What did you level up in? He inquired with curiosity. Inquiring about another adventurer's status panel was typically taboo, but their close familial bond rendered Li Mu unconcerned about the breach of etiquette. I gained 1 point in strength, 1 in vitality, and 1 in dragon blood aptitude, Li Xuanle replied, wiping blood from his nose. I see, Li Mu nodded. I received 2 points in intelligence and 1 in necromancy affinity. There were distinctions among professionals, and the attribute points gained upon leveling clearly demonstrated that hidden classes were significantly stronger than ordinary ones. While an ordinary class might only gain 1 point in physical attributes and 1 related to their profession upon leveling, these two not only received the standard points, but also an additional point, undoubtedly widening the gap between them and ordinary professionals. Reaching the carcass of a rabbit that was nearly the same size as a Tibetan Mastiff in his previous life, Li Mu extended his hand and employed his skill, necromancy summon. Pointing at the rabbit's corpse, he expended 10 points of mana, causing a skeletal soldier clad in tattered armor and wielding a sword and shield to stagger to its feet. Skeleton warrior, 0 tier. Strength, 5. Vitality, 3. Agility, 2. Skills, cleave. Before Li Mu could marvel at the surreal nature of the world where a rabbit could summon human bones, a notification popped up. Ding. The SSS grade talent heart of the war god is in effect. Your summoned skeleton warrior has automatically learned the martial technique, sword and shield combat. With a clatter, the skeletal soldier spread its legs, bent its spine, raised its shield in front, and slightly tilted its sword-wielding hand, striking a pose that was all too familiar to Li Mu. 13 essential techniques of the sword and shield fighter. This was a technique Li Mu had created in his past life, designed for swift combat against magical beasts, and many considered it a fundamental martial skill. Now, witnessing it on the skeleton he summoned, he couldn't help but feel a surge of wonder. The heart of the war god? This is quite a delightful surprise. Li Mu mused, stroking his chin, a thought blossoming in his mind. If the skeleton warrior can learn sword and shield techniques, then what about assassins and archers? Can they also wield their own assassination and archery skills? Brother Mu? Seeing Li Mu lost in thought while gazing at his skeleton warrior, Li Xuanle called out, "Let us go. We need to continue hunting monsters." Li Mu, increasingly curious about his summoned skeleton, felt confident about challenging powerful monsters to swiftly reach level 10. All right. Li Xuanle nodded. Ignoring the rabbit pelts and a few copper coins that had dropped, they pressed on. Just a few steps later, another crimson-eyed rabbit sprang out. As Li Xuanle was eager to engage, Li Mu raised a hand to stop him. Lele, the berserker fist isn't used that way. Li Mu observed the rabbit before him. When we practiced together, it merely enhanced your combat experience against people, and you lack the martial talent to adapt your techniques against magical beasts. Therefore, I need to demonstrate how to apply the berserker fist against a monster. With that, he assumed the stance for the berserker fist. Brother Mu, didn't I just do well? The bruised and battered giant asked cautiously. I can't say it was bad, Li Mu replied, his lips twitching, but I can only say it was quite poor. Being kicked in the face by a rabbit was an embarrassment he did not wish to admit he had taught his cousin. How humiliating. The giant lamented, covering his face. As the rabbit charged towards Li Mu, the hidden bodyguards from the Li family began to stir. No need to panic. Young Master Mu knows what he is doing. As Huang Yi extended his hand to halt the movements of the crowd, he reflected on his confrontation with Li Mu, a formidable opponent whose potential was regrettably unfulfilled. He recalled the intense struggle between life and death during their duel and felt a pang of regret for Li Mu's choice of profession. Had he awakened as a warrior, his name would undoubtedly resonate within the annals of the Empire's future. Overlord, Mountain Shaker, Li Mu declared, observing a leaping rabbit. With a swift motion, he brought his fists crashing down upon it. Crimson-eyed rabbit, 90 to 100. To ensure his cousin could better witness his actions, he tempered his strength, meticulously demonstrating each move. Chapter 6, The Combat Style of the Necromancer. Overlord, Steel Fist. Squeak. Overlord, Sovereign. Squeak. Overlord, Invincible. Squeak. In his final strike, the rabbit ceased its agonizing cries, succumbing to its fate. Gazing at the mangled remains of the crimson-eyed rabbit, both Li Xuanle and the hidden bodyguards swallowed hard. It was exceedingly cruel, yet undeniably powerful. Without employing any skills, Li Mu had effortlessly defeated a magical beast 3 levels higher than himself, leaving them in awe of his strength. What a pity they mused. That he was a necromancer. Do you understand? Li Mu turned his head, emphasizing that his techniques should not be rigid but rather adaptable, for such flexibility would propel him toward the pinnacle of martial arts. I understand, Li Xuanle scratched his head, though he did not fully grasp the concept. He feared disappointing his cousin and settled for a vague acknowledgement. Good, Li Mu nodded. He held no expectations for his cousin to learn swiftly, but he aimed to impart as much knowledge as possible before school commenced, thus ensuring an additional measure of safety for the future. Necromantic summoning. A skeleton rose from a pile of decaying flesh, a skeletal warrior at that. Accompanied by 2 more skeletal warriors, they continued their journey of leveling up. Gradually, upon acquiring 6 skeletal warriors, Li Mu encountered a new unit, the skeleton archer 0 tier. Strength 3, Constitution 2, Agility 4. Skill, negative energy arrow. Ding. The SSS class talent, Heart of the Divine Warrior, has activated. Your skeleton archer has automatically learned the martial technique, Spiral Arrow. Spiral Arrow, quite impressive, Li Mu nodded. Within his archery repertoire, the spiral arrow was a nifty trick allowing arrows to spin, enhancing their armor-piercing capability. Let us proceed. Observing his cousin, who was panting from exertion, Li Mu contemplated. Rest for a moment. Watch me operate. Are you really going to take the field, Brother Mu? Li Xuanle inquired eagerly. Sipping a healing potion from the magical beast, he relished watching Li Mu fight, admiring his skill and flair. How could I? I am a necromancer. It would be disgraceful to get my hands dirty, Li Mu replied, shaking his head. He spotted a level 7 black bear in the distance. Allow me to demonstrate the combat style of a necromancer. Be cautious when you encounter one in the future. Understood, Li Xuanle said earnestly. Fire. Li Mu commanded his lone skeleton archer. The archer drew its bow, and a dark gray arrow coalesced at the bowstring. With a slight twist of its bony fingers, it released the projectile. Whoosh. The arrow, imbued with negative energy, struck the black bear, tearing through its hide. The bear let out a roar of anguish, successfully drawing its ire toward Li Mu. Form ranks, surround it. The skeletal warriors fanned out, creating a semicircle to intercept the charging bear. Crack. A skeletal warrior was obliterated upon impact, yet it managed to halt the bear's rampage. Throw knives, shield bash. 5 skeletal warriors hurled their blades, then charged forward. Shields raised against the bear. The black bear, pained, swiped its paw, crushing one of the warriors. Fire. Li Mu's brow furrowed as he suppressed the urge to intervene. The skeletal soldiers were simply too weak, he mused. The skeleton archer drew its bow once more, shooting directly at the bear's eyes. The bear, caught off guard, was pierced through. Though the resilient creature did not perish immediately, it was severely wounded. Shield bash, retrieve knives. The remaining 4 skeletal warriors collided with the bear, stunning it. Then retrieved their blades to deliver the final blow. Ding. Level increased to 3. Gained 2 points of intelligence. Affinity with the undead increased by 1. Observing his full mana pool of 120 points, Li Mu sighed. His necromantic summoning consumed 20 points of mana, but with corpses, the cost was only 10 points. However, he couldn't rely on his skills indefinitely. Despite leveling up alongside his cousin, the bodyguards would not provide assistance unless they faced life-threatening situations. This was the Li family's method of nurturing their descendants. If he depleted his mana too quickly without any mana-restoring potions from the magical beasts, he would be rendered ineffective as a necromancer. He, a prestigious mage, had no desire to brute force his way to level 10. Thus, he consistently employed his skills only when corpses were available, meticulously managing his mana expenditure. Yet, the battle with the black bear illuminated the need for a change. If the undead he amassed could not exceed the costs incurred, when would his army of the undead ever take shape? Taking a deep breath, Li Mu fixed his gaze and felt the concealed weapons at his waist. Brother Mu? Li Xuanle observed, swallowing hard. Recalling the time Li Mu had turned him into a pincushion for training purposes. Come, allow me to showcase the long-awaited, little Li flying dagger. With that, Li Mu collected 2 bear claws from the deceased black bear and summoned a skeletal warrior, leading Li Xuanle deeper into the forest. In the dense thicket, a family of tusked boars merrily feasted upon flesh, humming songs, when suddenly, several flying daggers pierced through their heads, leaving them momentarily stunned before collapsing in a heap. This rekindled Li Xuanle's fear of being dominated by flying daggers and left the bodyguards astonished at Li Mu's terrifying prowess. Could this truly be a level 2 necromancer? Or was he merely a disguised second-tier warrior? They questioned in confusion, as he commanded the skeletal warriors to retrieve his flying daggers. Li Mu surveyed the 2 large boars and 5 smaller ones, invoking necromantic summoning once more. This time, he summoned a new unit, the skeleton stealth assassin 0 tier. Strength 2, Constitution 3, Agility 6. Skill, Stealth. Ding. The SSS class talent, Heart of the Divine Warrior, has activated. Your skeleton stealth assassin has automatically learned the martial technique, backstab. Li Mu exclaimed, how dare you slander me? As a grandmaster of martial arts, I would never stoop to such despicable acts. This is an affront. Indignant, he continued his search for clustered magical beasts, while providing the tusked boar's tusk dagger to the skeleton stealth assassin for it to seek out more magical beasts. Sister, I leveled up. After a grueling battle against a level 3 magical beast, Su Qiaoer skipped over to Su Linger, beaming with joy. Well done, Su Linger replied, taking a sip from the healing potion she had purchased before their departure, managing a stiff smile. As the only frontline member of the team, the pressure on her was significantly greater. Not only did she bear the brunt of the damage, but she also needed to maintain aggro to prevent the mage from drawing too much attention from the monsters. Fortunately, her sister's encouragement skills could enhance both defense and attack, or else she might not have been able to withstand the pressure. With a sigh, clad in simple leather armor and wielding an ordinary sword and shield, she glanced at Zhao Xingyu. He had voluntarily taken on the responsibility of protecting the mage before the battle began, asserting his identity as a magic swordsman capable of using magic, thus qualifying him as a half-mage. Therefore, he comfortably positioned himself beside the mage, temporarily assuming the role of the second mage within the team. However, Su Linger had yet to witness any remarkable prowess from Zhao Xingyu. His spells were yet to reach even 1/5 of Zheng Shuai's fireball technique and potency. Such weakness. It would be more prudent to join her in confronting the monsters up front. She cast a dissatisfied glance at Zhao Xingyu, noting the far superior melee equipment adorning him. Chapter 7. The Ferocity of the Wolf Pack. Indeed, my class is formidable, possessing 2 skills that allow me to be both a mage and a swordsman. Observing Su Linger stealing glances in his direction, Zhao Xingyu couldn't help but smirk. Even the typically aloof Linger was casting him sidelong looks. The prospect of winning the affections of both sisters seemed imminent. He composed himself and commanded, "Old Zhou, go scout for any level 3 monsters nearby. We shall rest for a moment." Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to further enhance the girl's impression of him. "Understood, Brother Zhao." Zhou Wei, whose only skill was stealth, nodded and faded into the distance. The rogue's stealth was not true invisibility, it merely diminished one's presence. Prior to his first-class advancement, the rogue possessed no combat capabilities, primarily serving as a scout. Of course, this did not apply to geniuses who could create or comprehend skills on their own. As Zhou Wei ventured into the forest, he moved forward with confidence in his agility, feeling no fear in this low-level training area. While searching for suitable monsters for his team, he stumbled upon a peculiar pit. His recently acquired treasure hunting skills came into play. What is this? Zhou Wei turned his ordinary dagger in hand, his impressive agility enabling him to maneuver with remarkable grace. Tasks that had once been difficult before his awakening now seemed exceedingly simple. A treasure trove of beasts? Reflecting on his textbook knowledge and the sensations provided by his class, Zhou Wei felt a flicker of joy. After ensuring the area was devoid of creatures, he swiftly began to dig with his dagger. The rogue class and the assassin class bore striking similarities. Yet the rogue emphasized scouting and treasure hunting, while the assassin focused on assassination and ambush. Both classes, characterized by their high agility, favored daggers or short weapons. After digging for a while, Zhou Wei struck something hard and immediately retreated with haste. He adhered to the principle of avoiding unnecessary risks. After running for a while, having bypassed several adventurers, he finally felt he was far enough from the pit to inspect the necklace he had found in his pocket. Gem necklace, blue. Equipment effect, 2 intelligence. Equipment requirement, none. Wow, what a gem of a find. Zhou Wei exclaimed internally, brimming with excitement. This necklace could fetch at least 100,000 in the market, or a minimum of 10 gold coins. It's mine to keep. After all, he had discovered it himself and saw no need to share it with anyone else. With a sigh of relief, he decided to report the level 3 elk monster he had spotted earlier. Stealthily, as he passed through a howling wolf territory, nearing his team's location, he suddenly froze. There, amidst the thick grass, squatted a skeleton clutching a dagger, its hollow gaze fixed ahead as if burdened by heavy thoughts. "Brother, even in death, you remain so unwilling to accept your fate?" Zhou Wei lamented, moved by the sight of a fellow adventurer reduced to bones, abandoned without a proper burial. "Perhaps one day, I too shall meet my end in an unknown place." He sighed, resolved to give the skeleton a proper resting place. Just as he was about to act, his gaze fell upon the ivory-like dagger clutched in the skeleton's hand, and he was momentarily taken aback. Fong dagger, green. Equipment effect, 1 agility. Equipment requirement, agility specialized class. Today is indeed my lucky day. 2 treasures found. Zhou Wei's heart soared with elation. "Thank you, my friend." He extended his hand toward the skeletal rogue. "I will ensure you receive a proper burial." At that moment, he noticed the skeleton turn its head toward him, tilting it slightly as if to question his intentions. "What do you intend to do?" It seemed to convey. "Ah!" Zhou Wei yelped in terror, startling the nearby wolf pack. Howls echoed, and the wolves, drawn by the commotion, charged toward him, prompting him to flee in a panic. Yet, the skeletal rogue vanished before his eyes with astonishing speed, leaving Zhou Wei dumbfounded. "How can a mere skeleton outrun me? Is your agility truly superior to mine?" he thought, sprinting frantically with a pack of wolves in pursuit. "Where are you headed?" "Zhao Gu," Zhao Xingyu inquired, noticing the sudden silence among the group, eager to steer the conversation. He intended to show off. "Of course, to the Mage Academy," replied Zheng Shuai, clad in a mage's robe, seizing the opportunity to contribute. "Brother Zhao, have you decided where to go?" He was aware of Zhao Xingyu's desire to impress the 2 girls and was more than willing to play along. knowing him well enough to understand he would not miss any chance to show off. Indeed, you're quite perceptive. Zhao Xingyu nodded approvingly at Zheng Shuai. Alas, I have not yet decided. I am torn between the Warrior Academy and the Mage Academy. Unlike you, I find the choice difficult. He sighed, his voice laden with feigned regret. As a magic swordsman, he could thrive in either academy. However, being a swordsman at heart, he had already set his sights on the Warrior Academy. Yet, he voiced his indecision to garner admiration from the girls. I shall attend the Mage Academy, Su Qiaoer said, tenderly stroking her sister's face, her expression pained. Sister has declared she will become my mage attendant, watching me transform into the most formidable bard. The weight of her sister's love pressed heavily upon her. The thought of entering the academy and facing further studies only added to her burden, as learning was her least favorite endeavor. Linger, will you accompany Qiaoer to the Mage Academy? Zhao Xingyu furrowed his brow at her response. He envisioned the two of them joining him in the Warrior Academy, where he could protect them from harm. He believed that his women should enjoy a life of comfort behind him while he faced the battles. Indeed, our family relies on Qiaoer, Su Linger remarked, her usually cold demeanor softening into a gentle smile. Qiaoer possesses a hidden class, and her future is brighter than mine. I also hope we have a warrior among us who can confront enemies on the battlefield. Qiaoer's class perfectly aligned with her aspirations, and she would undoubtedly shine. Upon hearing this, Su Qiaoer lowered her head even further. How burdensome. If only my bard class belonged to my sister, then I would only need to protect her. She novelly mused. Why not come with me? I will protect you both, trust me, Zhao Xingyu began, but was abruptly interrupted by distant wolf howls, accompanied by a familiar voice. Run for your lives. Zhou Wei cried out in desperation. In fleeing from the wolf pack, he instinctively dashed toward the team. After a while, he regretted this decision. Wasn't this the behavior of a liability? He was well aware of the team's capabilities. Relying solely on them to fend off the wolves was unrealistic. The best course of action would be to lead the wolves toward higher-level adventurers and enlist their aid. However, in this dense forest, a low-level grinding area, most adventurers were of the novice variety, and none dared confront the wolves head-on. At that moment, Zhou Wei felt a wave of regret wash over him. His family was not destitute. Why had he not sought out a high-level adventurer to guide them instead? Why had he been swayed by Zhao Xingyu's words to join him in a solo endeavor? At the brink of life and death, he suddenly composed himself, realizing much and surmising Zhao Xingyu's intentions, achieving instant clarity. With an advanced professional leading the way, how could he still pretend to be impressive? He mentally mimicked Zhao Xingyu's manner of speaking, and it felt remarkably apt. It was indeed something he would say. However, the howls of wolves drew nearer, leaving him no time to ponder further. He could only quicken his pace, casting his gaze towards his teammates. As expected, they had all fled. Zhao Guo, whom he mentioned, was sprinting with remarkable speed, while Zheng Shuai had consumed an unknown potion, significantly increasing his velocity, only slightly lagging behind Zhao Xingyu. The pair of sisters fell behind as the warrior sister pulled along her encouraging younger sister, unable to match the pace of the two ahead. No one spared him a glance. After all, they were hardly familiar with one another. Even if they did come to his aid, the outcome would be a shared demise. With a bitter smile, Zhou Wei decided to turn and run in another direction. Although this would bring him closer to the pursuing pack of wolves, he considered himself not the sort to harm others for his own gain. He did not wish to endanger his teammates. Suddenly, a wolf's howl shattered his thoughts. This was bad. It was the dizziness skill. His mind momentarily blanked, and his body faltered, crashing heavily to the ground, blood flowing profusely. It was over. Pain coursed through him, drawing tears from his eyes. Regret gnawed at his heart like an insatiable ant. And he felt that following Zhao Xingyu to level up was the most regrettable decision of his life, perhaps even his last. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I should not have been so willful. The foul stench approached, and he tensed his body, bracing for death. Suddenly, a nearby agonized scream caused him to involuntarily shudder. The cries persisted, drawing Zhou Wei from his stupor, and he opened his eyes with great difficulty, scanning his surroundings. He saw a massive figure standing beside him, vigilantly surveying the area. Strangely, his mind was remarkably clear, contrary to his grave injury. First, he glanced at the blood covering his body, then turned to observe the man dancing amidst the wolves. Clad in black, he resembled a brilliant butterfly. Blood splattered around him, yet none touched his garments. He moved gracefully through the pack, effortlessly claiming the lives of one wolf after another, as if plucking flowers in his own garden. At that moment, Zhou Wei regretted not studying more, unable to articulate an appropriate description for such a scene. Chapter 8. The Gem Necklace. After silently acknowledging the horror before him, he shifted his gaze and noticed a few skeletons in the distance battling several wolves. A shield-bearing skeleton defended an archer skeleton as it dispatched a gray wolf, leading to a sudden realization. So, skeleton brothers, you are the minions of a necromancer. Zhou Wei's gaze continued to roam until he spotted a skeleton stealthily approaching a gray wolf. Recognizing the dagger in its hand, he understood this was his skeleton brother. Zhou Wei continued to watch as that skeleton leapt onto the gray wolf's back, executing a clean and efficient backstab and throat slit. In this era, Even skeletons surpass my abilities? Watching a gray wolf he could never hope to defeat be effortlessly dispatched by the skeleton left Zhou Wei in shock. You haven't passed out. Li Xuanla turned to Zhou Wei, who was in a daze, pulling a potion from his pocket. Drink this. Hey, can you move? Zhou Wei attempted to raise his hand, but it felt numb, unresponsive to his command. He looked at Li Xuanla and shook his head. All right. Li Xuanla crouched down, slowly administering the healing potion to Zhou Wei. After drinking, Zhou Wei's health was fully restored, and sensation returned to his body. Thank you, Zhou Wei rasped, expressing his gratitude. No problem, Li Xuanla replied, shaking his head, and continued to observe Li Mu's combat performance. After all, watching Brother Mu fight was a sight to behold. After a moment of silence, Zhou Wei rose, contemplating the skill he had just comprehended. Ding. You have mastered the skill, Absolute Calm. Absolute Calm. You can maintain composure and observe your surroundings in any situation. So that's how it is. No wonder I was able to think despite my severe injuries, Zhou Wei realized. Ahead, Li Mu had already slain most of the wolf pack and now faced the unmasked wolf king. A howl echoed as a mental attack surged toward Li Mu. However, Li Mu seemed unfazed, charging directly at the wolf king and delivering a punch. Ding. Level increased to 6. After dispatching the wolf king, the remaining wolves, now leaderless, tucked their tails and fled. Li Mu chose not to pursue, but instead began to summon from the corpses. With a total of 180 points of magical energy, he summoned 18 skeletons. After consuming a mana recovery potion dropped by the Wolf King, replenishing his magical energy, he summoned another 18 skeletons. Now, he commanded a total of 48 skeletons, 25 skeleton warriors, 13 skeleton archers, 5 skeleton rogues, 2 skeleton mages, and 3 skeleton assassins. Skeleton mage, 0 tier. Strength, 1. Constitution, 2. Agility, 1. Intelligence, 6. Skill, negative energy missile. Ding. SSS grade talent, Heart of the War God, activates. Your skeleton mage has automatically learned the martial skill, Focus. Skeleton assassin, 0 tier. Strength, 3. Constitution, 2. Agility, 6. Skill, Backstab. Ding. SSS grade talent, Heart of the War God, activates. Your skeleton assassin has automatically learned the martial skill, Surprise attack from behind. The new troop types were quite impressive. Li Mu felt satisfied, glancing at the silver coins and a fong-like item dropped by the Wolf King, picking up the wolf fong. Wolf fong, material, blue, can be used to forge equipment. Not particularly useful. Let us go, Lele. Li Mu tossed it aside, waving for the burly man to follow. Wait, young Master Li. Seeing the two too preoccupied to converse, Zhou Wei called out urgently. Li Mu turned, and his skeleton army synchronously shifted, exuding an imposing presence. Thank you for saving me. Swallowing hard, Zhou Wei produced a necklace from his pocket. I have nothing to repay you with, only this necklace. I hope you won't find it lacking. He could not repay the life-saving grace at present. However, he recalled that the Li family forbade the use of external assistance when leveling up. So he wondered if this necklace could assist Li Mu. His heart raced as he thought, a necklace that boosts intelligence. Li Mu examined the attributes of the blue-quality gem necklace, raising an eyebrow and a faint smirk gracing his lips. Not bad. He needed the intelligence attribute to summon the undead. Donning the necklace, the emergence of 20 points of magical energy allowed him to summon 2 more skeleton warriors. But I don't like being indebted to others. Give it to him, he instructed his skeleton rogue. Having said that, Li Mu tossed the bear claw he had been wearing onto the ground, landing precisely in front of Zhou Wei, who instinctively caught it. Bear claw blue. Equipment effect, 1 strength, attack inflicts tier effect. Equipment requirement, strength greater than 3, constitution greater than 5. The skeleton rogue, whom Zhou Wei had referred to as his skeleton brother, also approached him, placing a fong dagger in his hand. After presenting Zhou Wei with both the bear claw and the green quality fong dagger, Li Mu turned and departed. Young Master Li, you saved my life. You don't need to give me these. Zhou Wei reached out, making a gesture of refusal, but Li Mu ignored him, marching forth with his cousin and the undead army, a formidable sight. Watching Li Mu's receding figure, Zhou Wei felt a complex swirl of emotions. Truly, he was the young master of the Li family. He exuded coolness. As he glanced at the scattered coins and wolf pelt materials on the ground, he began to pick them up slowly. Li Mu regarded those items with disdain, yet to him, they represented a windfall. After collecting everything, he heard a familiar voice. Old Zhou, are you alright? Zhao Xingyu unexpectedly emerged from somewhere. I just want to fetch reinforcements. You're not hurt, are you? Although he spoke with concern, his gaze was fixed intently on Zhou Wei's bulging pouch and the wolf pelts he was clutching. Then, upon noticing the attributes of the bear claw and the fang dagger, his excitement surged. Hand everything over to me. I possess a spatial pouch, Zhao Xingyu declared, swallowing hard. When we formed our team, we established an agreement. Team members cannot hoard equipment or gold. As the captain, I assure you that I will distribute everything fairly and justly afterwards. However, as captain, I am not inflexible. You can use this dagger for now. After the trial concludes, I will deduct a small portion of your share, and you can keep the dagger. Upon saying this, Zhao Xingyu felt quite magnanimous. I am indeed a good captain, he thought to himself. Very well, Zhou Wei replied, furrowing his brow but ultimately nodding in agreement. They had indeed made an agreement beforehand. However, after experiencing life and death peril, his mindset had shifted. Zhao Xingyu, who he had once viewed as exceptionally righteous, now struck him as a mere jester, while Li Mu, whom he had previously deemed aloof and arrogant, appeared remarkably cool in his eyes. Zhou Wei felt a pang of shame for having spoken ill of Li Mu out of envy of his wealth. After handing everything over to Zhao Xingyu, the team members returned, having received Zhao Xingyu's message. I'm sorry, Su Linger said, bowing with her sister to Zhou Wei. We abandoned you. However, I truly had no choice. She bit her lip, her expression filled with guilt. Under those circumstances, she could only flee. To stay would mean death. She did not wish to perish, nor did she want to drag her sister down with her. Seeing Zhou Wei, though bloodied, still standing strong, brought her a sense of relief. It's good that you're alive. It's all right. I'm perfectly fine, Zhou Wei replied with a faint smile, twirling the ivory dagger in his hand. The dagger spun gracefully, reminiscent of a white butterfly in flight, yet it lacked the elegance of the black butterfly. Brother Zhou, how did you survive? Su Qiaoer impulsively inquired. Immediately, she received a light slap from her sister. Ouch, she whimpered, rubbing the back of her head. Yes. How did you manage to survive? Zheng Shuai, standing nearby, was equally curious. In such dire circumstances, even with ample protective gear, survival would be a challenge, let alone amidst a field of wolf corpses. For Zhou Wei, an ordinary rogue, the only plausible explanation was that he had been rescued by a higher-tier professional. Zheng Shuai deduced this, yet he remained eager to learn the details of the encounter. I was saved by young Master Li Mu, Zhou Wei replied, nodding with a calm demeanor. This dagger and the bear claw were also given to me by young Master Li Mu. He gazed in the direction Li Mu had just departed, his expression serene. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingyu, who had been toying with the bear claw, suddenly stiffened. He didn't care how Zhou Wei had survived. As long as he was alive, that was what mattered. After all, navigating without a rogue would be quite troublesome. However, the knowledge that it was Li Mu who had saved Zhou Wei, and that the items in his possession were Li Mu's, began to gnaw at Zhao Xingyu's insides. But he refrained from voicing his discomfort, choosing instead to silently remember Zhou Wei's commendations of others in the team, apart from himself. It's Li Mu, Su Qiaoer exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. As a prominent figure in school, she naturally recognized him. Handsome, well-born, what girl wouldn't be enamored? So it was him, Su Linger nodded. Being the heir of the Li family, it's no wonder. In her mind, she instinctively believed that Li Mu must have employed a powerful artifact to vanquish the wolf pack. Just relying on his family background, Zhao Xingyu remarked with envy, sharing the same sentiment. Zhou Wei frowned at this comment, but said nothing, merely casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Xingyu with a smile. Just a clown. Is that so? Zheng Shuai pondered, increasingly perplexed. He was aware of the Li family's rules. One could only level up through personal effort and would receive no assistance from the family. Thus, how had Li Mu, who had only awakened that morning, managed to defeat a wolf pack led by a level 10 wolf king? He looked at Zhou Wei, who had a hint of a mocking smile on his face, and decided to remain silent. Zhao Xingyu had just disparaged Li Mu, and since Zhou Wei was saved by him, if he defended Li Mu, it would inevitably provoke Zhao Xingyu's ire. I will ask him privately another day, he thought. Linger, you should use this bear claw for now. We'll continue leveling up. Zhao Xingyu feigned generosity. If he claimed the bear claw for himself, he would likely have to take on the front lines. As a mage, wouldn't it be better to stay in the back and cast spells? Ultimately, he believed the bear claw would end up in his possession. Yes, just give Linger a bit more gold. After all, we are family. And it doesn't matter whose hands the money ends up in, he mused. All right. Su Linger accepted the bear claw, her heart filled with scorn. How had she not recognized Zhao Xingyu's true nature all this time? He had just claimed he would protect the two of them, yet when danger struck, he was the first to flee, not even casting a glance in their direction. This realization made her understand the kind of person he truly was. Furrowing her brow, Su Linger walked ahead of the group, resolving to sever ties with him in the future. It was rather nauseating. Chapter 9, The War Tiger King. In the dense forest. Brother Mu, your smile was rather stiff just now, Li Xuanle remarked as they ventured deeper into the woods. You know nothing. That was called indifference, Li Mu retorted, playfully punching Li Xuanle in the chest, annoyed that he hadn't recognized his aloofness. All right. Indifference, Li Xuanle scratched his head, voicing his confusion. Brother Mu, giving him just a dagger was already quite generous. Why did you also give him the bear claw? Isn't it useful to you? You have a narrow perspective. Li Mu shook his head, then inquired, what do you think of the character of the person we just saved? He seems decent, Li Xuanle nodded. At least he didn't just say thank you. He also provided us with a piece of equipment worth 10 gold coins. Indeed, for him, 10 gold coins is a substantial amount. Li Mu began to enlighten him. If we had accepted the items and then given him something of green quality, his gratitude towards us would have diminished significantly. What seems trivial to us holds immense value in his eyes. As he spoke, Li Mu gestured to the gemstone necklace around his neck. In that case, The debt of gratitude would not feel as weighty as in his mind. He would feel he had already repaid some of it and would not hold it so dearly in his heart. As time passes, he might forget it altogether. What I aim to do is make this memory vivid, ensuring he remembers this act of salvation. He paused, then added, moreover, a person who can remain calm and observe their surroundings despite sustaining heavy injuries possesses considerable potential. Li Mu spoke with depth. While slaying wolves, he had sensed a watchful gaze. Upon identifying its source, he found Zhou Wei, bloodied yet quietly observing his skeletal minions. A commendable will was his first impression of Zhou Wei, which is why he chose to extend a bit of kindness. Furthermore, that bare claw held little value for him. Just a low-tier piece of equipment that is tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Trading this for the friendship of a promising professional is certainly worthwhile, he concluded with a smile. Greetings, Brother Mu, your treachery knows no bounds. Li Xuanla's eyes widened in disbelief. If you lack the words, then best remain silent. The corner of Li Mu's mouth twitched. I call this consideration for the family. What do you know, you fool? Oh, Li Xuanla, feeling wronged, fell silent. Very well. Let us strive to reach level 10 swiftly and complete the first transfer quest. Li Mu gazed into the depths of the forest. I have no desire to spend the night here. Oh, with that, the two plunged directly into the heart of the woods. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed as the skeletal minions of the undead rattled ominously, their chilling aura causing many wary beasts to flee far from them. Yet, Li Mu paid little heed to this, merely charging ahead with his head down. He did not believe any beast within this forest could pose a threat to him. After all, he possessed attributes typically reserved for second-tier professionals. As they ventured deeper, a vibrant striped tiger appeared before his eyes. King of the Yellow Stripes, level 15. The level disparity was too great to glean much information. Just as Li Mu intended to command his undead legion to attack, he hesitated. The painstakingly assembled formation would suffer great losses in this battle. What a waste that would be. Sigh. Never mind. I shall take matters into my own hands. With a deep breath, Li Mu charged forward. The tiger roared, causing the forest to tremble. Countless beasts scattered in fright, leaving the adventurers below in a state of confusion. What on earth is happening? Is that the Tiger King? Some adventurers speculated about the spectacle. The Tiger King? Zhao Xingyu's gaze flickered. The direction Zhou Wei had been observing must be where Li Mu had ventured, and this roar indicated he was indeed battling the Tiger King. As the eldest son of the Li family, he surely could defeat that beast. But what of the Tiger King's spoils? As the young master, Li Mu would surely dismiss them. Perhaps I could claim them for myself. Even if I don't succeed, I have nothing to lose. Everyone take a break. I need to relieve myself. Zhao Xingyu waved his hand and departed. After his exit, the two sisters began to whisper among themselves. Will we no longer play with Brother Xingyu? Su Qiaoer nodded, speaking softly. I had sensed for a while that Brother Xingyu's gaze towards me was unsettling. It's quite frightening. Moreover, are we not in the same class? He forbids me from speaking with other boys. I have long wished to break away from him, but our parents insisted on maintaining good relations. Su Qiaoer rambled on, causing Su Linger to frown. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She ruffled her sister's hair and spoke softly. You shouldn't associate with him any longer. He is not a good person. As for our parents, let them be. Once we are in school, we will be separated from him, and there's no need for further relations. You should also cease joining his party for leveling up, she advised. Okay. Su Qiaoer nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Zheng Shuai approached Zhou Wei to inquire about the situation. Zhou Wei briefly recounted the events, but offered no further elaboration. No need to say more. I see. It is indeed the Li family of the northern region. Hearing that Li Mu single-handedly defeated a pack of wolves, Zheng Shuai inhaled sharply. The Li family, one of the three great families of the northern region, bears a crest of sword and shield. Most members of the family are warriors, and for centuries, many powerful combatants have emerged from the Li family, their influence spanning across the continents, instilling fear. Even the formidable warriors trained at Xingho Academy do not surpass the numbers from the Li family. A glimpse into their prowess reveals their terror. Li Mu is remarkably powerful. It is unfortunate he is a necromancer. Zheng Shuai sighed. In the forest, after Li Mu defeated the Tiger King, he reached level 9, fully experienced. Would you like to accept the first transfer quest? The panel appeared, and Li Mu did not immediately accept. Instead, he turned to his cousin. You go ahead and accept it first. I will see if I can help you complete your transfer quest. He said. All right, Brother Mu. After accepting the quest, Li Xuanla scratched his head. My transfer quest is to single-handedly kill a beast 10 levels higher than me. So that would be a level 19 beast? Li Mu picked up the Tiger King's dropped tiger head armor and handed it to Li Xuanla. Fierce tiger armor, blue. Equipment effect, 1 constitution, 1 strength. Equipment requirement, warrior class. Let's go, I believe in you. With that, Li Mu summoned a skeletal mage, and the two continued deeper into the forest. Shortly after they departed, a sneaky figure arrived beside the Tiger King's corpse. 3 gold coins, tiger skin, and a tiger whip. Zhao Xingyu grinned, his eyes gleaming with greed. The tiger whip can be used by alchemists to create aphrodisiacs. How could I let this go? He gulped, quickly collecting the items, then heard a roar. Have I encountered another powerful beast? Haha, This is splendid. Someone is leveling up nearby. Zhao Xingyu thought disdainfully as he stealthily made his way up the mountain. Chapter 10. Time Reversal. As he walked, he witnessed an intense battle between a person and a bear. That is Li Xuanle. Zhao Xingyu's eyes flickered. Observing Li Mu from a distance, accompanied by dozens of skeletons, Li Xuanle was fighting a beast of at least level 15 alone. Why was Li Mu merely watching without intervening? Could they be engaged in a transfer quest? Zhao Xingyu noticed he was still level 3, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Damn those privileged scions. Damn those with special rights. While my team and I fight tooth and nail to reach level 3, you effortlessly ascend to level 9 and commence your transfer quest. The flames of resentment surged in Zhao Xingyu's heart, yet he dared not act. He restrained his anger, choosing instead to watch and await the conclusion of the battle so he could collect the spoils afterward. Until he saw Li Xuanle and the massive black bear both wounded and collapsing to the ground, his mind began to churn with thoughts. He was aware that most melee professionals had to face a beast higher in level during their transfer quests, so he understood that Li Mu, watching from the sidelines, would not aid Li Xuanle. Therefore, Zhao Xingyu gazed at the severely injured, barely alive black bear. His excitement ignited. Black Bear King, level 20. A level 20 boss. If I can claim this kill, how many levels will I gain? He envisioned himself as the protagonist of a novel, always swooping in to claim the spoils and level up in a sneaky manner, ultimately achieving greatness. With this thought, he made a decision. However, should he disband the team? Sharing experience with them would be somewhat disadvantageous. After contemplating, he ultimately chose not to disband. If he suddenly dissolved the party and returned to his team boasting a high level, it would lead to undesirable consequences. The sisters would be upset as well. Never mind. Consider it a benefit from your captain. Resolving this, he began to concentrate, gathering energy for a spell. Flash Blade Technique. This was one of the 2 skills of his magic swordsman class. It could concentrate a blade of energy and shoot it forward at great speed. Although it was not as powerful as Zheng Shuai's fireball technique, it was swift. The kill is mine, he thought, launching the spell without consideration for the consequences. For Li Xuanle was already gravely injured, and Li Mu, merely a mage, could not possibly catch up to him, a magic swordsman with exceptionally high attributes. After all, he was a genius who mastered both magic and martial arts. As for the loot, they certainly wouldn't he wanted. He could return later to collect. Haha, I am the chosen one. A smirk crept across his lips as he fixated on the Black Bear King, waiting for it to fall so he could make his escape. Then, he witnessed a skeleton emerge, blocking his attack. Zhao Xingyu was left utterly bewildered. However, regardless of the situation, he had been discovered and had to flee. He dashed away immediately. Cursed be this fate. Rushing down the mountain, Zhao Xingyu gritted his teeth in frustration. Li Mu, why do you hinder my progression? He had no intention of holding back. Whoosh. The sound of arrows slicing through the air startled him, and he quickly executed a roll to evade them. After narrowly dodging the arrows, a fresh wave of danger washed over him, prompting him to dive aside just in time to evade 3 incoming magic orbs. Boom. The orbs struck the ground, releasing a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Is this the work of a necromancer? How formidable! Zhao Xingyu thought in disbelief. Recalling the videos he had watched online, where he had mocked the skeletal minions for their simplistic movements, deriding the necromancer with a comical comment. Yet now, he felt a sense of gravity settling over him. I refused to believe that mere skeletons could pose a threat. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Xingyu resolved to confront them, only to be taken aback by the sight of dozens of skeletons marching in unison, armed with swords and shields. His B-grade talent, Danger Sense, blared a warning in his mind, and he sensed that charging at the skeletons would surely lead to his demise. They are merely a horde of lowly skeletons. Gripping his longsword tightly, he hesitated to advance. I should flee. They can't catch me anyway, he thought, but just as he turned to escape, his talent flickered ominously in red. Before he could react, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him. Everyone take a break. I need to use the restroom. Aw. Zhao Xingyu suddenly clutched his head and collapsed to the ground with a pained scream. The others stared in confusion, unsure of what had transpired. What's wrong? Zheng Shuai was the first to recover, approaching to assess Zhao Xingyu's condition. His face was contorted in agony, and he emitted a tortured cry. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Shuai produced a small vial, uncapping it, and sprinkling a bit on Zhao Xingyu's face. The focus powder would enhance a mage's concentration upon inhalation. A small vial was worth a gold coin, a trivial expense for Zheng Shuai. Zhao Xingyu gradually regained his composure. Though pain and resentment flickered in his eyes, Zheng Shuai clearly recognized the tumult of emotions within him, unsure of their source. Yet he felt an inexplicable discomfort towards Zhao Xingyu. What's the matter? Zheng Shuai inquired. Zhao Xingyu's voice was hoarse. Li? Zheng Shuai queried, puzzled. It's nothing. Struggling to touch the object hanging from his chest, Zhao Xingyu sat up, his expression dark as he gazed into the depths of the forest. I merely aimed to claim a boss kill from Li Xuanle, and you sought to end me. He clenched his jaw, recalling the sensation of being killed by an unknown force, his heart swelling with a tide of hatred. Old Zhou. His voice was gravelly. Zhou Wei looked up. Li Mu is still leveling up, right? That noise must be them fighting. Perhaps you could see if you can scavenge anything he leaves behind. He is cowardly. The vivid memory of being slain made him reluctant to approach the Necromancer's cohort again. Yet, he was loath to part with the spoils, especially that tiger whip. All right. Zhou Wei fell silent for a moment before nodding. Items discarded by young Master Li Mu still hold considerable value. Acquiring them could bolster your strength. You might one day assist young Master Li Mu. With that thought, he turned and gradually faded from view. As Zhou Wei's figure disappeared, Zhao Xingyu felt the shadow of death lift from him. He touched the icy object at his chest once more. Deeply grateful for the legendary item he had found, a relic that could reverse time upon death. This was his first time utilizing it. And he was fortunate it had proven effective. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Li Mu, though time has reversed, you remain unaware that I have already faced death at your hands. I will seek vengeance upon you, so you may also taste the bitterness of demise. You better be prepared. With the possession of this item, I shall stand invincible. As he contemplated this, a sinister grin crept across his lips, eliciting odd looks from the three remaining companions. Chapter 11. Completion of the first transition task. Oh, it hurts so much, I'm exhausted. Li Xuanle collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Though he had not defeated the Black Bear King, he had not lost either. At the very least, he had endured for 5 minutes under its onslaught and had brought the creature to the brink of death. So close, yet so far. Brother Mu, had you selected a weaker beast for me, I would have triumphed. Though he thought this, he felt a flicker of pride. After all, he had stood against a level 20 boss with his own incomplete transition level. He was not like his cousin, who was truly invincible. However, Li Mu was far from satisfied. Get up. Li Mu gazed at the fallen Li Xuanle with a calm demeanor. In situations like this, standing up even a second sooner can grant you a sliver of hope against your adversary. That sliver of hope could be your lifeline. I have been training you, yet you lay there like a lifeless dog before such feeble foes. I wonder if all my efforts over the years have been in vain. At his words, Li Xuanle found it hard to believe. How could his cousin, who had always been so dashing, speak such things? It must be an illusion. Li Mu observed his cousin's incredulous expression as he struggled on the ground and continued, a rotting log, regardless of its origins, remains a rotting log. Its essence is unchangeable and cannot be sculpted. And you, ultimately, are nothing more than a decayed piece of wood. Yes, akin to mud, forever unable to uphold itself. Li Mu's tone was frigid. Li Xuanle's eyes reddened, unwilling to hear such words from his idolized cousin. A surge of fierce defiance ignited within him, prompting movement. Anger. Is it? Then stand up. Seeing this, Li Mu's lips pressed into a thin line. Rise, do not disappoint me again, my foolish brother. With gritted teeth, Li Xuanle felt the tension coursing through his body as he slowly rose from the ground. Take that. He stamped on the head of the Black Bear King, slaying it. Ding. The first transition task has been completed. You have now advanced to a Dragonblood warrior. Constitution 5, Strength 5, Dragonblood Aptitude 10. You have acquired the skills, Dragon Roar, Dragonblood Surge, Resilient Body, Dragon Scale Shield. Feeling the surge of Dragonblood within him, Li Xuanle's injuries began to heal. Li Mu hurriedly approached, offering him a vial of healing potion. Thank you, Brother Mu, he said weakly, his gratitude evident. Thank you. Without Li Mu's recent words of encouragement, he might have waited for his cousin to finish off the Black Bear King before seeking a simpler level 20 beast for his task. The memory of this failure would have lingered in his mind, and when he found himself in a similar predicament in the future, he might struggle to rise again. Just don't hate me, Li Mu replied with a smile. I'm delighted that you could stand. He truly felt joy in that moment. All right, Brother Mu, I'm ready. Let us go complete your task. After a brief respite, Li Xuanle declared. He bore no resentment, knowing that Li Mu had his best interests at heart. Good. Li Mu nodded and accepted the first transition task. First transition task. Control the undead. Slay the living. 0-100. Brother Mu, what is your task? Li Xuanle inquired with curiosity. Control the undead. Slay the living. Li Mu raised an eyebrow at the 100 targets ahead. That sounds easy, Li Xuanle nodded. Let us head down the mountain and slay at will. He had witnessed Li Mu's Necromancer army in action before. They operated like a well-trained unit, moving in perfect harmony. Have you forgotten what I usually teach you? Li Mu shot a glance at his cousin. Li Xuanle scratched his head. To strike at the strong. To progress more effectively. And then, courage is not foolishness. Sometimes, one must take a step back. Very well, let us venture into the forest. Li Mu nodded, casting a glance behind him before leading his legion of the undead deeper into the woods. He was a professional here to reclaim items he no longer desired. Well, regardless of who followed, as long as they posed no threat to him, he would not concern himself with their actions. After all, the dense forest was not his home. With this thought, he tossed a pair of bear paws he had in hand, intending to have the chef prepare them for dinner that evening. One for him and one for his cousin. Once they departed, Zhou Wei emerged silently, collecting the discarded equipment and coins left behind by the two. Under the setting sun, Li Mu glanced at his level and nodded in satisfaction. Ding. The first tier quest has been completed. You have advanced to the first tier Necromancer, gaining 10 intelligence and 10 affinity for the undead. Your necromancy skills have been enhanced, and the types of undead you can summon have increased. You have acquired the skills: Perception of Death, Control of Corpses, and Negative Energy Ray. Perception of Death. You can easily sense the aura of death. Control of Corpses. You can manipulate corpses. Negative Energy Ray. Emits a ray of negative energy. Limu pondered, how are these skills of any real use? Moreover, the erosion of negative energy had increased. Feeling a chill in his body, he frowned. Well, it is what it is. He waved his hand, and several bodyguards materialized. Huang Yi, he called out. Young master, Huang Yi responded, handing Limu a high-level spatial pouch. After restowing the remaining 7 skeletal warriors, 11 skeletal archers, 2 skeletal rogues, 3 skeletal mages, and 1 skeletal assassin, he secured the pouch. Let us go, he sighed, striding down the mountain towards the setting sun. Tonight's dinner featured red meat beef, and he needed to hurry. Cold beef loses its appeal. The ascent was arduous, but the descent was swift. Arriving at a few off-road vehicles, the two climbed in, and with a roar of engines, they sped towards the city under the gaze of onlookers. Upon returning home, Limu alighted and handed the bare paws to a servant before parting ways with Li Xuanla and entering his own villa. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the old butler, who guided him to dinner. After the meal, the butler presented him with a storage ring and 5 skill books. Young master, for you, the silver-haired butler stated as Limu donned the ring. The master wishes for you not to acquire too many mage skill books, to avoid the hassle of cleaning later. This is all we could gather for the first-tier Necromancer skill books. The Li family, being a prominent clan with many melee professionals, had no Necromancer skill books left in their repository. These were hastily collected after the family learned of Limu's advancement. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Limu nodded, accepting the skill books and perusing their contents. 2 of the mage skill books were quite practical. Resistance Aura, pushes back targets within half a meter. Learning requirement, first-tier mage class. This is a life-saving skill for mages, particularly against assassins. Energy Missile, fires an energy missile in a specified direction. Learning requirement, first-tier mage class. As long as there is mana, it can be continuously launched, and its power is not insignificant, making it a favorite among low-level mages. The remaining books were all for the Necromancer class. Bone Wall, summons a wall of bones to block attacks. Learning requirement, first-tier Necromancer. A defensive skill of the bone category. Bone Spear, summons a bone spear and hurls it forward. Learning requirement, first-tier Necromancer. An attack skill of the bone category. Skeleton Summon, directly summons a skeleton with a corpse. Mana consumption is halved. Learning requirement, first-tier Necromancer. After upgrading his necromancy, Limu had not attempted any summoning and had returned home directly. However, now that the types of summons had increased, the likelihood of always summoning skeletons would diminish significantly. In this context, the skill seemed quite useful. The storage ring contained primarily life-saving items, high-level potions, and gemstones, nothing particularly noteworthy. Any plans for tomorrow? Limu inquired as he mastered the skill books. Removing his gemstone necklace and placing it into the storage ring. You are now a professional, and the master knows you dislike banquets. Hence he sent young master Yeshan in your stead, the butler replied slowly. However, the master also mentioned that you cannot remain idle this month. Thus, he has arranged for you to learn from a third-tier necromancer. Third tier? Limu questioned, puzzled. Are there still third-tier necromancers around? Indeed, one nurtured by the Empire. The butler responded. Still alive? Limu was taken aback. Calculating the time, it must have been nearly 1,000 years. The thought of a third-tier professional living for so long astonished him. Yes, and your visit is scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, where you will have a month to study. The butler nodded. If you do not receive an invitation from Starfire Academy by then, someone will escort you directly to the Mage God Academy for training. Understood. Limu mused inwardly. How powerful could a necromancer who had lived for so long be? And how much history had he witnessed? Limu was filled with curiosity. After digesting this information for a while, he practiced a set of martial arts under the moonlight before bathing and retiring for the night. The following noon, Limu gnawed on a bare paw, telling his cousin, Lele, it will be a long time before we meet again. Do not forget to practice what I have taught you every day. Got it, Brother Mu, Li Xuanla replied, also gnawing on a bare paw. Though he lamented how tough it was to chew. It's just like a pig's trotter. Limu chewed on the bone with gusto, crunching loudly. Oh, Li Xuanla imitated him, nearly breaking a tooth. After finishing their meal and resting for a while, the old butler presented the newly arrived equipment. Young master. Limu accepted the gear and donned it, causing Li Xuanla's eyes to widen in astonishment. Wearing the mage robe, Limu concealed his martial demeanor, emanating an aura of elegance that bestowed both nobility and tranquility upon him. With black hair and eyes, he exuded a refined charm, a quintessential image of a noble mage. Skeletal Staff, purple. Equipment effect, Intelligence 5, Bone category spell damage 1, slightly enhances skeleton summons. Equipment requirement, first-tier Necromancer. A black staff with a black palm-sized crystal ball housing a white skull, exuding an eerie aura. Bone ring blue. Equipment effect, Intelligence 1, increases skeleton summon damage. Equipment requirement, first-tier Necromancer. The white ring gleamed on his slender left hand. Sapphire ring, purple. Equipment effect. Intelligence 5, spell power 3, spell shield, 1 use per day. Equipment requirement. First tier mage class. The blue gemstone sparkled on his right hand. Heart of the Fairy, purple. Equipment effect. Charisma 3, intelligence 3, increases mana recovery speed. Equipment requirement. Charisma greater than 15. A heart-shaped stone pendant adorned Li Mu's neck. Mage boots blue. Equipment effect. Intelligence 1, sprinting, 1 use per day. Equipment requirement. First tier mage class. The black boots fit him quite well. Death mage robe, purple. Equipment effect. Intelligence 5, reduces mana cost for skill use. Cleansing, 3 uses per day. Equipment requirement. First tier necromancer. A robe with an obsession for cleanliness. Having donned the equipment, Li Mu glanced at his attribute panel. Name, Li Mu. Profession, necromancer, first tier. Level, 10. Health, 390. Mana, 540. Attribute, intelligence 54, 34. Strength 43. Constitution 39. Agility 30. Charisma, 20, 17. Undead affinity 18. Talent skills, Heart of the War God, SSS talent. Master of weapons, Iron Will. Occupational skills, Undead summoning, Death perception, Corpse manipulation, Negative energy ray. Bone spear, Bone wall. Skeleton summoning. Mage skills, Resistance aura, Energy missile. Equipment provides, Mana shield, dash, cleanse. Bone type spell damage increases by 1, skeleton summons slightly enhanced, skeleton summon damage increased. Spell power augmented by 3, mana recovery speed accelerated, and professional skill consumption reduced. Indeed, a robust first-tier panel. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. Departing, Li Mu waved his hand and boarded the helicopter of the Li family. Goodbye, young master, the butler said, handing Li Mu a ring. Brother Mu, don't forget to message me, Li Xuanle said, feeling quite reluctant. Understood, Li Mu waved, smiling at the two figures growing distant. Though reluctant, all gatherings must eventually disperse. Farewells are merely a prelude to more splendid reunions. The private aircraft departed from the Li family's managed city, soaring towards a mountain. Upon landing, Li Mu exited the helicopter and transferred to a giant bird. This was a winged bird, renowned for its swift flight and capacity to carry passengers, a favorite among many. Young master, please, Huang Yi had been waiting for some time. Li Mu nodded indifferently, lightly stepping onto the giant bird. When shall we arrive? At sunset and moonrise. Let us depart, Li Mu replied, sitting cross-legged on the giant bird and closing his eyes. Before others, Li Mu refrained from revealing his fondness for family. It held no significance. Yes, Huang Yi nodded, glancing at Li Mu clad in mage attire, secretly admiring the youth's elegance, and proceeded to pilot the giant bird. As the giant bird ascended, a transparent shield emerged, shielding them from the fierce winds. Acting as bodyguards, they surrounded Li Mu, ensuring his safety. The golden crow descended in the west, while the jade rabbit sprang forth from the east. The giant bird landed on a misty gray mountain. And Li Mu opened his eyes, frowning. Chapter 12, The Skeleton Legion. A chilling aura of decay and death pervaded the air, enveloping the mountain in a sinister atmosphere. Li Mu's passive skill, Death Perception, activated frequently, while the encroaching negative energy seemed to be replenished by some force, hastening its assault, compelling him to partition his focus and utilize his vitality to resist. Disembarking from the giant bird, Li Mu surveyed the surrounding mist, remaining silent. Mr. Skeleton, our young master has arrived. Please come forth for a meeting. Huang Yi respectfully clasped his hands. After a brief wait, a towering figure over 5 meters tall emerged from the fog. Follow me, the giant, adorned with an iron mask and a body glistening with a bluish-purple hue, spoke in a booming voice. The master has only permitted you to proceed. The others may leave. Is your master not allowing us to accompany? Huang Yi furrowed his brow. We are merely ensuring the young master's safety and will not interfere with the teachings. Not allowed. The giant shook his head. If you do not depart, I shall not take him to the master. Your master is unaware of our presence. Enough, Li Mu, having scrutinized the giant for some time, addressed Huang Yi. You may return. His death perception and corpse manipulation informed him that this formidable being was an undead creature of considerable rank. Most importantly, it appeared to possess intelligence. Furthermore, it was executing the task assigned by that third-tier necromancer, requiring no further elaboration. As you wish, young master, Huang Yi nodded, leading the others back to the giant bird to depart. As bodyguards of the Li family, obedience was paramount. He understood this principle. Upon witnessing the departure of the bodyguards, the giant turned and began to lead the way. The fog enveloped them as Li Mu followed the giant along the gray-white path. The necromancer's perception revealed that this white path was paved with bones. The obscuring mist impeded his vision, making observation difficult. The frequent threats of death emanating from the surroundings urged him to endure the discomfort and continue trailing the giant. Finally, a black manor appeared before him. The manor appeared immaculate at first glance. As the doors opened, Li Mu stepped inside, observing the glowing black grass cultivated within. He did not recognize it, yet he could perceive the aura of death it emitted. The giant's steps continued forward, ultimately halting before a moderately sized room. Please enter. The giant pushed the door open and gestured. Limu entered, surveying his surroundings. Shelves, books, skeletons, vessels containing corpses, and the bustling undead creatures engaged in their work, dissecting corpses. You must be Limu, a skeleton clad in mage robes approached, performing a mage's salute. The teacher is in the inner room. I shall escort you to meet him. Thank you. Limu returned the salute. He marveled at the remarkable prowess of this necromancer. Capable of enabling a skeleton to speak, he too desired to learn. Contemplating, he was led into the inner room, where he beheld a skeleton in a white robe engrossed in reading. Teacher, the student has arrived, the mage-robed skeleton announced. The skeleton set down the book and waved his hand, signaling the mage-robed skeleton to withdraw. Mr. Skeleton, Limu performed a mage's salute respectfully. He dared not assert the status of the young master of the Li family on another's territory. What if he were to be reprimanded? Indeed, your body is well suited for becoming a death knight. The skeleton's voice was cool and hoarse. This was a unique compliment reserved for necromancers. Thank you for your praise. A smile graced Limu's face as he produced the ring the butler had given him before his departure. This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you will not disdain it. Limu extended his palm, presenting the ring filled with high-tier alien corpses to the skeleton. The ring then floated into the skeleton's hand, which nodded in acknowledgement. Thoughtful of you. The skeleton's hoarse voice softened slightly. In truth, you have already provided enough. There is no need for further gifts. However, as this is your sentiment, I must accept it. A hint of a smile flickered across the skeleton's bony face. Clearly touched by the gesture. I am glad you like it, Limu chuckled in response. What shall I call you? The skeleton inquired with a smile. Teacher, Limu replied, following the skeleton's lead, acknowledging that he had come to recognize a mentor. Excellent. The skeleton raised his hand, and a piece of paper materialized. These are the spells you may currently learn. Take a look and see what interests you. The paper floated before Limu, and he grasped it, focusing intently. Necromancer spells, Bone Tombstone, Skeleton Sea, Bone Hyperplasia, White Bone Soul Fire, Corpse Explosion, Death Mist, Undead Resurrection, Life Steal, Necromancer Space. Spells, Damage Amplification, Weaken Light, Mass Confusion. Light Dispel, Fear Aura, Mass Poison, Poisonous Marsh. Knowledge, Ghoul Creation, Vampire Creation, Death Knight Creation, Alien Dissection Modification, Body Suturing, Soul Knowledge. Remarkable. Limu gazed at the spells and knowledge, unable to deny that his newfound mentor possessed considerable depth. Yet, he remained undecided on what to pursue. Teacher, what do you think I should learn? Limu inquired. Summon an undead for me to observe. The skeleton's demeanor was remarkably amiable after receiving the gift. Understood. Limu raised his hand, invoking undead summoning. An undead materialized from thin air, consuming 35 of Limu's mana. The equipment's mana consumption reduction took effect, transforming the original requirement of 40 into 35. Skeleton Warrior, first tier. Strength, 10, Constitution, 6, Agility, 4. Skills, / hold fast. Ding. The SSS level talent Heart of the War God activated, and the summoned Skeleton Warrior automatically learned martial techniques, sword and shield combat, accumulation. Unlike the 0-tier Skeleton Warrior, this one, with a hint of blue flame in its eye sockets, donned a layer of black armor and helmet, and its blade was markedly sharper than that of its 0-tier counterpart. On its panel, not only were the attributes doubled, but it also possessed an additional skill, essentially rendering it an upgraded version of the 0-tier skeleton. A subtle, barely perceptible black aura emanated from its form. This black aura was a slight enhancement provided by the equipment, amplifying the skeleton summon's capabilities and augmenting its damage output. Mr. Skeleton observed this distinctly different skeleton and mused, your skeleton clearly exhibits a consciousness. Intrigued, he extended his hand to extract the blue flame from the skeleton's eye sockets for closer examination. This action sent a jolt through Limu's heart. For his skeleton warrior was endowed with the combat instincts derived from his divine heart. Although it was supposed to draw its weapon, it remained motionless. The blue flame in its eyes flickering slightly, as if it had encountered a formidable foe and found itself paralyzed. This scene illuminated for Limu the overwhelming dominance a high-level necromancer held over low-tier undead. A commendable martial technique and battle awareness, Mr. Skeleton remarked, returning the flame. Has your Li family begun delving into the study of souls? Upon hearing this, Limu's pupils dilated slightly, yet he remained silent. His affordable mentor had surprisingly gained insight. Alas, I am growing old, he sighed, shaking his head, indicating he did not wish to pry further. Although I am unaware of how your Li family has integrated combat experience into the undead, this is indeed commendable, he continued thoughtfully. Summons endowed with consciousness far surpass those that merely obey commands. I recommend you study spells related to skeletal beings. You must understand that while skeletons are weak undead creatures, they are also the easiest to amass into an army, which is a classic strategy employed by necromancers to take on multiple foes. I shall heed your advice. Limu replied respectfully. Mr. Skeleton, pleased with this courteous student, instructed, proceed to the eastern side of the estate. There lies a cemetery. Fetch a skeletal tombstone. Understood. Though uncertain of his mentor's intentions, Li Mu chose to comply, leading the recently summoned skeleton warrior toward the exit. By the way, do not perish, the mentor cautioned, causing Li Mu to pause. Yes, he responded, stepping out of the estate. What does do not perish mean? Is it very dangerous? He halted outside the estate, releasing the zero-tier undead from his spatial pouch and began casting spells. Rather than summoning undead, he opted for skeletal summoning, as his equipment conferred bonuses to skeletons. And skeletal summoning consumed 10 fewer points of mana than undead summoning. Furthermore, due to reduced consumption from his class skills, summoning a skeleton required only 25 points of mana. And the summoned skeletons would still be tier 1. Regrettably, without a corpse, the consumption could have been even lower. With these thoughts in mind, Li Mu commenced his summoning. Skeleton Archer, tier 1. Strength, 6, Constitution, 4, Agility, 8, Skills, Negative Energy Arrow, Arrow Explosion. Ding. The SSS grade talent, Divine Heart, activated. And your summoned Skeleton Archer has automatically learned the martial techniques, Spiral Arrow, and Quick Shot. Skeleton Rogue, tier 1. Strength, 4, Constitution, 6, Agility, 10, Skills, Stealth. Merge with Shadows. Ding. The SSS grade talent, Divine Heart, activated, and your summoned Skeleton Rogue has automatically learned the martial techniques, Backstab, and Blink. Skeleton Mage, tier 1. Strength, 2. Constitution, 4, Agility, 2, Intelligence, 12. Skills, Negative Energy Missile, Quick Casting. Ding. The SSS grade talent, Divine Heart, activated, and your summoned Skeleton Mage has automatically learned the martial techniques, Focus and Precision. Skeleton Assassin, tier 1. Strength, 6, Constitution, 5, Agility, 12. Skills, Backstab, Throat Slit. Ding. The SSS grade talent, Divine Heart, activated. And your summoned Skeleton Assassin has automatically learned the martial techniques, Backstab, and Blink. Skeleton Priest, tier 1. Strength, 2, Constitution, 4, Agility, 2, Intelligence, 10. Skills, Heal Undead, Negative Energy Shield. Ding. The SSS grade talent, Divine Heart, activated, and your summoned Skeleton Priest has automatically learned the martial techniques, Focus and Precision. Skeleton Spearman, tier 1. Strength, 8. Constitution, 6, Agility, 6, Skills, Spear Thrust, Throwing Spear. Ding. The SSS grade talent, Divine Heart, activated, and your summoned Skeleton Spearman has automatically learned the martial techniques, Overlord Spear Technique and Horsemanship. Chapter 13, The Skeletal Tombstone. The addition of the Priest and Spearman classes sparked new strategies in Li Mu's mind. Upon witnessing the Spearman's proficiency in horsemanship, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The directed summoning of skeletons allowed him to envision precise objectives. Thus, he declared, "Arise, skeletal steed." A skeletal horse, adorned with a saddle and reins, materialized before him. Skeleton Warhorse, tier 1. Strength, 6, Constitution, 8, Agility, 10. Skills, Charge, Rear Kick. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction and continued his summoning. Even after exhausting his mana, he did not cease. After consuming a high-grade mana recovery potion, he pressed on with his summoning. After a considerable time, feeling slightly dizzy, he finally halted. The mana recovery potion was not limitless. Its effectiveness depended on the caster's physical attributes and intelligence. With his exceptionally high physical attributes, Li Mu was able to consume several bottles of high-grade potions without issue. Moreover, he had reached the summoning limit. The upper limit for necromancers was tied to intelligence, something Li Mu had previously researched. Surveying the over 400 skeletons forming his legion and over 50 cavalry, Li Mu mounted the warhorse he had prepared for himself and raised his hand dramatically. Brothers, onward. The undead legion marched in unison, advancing eastward. The fog-shrouded terrain was cleared by Li Mu's command. After approximately half an hour of heading east, Li Mu finally spotted a cemetery. The graveyard was shrouded in a hazy mist, and the moon above was obscured, creating an eerie atmosphere. Within the grounds stood several tombstones composed of bones, prompting Li Mu to shake his head. It was undoubtedly not as simple as it appeared. Scouts, advance, he instructed, eyeing the suspicious cemetery. Though it was late, his formidable physique was sufficient to sustain him through a sleepless night. Rogues, moved stealthily into the cemetery. As 3 rogues approached a tombstone, no immediate abnormalities presented themselves, and they began to excavate with their daggers. Just as they unearthed a tombstone and were about to retreat, all the tombstones in the cemetery began to tremble. With a thunderous rumble, countless skeletons surged forth from the remaining tombstones, rushing rapidly toward the 3 rogues with a cacophony of bone-on-bone sounds. As they were not hostile units, Li Mu could not discern their properties. Yet the sheer numbers of these weak skeletons, seemingly endless in their emergence from the tombstones, caused him to frown and raise his hand. Loose arrows, Li Mu commanded, and nearly 100 skeleton archers drew their bows, unleashing a volley. The arrow barrage paved a path, unstoppable in its might. As a rain of arrows fell, hundreds of skeletons were shattered, yet the relentless tide of skeletons continued to surge forth, undeterred by the carnage. Arrow explosion. A thunderous boom erupted as dozens of arrows, having fallen to the ground and trampled by countless skeletons, detonated, momentarily creating a gap in the skeletal onslaught. Fire again, Li Mu instructed. Quick shot. The archers swiftly drew their bows, releasing another volley. Fire. Over 30 mages from the mage unit conjured negative energy missiles, deploying their spells within a mere 3 seconds, unleashing the negative energy projectiles. Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated, severing the tide of the skeletal sea, allowing the warriors dispatched for support to successfully retrieve 3 stealthers. Upon bringing the gravestones back to the Legion, Li Mu stored them within his storage ring, observing the skeletal sea surging forth from the cemetery, aware that they would not relent. However, if he were to withdraw the undead army and hastily flee, leading the skeletal sea towards his master, how would his master perceive him? Though he believed there would be no significant issue, Li Mu preferred not to provoke even the slightest displeasure from his master. He yearned to learn all the necromantic spells, yet he had merely 1 month to refine his skills here. Thus, it was crucial to leave a favorable impression for the future. From the ranks, Li Mu commanded, conjuring a bone spear through his magic, yet instead of launching it forward, he gripped the white skeletal spear in hand. The 2-meter-long skeletal spear glistened with a snowy hue, shimmering subtly under the delicate moonlight. Nearly 300 warriors stepped forward in unison, their formidable presence rising like an indomitable army, fierce and unstoppable. Kill! Li Mu bellowed, his bloodlust surging as he led a cavalry unit of over 50 skeletons into a charge. The arrows paved the way, the cavalry surged forward, and the main army followed closely behind. Leading the cavalry into the skeletal sea, Li Mu surged forth, with the skeletal spearmen riding behind him. As if traversing an uninhabited realm, galloping across the battlefield. The army behind them, akin to a bulldozer, suppressed the skeletal sea back into the cemetery. The battle raged on, and the moon above seemed unable to contain itself. It parted the clouds to gaze down secretly. Gradually, urged by its companions, it reluctantly leaped westward. With the dawn breaking, a dust-covered Li Mu returned victoriously with the remaining 100 skeletons to the manor's entrance. Cleansing spell. He invoked the inherent magic of his robe to cleanse himself, returning the skeletons to his spatial bag before entering the manor. After the skeletal servant opened the door, he arrived at his master's location. Master, I have returned, Li Mu announced, retrieving a gravestone from his storage ring and revealing a smile. Well done, the skeletal master nodded in satisfaction. You managed to refrain from involving me. Quite commendable. With a wave of his hand, the gravestone was placed upon the table. Thank you, master. Li Mu's smile radiated elegance, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman. There exists a flawed creation I fashioned earlier by the lake to the west of the manor. Eliminate it, and bring its remains to me. The skeletal master assigned another task. By the way, it is quite dangerous. Exercise caution and do not perish. It waved its hand, inscribing something upon the gravestone. Understood, master. Li Mu's smile faltered, his demeanor slightly diminished. After a moment of silence, he stepped outside. Despite feeling somewhat fatigued, he set off. There was no choice. It was all part of his master's task. On the way, he replenished the undead army to over 500, riding atop his steed while munching on jerky, sensing the increasingly potent aura of death. A flawed creation. How formidable could it be? Li Mu remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings in search of the lake. His master had mentioned it was located by the lake. Yet that creature could not possibly remain there indefinitely. Soon, he spotted a colossal, grotesque monster lying in a putrid lake, gazing in his direction. With a thunderous roar, the bloated figure, standing over 3 meters tall, rose, causing Li Mu to instinctively hold his breath. The creature's body was riddled with stitched wounds, intertwined with thick iron chains. Its massive head bore an incredibly fierce visage, one eye glinting with murderous intent, as if it yearned to devour. A gaping maw on its belly, filled with uneven yellowed teeth and drooling saliva, made Li Mu feel utterly repulsed. Chains encircled its neck, arms, and chest, as if they were an integral part of its being, with the ends of the chains binding a colossal warhammer that it wielded in its grasp. Unassailable. The thought flashed through Li Mu's mind. Chapter 14, The Travelogue of a Mage. Unassailable, yet it must be vanquished. Fire arrows. Fire cannons. With a wave of his hand, arrows flew forth, striking the creature and eliciting an enraged roar as it barreled toward the skeletal army in a frenzy. The arrows exploded. Those embedded in its hide detonated, splattering green blood upon the ground with a sizzling sound. Corrosive blood. This dissuaded Li Mu from the notion of engaging in close combat. As a noble mage, he would remain at the back to cast spells. There was no need to charge forward like a warrior. With the detonation of negative energy projectiles, the creature drew closer. Observing, he ordered the archers to unleash another volley of arrows before allowing his army to advance. Meanwhile, the cavalry circled the monster, seeking an opportunity. He remained at the rear, casting spells. Negative energy ray. Striking the creature, it sustained little damage, yet its ferocity only intensified, further overpowering his skeletal army. The negative energy ray proved ineffective, so he decided to switch tactics. Li Mu raised his hand, conjuring a bone spear that shot straight at the monster. Swish! The bone spear pierced the creature's body, green blood splattering forth, prompting an enraged roar as it turned its gaze toward Li Mu and hurled its warhammer at him. Come at me, Li Mu resolved, conjuring another bone spear to counter the warhammer. Disarm your weapon. The hammer's chain successfully hooked onto the spear, and Li Mu leapt from his steed, gripping the spear with his arms, engaging in a test of strength with the creature on the other end of the chain. 1,000-pound drop. Immovable king. Unyielding as a mountain. Mountain force. Employing various martial arts techniques, Li Mu remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain. Meanwhile, the creature, deprived of its weapon, was restrained, while the skeletal army relentlessly pressed the attack. The cavalry charged forth, thrusting their spears into the creature's back, causing it to stumble forward. Subsequently overwhelmed by the advancing army, the gaping maw on its belly was pierced by the cavalry's spears, silencing its menacing growls, leaving only terror in its wake. The monster roared, but its initial ferocity had waned significantly. Bound by chains, it was rendered weaponless, forced to fight ineffectively with its hands. Li Mu did not remain idle. He repeatedly unleashed bone spears, causing the creature to bleed profusely. Yet its vitality was remarkably robust, requiring Li Mu considerable effort to finally vanquish it. Indeed, it took a significant duration. The sun had reached its zenith, midday had arrived. Displeased by the mess, he stored the creature's corpse within his spatial bag and began his journey back toward the manor. Along the way, he nibbled on jerky and sipped potions to recuperate his state. Upon arriving at the manor, he utilized the cleansing spell before entering, where he encountered the skeletal servant of the mage. Li Mu, bring me the corpse of the abomination, it instructed. Very well, Li Mu nodded, realizing it was referred to as the abomination. Master, he approached the skeletal master, bowing respectfully as he presented the corpse. Quite commendable, the skeleton set aside its book, removing its glasses to regard Li Mu with hollow eye sockets, conceding, you are the most formidable first-tier practitioner I have ever encountered. Even ordinary second-tier practitioners would not stand a chance against you. Its raspy voice carried a note of praise. Thank you for your kind words, master. I still have much to improve, Li Mu replied with a gentle smile, his deep-set eyes seemingly containing a myriad of stars, captivating any gaze upon them. The skeletal master scrutinized Li Mu for a moment before speaking, to the north of the manor. Master, I am weary, Li Mu frowned, unable to restrain himself from speaking. If it were merely a few days of ordinary endurance, it would be manageable. However, having endured 2 fierce battles, I can withstand no more. I am aware, it replied nonchalantly. But are you certain you wish to rest? The entity in the north is of great importance. It is the core of the necromancer's craft. My supreme masterpiece. It continued to gaze at Li Mu, awaiting his response. Though weary, I fear disappointing my master more. Li Mu's smile resurfaced once more. What is that in the north? It bore no relation to any core. He simply wished to fulfill his role as a teacher. It was a book. And it was also a tale. A book and a story. Li Mu pondered. Well, off you go. The skeleton turned its head, donned its glasses, and began inscribing on the pages of a book. Yes, teacher, Li Mu nodded, making his way outside. Before departing, he glanced at the skeletons dissecting the abomination, curiosity compelling him to approach. However, the foul stench quickly repulsed him, yet it also cleared his mind. Exiting the manor, he summoned his army and set forth towards the north. To the north of the manor, the landscape remained desolate. Death, silence, eeriness, desolation, and an absence of life pervaded the air, as if the only semblance of life here were the dark grass that thrived within the estate. Necromancer, Li Mu muttered to himself, contemplating whether this would ultimately be his fate. He closed his eyes in deep thought. Riding onward, he soon encountered a dilapidated structure. The black castle, long neglected, stood in ruins. This must be the place, he surmised, directing his stealthy scouts to venture ahead while he awaited their return. Before long, a scout emerged, bringing forth a book. Was it truly that simple? Li Mu surveyed his surroundings, somewhat astonished. This hardly resembled the grandeur one would expect from a necromancer's core. He cast a wary glance about, then reached for the book, intending to stow it within his ring. Suddenly, an irresistible force emanated from the tome, sucking him in against his will. The book fell to the ground, and the skeletal army instantly formed ranks. Countless weapons trained upon the fallen volume. Yet, they refrained from attacking, biding their time for something. In a moment, a dozen skeletal mages emerged from the ranks, retrieving the book and flipping through its pages. Damn! Li Mu's feet touched the ground, and he beheld a flourishing town before him, unable to suppress an expletive. The book was none other than the travel mage's journal. He surveyed his surroundings, brow furrowing in concern. The travel mage, a remarkably unique vocation, did not ascend through slaying monsters, but rather through the art of documentation. Their power lay in travel and record-keeping. Each entry could transform into a book, with the quality of the stories being automatically rated, and they leveled up through the tales they chronicled. This was innocuous enough, yet over 9 centuries ago, a travel mage chronicled the victories of humanity against countless foes, orcs, abyssal demons, chromatic dragons, and the denizens of the Underdark. She documented humanity's triumph in re-establishing order and the ensuing era of prosperity, seeking to share this unique epic of humanity with all. However, when she transformed her records into a book, a radiant light shot skyward, and she ascended to the 100th level, becoming a deity. I have borne witness. Where are you now? With that, she vanished, leaving this world behind. Afterward, no travel mage emerged among humanity. The tome, deemed mythic in status, still resides within the Starfire Academy, brought forth each year for the new students to behold. This encapsulates all that Li Mu comprehended regarding travel mages. Chapter 15, the story concludes. Yet here, it was, in essence, a world of tales. Though the specifics of the story remained unclear, it must have originated nearly a millennium ago, as no travel mages had appeared since then. A millennium ago, you say? Li Mu observed the various races mingling harmoniously and felt a surge of curiosity about their lives at this moment. Ah, fair maiden, would you care to join me for a drink of exquisite wine at my gallery? A swaying dwarf ambled down the street, his eyes sparkling as he beheld Li Mu. What a beautiful human. If you can hold your liquor, let us become brothers. A drink, then a night's rest, no worries. With this thought, he continued, fancy a drink? Li Mu was taken aback, glancing down at the dwarf and pointing to himself. You can see me? While he possessed some knowledge of travel mages, it was limited to the understanding that one could observe the contents of their stories. He was unaware that he could enter the book and interact with its inhabitants. See you? The dwarf rubbed his eyes. Could you be a figment of my imagination? I knew it. Beautiful humans are scarce, but we dwarves are plentiful and exquisite. With a mutter, he ambled away. He truly can see me. Since he had called Li Mu a beauty, there surely was no other human with greater allure than himself. Among other races, perhaps only the beautiful elves or half-orcs could rival him. Li Mu scanned his surroundings, noticing many individuals covertly sizing him up, and felt a renewed understanding of the travel mage's journal. However, how does one exit? He examined his surroundings, the orderly streets, the jovial exchanges among diverse races, and the myriad of goods, his instincts alerting him. This was the Necromancer's core. It could not be this harmonious. Necromantic summon. Without further thought, Li Mu unleashed the spell. A gentle breeze passed, yet no undead materialized. Li Mu muttered, negative energy ray, energy missile, bone spear, bone wall. All proved futile. Very well, since I am here, I might as well enjoy the spectacle of a millennium past, he mused, witnessing the vibrant interactions among various races, sharing drinks, and engaging in lively conversation. Fair maiden, what is your name? Do you have a partner? Would you care to join our Church of the God of Love? We will find you a most beautiful companion, a woman clad in red remarked, her eyes gleaming as she cast flirtatious glances at Li Mu. The God of Love. Li Mu thought, feeling a twinge of nostalgia at the mention of a name reserved for history. The God of Love, one of humanity's primordial deities, was among the most fervent in the post-war reconstruction of human civilization, especially concerning marriage. So, in this tale, has the great conflict concluded? He inquired. Indeed. It has been over 5 years since its end, the woman in the red dress affirmed, blinking her eyes. Our God of Love is a most benevolent deity. As long as there is love, one can even marry multiple partners. By the way, I am Li Xiaoyi, a second-tier dancer with captivating performances. Would you care to visit my home tonight for a dance? She suggested suggestively. He politely declined the Church of the God of Love, which could only process marriage registrations a millennium later, and continued on his way. As he walked, many approached him, seeking conversation, yet he turned them all down. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Have I transitioned to the next chapter of the story? Li Mu furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. Flames engulfed the land, corpses littered the ground, and countless massive red beasts, adorned with ram-like horns, rampaged through what had moments ago been a place of harmony. He beheld demons, the very same that humanity had banished back to the abyss centuries ago. You seek death, Li Mu bellowed, witnessing their slaughter of humans. And he charged into action, his fury echoing like thunder, swift as the wind. Yet, this was merely a tale. Li Mu passed through the demons' forms, clenching his fists as he observed their carnage, his gaze icy and unyielding. Once I reach a higher level, I will descend into the abyss to cleave you all. Just you wait. He gritted his teeth, harboring no affection for such fiends. As a lawful, good necromancer, he believed himself to be a natural adversary of these chaotic, malevolent beings. Gradually, the sky brightened once more, and countless demons lay vanquished upon the ground, as armored human soldiers began to clear the battlefield. Li Mu observed in silence. Then, he spotted an individual enveloped in a dark cloak, a skull mask obscuring their visage, as they began to manipulate the corpses of the demons with their magic. In that moment, Li Mu recognized the identity of this figure. Teacher, he inhaled deeply. At first, he thought little of it. But now he realized that his teacher was a figure who had lived for nearly a millennium, undoubtedly possessing immense wealth. He must ingratiate himself well to learn more necromantic spells from this venerable master. After witnessing his teacher's remarkable manipulation, as a demon transformed into a wraith, Li Mu felt a surge of envy. How he longed to acquire such skills. Subsequently, The demons erected gravestones, meticulously arranging a resting place for each interred soul. The armored figures affixed photographs, silently etching names into the stone. Li Mu observed his teacher approach a gravestone, where, with a hand as frail as withered leaves, he placed a black flower before it, recognizing the flower from the estate's gardens. He also discerned the identity of the individual in the photograph. It was a woman from the Church of Love, named Li Xiaoi. Was she the beloved of his teacher? Li Mu bit his lip, silently watching the enigmatic figure of his mentor. After a prolonged moment, the teacher rose to depart, yet the tale continued to unfold. The scene shifted to a grand city, bustling with life, where he beheld the edifices rebuilt in the wake of humanity's triumph. The Temple of Humanity. As Li Mu murmured the name, a desire to enter surged within him, but he found himself barred from entry. Was it possible that this traveling mage had not documented the temple, or was it that deities could not be recorded? Perplexed, he wandered elsewhere. Fortunately, this chapter of the narrative did not flit about, allowing Li Mu to slowly savor the splendor of humanity from a millennium past. Though he lacked coin, Li Mu discovered that beauty opened doors wherever he roamed, particularly with his charm rating soaring to 20. Welcomed by numerous admirers, he feasted and rejuvenated himself, astonished that he could indeed fill his belly. This revelation filled him with admiration for the profession of traveling mage. Over the course of 3 days, he danced with elves, toasted with dwarves, discussed the symbiotic relationship between nature and humanity with druids, and engaged in spirited conversations about steampunk technology with goblins. He savored the exquisite liquors of the dwarves and the fruits of the elves. He rode upon the transformed white wolf of a druid, frolicking through the woods, and reveled in the goblin's mechanical marvels, envisioning a future of boundless possibilities. Aware that this was merely a fictional account, he nonetheless reveled in the experience. And then, the story concluded. Chapter 16, Legendary Weapons. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a skull, its eye sockets ablaze with blue fire. He recognized it as his own wraith. How long had it been? The sun poured its golden rays from above as Li Mu felt the firm earth beneath him. Inquiring of the skeletal mage, the mage signaled with its bony hand, a count of 5. 5 days was it. Li Mu licked his lips, the taste of strong liquor and fruits lingering, while his body felt sufficiently rested. It was time to rise. He stood, stowing his tomes within his storage ring, and set forth towards the estate. Upon returning to the manor, he gazed at the dissected remains of a grotesque skeleton, momentarily lost in thought. The enormous creature, once flesh, appeared surprisingly small in its skeletal form. Chains, too, were inexplicably affixed to the bones. Shaking his head, he entered the inner chamber, where he encountered Mr. Skeleton. Presenting the book to him, "Teacher," Li Mu began, uncertain of what to say. The skeleton accepted the tome, its bony fingers caressing the pages in silence for a considerable time. Li Mu surmised it was lost in recollection and dared not interrupt. "There are 5 excellent undead creatures to the south, my most reliable creations. Retrieve their remains," Mr. Skeleton instructed before resuming his drawing. Understood. Li Mu cast a glance at the book resembling a skill tome on the table before turning to embark on his mission. He believed it to be the skill book for the bone tombstone. Upon sighting the skill book, his determination reignited. Exiting the manor, he led his skeletal army southward. After a considerable journey, he encountered nothing, yet he remained vigilant. The ominous sensation of death grew ever more pronounced, causing his brow to furrow. Suddenly, a swift figure burst forth from the shadows, dashing into the ranks of his army, heading straight for Li Mu. The stench assaulted his senses, and in an instant, he swung his spear, striking the undead creature down, while his army surged forward to deliver the coup de grâce. In that moment, he discerned its form, a ghastly figure with grayish-white skin, sharp teeth, and wicked claws. It was a ghoul. He understood. The ghoul roared, attempting to leap, but Li Mu swiftly shattered its leg with a shot from his gun, inciting its fury. Yet, it soon ceased its struggles beneath the relentless assault of the skeletons. This was a creation of his teacher. After all, it was impressive. Li Mu noted that its agility attribute was at least 30, comparable to his own. This was formidable among second-tier practitioners. Yet, in his eyes, it was still insufficient. Collecting the remains, he continued onward, only to be met with the sound of urgent hooves. A knight's charge. Realizing this, he raised his hand. Fire. The archers drew their bows, releasing arrows towards the approaching sound. Yet they failed to impede the cavalry's advance. The arrows exploded. Boom. The sound of hooves persisted. Seeing the arrows ineffective, Li Mu commanded, "Cannon fire." Missiles launched forth, reverberating through the air and devastating the terrain before him. "Let us see you charge now." His eyes narrowed as a figure clad in black armor, mounted upon a similarly black steed, charged at him, brandishing a knight's lance. Remarkably, the horse seemed untouched by the chaos of the landscape, its hooves shimmering with dark light as it pressed on, undeterred. Form ranks to meet the enemy. Li Mu, not yet confident enough to confront the charging knight, retreated into the ranks of his army. After the skeletal warriors had been consumed in the fray, the knight halted its advance, entangled by Li Mu. Clang, clang. On horseback, Li Mu wielded his spear against the knight, while the army pounded their shields in a rallying cheer. The steed galloped fiercely, the spear as shadow slicing through the air. After 10 exchanges, Li Mu identified a weakness. With a deft thrust, he sent the knight tumbling to the ground. The army surged forward, delivering the final blows. Breathless, Li Mu dispatched the knight's steed and stowed both bodies in his spatial pouch, his gaze drawn to the knight's lance. Necromancer's lance, purple. Equip effect, 10 armor penetration, 5 accuracy, with a weakening curse on hit. Equip requirement, exclusive to Necromancer knights. Ding. The weapon master talent activated. You may wield this weapon. Such splendid attributes, far superior to his current skeletal spear. Thank goodness he was not struck, otherwise, he would be weakened. Pondering this, Li Mu exchanged weapons and pressed onward. After a while, a formidable figure emerged, causing the army to pause and form ranks once more. Li Mu focused, realizing it was an Orcish undead, an imposing figure reminiscent of a bear, with fearsome tusks and robust arms wielding a massive sword, standing resolutely. Fire. Cannon fire. 2 volleys of arrows and a barrage of missiles later, the orc remained steadfast, though its posture shifted, preparing for combat. Li Mu felt the essence of martial prowess emanate from it. Charge, everyone. Li Mu glanced once more, gesturing for his army to advance. The orc, sword raised, engaged fiercely with the advancing horde. Its swordplay was ferocious, displaying a prowess that seemed to single-handedly challenge a battalion. The greatsword swung, and countless skeletons crumbled beneath its might, prompting Li Mu to join the fray. Fall back, he shouted, raising his spear as he charged forward. The army retreated, while the orc warrior pressed on, its swordplay intensifying. As Li Mu's steed surged forward, he deftly positioned his sword against his chest, successfully deflecting the oncoming lance. Disembarking from his mount, he engaged in fierce combat with the orc swordsman. The long spear and sword danced in a harmonious clash, the resounding echoes of their duel reverberating through the air, while clouds of dust ascended from the ground, exulting in their fierce exchange. The Dominator's spear moved with unrivaled ferocity, while the orc wielded his sword with a sweeping ferocity. The intertwining of sword and spear symbolized the collision of martial wills, leaving only bitter resentment for the vanquished. After 54 exchanges, Li Mu discerned a glimmer of opportunity. The final move of the Dominator's spear. Sovereign strike. With his full might unleashed, the overwhelming spear thrust unerringly pierced the orc's swordsman, while the mighty sword aimed for Li Mu's neck, narrowly evaded. After the 55th exchange, victory was finally his. With a resounding thud, the orc collapsed, dust swirling around them as if the spectators had witnessed a captivating spectacle, now content and silent. You possess great strength, Li Mu mused, his heart heavy as he placed the orc's lifeless form into his spatial pouch. Had I encountered you in life, I would surely have sought your counsel in martial arts. Sighing, he picked up the great sword and was momentarily taken aback by its attributes. Orc King's sword gold. Equipment effects, 20 constitution, 20 strength, 10 agility, 5 charisma, 5 fortitude, 5 sharpness, 5 aura, 5 intimidation. Kingly majesty, passive skill. Leader's aura, aura skill. Berserk blood, exclusive skill of orc royalty. Equipment conditions, must possess orc royal bloodline. Ding. The talent weapon master has been activated. You may wield this weapon. Chapter 17, task completed. A legendary weapon. Li Mu inhaled sharply, inadvertently swallowing a cloud of dust. Spitting twice, he caressed the great sword, attuning himself to its resonance. In all his years as the eldest son of the Li family, he had only encountered legendary equipment twice, never having touched one before. Yet this time, he had directly grasped one. It was his first experience with a legendary weapon. It felt satisfactory. However, the realization that this sword did not belong to him, but rather to his teacher, brought another sigh to his lips. Kingly majesty, you are a born sovereign, increasing your intimidation factor. Leader's aura enhances the morale and cohesion of your subordinates. Berserk blood, ignite your orc blood, gaining a doubling effect on all attributes except intelligence and charisma until the skill is actively terminated or death ensues. Truly, what a remarkable sword. Alas, it is not mine. Li Mu stowed the long spear into his storage ring, taking the sword as he mounted his horse to continue onward. If one were to inquire about his preferred weapon, it would undoubtedly be the sword, whether it be the fierce and unyielding edge of a sharp sword, the unpredictable and deceptive nature of a flexible blade, or the blunt force of a heavy sword, even a simple wooden sword, though he had yet to ascend to that level. Particularly against the resilient and formidable beast tide of his previous life, a wooden sword would shatter upon contact, rendering it ineffective. A swordsman without a sword perishes more swiftly. Thus, he wielded swords, favored fine swords, and embraced the art of swordsmanship with fervor. Therefore, utilizing a two-handed great sword as a heavy sword was an excellent choice. He contemplated whether he could barter something with his teacher, for it served little purpose gathering dust in his teacher's possession. Suddenly, Li Mu raised his sword to block a lethal strike. The scent of blood surged forth, prompting him to instinctively hold his breath, and with a flick of his sword, he severed the shadow's form. With a sinister cackle, the shadow transformed into several bats, launching themselves at Li Mu once more. Vampires. Li Mu's gaze sharpened as he leapt from his mount, slamming the great sword down. The enhanced strength conferred by the royal sword, coupled with his own physical prowess, unleashed a tremendous sonic boom that obliterated several bats. The dismembered bats fell to the ground, morphing into a strikingly handsome vampire, pale of complexion, with sharp fangs and clad in a black tailcoat. Struggling to rise, it gazed at Li Mu with malevolent intent. Charm human. A unique skill of vile creatures, targeting humans. Ding. You have been subjected to a mental attack. Charm human. An immunity check is being performed. Ding. Your innate skill Iron Will has activated. Immunity check successful. You have resisted this mental attack. Li Mu's consciousness swiftly regained clarity, and he swung his sword once more, decapitating the vampire. With a resounding thud, the vampire transformed back into several bats, scattering in retreat. If even one were to escape, the vampire could resurrect. Thus, Li Mu would not allow any bat to flee. Fire arrows. Open fire. Countless arrows rained down upon the bats. One bat, cornered, morphed back into human form and lunged at Li Mu once more. Drawing his sword, Li Mu executed a swift beheading. The head flew into the air, and as the vampire's body writhed, seemingly about to revert to bat form, Li Mu swiftly struck again, severing its limbs. The vampire ceased its movements, and Li Mu stowed it away in his spatial pouch. The ability to transform into bats was the vampire's signature skill, effective for both evasion and intimidation. Had it encountered a typical adventurer, it would have escaped. Yet, it faced Li Mu, a necromancer commanding an undead army. Thus, it could not flee. Finally, the last foe awaited. Li Mu exhaled, remounting his horse to continue. After a prolonged journey, he beheld the final adversary, a skeleton warrior. Towering over 5 meters, its grotesque bone spikes forming a menacing armor, brandishing a bone shield and a bone blade, with dark flames flickering in its eye sockets. Ding. You have been subjected to a mental attack, fear spell. An immunity check is being performed. Ding. Your innate skill Iron Will has activated. Immunity check successful. You have resisted this mental attack. The initial judgment caused Li Mu to furrow his brow. He unleashed a barrage of arrows, all deflected by the bone shield, leading him to charge forward with his knightly cohort. Empowered by the Orc King's great sword, his physical capabilities surged, instilling him with confidence. After all, formidable techniques demanded formidable strength to execute. Charge. The cavalry surged forth, directly confronting the skeletal warrior. However, this skeletal titan lacked the martial skills bestowed upon Li Mu, merely raising its shield in an attempt to absorb the cavalry's charge while brandishing its blade for a counterattack. If the cavalry's charge were easily thwarted, why would various factions expend vast resources to cultivate their cavalry? As a result, the massive bone shield shattered, and the skeleton warrior staggered back, its blade clashing ineffectively against Li Mu's great sword without striking any of the knights. Given the low probability of summoning gunmen, Li Mu could not bear to let any of his cavalry perish, as it would only waste time to summon anew. Thus, he engaged the skeletal warrior himself. As a necromancer, I must also protect my undead subordinates, Li Mu lamented internally while battling. How grim. The great blade swung, and Li Mu deftly evaded with precise footwork, countering with his sword. Yet, the skeleton's bony defense exceeded his expectations, and every wound he inflicted healed almost instantaneously. Although the Orc King's sword possessed a sharpness effect, it could not impede the skeleton's rapid recovery, thus entangling him in a protracted struggle. Li Mu, wield but a single sword. After a lengthy battle, observing the wounds he inflicted closing almost immediately, he jested to himself. I could move mountains and drain seas, but I seem to have forgotten the rest. Yet the sword. In the next moment, Li Mu sheathed the great sword at his left hip and drew it anew. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, cleaving the skeleton in half. The fallen creature became a living target, swiftly dispatched by a concentrated assault from the army. Phew, that was still pushing it. Li Mu wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling. The draw sword technique, the most frequently employed sword maneuver from his past life. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite possessing a physique far superior to that of his previous life, each exertion left Li Mu feeling increasingly enfeebled. He speculated that the disparity lay within the realms themselves. Thus he regarded the martial arts of his former existence as mere foundational techniques, reserving those that demanded immense energy as his trump cards. It was only upon acquiring the sword of the Orc King that he felt assured enough to expend his strength without succumbing to extreme exhaustion. With the task accomplished, he consumed an energy potion, rejuvenating himself completely. After stowing away the colossal skeleton, he set forth towards the manor, pondering what skills his teacher would bestow upon him in relation to the 5 creations. Chapter 18. The Resurrection of the Undead. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings as night had fallen by the time he returned. After handing over the 5 creations to the robed skeleton mage, Li Mu entered the inner chamber to meet with Mr. Skeleton. Teacher, he greeted, his gaze drifting to the 2 skill books resting on the table, his spirit igniting with fervor. Where to next? He had traversed all directions of the manor. Where could he possibly go now? The heavens? The underworld? He was eager to embark on his next quest. Now, you shall remain here, Mr. Skeleton instructed, observing Li Mu with a grave demeanor. Huh, teacher. Is there no task for me? Li Mu stammered, taken aback. He yearned to undertake a mission and earn his teacher's accolades. Do you wish to undertake a task? The hollow sockets of Mr. Skeleton flickered with a flicker of dark fire, his voice tinged with complexity. No, it's just. I suddenly feel a bit unaccustomed, Li Mu replied, clearing his throat awkwardly. What shall I do next? He was somewhat disoriented by the abrupt absence of a task. For the time being, I will impart some knowledge to you. As for how much you can learn before the school term begins, that shall depend on your own comprehension, Mr. Skeleton declared, rising and guiding Li Mu toward the doorway. Thank you, teacher. Li Mu cast a fleeting glance at the 2 skill books before following his teacher outside. By the way, teacher, I wish to exchange something with you. What is it? The sword of the Orc King, Li Mu stated, producing the grand blade and studying Mr. Skeleton's expression. Regrettably, it was difficult to discern any expression from the skeleton. That is your spoils, keep it. It serves no purpose for me, he replied, leading Li Mu to the grotesque skeletal figure nearby. Adjacent to it lay 5 corpses, each a grotesque mockery of life. A vampire, an orc, a ghoul, a death knight, and its steed, with the severed skeleton warrior nowhere in sight. Meanwhile, the robed mage skeleton stood at a distance, bowing respectfully to Mr. Skeleton. Thank you, teacher. Li Mu nodded, though his heart felt devoid of joy. He had prepared himself for a grand sacrifice, yet his teacher sought nothing in return, prompting a wave of suspicion within him. A legendary piece of equipment, a symbol of the Orc King, now lay neglected in his teacher's possession. Were the exiled orcs aware of this, they would surely be driven to madness. Li Mu, well aware that nothing comes without a price, felt a growing wariness. He was uncertain what his father had bestowed upon the teacher, but it could not have been more precious than a legendary weapon. Although the sword of the Orc King required a member of the Orc royalty to wield, even if he could not use it himself, surrendering it to the Empire would yield substantial benefits. Yet, the fact that it was offered to him so freely left him in a state of perplexity. Next, I will demonstrate the assembly of a ghoul. Pay close attention. If you fail to comprehend, it will reflect your lack of aptitude, Mr. Skeleton intoned. I understand, teacher. I will surely grasp it, Li Mu assured, casting aside distractions and scrutinizing the corpse before him. He recognized that failure to learn would signify a deficiency in his talent. If you do not learn, I shall teach you repeatedly until you succeed, he persisted. Thank you, teacher. Li Mu felt increasingly cautious. Thus, Mr. Skeleton commenced the procedure. With the grotesque skeleton as a base, he made an incision at the chest of the vampire, extracting a vibrant crimson heart. This is essential for condensing the ghoul's blood-sucking ability. He then took a knife and meticulously dissected the orc warrior's corpse, stripping away its flesh to cover the skeletal frame. After placing the heart inside, he channeled his magical energy, causing the flesh to sprout numerous tiny blood vessels that connected to the heart. The heart, animated by the surge of magic, began to pulsate. The internal organs of the Death Knight are imbued with dark elements, significantly enhancing the attributes of the ghoul, he continued, removing the remaining organs and inserting them into the skeleton, connecting them to the heart through blood vessels, which began to writhe. Speed is crucial for my ghoul, hence I have removed the chains and replaced them with the ghoul's claws, he added, detaching one claw from the ghoul to affix it to the orc ghoul. Before squeezing it, a thin black needle and a thread of concentrated magic appeared in his grasp as he began to stitch the body, and Li Mu observed intently. Once the stitching was complete, he remarked, now comes the vital step. Watch closely. With that, he gestured to summon a fearsome abomination, drawing Li Mu's gaze. It was even more grotesque, terrifying, and powerful than the one he had previously fought. Mr. Skeleton pointed, and the creature peeled away its own belly, the mouth on its abdomen floating over and gradually shrinking until it perfectly aligned with the orc's skin. For the final step, we shall add a touch of soul. He nonchalantly queried, what do you believe the undead to be? Corpses animated by death energy, Li Mu pondered before replying. Correct, yet incorrect, he shook his head. The undead also possess souls. He pointed, and the orc's eyes flew open as it sat up. They are the nemesis of the living, perfect warriors devoid of fear, relentless machines of slaughter. What you must do is understand them, embrace them, and ultimately, become one with them. Only then can you become an exceptional necromancer. As he concluded, the skeletal figure in the white robe spread its arms wide, as if to embrace death. I understand, teacher, Li Mu nodded. Though he did not wish to become undead, he acknowledged the truth in his teacher's words. Have you learned? He inquired. I have mastered the stitching, Li Mu affirmed, nodding. He had committed every step of his teacher's method to memory. Excellent, Mr. Skeleton nodded, trusting in the authenticity of Li Mu's words. What you must learn next is the most crucial aspect of creating a ghoul, the resurrection of the undead, the knowledge of souls, and the compatibility of various races' corpses. Hearing this, Li Mu inhaled deeply. The weight of the moment was upon him. What would you like to learn first? Resurrection of the undead, Li Mu replied without hesitation. The moment he laid eyes on the resurrection skill, he found himself quite enamored with it. He envisioned his army of undead rising once more after a hard-fought battle, watching the glee on the faces of his enemies as they prepared to eliminate him, only to be met with the sight of the undead rising again. He eagerly anticipated the moment. Of course, he also wished to learn about corpse explosions, but he would have to wait for his teacher's guidance. Very well, Mr. Skeleton led Li Mu back to the inner room, gesturing with his finger as several books floated from the shelves to land at Li Mu's feet. These are my research materials on the undead. Familiarize yourself with them. Yes, Li Mu acquiesced, settling onto the floor and opening the book to read. Meanwhile, Mr. Skeleton returned to the table, extracting the massive skeletal warrior and slowly began to write and draw upon it with a quill. For a time, the two engaged in their respective pursuits, enveloped in an unusual sense of harmony. Chapter 19. The Space of the Undead. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed, drawing near the commencement of the school term. Li Mu sat on the floor, his tousled hair resembling a bird's nest, with several empty energy potion bottles strewn haphazardly around him. During these 20-plus days, he had not rested, immersing himself in the study of the resurrection of the undead. Resurrection, resurrection, he muttered to himself, clutching the book. I am so close, just a little closer. Just a hair's breadth away, he was on the verge of mastering this skill. Meanwhile, Mr. Skeleton observed from the side, his left hand pointing at the 3 skill books on the table, while his right held a golden envelope, the black flames in his eye sockets flickering gently. Although he could impart the skill of resurrection directly to Li Mu through the skill book, allowing him to learn it on his own carried the possibility of grasping the profound essence of the soul. Thus, he chose to remain silent, merely watching the Li family bodyguards who had been here for 2 days, intending to awaken Li Mu once the time was ripe, allowing him a moment of rest before heading off to school. After all, the invitation to Starfire Academy had been sent to his mage tower. Just then, as he mused, the black flames in his eyes surged, and he heard Li Mu's voice. Teacher, I comprehend it. I truly comprehend it. Li Mu abruptly lifted his head, joy radiating from his bloodshot eyes. The connection between the soul, the undead, and resurrection had finally dawned upon him. 20 days of sleepless nights, surviving on jerky when hungry and energy potions when thirsty, coupled with his exceptionally high physical constitution in this life, had enabled him to endure and ultimately learn resurrection. Resurrection, revive the undead under your command. The straightforward yet powerful description of the skill brought a sigh of relief from Li Mu, who proceeded to drink another energy potion. Thank you, teacher. After regaining his composure, he utilized a cleaning spell, rendering himself presentable, and approached Mr. Skeleton with heartfelt gratitude. Regardless of the circumstances, he was immensely appreciative of the skill bestowed upon him. This is what you deserve, Mr. Skeleton affirmed with a nod, handing Li Mu the 3 skill books along with the invitation to Starfire Academy. Congratulations, you are now qualified for admission. Starfire Academy? Li Mu queried, his gaze fixed on the invitation with a hint of confusion. I brought it in after it circled around outside my mage tower for quite some time, Mr. Skeleton explained. It is yours. Oh. Li Mu was more intrigued by the mention of the mage tower. Is this your mage tower, teacher? His eyes widened in astonishment. The mage tower was a formidable structure that every mage aspired to construct after reaching the 4th tier. Upon achieving the 4th tier, all practitioners would gain immense power, unlocking a plethora of enigmatic skills. Whether for the study of spells, self-protection, or engaging in battles alongside the mage tower, its construction was the optimal choice for a mage. The fact that his teacher had established a mage tower even at the 3rd tier, despite the millennium of accumulation, astounded Li Mu. The distinction between mages with and without a mage tower was akin to night and day. They fundamentally existed in different dimensions. Indeed, Mr. Skeleton responded nonchalantly. When you are ready to build your mage tower, feel free to seek my assistance. I have a selection of excellent ores and metals sufficient to construct a fine mage tower for you. Thank you, teacher. Li Mu inclined slightly, offering a gesture of respect. The quality of a mage tower varies, and without sufficient financial resources, one could only construct an inferior version. However, as the eldest son of the Li family, he was financially secure. Yet, he felt obliged to accept his teacher's generous offer. Nevertheless, he remained puzzled as to why his teacher was so inclined to assist him, having not only gifted him a legendary weapon but also offering to help him build a mage tower. He chose to keep his inquiries to himself, focusing instead on the 3 skill books in his hand. Gravestone of Bones consumes mana to construct a gravestone, which can continuously produce skeletons. The quality of the skeletons is related to the affinity for the undead. Learning requirement: 1st tier Undead Mage. Necromantic Space generates a space filled with necromantic energy, within which the undead will gradually gain strength over time. The size of the space is related to intelligence. Learning requirement: 1st tier Undead Mage. Bone Growth causes the surface of the summoned bone entity to grow an additional layer of bone. The resistance of the bone is related to intelligence. Learning requirement: 1st tier Undead Mage. He recalled the external skeleton of that skeleton warrior. The 3 professional skills made Li Mu clap his hands in delight. He had finally acquired the semblance of an undead mage. With these skills, he would no longer need to personally intervene to protect his undead. Simply placing the gravestone of bones would exemplify what it meant to be an undead mage. By the way, your bodyguards are waiting outside. You should inform them, Mr. Skeleton said. Yes, teacher. Limu nodded and stepped outside. After retrieving his army of undead from the spatial bag and placing them into the necromantic space, he returned to the location where he had first arrived. Huang had been waiting there for quite some time and approached him as soon as he saw Limu. Young master, I have received the invitation to Starfire Academy. Limu stated without preamble. You may return. I will attend school once the time is right. The invitation to Starfire Academy, crafted by a 5th-tier legendary mage, was renowned across the 5 continents. Few would travel thousands of miles to Central Continent upon receiving such an invitation. Therefore, the invitation bore an ultra-long distance teleportation spell, enabling students from various regions to bypass vast distances and arrive at Starfire Academy in mere moments. This mechanism allowed students to enter the academy without hesitation. Congratulations, young master. Huang nodded. Then, young master, your mage attendant. Unnecessary, Limu interjected firmly. The rules of the invitation allowed a mage to bring one melee class as an attendant to foster combat synergy during their studies. Some who had not received invitations would also seize the opportunity to pose as attendants and infiltrate the academy. As for their fates thereafter, Limu was oblivious. However, he had no desire for an attendant, as their level could not exceed that of the student by 10 levels, which meant only up to level 20. A level 20 attendant held little value to him. With his army of undead, he had no need for an attendant. Moreover, he was confident in his close combat capabilities. Hence, he declined the offer. Understood. Huang nodded. Then I wish young master a journey as steadfast as the snow bamboo and as eternal as the starfire. Snow bamboo, a plant unique to the northern region, was often used in compliments by its people. Indeed, Limu nodded, watching Huang Yi and the bodyguards mount their giant birds and depart before returning to the estate. Chapter 20. The Journey to Starfire. Upon entering, he saw his teacher standing beside a ghoul, looking at him with hollow eye sockets. Teacher, Limu approached. This ghoul is yours, Mr. Skeleton indicated the ghoul. I have specifically ensured it is at the 2nd-tier undead level. It will serve you well. Thank you, teacher. Limu hesitated briefly but nodded without pretense. There was no point in passing up a benefit when it was right in front of him. Mr. Skeleton raised his hand, tapping the ghoul's forehead, extracting a wisp of black flame. Take this and use it to summon the undead, he instructed. Understood. Taking a deep breath, Limu grasped the black flame, which did not burn him but instead emanated a chilling aura. Necromantic summon. As the black flame dissipated, Limu's mana swiftly plummeted, consuming 400 points in the blink of an eye, and the ghoul lying down vanished. In the next moment, the ghoul reappeared before Limu, now his summoned entity. Ghoul, 2nd tier. Strength, 38. Constitution, 35. Agility, 28. Skills, Devour, Blood Feast, Charge, Reinforced Body. Ding. The SSS level talent Heart of the War God activated. And the ghoul under your command has automatically learned the martial skills Dragon Claw, Heart Extraction, and Carefree Steps. This beastly ghoul with claws was not like ordinary ghouls with high agility. Instead, it possessed immense strength and constitution akin to that of a vile creature. However, its constitution was equally formidable. However, it is true that the gaping maw on its abdomen bears little resemblance to a ghoul, and instead resembles a loathsome creature. Limu pondered this when he heard the words of Mr. Skeleton. Your visit to the academy will extend until the new year before you receive a break. After observing the significantly altered ghoul for a moment, he instructed Limu to place the ghoul into the realm of the undead. He continued, you may return home to celebrate the new year, and afterward, you can come here to learn. There is still much knowledge for you to acquire. But fret not, for time is on our side. Master, why are you so benevolent towards me? Limu finally voiced his curiosity. He had come to realize that his seemingly indifferent teacher regarded him as a true successor. Otherwise, such words would not have been uttered. Thus, he decided to lay the topic bare and address it directly. Mr. Skeleton's eye sockets flickered with black flames as he spoke. Do you know why I remain at the 3rd transition? Is it because the 4th transition task has you stymied? Limu replied. He discerned that his teacher, now in skeletal form, was no longer vulnerable to negative energy, making the reason for remaining at the 3rd transition rather evident. His task involved the acquisition of a pristine dragon corpse. A pristine dragon corpse? Limu gasped. Dragons are born with the physical attributes of 3rd transition combatants. They innately possess magical abilities and formidable physiques, and their spells are of the draconic variety, exceedingly powerful. An adult dragon's overall attributes are akin to those of a 5th transition combatant and mage, truly terrifying. In this era, dragons seldom reveal themselves on the continent. The 5-colored evil dragons are too fearful of humanity's divine-level powerhouses to appear, while other dragon species harbor no malice towards humans and have aided them during times of war, maintaining amicable relations. After the Great War, they sustained close ties with the imperial royalty. As for the connection, dragon riders are an exclusive profession that appears only among royalty. Thus, those in the know understand. The last documented dragon slaying occurred 800 years ago, when Li Mu's ancestors vanquished a 5-colored evil dragon, a red dragon. Bathing in its blood, which granted the Li family descendants draconic blood, igniting the family's illustrious legacy. Yet now, the realization that his teacher's transition task was related to dragons filled Li Mu with trepidation regarding his own 4th transition task. Therefore, I hope your future endeavors will yield a complete dragon corpse, and I shall earnestly cultivate you as my disciple, imparting all my knowledge to you. He finally articulated his true intentions. A complete dragon corpse. Master, I must refuse this request. Li Mu protested. I possess a method to completely resist the encroachment of negative energy. If you wish to avoid becoming a skeleton like me, you need not concern yourself with my request. He interjected once more. Of course, I shall still share this method with you. Why? Li Mu queried, perplexed. The notion of dragon slaying felt far too distant, and his teacher's demeanor lent an air of unreality to the conversation. Because I believe in your future, he replied. Moreover, I can wait. Be it 100 years or 1,000, I will await your ascension to greatness, until you possess the power to slay dragons. What say you, Mr. Skeleton's gaze locked onto Li Mu's with unwavering intensity. I shall do my utmost, Li Mu replied after a moment of silence, refraining from making a firm commitment. For it was indeed a distant endeavor. Dragon slaying was no trivial matter. After all, one could hardly expect a pristine dragon corpse to simply await their collection. However, he had, in a sense, made a promise by not outright refusing. Very well, Mr. Skeleton replied, his voice tinged with amusement. You may only learn the method to resist negative energy after your 2nd transition. I will teach you then. For now, I shall instruct you on the soul aspect of ghoul creation. Listen attentively, for it will prepare you for your future ghoul army. Understood. Li Mu began to listen intently. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye, and the radiance of the invitation reminded Li Mu that it was time to report. Mr. Skeleton escorted Li Mu from his mage tower, which was inscribed with counterspatial spells. Aside from its own spatial magic, no other spatial spells could be enacted within. Goodbye, Master. Li Mu respectfully performed the disciple's bow. Go forth, Mr. Skeleton nodded, watching as Li Mu summoned a resplendent golden portal, grand and awe-inspiring. Chirp, chirp, young handsome. Where is your mage attendant? A bird-headed figure appeared at the closed door, glancing at Li Mu and his surroundings, puzzled. It cannot exceed level 10, it deduced. Noting that the skeleton beside Li Mu was a 3rd transition combatant, thus not meeting the criteria for an attendant. I did not bring an attendant. Li Mu shook his head. The sentient nature of the portal was remarkable. It was truly worthy of its legendary mage status. Chirp. The Academy hosts dueling competitions. As a mage without an attendant, you will surely face defeat. The bird had expressed concern. Too many losses could result in expulsion. Thank you. But it is of no concern. Li Mu gently shook his head. Chirp. Very well. The bird head acquiesced reluctantly, and the door swung open, allowing Li Mu to step inside as the portal vanished from sight. Starfire, embers of the flame. Mr. Skeleton observed as Li Mu entered the portal conjured by the invitation, a distinct smile gracing his skeletal visage. I eagerly anticipate your performance. At the North Lanfeng Hotel, Zhao Xingyu smirked, surveying the relatives who had come to curry favor with him upon learning he had received an invitation to Starfire Academy, feeling rather disdainful. Xingyu, I am your great-aunt. I even held you when you were a child. Brother Xingyu, it's me, Xiaowei. We played together since we were little. Xingzi, I am. With a perfunctory nod, Zhao Xingyu's gaze drifted around the banquet, yet he did not see the person he had hoped to encounter. Since that day, when Zhou Wei returned with numerous treasures, he had endured a lingering longing, dividing the spoils among several individuals before leveling up until dusk. They then returned home. When the next day arrived, the school began organizing leveling sessions, and it was during that time he received the invitation. After acquiring it, he inadvertently revealed his status, putting on airs that drew several admirers. He lamented that he could not bring along the 2 sisters. Yet, within Starfire Academy, many more beauties awaited him, providing a measure of solace. Once he grew stronger, he would return to fetch the 2 sisters and avenge the grievances suffered. Zhao Xingyu thought bitterly. After a month of leveling, he completed his 1st transition. Following the completion of his task, he obtained an immensely powerful skill. Envisioning how he would showcase his prowess at Starfire Academy, he could hardly contain his excitement for the impending school year. After noon, his invitation began to emit a radiant glow, stirring excitement among those around him. Zhao Xingyu tossed the invitation, which transformed into a portal, radiating brilliance. May my child also gain admission to Starfire Academy. Starfire Academy, what a prestigious institution. Long live the Starfire. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Zhao Xingyu, wielding an exceptional sword he had acquired that day, stepped forward with confidence. At Su Linger's family home, her father said, in the future, do not speak of this to others. Fame brings trouble, and we need only celebrate as a family. He placed a plate of braised pork on the table, smiling at his daughters. Do not be like Zhao Gu, making a grand spectacle. Linger, do you think I am right? Su father inquired. Indeed. This way we can avoid dealing with bothersome relatives. After placing a piece of meat onto her sister's plate, Su Linger gently stroked Su Chaoer's small head. During the school-organized leveling session, when her sister secretly revealed that she had received the legendary Starfire Academy invitation, Su Linger felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After all, it was Starfire University. A wave of pride rendered her momentarily speechless, prompting her to embrace her sister in tears, leading their teacher to mistakenly believe that the encouraging mentor had sustained an injury, rushing over to inquire. "Do not speak so of family." Su's mother gently tapped Su Linger on the head, eliciting a suppressed chuckle from Su Chiower beside her. Typically the recipient of their mother's reprimands, she now relished the sight of her sister being chastised, making her meals all the more delectable. "Mom, Dad, we are leaving," they announced after finishing their meal. The two of them, equipped with spatial bags and donned in the splendid gear purchased with the coins they had acquired that day, stepped into the portal under the warm, approving gaze of Su's father and Su's mother. "Dad, Mom, I am off," Zhou declared, organizing his belongings into his spatial bag. "Yes. Do study diligently and uphold the reputation of Starfire Academy," Zhou's father replied, his stern expression betraying a flicker of pride that lingered in his eyes. The immense excitement he felt upon learning a few days prior that his son had received an invitation to Starfire Academy had imbued him with a radiant glow that had others inquiring if he had encountered good fortune. Yet, he refrained from excessive boasting, merely treating a few close friends to a celebratory drink. Zhou's mother, too, had taken to the shopping mall with her close friends, showcasing her son's rapid ascent and promising future. However, they chose not to discuss the matter of Starfire Academy, aware that there would always be those who resented others' good fortune. Indeed, Zhou nodded in agreement. "Young Master Li Mu, I have entered Starfire Academy. What about you?" He couldn't help but recall Li Mu. The scene of the battlefield littered with the corpses of magical beasts, the ground strewn with gold coins and exceptional equipment. "You are so formidable. You must have received an invitation as well," he mused, filled with inexplicable anticipation as he stepped into the portal. At the Zheng family banquet, Zheng Shuai was engaged in conversation with Li Yesan. "Are you referring to Brother Mu?" Li Yesan inquired, somewhat astonished at Zheng Shuai's interest in Li Mu, who had been sent away by his uncle for studies. "If you have something to convey, I can relay it for you," Zheng Shuai offered, having come to congratulate Li Mu upon learning that the scion of the Zheng family, with whom the Li family had business dealings, had received an invitation from Starfire Academy. The two were not particularly familiar with one another. "It's nothing," Zheng Shuai shook his head. He merely wished to express his gratitude to Li Mu for the numerous magical beasts he had slain, which had granted him a rather impressive attribute ring. However, since Li Mu was absent, he resolved to thank him in person at their next meeting. After the noon hour had passed, adorned in a crimson mage's robe and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he entered the portal transformed from the invitation, accompanied by a mage attendant chosen by his family. Thus commenced the journey to Starfire. Chapter 21, The History of Kanglan. Stepping into the portal, Li Mu was momentarily dazzled, experiencing a transition from utter darkness to blinding brilliance. Starfire Academy was situated in the city of Xinghe in the Central Plains, encompassing the entire city within its grounds. This city was typically sealed off, with a transparent barrier preventing outsiders from entering freely, and students were also restricted from leaving at will. This arrangement ensured that all facilities within the academy were exceptionally well equipped. Not only were there provisions for accommodation and meals, but even training and combat areas were encompassed within the city. The sun cast a warm glow over the academy, and portals appeared intermittently, with countless spirited youths emerging, eagerly surveying the resplendent Starfire Academy while searching for familiar faces. The atmosphere was lively, albeit chaotic, infusing life into the otherwise monotonous days spent studying spells in darkness. After surveying his surroundings, just as Li Mu prepared to advance, he noticed that his portal had transformed into a card, hovering before him. Taking the card in hand, he examined the information inscribed upon it. Li Mu, first transition, Necromancer. First year, Starfire Academy, Dormitory 302. Academy points, 100. The student card bore a backdrop of shimmering stars, exuding elegance. After glancing at the explanatory details on the back, he affixed it to the front of his mage robe. The student card was not permitted to be stored in a storage ring, as it was required for access throughout the academy, and storing it in a ring would prevent the accumulation of points. With the card securely in place, Li Mu observed the figure approaching him and patiently awaited their arrival. "This way, Junior, let me escort you to collect your bedding," Xiao Xing offered, adjusting her tousled hair and revealing a charming smile. Having just contended with a group of unruly peers for the opportunity to welcome Li Mu, she felt fortunate to have succeeded. "Sure," Li Mu nodded. "May I ask your name, Junior, and which academy do you belong to?" As they walked, Xiao Xing initiated conversation, noting the junior's handsome features and noble demeanor. Suspecting he might belong to the Qin Academy. "Li Mu, Starfire Academy," he replied. The sun, moon, and stars referred to the four major academies within Starfire Academy. The Sun Academy emphasized courage, resilience, and a fearless spirit in battle, exclusively admitting warrior-type practitioners. The Moon Academy focused on wisdom, concentration, and a thirst for knowledge, catering solely to mage-type practitioners. The Chun Academy valued potential, ambition, and a proactive spirit, accepting exceptionally promising students. Lastly, the Star Academy prioritized noble lineage, exclusively admitting offspring of aristocrats, and was colloquially referred to as the Noble Academy. Naturally, Li Mu was assigned to the Star Academy. Li Mu, Xiao Ziying blinked. Are you the Li Mu from the northern region? Being from the northern region herself, she was well aware of him, as he stood out distinctly among the many nobles. She had heard tales of his exploits. Indeed, Li Mu replied with a subtle nod. Greetings, Li Mu, Jr., Xiao Ziying said, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Suddenly rendered speechless. As an ordinary student of the Qin Academy, she understood that those who joined the Star Academy were typically from imperial aristocracy. They rarely integrated students from the other three academies into their social circles, and those who sought to ingratiate themselves often found themselves subjected to ridicule. Moreover, he was the heir of the Li family. A wave of trepidation washed over her. Regretting her decision to welcome the junior, she dared not engage in further conversation and merely led the way, occasionally explaining the architecture of the academy to him. Li Mu, however, paid little heed to her discomfort, quietly absorbing the sights of this legendary institution. Thank you, Senior, Li Mu expressed as he followed her to collect his bedding, which he stored in his ring before proceeding to his designated residence under her guidance. The dormitory building of the Star Academy was markedly different from the three ordinary dormitories nearby. Its grandeur and elegance left a striking impression on Li Mu. Junior, I have brought you here, Xiao Ziying said, feeling relieved. I shall take my leave now. Throughout their journey, Li Mu's refined demeanor led her to instinctively associate him with the Moon Academy, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety at nearly escorting him to the wrong location. Senior, what is the purpose of the points? Li Mu inquired, tilting his head. Under the sunlight, his gaze was calm and gentle, causing Xiao Ziying's heart to flutter unexpectedly. Captivated by his charm, she momentarily lost her train of thought. What is the purpose of the points? Li Mu reiterated. Oh, you can think of points as a form of currency exclusively for use within the academy, Xiao Ziying quickly clarified, eager to explain. To encourage students to strive for excellence. The academy has established a point system to replace monetary transactions. As long as you possess sufficient points, you can enjoy conveniences at any location within the academy. For instance, many exceptional pieces of equipment in the academy's commercial district can be exchanged for points. However, students are not compelled to transfer points, should this be discovered. It would result in immediate expulsion. She eagerly shared the various uses of points, regardless of their relevance. After finishing, her face flushed with embarrassment. Why am I so flustered? She chastised herself internally for being so taken in by his good looks. Thank you, Senior, Li Mu acknowledged, having obtained the information he sought. Before stepping into the dormitory building, Junior, do not forget about the welcome party tonight, Xiao Ziying called out, her voice ringing with urgency. Understood. Li Mu turned his head slightly, nodding before he set off towards the staircase on his left. As he watched the elegant silhouette of Li Mu, clad in a black robe, gradually fade away, Xiao Ziying couldn't help but let out a sigh. She hadn't added him as a friend. Although she understood the necessity of keeping a distance from the nobility, a sense of wistfulness lingered in her heart. Upon reaching the third floor of the boys' dormitory, Li Mu used his student card to unlock room 302, revealing the full scope of his new abode. The place boasted a balcony reminiscent of a small garden, an indoor swimming pool, a large bed, and a training area. He was acutely aware that such lavish accommodations were undoubtedly unique to his house. Reflecting on the opulence of the noble lifestyle, Li Mu summoned several skeletons to assist him in tidying up. After cleaning, he made the bed perfectly and, having removed his mage robe, lay down upon it. What a soft bed. Setting an alarm on his phone, he positioned his skeletons at the bedside for protection before gently drifting into slumber. After countless days of relentless study, he was utterly fatigued. As night fell, numerous freshmen congregated together, clad in their professional gear, forming small circles of excitement as they awaited the orientation party. Hey, did you hear? I just saw a mage at the cafeteria devouring an enormous amount of food. Such an appetite. A few began to converse. A mage? Can he possibly out-eat a warrior? Shoo, be quiet. Do you even know who that is before you gossip behind his back? Who? Li Mu of the Li family from the North region. Hiss. The moon is particularly beautiful tonight. Indeed. The topic shifted, yet their conversation was overheard by others. Li Mu, he has arrived too. Among those similarly assigned to the Star Institute, Zheng Shuai felt a flicker of joy upon hearing this. He sat in the front row designated for the Star Institute, scanning the surroundings in search of that figure. Young Master Li Mu has come? Zhou Wei remarked, his expression brightening upon hearing the two sisters chatter. Indeed. He can eat even more than I can. Su Chao marveled. She had just dined with Li Mu and observed that even after she had finished and was about to leave, he was still eating. Let us refrain from discussing others in the future, Su Linger advised after keenly observing the implications of the four houses, Sun, Moon, Star, and Shun. The Star Institute represented the nobility, home to countless aristocrats, making it a formidable entity to provoke. The Sun Institute comprised students with hidden melee professions, akin to Zhao Xingyu, promising a bright future. The Moon Institute housed students specializing in powerful hidden mage professions. As for the Qin Institute, it was likely where talented commoners were placed, signifying the lowest tier among the houses. She felt compelled to caution her sister. Should Su Qiao ever gossip about the nobility and be overheard, their school life would likely become tumultuous. Oh, Su Qiao nodded, somewhat oblivious to her sister's concerns, but resolved to heed her advice and remain silent henceforth. Meanwhile, Li Mu strolled leisurely out of the cafeteria, feeling a wave of delight wash over him. The food was exquisite. Having satisfied 7/10 of his hunger, he felt a swell of gratitude. After a month of subsisting on jerky, the return to a normal meal was exhilarating. Of course, he restrained himself from overindulging, aware that excessive fullness could hinder his performance in the event of a confrontation. Thus, he arrived at the venue for the orientation party, searching for a seat. The seating arrangement was divided into 4 sections. The first area, located in the front row, was designated exclusively for the Star Institute. The second and third areas occupied the middle, positioned to the left and right without distinction of front or back. Why is there no distinction for the Sun and Moon Institutes? Li Mu mused as he made his way past the last row of the Chun Institute towards the first row, unaware of the several gazes fixed upon him. As he entered, many eyes lingered on him. Accustomed to such attention, he did not allow it to distract him. In the Sun Institute section, Zhao Xingyu was encircled by a few classmates who observed his peculiar demeanor. "What's wrong, Zhao?" "Nothing," he replied, suppressing his murderous intent. A smirk crept upon his lips. "I'm just delighted that my childhood sweetheart has also come to Xingho Academy." "Childhood sweetheart? Who?" the others inquired with curiosity. "The pair of twin sisters at the back," Zhao Xingyu said, a look of fondness crossing his face. "They didn't even inform me." He assumed they aimed to surprise him. "Wow, Zhao, you're impressive," the group exclaimed, envious of his beautiful childhood companion. "Haha, they're just childhood friends," Zhao Xingyu retorted. His gaze fixed on a few girls in the Sun Institute with admirable figures, all of whom were now watching Li Mu. Clenching his fists, he thought, "What do you possess besides a prestigious family and looks that could rival mine? Just wait, I will surpass you." In the Moon Institute, several young ladies clad in robes gazed in awe at Li Mu, who donned a black mage robe. "So handsome. Who is he? Why isn't he one of us?" "That is Li Mu from the Leaf family of the North region," one of the Northerners explained. "Wow, not only handsome but also noble. I'm smitten." The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Suddenly, a cold voice interjected. "He is wearing gear that enhances his charm." Lung Xiaoyu, unwilling to let her classmates be deceived, spoke up. As a sorceress known for her charm, she could easily discern that Li Mu possessed equipment augmenting his allure. "Xiaoyu, can you gauge his original charm?" a girl asked curiously. "I can, roughly around 17, Lung Xiaoyu replied after scrutinizing him. "Wow, still incredibly handsome." The crowd swooned once more. Yet, as Lung Xiaoyu processed this realization, she fell silent for a moment. As a sorceress, her charm was still 2 points lower than Li Mu's, a fact she found difficult to accept. In the Star Institute, Li Mu settled into a seat, and soon after, the orientation party commenced. An elderly man took the stage. He was the headmaster of Xingho Academy, a 5th-tier legendary mage. "Greetings, dear students. I am here to..." Regardless of his prowess, his lengthy and dull speech soon lulled the audience into a stupor. After what felt like an eternity, he invited the vice principal, an elderly woman, to speak. She, too, rambled on, diverting Li Mu's attention as he recognized some familiar faces in the crowd. "And now, we shall witness how our human race survived during the tumultuous times of 1,000 years ago," the elderly woman announced, as a book was pushed onto the stage. Li Mu snapped back to focus, captivated by the mythic-level travelogue of a mage. The tome, crafted into a spellbook for necromancy, sparked his curiosity about what wonders a mythical travelogue could unveil. Would it transport them into the narrative of yesteryear? His anticipation quickly waned as the lights dimmed, and a beam of light projected from the book onto the screen, beginning to unfold like a film. Very well, he thought, settling in to watch. 1,000 years ago, our Kanglan continent was not known by that name, but as Blue Star. Upon hearing this familiar name, Li Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. This was information he had not previously encountered. At that time, there were no professionals, only a multitude of ordinary people. Images flickered on the screen, showcasing automobiles, skyscrapers, and various human endeavors. Li Mu clenched his fists, transfixed by the display, until one fateful day, when a chasm to the abyss appeared. The malevolent aura corrupted all ordinary creatures on Blue Star, nearly leading to their extinction, the elderly woman narrated. Yet, the students present were more inclined to whisper among themselves than to absorb the gravity of her words. The elderly woman continued her tale, undeterred. At this moment, some individuals who had prioritized physical training before the cataclysm stepped forward to impart knowledge of what was termed martial arts, leading the masses in their resistance against countless waves of beasts. Several photographs were released, and Li Mu found himself transfixed by the familiar faces staring back at him from the screen, those of him and his comrades. Subsequently, although humanity acquired abilities known as superpowers, they proved insufficient to withstand the relentless onslaught of the monstrous creatures for an extended duration. Fortunately, just as humanity was on the brink of collapse. Our world S will finally awakened, heralding the dawn of the profession of adventurers. As the images transformed into moving footage, they began to narrate how humanity grappled with the unknown in their struggle against the beasts, and how, under the fusion of worlds, they endured the invasions of numerous alien races. As the scenes played out, Limu sat in silence, until the visuals concluded with the magnificent edifices of humanity's post-disaster reconstruction and the countless smiling faces. The name of this traveling mage is Ning Cheng. Let it be etched in your memory. Once the old woman finished speaking, the lights flickered back on, and Limu, returning to his senses, realized he had been shedding tears without noticing. Victory had been achieved. Humanity had triumphed. Taking a deep breath, he wiped away his tears and revealed a faint smile. I, too, have borne witness. Thank you, little orange. Uncle, have you thought about what you will do after eliminating the beast waves? The 8-year-old daughter of a fallen comrade asked him in his memories. Open a martial arts school? That holds no interest for me. Come travel with me instead. I possess a high-end camera from before civilization crumbled. We can take pictures together. Though she was still quite young, she had already grasped the art of masking her emotions. Yet he could still perceive her forced attempt at concealment. I'm exhausted, uncle. At 10 years old, she began training alongside him, often complaining of fatigue, yet she persevered. For reasons unknown, she had altered her address for him. Wow, uncle, you fight so impressively. I will definitely document it. At 12, she greeted him jubilantly after his recent victory, eagerly fiddling with the luxurious camera in her hands, as if it were her new universe. Humph, uncle. Although that is my nickname, it doesn't necessarily mean I enjoy eating oranges. On her 13th birthday, he handed her an orange, and she beamed with joy, declaring that she wished to eat oranges again on her next birthday, before sharing half of the very sour fruit with him. He remarked on its acidity. Yet she insisted it was quite sweet. Uncle, let us hurry. These people are not worthy of your sacrifice. On her 14th birthday, the beast wave struck. To witness humanity's victory for you? But uncle, I want to witness it alongside you. Without you, what significance does my life hold? A look of terror and confusion crossed her face. Uncle, promise me you will return and find me. For the first time, the ever-cheerful expression of that little girl was overshadowed by profound sorrow. Then, she was forcibly taken away by a comrade. He, too, failed to fulfill his promise, succumbing to the beast waves. I'm sorry, I have broken my vow. Limu painfully closed his eyes, tears flowing uncontrollably once more. I'm sorry, are you well, little orange? However, you have ascended, so you must be faring well. At this moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind her words before leaving this world. I have borne witness. Where are you now? Her departing words echoed in his mind. She was searching for him. Limu clenched his fists, harboring a hope that she was not endlessly seeking him, but rather living a life filled with happiness and fulfillment somewhere. But could it truly be so? Limu sat quietly, lost in thought, his sorrowful demeanor drawing the attention of many around him. Here, take a tissue. A gentle voice broke through, prompting Limu to lift his gaze. Chapter 22. The goal, ascend to divinity. Yun Feifei, serving as an intern teacher, was assigned to oversee the orderly exit of the new students from the welcome party. It was nothing out of the ordinary until suddenly, a student from the Star Academy began to cry, causing the students from the Star Academy to remain motionless. Observing the inaction of the Star Academy students, the students from the Sun and Moon Academies instinctively followed suit. Consequently, the students from the Chin Academy, positioned at the back, dared not move either. Thus, after the old woman concluded her speech, all the new students remained still, creating an unusual silence that brought tears to Yun Feifei's eyes. This was the 12th week of her internship, the final week before her potential confirmation. She could not afford any mishaps. Upon identifying the source of the Star Academy students' immobility, she approached to inquire. It was then that she spotted a sorrowful young man, and her heart softened instantly. Reaching into her bag, she retrieved a tissue and offered it to him. Thank you, teacher. Limu accepted the tissue, glancing at Yun Feifei's teacher badge before nodding his gratitude. It's quite all right. If you have anything to share, feel free to talk to me. Yun Feifei spoke softly, concerned about causing further distress to the young man. It's nothing. Limu shook his head after wiping his tears, noticing that no one had left, and was momentarily taken aback. Why is everyone staring at me? Can we leave now? The welcome party has concluded. Yun Feifei brushed a strand of hair back. He must have a multitude of sorrows within him. Perhaps I can lend an ear and offer some comfort in my capacity as a teacher. All right. Limu, unsure of the situation, stood up and began to walk out. Only after he had left did the students from the Star Academy slowly start to move, followed by those from the Sun and Moon Academies, and finally, the Chin Academy. Though the students did not comprehend why they were suddenly allowed to move, they knew they must depart. As he walked along the path, Limu felt the warmth of the summer breeze. It has been 1,000 years, little orange. Where are you? He sighed wistfully. The immortality of the divine was certain, yet he had no knowledge of what she had become after a millennium. Still, he longed to see her again. Perhaps she was the only one in this world who still remembered the person he once was. Contemplating this, Limu gazed at the luminous moon and the twinkling stars, and a resolution formed within him. to ascend to divinity. The divine possesses the ability to traverse the void and roam the celestial realms. While he was uncertain whether Little Orange had given up, he was determined to seek her out. This was his promise, a promise delayed for a millennium. When he opened his eyes once more, his gaze had grown remarkably tranquil, and his steps became increasingly resolute. Upon returning to his dormitory, a notification appeared on his student card, detailing the schedule and elective courses for the following day. After a cursory glance, he indulged in a hot bath, donned his pajamas, and settled into bed, closing his eyes. All his myriad thoughts would be absorbed that night, and when the sun rose the next day, they would transform into nourishment for his heart, propelling him forward with renewed vigor. Morning arrived. Following the guidance on his student card, Limu entered the classroom, savoring the taste of the meat buns he had just eaten, nodding in satisfaction. The academy's complimentary meals were indeed excellent, befitting an institution with nearly a millennium of heritage. He was thoroughly pleased. Upon entering the classroom, he observed several students grouped together in conversation and chose a seat by the window. The classroom was spacious, and the course he was attending was titled The Theory of Spellcasting. The subsequent class was focused on spellcasting instruction, essentially 2 lessons on magic. Thus, Limu awaited in silence as the students gradually trickled in. Present were spellcasters from the Star Academy, all students from the Moon Academy, and spellcasters from the Chin Academy. Students from the Sun Academy were not in attendance. Su Qiao entered the classroom with a stern expression, her gaze cast down as she randomly selected a seat. Exhaling in relief. Without her sister accompanying her, she felt somewhat anxious about attending class, especially among unfamiliar faces. When her sister was present, her social anxiety was quelled, as her sister's presence provided her with a sense of security. However, her sister had gone to attend a class for mage attendance, and thus, her long-suppressed social anxiety suddenly erupted. Therefore, she kept her head bowed. After she settled into her seat, she finally relaxed and lifted her head to survey her surroundings. Then she caught sight of Limu behind her. Su Qiao was taken aback and promptly turned around. How did he end up here? Oh, he is also a mage. This is bad. My sister told me to avoid associating with nobles. What should I do? Her mind raced with apprehensions. The school bell rang, and an elderly man, precisely on time, entered the classroom. I am Gu Chu, your instructor for the theory of spellcasting, he stated coldly. I have no interest in calling roll or knowing your names. Before we commence, allow me to outline my rules. I will call on students to stand and answer questions. Incorrect answers will incur point deductions, while correct ones will earn points. It's as simple as that. Let us begin. With a snap of his fingers, spellcasting theory textbooks appeared on each student's desk. These books would be collected after class, as there were concerns that students might take them and disseminate the content irresponsibly, leading to severe consequences. What is the foundational aspect of spellcasting that every mage must first comprehend? The girl in a light blue robe by the window, the bard. You may answer. He did not start the lesson, but instead posed a question. Su Qiao, bewildered, stood up, still lost in her thoughts. Sit down, deduct 5 points, he said, turning to the necromancer behind her. You answer. Gu Chu swiftly deducted Su Qiao's points and called on Limu. Understanding 1's spells. Limu stood up. How to understand. First, achieve proficiency in casting. How to achieve proficiency. Through continuous practice, day by day. Limu answered succinctly. Well done. 5 points added. Gu Chu nodded in approval, opening the first page of the textbook. Let us first explore the concept of spellcasting. He began his lecture, while Su Qiao gazed at her student card displaying 95 points, feeling utterly despondent. I could have answered that question too, she lamented inwardly, learning from her mistake. She quickly shifted into a focused learning mode, attentively listening to the lesson. How can one maximize the efficacy of their spells in battle? Gu Chu concluded one topic and posed a seemingly unrelated question to Su Qiao. Good coordination, teacher. With whom do you coordinate? How do you coordinate? With the chain reactions of spells and teamwork. And what if coordination is not possible? Then one must strive to maximize the outcome. 5 points added. Gu Chu acknowledged with a nod. What differing perspective does the necromancer boy have? To ensure each spell manifests at the appropriate moment, Limu stood and replied succinctly. 5 points added. Gu Chu smiled approvingly. As time passed, the teacher's frequent calls on students drew the attention of others towards Limu. Among them, Lung Xiaoyu clenched her fingers. She wished the teacher would call on her, hoping to earn more points to visit the library. Zheng Shuai intended to thank Limu after class. Su Qiao, meanwhile, felt fortunate to have regained her lost points. After the lesson concluded, Gu Chu picked up his book and addressed the class. You may attend my class if you wish. If not, do not come. I shall not say a word. However, I detest insincerity above all. Thus, I would like to commend the necromancer boy and the ice sorceress. You both performed admirably. Having said this, he exited the classroom. Upon hearing this, Lung Xiaoyu joyfully clenched her fists. She was the ice sorceress. See, I received the teacher's praise too. With this thought, she glanced at Limu, only to find him gazing out the window, lost in contemplation. Chapter 23, Summoning Class. During the break. So, thank you, Zheng Shuai said, looking at Limu. It's nothing, Limu replied dismissively, recalling how Zheng Shuai's team had recovered his belongings after their encounter with the beast. I don't mind that. Still, thank you, Zheng Shuai said, fiddling with the ring on his hand. Can we discuss any issues regarding spellcasting together in the future? He extended an invitation. Of course, Li Mu nodded. Li Mu did not consider himself superior due to his status. He did not disdain others. He enjoyed befriending the strong, but did not look down on the weak, as he too had risen from humble beginnings and respected anyone striving to ascend. Zheng Shuai was not weak. Li Mu could see the confidence in his eyes, confidence in his own strength. Li Mu shared that confidence. Zheng Shuai nodded, and, after a brief conversation with Li Mu, returned to his seat as the class bell rang. A lady radiating a graceful aura entered the classroom, smiling at the young mages before her. Hello, students. I am your instructor for spellcasting, as well as the head of the Moon Academy. My name is Wu Xiuxiu. You may call me Teacher Wu or Teacher Xiuxiu. She wrote her name on the board, and, noticing the sudden stir among the students, smiled and did not intervene. She is our dean, so beautiful and gentle. I wonder who the deans of the other academies are, the students murmured before settling down. Now let us begin class. Wu Xiuxiu swept her gaze across her students, her eyes lighting up suddenly. Oh, there's a necromancer. Please come up. Wu Xiuxiu beckoned. Li Mu nodded and approached the podium. Next, I will explain spellcasting speed using this student. Who else would like to come up and assist? She inquired, looking at her students with a gentle smile. Resting her hand on Li Mu's shoulder. I will. Leng Xiaoyu quickly raised her hand. Very well, Ice Sorceress. Teacher Wu nodded approvingly. Now, I will explain the speed of a mage's spellcasting. You all can cast long-range spells, right? She asked affirmatively. Yes, they both nodded. Let us have a contest to see who is faster. Wu Xiuxiu's gentle words tightened Leng Xiaoyu's chest. It's fine. I will protect you both, she reassured them. Now, you stand over there, and you go over there. Once the two were positioned, she began to count. 3, 2, 1, start. Li Mu raised his hand and launched an energy missile towards the ice girl across from him. Leng Xiaoyu, flustered, raised her hand, and just as an ice spike formed, it was struck by the missile, causing an explosion, yet nothing was damaged. Li Mu, 5 points added. Wu Xiuxiu nodded in satisfaction. You cast decisively, opting for the quickest spell. Well done. However, Leng Xiaoyu, I sense you possess a faster spell. Why did you not use it? She inquired. Because I am most familiar with the ice spear spell, Leng Xiaoyu replied, though her face paled, having thought she was about to fail. This is unacceptable. A mage must remain calm at all times. Did you not hear me mention the term spellcasting speed? Or were you simply too nervous? Regardless, this should not happen. You may return. With that, she cast a calming spell on Leng Xiaoyu and allowed the two to go back to their seats. Now we shall begin the lesson. I will teach you about spellcasting. Pay attention, as it will benefit you. After stating this, she commenced her lecture. Next, turn to page 30 of your books. And I will first discuss the fine control of magical energy. Under the influence of the calming spell, Leng Xiaoyu gathered her thoughts, shook her head to dismiss her friend's attempts at comfort, and earnestly focused on the lesson. However, a seed of determination was planted within her heart, named the seed of resilience. As the morning classes concluded, Li Mu joined the throngs moving towards the cafeteria. Zheng Shuai initially intended to accompany him, but reconsidered. As Li Mu was surrounded by friends he had met the previous day, after a moment's thought, he decided against approaching. As Li Mu belonged to the elite noble class of the northern region, it was challenging for him to socialize with those who were not of the same standing. Thus, Zheng Shuai relinquished the idea, while Li Mu continued to dine alone. The afternoon held no major classes, only electives. The elective courses were diverse, tailored for various professions, and Li Mu found himself drawn to those that piqued his interest. In the first afternoon class, he chose the subject of summoning. The second class was dedicated to potionology. Li Xiao, I am Su Huang from the Su family of Tianqing in Zhongzhou. Would you be interested in joining our flower language society? Su Huang approached Li Mu as he finished his meal and began to snack. The Tianqing Su family. Li Mu glanced at Su Huang's student ID, noting he was a second-year student at the Star Academy. What about the balance of benefits and sacrifices? Li Mu felt no qualms regarding the Su family, with whom he was almost betrothed. Such matters were for his father to contemplate. The Flower Language Society was established by the Crown Prince, and all its members belonged to his faction. Joining would grant you the privilege to make a reasonable request of the Crown Prince, which would be permanently valid. Su Huang did not hide this fact, as their circle was easily traceable. Could a complete dragon corpse be arranged? Li Mu inquired. No, Su Huang replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. You really dare to ask? Then there's nothing to discuss, Li Mu shrugged. I understand. But I lament that you did not form a union with my family. My sister is quite the beauty. Su Huang smiled nonchalantly, adding, by the way, Li Xiao, be cautious of the fifth princess. Do not inadvertently fall into her faction. He sought to establish a good rapport. The fifth princess? Li Mu raised an eyebrow, unaware that she too had enrolled. Unlike the other princes, she was the most beloved daughter, but she had only just begun her studies and wielded no significant influence. Su Huang hinted at this succinctly. Well, thank you, Li Mu nodded. Regardless, it was still a piece of intelligence. I won't keep you any longer. Su Huang departed. as though their exchange had been merely a casual conversation, a reminiscence of sorts. This conversation did not affect Li Mu. After finishing his meal, he returned to his dormitory to organize the morning's lessons before heading to the afternoon's summoning class. The summoning course was primarily focused on the profession of summoners, and Li Mu considered himself a type of summoner as a necromancer. I am your summoning class instructor, Yushan. I trust you all recognize me. A burly man stood at the podium, introducing himself. The Beast King. He defeated the notorious Yellow Earth Bandit group of the Western Desert with his legion of beasts. A student exclaimed, I wish to have a legion as well. Hearing the student's adulation, Yushan nodded, casting his gaze towards the striking figure of Li Mu amidst the crowd. A necromancer? It has been a long time since I've encountered one. Before we begin, I would like 2 students to come up and engage in a summoning duel. Who wishes to volunteer? He asked. Me. Your Excellency, the Beast King. I, too, am a summoner with a beast affinity. Another student piped up. After 2 classes emphasizing the importance of points, the students eagerly sought to showcase their abilities before the Beast King to earn points. Win and gain 5 points. Lose and lose 10. Does anyone else wish to participate? Yushan inquired again. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their hands, except for Li Mu, who still raised his. When the risks and rewards are disproportionate, few persist, except for those with confidence in themselves. Li Mu stepped forward. If no one else is coming up, Li Mu will earn points. Upon seeing the necromancer take the stage, many classmates raised their hands once more. Li Mu's name had begun circulating among them since yesterday. What a melodramatic fellow who cried over history. A prodigious talent, yet burdened with the most despised profession, the most useless heir of the Li family, they whispered. Among the chatter were both slanders and truths. However, no one dared to ridicule Li Mu openly. Only a fool would do such a thing. Yet, the presence of a necromancer on stage instilled confidence in them. Who hasn't seen a video of skeletons laboring on an assembly line? That video had garnered 3 billion views. And even those who had not seen it had heard of the topic regarding the fate of necromancers. Thus, they clamored to raise their hands. You, Langzhong. Yushan called, glancing at the student card. Yes, teacher. Langzhong happily approached the podium, nodding at Li Mu as he awaited the rules to be explained. After all, he viewed this as an easy opportunity to gain points. You will each summon a creature and engage in battle. It's that simple, Yushan stated, allowing the 2 to begin their summoning. Come forth, Flamewolf, Langzhong exclaimed, wielding a wolf-headed staff that enhanced his summoning. Li Mu also brandished his skeletal staff and commenced his summoning. Necromantic summoning. 2 beams of light flashed, and the summoned creatures appeared before the audience. One wolf, engulfed in flames, roared as it emerged, its fiery mane blazing atop its head. Fortunately, Yushan had preemptively cast a silent spell, preventing the wolf's howl from disturbing the other classrooms. The other creature was a decaying undead, exuding a foul odor. Li Mu regarded the abomination before him, raising an eyebrow. A new type of undead. Rotting zombie, first stage. Strength, 19, Constitution, 17, Agility, 10. Skills, corpse poison, sturdy body. Ding. SSS level innate talent, heart of the martial god, activates. Your rotting zombie has automatically learned martial techniques. Wide arm fist, bagua palm. Li Mu's eyes widened in excitement. Well, those 2 skills are quite impressive. Meanwhile, Yushan grimaced at the fetid stench and summoned a beautiful white bird. As the bird flapped its wings, the noxious odor dissipated instantly. Let the battle commence, he declared, as the bird settled upon his shoulder, playfully teasing it. Flamewolf, use pounce, Langzhong commanded, glancing at the zombie, though he was reluctant to employ this move. However, the Flamewolf had only 2 skills, the other being the passive ability Flame Infusion. The Flamewolf lunged fiercely toward the zombie. Spare him, avoid using the corpse poison, Li Mu suggested after a moment's thought. Once summoned, a summoner's creature was linked to them, bound within the contract space. Should the summoned creature perish, it would adversely affect the summoner. We are all classmates. We are not enemies. Thus, Li Mu sought to restrain the zombie. The zombie calmly assumed a fighting stance. And as the wolf leaped toward its face, it extended its arm, delivering a powerful punch toward the flame wolf's neck. With a howl, the wolf was sent careening through the air, crashing against the barrier before landing. Get up, Flame Wolf, Langzhong exclaimed, astonished at the wolf's defeat. Though dazed, the flame wolf obeyed its summoner's command and struggled to rise. Hang in there, Flame Wolf. A sense of unwillingness filled Langzhong's heart. He had heard Li Mu's words, but the perceived humiliation after the zombie's punch stripped him of his spirit. Had it not been for Li Mu's restraint, he might have lost his Flame Wolf. However, the Flame Wolf staggered only 2 steps before collapsing. I concede, Langzhong declared helplessly. Langzhong, deduct 10 points, Yushan noted, casting a glance at the zombie. Li Mu earns 5 points. Does anyone else wish to come up? He surveyed the students, inquiring. After Langzhong's experience, the summoners understood that Li Mu was a formidable opponent. Those lacking confidence refrained from raising their hands, fearing a deduction of points. Yet one girl gazed at the zombie, her eyes gleaming with determination. Her summoned creature was a being called a little light beast, a light-type creature specifically designed to counter Li Mu's undead. Inspired by the church's advocacy for light, Lu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, resolved to take the risk. After all, it was 5 precious points. Light will surely triumph over darkness. With this conviction, she raised her hand. Lu Xiaoxiao. Yushan called upon a slightly plump girl who had raised her hand. Are you ready? He asked her. Yes. She nodded, focusing on the zombie. Then summon your creature. Yushan was also curious to see how the zombie would fare in battle, especially one capable of martial skills. Come forth, little light beast. She summoned a plump, golden creature, its bean-sized eyes blinking in a dazed manner, and its soft, pale yellow fur elicited a sense of endearment from Li Mu. Begin, Yushan exclaimed. Little light beast, use the light technique. Lu Xiaoxiao instructed. Maintain awareness of attribute advantages, and be cautious to evade. Incapacitating the opponent will suffice, Li Mu added simultaneously. A beam of light shot toward the zombie, which deftly sidestepped. Its foot landing on the 8 trigrams, evading effortlessly before swiftly advancing, arriving in front of the little light beast in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch. The little light beast was sent flying, crashing against the wall with a mournful cry, causing the girls present to feel a pang of sympathy, prompting Lu Xiaoxiao to urgently call for surrender. Lu Xiaoxiao received a deduction of 10 points, while Li Mu was awarded 5. Externally composed, Yushan was internally astonished. Such a highly intelligent summon had manifested in the hands of a novice practitioner, and moreover, it was a creation of a necromancer. Could it be that the Empire's initial plans were stirring once more? Contemplating this, Yushan dismissed the matter as unrelated to himself, and allowed Li Mu to return to his seat, commencing the lesson. The summoner's role hinges upon their summoned entities. A powerful summoner is akin to a well-coordinated team. What I will teach you is how to enhance the bond with your summons and methods to elevate their combat prowess. Now, please turn to the first page of your textbooks. We shall begin by exploring the unique bond between summoners and their summoned beings. Yushan's teaching was conventional, yet his esteemed title commanded the attention of all, as no one dared to slack off for fear of missing vital knowledge. Once class ended, Li Mu hurried to the potions class. Along the way, he overheard students laughing and discussing their lack of appealing choices for the second class of the afternoon, contemplating whether to spend points on a simulated battle together. The simulated battle was akin to the weekend dueling arena, yet offered a chance for friendly entertainment. While the dueling arena was serious and influenced significant point accumulations. Without delay, Li Mu entered the potions classroom, found his seat, and awaited the lesson. He remained oblivious to the gaze of Long Xiaoyu behind him, and even if he had noticed, it would have held no significance. The bell rang, signaling the start of class, and the potions instructor, an elderly man clad in a gray mage robe, approached with a warm smile. I am your potions instructor. You may call me Elder Yao. Elder Yao stroked his beard, observing that fewer than half the seats in the classroom were filled, and began. Potions is a knowledge-based course that will empower you to concoct the most suitable elixirs for yourselves. He continued, methodically explaining the properties of herbs and the process of potion making to elucidate the essence of potions. The course would be somewhat tedious, but perseverance would enrich your foundational knowledge. Please open your textbooks to Chapter 1, Herb Identification. His aged voice gradually explained the content, while Li Mu listened intently, contemplating the hidden meanings within many of the instructor's words. Thoughts of future benefits and the importance of foundational knowledge flickered through Li Mu's mind, leading him to understand the significance of each profession's specialties. Before ascending to legendary prowess, these specialties were crucial, as they could determine the outcome of battles. For instance, a mage possessing instant spellcasting proficiency would likely triumph over one lacking such an advantage. Similarly, in the warrior class, one proficient with their weapon would have the upper hand against an unskilled opponent. This was the power that specialties could bestow upon practitioners. With this realization, Li Mu focused intently, absorbing the lessons with utmost seriousness. As the bell rang, the teacher did not pose any questions and dismissed the class. Li Mu stood up, planning to grab a meal and rest before heading to his evening alchemy class. Knowledge is power. He resolved to learn as much as he could. With this mindset, he made his way to the dining hall. Behind him, Long Xiaoyu watched the hurried Li Mu, biting her lip, her expression complex. The people of Zhongzhou truly tested one's patience. After finishing his meal, a noble from the western desert wiped his mouth, his light brown face filled with frustration. Due to prolonged sunlight and strong winds, the skin of the western desert inhabitants was predominantly brown, and even the nobles were no exception. Well, the people of Zhongzhou have looked down on outsiders for ages. One gets used to it, remarked a noble from the southern wilderness, casually munching on roasted beef. Look at those northern domain brutes. They haven't said a word, he continued, glancing at Zheng Shuai, who replied, I've said not to harbor stereotypes. Zheng Shuai sighed in exasperation. Not all northern domain folks embody that rugged persona. Look at me, and then at those rough men and fishermen. We all fit our respective images perfectly, yet you pretend to be refined. Feng Yu lamented. Come on, show off those muscles. You're the rough one. Your whole family is rough. The western desert noble retorted angrily. What I have is pure wheat, you know nothing. He shot back. Though I find it amusing that you call me a fisherman, our eastern sea has many livelihoods beyond fishing, Jiang Chen interjected with a roll of his eyes. However, he was interrupted by Feng Yu. Alright, let's save this topic for another time. We should first address the regional discrimination that Zhongzhou people find so intolerable. Brother Brute, what is your suggestion? He inquired. My suggestion is that during the weekend's dueling arena, we unite the 4 regions and crush the Zhongzhou people beneath us. So they cannot look down on us anymore, Zheng Shuai stated earnestly. It is well known that the Star Academy looks down upon the other 3 academies. But discrimination also exists within the Star Academy itself. Among them, Zhongzhou individuals are the most exclusionary. This has been a long-standing issue. The dueling arena, an excellent proposal. I accept it, Feng Yu nodded in satisfaction. Let us unite the 4 regions and give those Zhongzhou folks a good show this weekend. Of course, we must ensure that we do not allow the other 3 academies to take advantage of our internal conflicts. No sooner had he finished his statement than he was met with ridicule from others. Are you teaching me how to do things? Jiang Chen scoffed. Feng Yu, you're a real piece of work, the Western Desert Noble cursed. Well, let us just rely on our abilities. We at the Star Academy should not suffer losses due to internal strife, Zheng Shuai concluded, bringing the farce to an end. Chapter 25, Alchemy. In the evening, the alchemy classroom resembled a vast amphitheater, filled to capacity with students eager to learn. Some students even stood in the aisles, awaiting the lesson to commence. You're blocking my path. A student from the Star Academy frowned at someone obstructing the way. Upon realizing the student was from the Star Academy, the individual quickly bowed their head in apology and stepped aside. The reputation of our Star Academy has been tarnished by these Zhongzhou people, Feng Yu said from the back row, visibly displeased by the scene. Shu, keep your voice down. We mustn't let others know of our internal discord, Zheng Shuai cautioned. Patting Feng Yu. If we truly feel angered, let us take it out in the dueling arena. I understand, Feng Yu nodded with a frown. Though he was indeed displeased, he felt powerless. After all, they were nobles from Zhongzhou. By the way, when the dueling arena opens, how about a friendly competition to see who defeats more opponents? Jiang Chen suggested to lighten the mood. That's definitely going to be me, the Western Desert Noble declared. Though rough in appearance, he possessed a keen intellect. My invincible wind and earth spell will undoubtedly leave the likes of Wazaki and Lu Feng with no chance of return. He aimed to soothe Feng Yu's displeasure. However, we cannot be too confident. They have many formidable individuals beyond just Hua and Lu, Feng Yu exhaled. Moreover, they had to contend with the royal princess, who wielded the rare Dragon Knight profession. Indeed, that's a valid point. Tufeng was scratched his head, bro. Do you have any plans that might allow us to gain an advantage over Zhongzhou? I am not bro. I am Zheng Shuai, he replied. Clearing his throat, he continued, actually, we do have someone in the northern region whom I believe could easily overpower his peers. After a moment's hesitation, Zheng Shuai spoke of a particular individual. The memory of a battlefield littered with the corpses of wolves still lingered vividly in his mind. You can't be referring to that pretentious fool, Tufeng frowned. Although he had bested a noble from Zhongzhou in a simulated battle, it was merely due to the noble's overconfidence. Moreover, the defeat had brought shame to their Star Academy. He had a strong aversion to show-offs. Not him, Zheng Shuai shook his head. Do you know Limu? That aristocrat with a few screws loose? Feng Yu raised an eyebrow, echoing the general sentiment about Limu. Please refrain from speaking of him in that manner, Zheng Shuai admonished. Alright, since bro has spoken. Feng Yu shrugged nonchalantly. What makes him so strong? He's just a necromancer. His impressions of necromancers were still trapped in the video of skeletons being manufactured, which he had found amusing at the time. Do not underestimate any profession. Strength lies within the individual, not the occupation. Have you forgotten that saying? Zheng Shuai corrected him earnestly. Fine, it's about the person, Feng Yu replied dismissively, then turned his gaze towards Limu, who had just entered the classroom. So, what makes him special? He can't even find a seat. Limu strolled into the classroom, feeling moderately full, only to discover it packed with students. After a brief contemplation, he recalled the intricate spellcasting techniques taught by Teacher Wu and began to channel his magical energy. Bone spear, bone wall. The bones in his hands elongated, transforming into small spears of a palm's length. After crafting 4 legs for a stool, he skillfully manipulated the bone wall spell, allowing it to grow larger until it became a bone panel. Then, 5 bones fused together with his magical energy, completing a bone stool. Taking a seat against the back wall, he awaited the commencement of the class. His display of skill left many in stunned silence. Can you replicate what he just did? Zheng Shuai inquired with a grin, relishing the moment of others being caught off guard. Yui. All right, the teacher is here, let us begin the class. Feng Yu replied after a moment's hesitation, sitting up straight. He knew he couldn't replicate it, but sought excuses to avoid embarrassment. Fortunately, the arrival of the teacher spared him from further scrutiny. Sighing, Zheng Shuai shook his head. One must acknowledge the strength of others to identify their own shortcomings, he mused. Can you already perform precise spellcasting? Lung Xiaoyu bit her lip, feeling the disparity. I will catch up to you, she silently vowed. Do you know how to perform that precise spellcasting? Su Linger asked Su Qiaoer, who was nearby. No, Su Qiaoer lowered her head. Then you must study diligently, understood? Her sister replied earnestly. Learn more, think more, and do not be lazy as you were before. Try to master that precise spellcasting by tonight. Oh. Listening to her sister's admonitions, the younger sister nodded in resignation. What a detestable overachiever. What's there to brag about? Tears welled up in her heart. Hello, everyone. I am your alchemy instructor, Mr. Hua. You can call me Teacher Hua. A bespectacled middle-aged man introduced himself, observing the eager faces in the room. It seems everyone is quite interested in my class, he remarked with a smile at the standing students. For those without seats, remember to bring a stool from your storage equipment next time, so you won't have to stand. His gaze landed on Li Mu, who was the only seated student among those without chairs, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Not foolish. Before we begin, I would like to ask if any of you are alchemists. 5 students from Chun Academy raised their hands, all having been recruited due to their profession. Excellent. All from Chun Academy. Teacher Hua nodded approvingly. By the way, I am the Dean of Chun Academy. Please take note. Upon hearing this, the Chun Academy students buzzed with excitement. They had never anticipated that their dean would also be their alchemy teacher. The dean could provide answers to their inquiries. A distinct advantage of being a Chun Academy student. Why hasn't the dean of Star Academy shown up yet? Feng Yu couldn't help but voice his curiosity. The dean of Moon Academy appeared this morning, and I heard the first class at Sun Academy was taught by their dean. Now Chun Academy's dean is here. Where's theirs? Not yet time. Jiang Chun, who had been silent, finally spoke. As far as I know, the combat teaching class is scheduled for Wednesday morning. Rumor has it that the teacher for that class is our dean. Really? That's great. I can ask about combat techniques. Feng Yu felt a sense of balance restored in his heart. Let us commence the class. Once the students settled down, Teacher Hua smiled and began his lecture. Alchemists are not traditional spellcasters. They lean towards supportive roles, gaining renown for crafting various items. They can create puppets, golems, machines, or magical potions. Among these, potion making has diverged from alchemy. Students who are alchemists have mastered an array of alchemical rituals, making it easier for them to grasp the intricacies of alchemy compared to those outside this profession. Chapter 26. Spell Countermeasures. There is a saying, master alchemy, and you will fear nothing in the world. This reflects the practicality and versatility of alchemy, making it applicable in any situation. Thus, the popularity of alchemy courses is understandable. Fortunately, the teacher provided every student with a textbook. Otherwise, Li Mu would have struggled to find someone to borrow a book from, as he had no acquaintances at the school. After discussing some foundational concepts, the alchemy teacher announced the end of class. Following this, the 5 alchemists from Chun Academy gathered around, while other students from the academy, regardless of their purpose, formed a crowd around him. Teacher Hua adjusted his glasses, revealing a wry smile. Li Mu sighed as he looked at the textbook that had vanished from his hands. What a pity. I barely flipped through a few pages before it disappeared. Exiting the classroom, Li Mu walked towards the dormitory, greeted by the evening breeze. Li Mu, wait a moment. A feminine voice called out to him as he exited the teaching building. Your Highness. Li Mu turned to face the girl before him, performing an aristocratic bow. The 5th princess of the empire, Yi Shuangyan, a first-year student at Star Academy and a dragon knight by profession, stood before him, with her ponytail swaying. She exuded an air of elegance, her armor glinting with a dazzling sheen, revealing that it was a purple-grade equipment, matching the level of his robe. Li Mu, would you be interested in joining my club? Yi Shuangyan's voice was cool yet gentle. You won't be disappointed. This was an indirect invitation to align with her interests, benefits in exchange for loyalty. Li Mu replied calmly, as the heir of the Li family. I do not fear any princes, even if one day they occupy that position. The princess produced an item, activating it to create a faint soundproof barrier around them. I can promise you a legendary staff when you achieve legendary status at the 5th transition. And I will also fund the construction of your mage tower at the 4th transition, the 5th princess stated, walking alongside Li Mu towards the dormitory. Moreover, I can reduce the annual taxes of the Li family by 30%. And what I seek is your family's allegiance to my side. Trust me, I will not let you down. She painted a grand vision. That seems far-fetched, Your Highness. Li Mu shook his head. You are currently in a precarious position. How can I trust you? False promises, grandiose claims. This was Li Mu's first impression of the 5th princess. Actually, I am not devoid of resources, Yi Shuangyan countered, shaking her head. I possess the means to rival my elder brother. If you join me, I am confident that I can defeat him in the future. I can present a contract to prove my sincerity. However, the specifics of my resources will only be revealed once you ally with me. Yi Shuangyan spoke earnestly. Resources? Li Mu cast a glance at Yi Shuangyan, wondering if it was a teaching opportunity. Yi Shuangyan's expression momentarily faltered before she regained her composure. However, Li Mu had still noticed it, and subsequently shook his head. The princess was still quite young. Indeed, Yi Shuangyan clenched her fist, but beyond that, I possess other cards. The Round Table Knights? Li Mu inquired further. Where did you acquire such intelligence? A look of astonishment finally appeared on Yi Shuangyan's otherwise frosty visage. It's inconceivable that such confidential information could have been leaked. Her complexion paled. If this news had reached Li Mu, did that mean her elder brother was already aware? From you, Li Mu replied, gazing towards the dormitory in the distance. The first prince has the support of the Su family from Central State, the Chu family from the north, the Qian family from the south, the Lu family from the west, the Bai family from the east, and numerous smaller factions. Furthermore, the Lu family's Earth-Fire Dragon, which has been supplying him for years, has formed the formidable Earth-Fire Dragon Legion under his command. With so many cards in play, if Princess wishes to contend with the first prince, only teaching could provide you with the confidence to challenge him. As for your mention of possessing other cards, there is only the 12 Round Table Knights and their respective knight orders that emerged in Central State a decade ago. Your mother must have invested tremendous effort in establishing this force for your sake. Li Mu halted in front of the dormitory building. It would be wise to refrain from claiming you have confidence without meeting others. It could expose many secrets. I shall take my leave now, Princess. Wishing you sweet dreams tonight, Li Mu concluded before stepping through the door on the left, leaving Yi Xuanyan standing dazed at the entrance. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Mu retrieved pen and paper to record the day's learnings, followed by a moment of introspection. After reflecting, he performed a set of martial exercises, took a bath, and then lay on his bed. I wonder what delightful surprises the princess's hush money will bring me, Li Mu mused, summoning a few skeletons to stand by his bedside before closing his eyes. Tuesday's mage class focused on an introduction to mage schools and the ingenious combinations of spells. Having finished his meal, Li Mu arrived early at the classroom, finding a seat and patiently awaiting the lesson. Li Xiao, a female voice called out, and Li Mu turned to see a girl handing him a storage ring. After delivering it, she walked away. Li Mu examined the ring, discovering a bracelet, 2 skill books, and a blue horseshoe. Although he was uncertain of their significance, the princess's offerings could not possibly be lacking in value. No need to rush to inspect them. Class was about to commence. Watching the teacher enter, Li Mu thought to himself, I am Yu Ming, and this is our assistant teacher, Yin Feifei. As fellow mages, it is imperative to remain composed at all times. I shall cast a spell on you 5 seconds after I finish speaking, and I want you to deploy your defensive spells so I can assess which of you possesses the best protection. The elderly woman stated with a stern expression, her words rapid before falling silent. Bone Wall, Osteophyte, Spell Shield. Without hesitation, Li Mu instantly began to cast, conjuring a massive bone wall for defense. Simultaneously, the spell shield that accompanied his equipment activated, enveloping him. Meanwhile, the students, still groggy from breakfast, paused for a moment before beginning their incantations. However, it was too late. A burst of light flashed, and their gathered shields shattered in an instant. Li Mu's shield held out a bit longer before succumbing. Li Mu, Wazaki, Zheng Shuai, Leng Xiaoyu. Plus 5 points for earth, wind, fire. The rest lose 5 points, Yu Ming remarked coolly. Regardless of the reason, a poor defensive spell is a disservice to one's own life. Let us commence the lesson. As Yu Ming began his lecture, he deducted 5 points from the students, causing them to tense up and focus intently on their textbooks. The synergy between spells can yield remarkable results in critical moments, Yu Ming continued. For instance, the classic spell Grease has proven pivotal in numerous battles, akin to the phrases slippery as oil and adding fuel to the fire. What I aim to teach you is the interplay and counterplay of various spells. How much you grasp of this will depend on your own efforts. Yu Ming's words were laden with implications as he began his instruction. Li Mu, attentive, began to glean insights. Could the teacher be imparting knowledge on counterspell techniques? His eyes flickered with intrigue. Chapter 27, Simulated Battle. Both sessions of spell class were taught by Yu Ming, with Yin Feifei occasionally assisting him in demonstrations. Promotion. Promotion. This was the singular thought occupying her mind. After completing the morning lecture, Li Mu made his way to the cafeteria. His life felt fulfilling, a 3-point line, and he cherished this tranquil existence free from disturbances. Yet, trouble soon found him. Li Mu, I've heard tales of your unmatched gallantry as a scion of the Li family, but I find it hard to believe. After Li Mu finished his meal at a leisurely pace, a group approached him, challenging him to a simulated battle. The speaker was Su Xianchen from the Su family of Central State. No one would dare provoke another while they were dining. Such behavior is exceedingly impolite, especially among the nobility, where reputation holds great weight. Thus, he observed Li Mu consume an impressive amount of food before finally approaching him as he wiped his mouth. Points. Li Mu replied candidly. He was indifferent to whether he had come of his own accord or at someone else's behest. His only concern was what he could gain. Of course, points, Su Xianchen nodded, tapping his student card. 50 points, do you dare? He refrained from verbally insulting others. They were all from esteemed families, and matters among nobility should not be a source of amusement for outsiders. Very well, Li Mu nodded in agreement. With ample time before the afternoon class, they had sufficient opportunity for a duel. Su Xianchen led the way, maintaining a calm demeanor. Ever since a minor noble from Central State had been nearly ridiculed by a rural noble from the north, losing 30 points and allowing many to witness the Star Academy's defeat by the Sun Academy, he had been seething with anger. The humiliation was unbearable. This fueled his desire to fight. However, that Zhao Xingyu had been evasive, claiming they would meet in the dueling arena on the weekend. Unable to force anyone into a simulated battle under school regulations, he had set his sights on Li Mu instead. In the Star Academy, students from the 4 continents outside Central State tended to band together, keeping their distance from those of Central State. This was of little concern. They were merely provincial nobles. However, the repeated rejections of his simulated battle invitations had ignited his fury. Thus, upon learning that Li Mu from the north was a solitary figure, he decided to test the waters. He never anticipated that Li Mu would actually agree. Does he not realize I am a berserker? Su Xianqian pondered. Or perhaps the northern nobility truly are unwavering and never retreat. Regardless, he had no intention of showing mercy. Upon arriving at the designated location, Su Xianqian observed Li Mu, silently waiting. Are you not going to initiate the simulated battle? Li Mu queried, perplexed. Isn't the challenger required to spend 5 points to issue a challenge? Your retinue has yet to arrive, correct? Su Xianqian frowned. A mage without the protection of a retinue would be at a disadvantage in a duel against other professions. I did not bring a retinue to the academy. Li Mu shook his head. Very well. Somewhat surprised, Su Xianqian did not dwell on it and promptly wagered 5 points. The simulated battle arena activated, drawing a crowd of students who gathered to watch. As a form of entertainment within the academy, simulated battles were quite appealing, and many students engaged in or observed them daily. Naturally, upperclassmen would not frequent this place, with the dueling arena offering far more excitement. Simulated battles had lost their novelty for them. Only the newly admitted students each year would seek to spar, fight, with one another here. Isn't that Su Xianqian from Central State and Li Mu? What brings them here? Wow, Li Mu is truly handsome. Don't get your hopes up. No matter how good-looking he is, you're not worthy of him. Quick, start recording. This is a battle among nobles. It promises to be quite spectacular. Just as they were about to capture the moment on their phones, Su Xianqian's entourage intervened. You may watch, but recording is prohibited. Being students of the Star Academy, they naturally exerted considerable pressure on their peers. Exchanging glances, the students hesitated to provoke the esteemed academy and reluctantly set their phones aside. Please, Su Xianqian gestured forward. Please. Li Mu nodded, producing his skeletal staff. As they stepped onto the arena, a beam of light descended from above, enveloping the 2 combatants. This was a protective measure for students, ensuring they would not sustain severe injuries that could hinder their studies. In contrast, higher-tier dueling arenas only guaranteed the student's survival. The latter resembled true combat, but was only accessible on weekends. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, a melodious female voice began the countdown, as both competitors positioned themselves at opposite corners of the arena. 3, 2, 1, commence. The battle commenced with Su Xianqian roaring fiercely as he activated his berserker skill, enhancing all his attributes before charging towards Li Mu. Skeleton summon. Li Mu refrained from unleashing an army from the realm of the undead, deeming it too excessive. After all, they were both nobles, and he wished to afford his opponent some dignity. A solitary skeletal warrior emerged, prompting Li Mu to cast a spell. Bone growth. Instantly, the skeletal warrior began to enlarge, its bone shield and weapon morphing in response. In mere moments, a towering skeleton over 2 meters tall charged at Su Xianqian. A skeleton? How utterly disrespectful. Su Xianqian's fury ignited as he recognized the distinction between a necromancer and a summoner. Summoners cultivate the creatures they summon, empowering them to enhance their own combat prowess, whereas necromancers build legions from numerous weaker undead. The 2 professions diverge in their approach. One favors the elite, while the other relies on sheer numbers. Yet, Li Mu had summoned but a single undead, which clearly belittled him. Huh. Su Xianqian raised his fist in a furious howl, charging at the skeletal warrior. The latter remained unperturbed, sinking its body to stabilize its center of gravity and raising its shield to block. Hold fast. Gather strength. The clash of the great shield and iron fist resonated sharply, echoing the sound of bone fracturing for all to hear below the arena. Wow, Su is so impressive. He shattered the bone shield with a single punch. Truly a berserker, ferocious indeed. Li, keep it up. Summon more skeletal warriors. Where is your army of the undead? Hurry. The students beneath the arena erupted in fervent cheers. On the stage, Su Xianqian listened to the raucous commentary below, his expressions shifting dramatically. In reality, it was not the shield that had shattered, but rather his own hand that had fractured. This is excruciating, he thought, but I cannot afford to lose face. Huh. Activating his frenzy skill to dull the pain, he continued to pummel the bone shield mercilessly. However, the steadfast skeletal warrior remained motionless, merely gathering its strength in silence. Bang, 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 bang. Su Xianqian unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike a blur, as he focused solely on demolishing the skeletal warrior's shield. All notions of prioritizing attacks on the mage's core were forgotten. His singular aim was to obliterate the shield, delivering a punishing blow to the skeleton's face. This was a byproduct of the berserker's combat state, a temporary decline in intellect. Li Mu, waiting patiently, began to grow somewhat bored. Glancing at the time, he noted there were still 20 minutes until class began, and thus he spoke. Cleave. In a flash, Su Xianqian was sent sprawling off the arena. Chapter 28, The Frenzied Bracelet. In the afternoon's first class, Li Mu chose to study enchantment magic. He considered it quite useful, once mastered. He could enhance his weapons through temporary or permanent enchantments, significantly boosting their power. In the classroom, Li Mu and Zhao Xingyu sat in the back, while Zhao's gaze narrowed as he observed Li Mu in the front row. I heard he was challenged by Su Xianchen in a mock battle during lunch. He inquired of a few underlings he had taken under his wing since enrollment. Indeed, Su lost. Just before, he declared he wanted Li Mu to keep that skeletal warrior that defeated him for a rematch. One underling replied, "It seems Su Xianchen is not as formidable as I had thought. I had assumed berserkers were exceptionally powerful." Zhao Xingyu smirked with disdain. After a moment, he glanced towards the window where two figures caught his attention, and he frowned. Since the first day of school, when Su Linger had caught him flirting with a girl from the Qin Academy and shot him a perplexing glance, the duo had not initiated conversation with him again. Whenever he approached, he was met with their cool demeanor and frosty tone. They must be upset. It's no wonder. After all, they both harbor feelings for me. And seeing me flirt with another girl must have stirred their jealousy. Zhao Xingyu mused, shaking his head. But I intend to cultivate a harem. They must come to terms with it soon. As the class bell rang, an elder clad in a purple robe entered the classroom. He surveyed the students briefly before distributing textbooks and commencing the lesson. Enchantments can enhance your equipment's effects. A well-crafted enchantment can significantly augment a practitioner's combat strength, while a poorly executed one can tarnish an otherwise fine piece of gear. I shall instruct you in various enchantment techniques, guiding you on which enchantments suit which types of equipment. Take your time to learn, he concluded, gesturing for the students to open their books and begin the lesson. Once the enchantment course concluded, Li Mu hurried to the next classroom. Does he never take a break? One student from the Qin Academy remarked, as Su Qiaoer displayed a complex expression. Look at him, a young master who has not missed a single class. Her twin sister seized the opportunity to lecture her. And what about you? If I hadn't chosen your electives, would you have tried to skip classes? Su Qiaoer, Su Linger began her routine admonition. Because once my sister sees other exemplary students, she will scold me. The younger sister lamented, as her elder sibling ushered her towards the next classroom. In the second class, Li Mu opted for the study of non-human entities. His interest was piqued by the teacher's lessons on corpse stitching research, as he would eventually need to develop his own army of ghouls and abominations. Oh, I didn't expect so many to attend my class. The voluptuous instructor, Ms. Fu Lin, blinked her strikingly beautiful eyes. I am Fu Lin. Feel free to call me Ms. Fu. May I ask why you chose my course? She surveyed the students occupying nearly half the seats, fixing her gaze on a bespectacled boy in the front row. I enrolled because I wish to learn to alchemize non-human entities, he replied, adjusting his glasses. So you are an alchemist, Ms. Fu exclaimed, glancing at his student card and nodding in understanding. Please, take a seat. And you? She inquired of a girl sitting beside the bespectacled student. I want to keep a pet but am unsure which to choose, so I enrolled to see which creatures are the cutest, a girl from the Star Academy responded. For pets, I recommend the spotted cat or the colorful sparrow. Both are easy to care for and quite beautiful, making them excellent choices, Ms. Fu suggested, waving her hand as two images materialized in the air, displaying the pets. Thank you, teacher. Where can I purchase them? The Star Academy girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the adorable creatures. You've come to the right person. Every Wednesday afternoon, the commercial street opens temporarily, and shop number 39 sells these. Mention my name, and you'll receive a substantial discount, Ms. Fu replied with a smile. Thank you, teacher. The girl nodded, already planning to acquire her new pet. Feeling a bit lonely in her spacious dormitory. And you? Ms. Fu's captivating gaze turned towards Li Mu, realizing there was yet another striking presence among her students. Study their physical characteristics, Li Mu contemplated. After all, to directly mention dissection might come off as a bit inappropriate. Characteristics? Upon hearing this term, Fu Lin became intrigued. She assumed Li Mu genuinely wished to learn her subject and continued to inquire. What specific characteristics are you referring to? Non-human biological special regions and compatibility, Li Mu replied. But if pressed further, he could only admit it was for dissection purposes. This, however, we hardly cover that in our first-year curriculum. Fu Lin smirked. But if you're genuinely interested, you can come to office 4, and I'll gladly explain it to you, though there will be a fee. She winked, her enchanting visage rendering many male students unable to divert their gazes. All right, Li Mu nodded. Now, let us commence with the lesson. With that, she summoned the textbook and began the class. After the lesson concluded, Li Mu strolled down the increasingly familiar path, listening to his classmates discuss the combat class scheduled for the following day, paying little heed. He finished his meal and hurried to the classroom for the course he had chosen for the evening, astronomy. Astronomy, it was said, encompassed the legendary knowledge of the astral realm. For Li Mu, who aspired to ascend to divinity and traverse the astral planes, this was of utmost importance. Upon arriving at the classroom, which was sparsely populated, Li Mu found a seat. Meanwhile, in the back row, Lung Xiaoyu observed Li Mu for a moment, tightening her grip on her paper and pen. I am Yilian Shan, your combat class instructor and the head of the Astral Academy. A robust man clad in a blue, jeweled robe stood at the podium, surveying the students as he spoke. The astral realm. Everyone knows a little about it, and what I am here to teach is how to glean insights from stargazing and the various worlds within the astral domain. You may refer to these insights as astrology. He directed them to open their textbooks to the third section, the connection between stars and worlds. Limu opened his book and listened attentively. After class, Limu walked back to the dormitory against the evening breeze. Limu. A melodious female voice called out to him, prompting him to turn around. It was a tall beauty, strikingly attractive, yet possessing a sharpness in her eyes. Limu recognized her as Chu Yunyu, the little princess of the Chu family, one of the top families in the northern region, and a second-year student at the Astral Academy. What brings you here? Limu inquired, for while they were acquainted, they were not truly familiar. I heard you had a delightful conversation with the fifth princess yesterday, she said, approaching him casually. Her family aligned with the first prince. And although she was reluctant to engage in such matters, as a member of the Chu family, she felt compelled to maintain appearances. More or less, Limu nodded. I enjoyed myself. Is that so? Chu Yunyu scrutinized him for a moment before nodding. I see. With that, she turned and walked away. Limu paid no mind to the onlooking students who seemed eager for gossip and returned to his dormitory. He understood her character and thoughts well enough. A little cooperation wouldn't he hurt. Back in his dormitory, Limu retrieved the items given to him by the princess and began to examine them. Frenzy Bracelet, Purple Effect. Increases summoned creatures' morale by 1. Frenzy Aura, once per day. Requirement, Summoner Class. Frenzy Aura. Causes summoned creatures to enter a frenzy. Unafraid of pain while temporarily gaining 3 in strength and 3 in agility. An exceptional piece of equipment for a low-level summoner, it would prove quite useful. Azure Scale Horseshoe, Purple Effect. Summons an Azure Scale Horse. Requirement, none. A rare pet type equipment. Moreover, it summoned the Azure Scale Horse with second transformation attributes. He thought, I shall ride this horse into battle. Limu was thoroughly satisfied. Bone Armor. Forms a layer of bone armor on the body. Requirement, first transmutation Necromancer. I can wear armor now, he mused. Black Knight Summon. A directed summon of a Black Knight. Magic cost halved if a corpse is available. Requirement, first transmutation Necromancer. Black Knights are formidable undead creatures, rumored to be the reanimated forms of valiant warriors who have succumbed to death's energy. Both skill books pertain to the Necromancer class, likely procured by the princess specifically for him. Unfortunately for her, not only had she failed to recruit Limu, but he had also discerned her true nature, compelling her to gift him these items without reservation. Thank you, princess. I assure you, I will keep this to myself, Limu said with satisfaction, testing their effects before retiring for the night. Chapter 29, Combat. On Wednesday morning, all first-year students gathered at the yet-to-be-open duel arena. They were divided into 5 teams, arranged according to the 4 academies of Sun, Moon, and Stars, with the additional team consisting of followers from each academy. Before them stood a burly man. I am Yi Lianshan, your combat instructor and the head of the Astral Academy. The man spoke, and as he finished, the students erupted into a brief clamor before settling into silence, earning a nod of approval from him. As a member of the royal family, he naturally held a favorable view of the nobility. Casting a glance at Yi Shuangyan, who stood at the forefront of the Astral Academy, he continued, Combat is the main theme of the world. A world devoid of conflict is dull. A world filled with strife is vibrant. My course is simple. It is combat. I will not teach you any combat techniques or how to maintain a calm mindset. What I desire is for you to grasp these concepts through your own experiences between life and death. My class requires only one thing, to fight. With that, he waved his hand, and the duel platform activated. The champion will receive an additional 100 points, the runner-up 50. Those ranked 3rd to 10th will gain 10 points each. All others will lose 20 points. Now, let me witness your strength. Yi Lianshan's laughter echoed, instilling a sense of harshness amongst the students of the 4 academies. There were nearly 200 students combined from the 4 academies, with the most from the Qin Academy. How ruthless. If I lose 20 points, how will I ever visit the library? One of the Qin Academy students lamented. I should have answered a couple more questions in class. This is unfair. The Qin students complained the most, while the Astral Academy remained silent. The Sun and Moon Academies, however, were eager, sizing each other up. The followers cast glances at their mages, some anxious, others agitated. Fairness? Huh. Yi Lianshan scoffed, waving his hand. Get in there. The first 10 to be knocked out will lose an additional 10 points. No matter what, once you enter the duel arena, you are bound to it. By the way, the 4 academies will be matched randomly, and do not show mercy to familiar faces, Yi Lianshan remarked, casting a pointed look at the students entering the teleportation array. Fight as if your opponent is a mortal enemy. Otherwise, your points will be forfeit. As he finished speaking, Limu stepped into the duel arena, and a light flashed before him, causing him to vanish from his spot, matching you with an equally skilled opponent. Match successful. In the next moment, he found himself in a vast forest. You have entered the duel arena. May your battles be enjoyable. So, this is the duel arena? It feels so real. Limu inhaled the fresh air of the forest and tested the various equipment he wore. As expected, his storage ring was sealed, and he could not access the Orc King's sword or any other items. This was the rule of the duel arena. One could not use items outside their class. Quite reasonable, considering the existence of certain overpowering artifacts that could disrupt the balance of combat. Fortunately, the teacher had imparted the skill of the Necromancer's space to him. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward if he couldn't summon his undead army from his spatial pouch. Reflecting on this, Limu glanced down at the faint yellow glow surrounding him, reaching out to touch it. This must be the final protective mechanism of the duel arena, ensuring survival. Of course, one could also choose to surrender. With a loud beep, 2 beams of yellow light shot up into the sky, marking Limu and his opponent's presence for all to see. This is a positioning device, specifically designed out of fear that professionals might be lurking and hiding. It determines locations every 10 minutes. What? You are an assassin, seeking to move stealthily? In pursuit of the perfect opportunity for an assassination? Planning to lie in wait for several days before striking? I'm afraid that is not permissible. The duel arena does not concern itself with your profession. Once you enter, fighting is obligatory. Gazing at the opponent, who is not too far away, Limu began to cast his spell. Bone Tombstone. He initiated with the Skeleton C tactic, the latest strategy he had been experimenting with. A Bone Tombstone gradually took form, and Limu assessed his mana consumption. 220 mana points, a manageable expense. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Several crisp sounds echoed as ordinary skeletons, unarmed, crawled out from the tombstone. Skeleton, 0 level. Strength, 3, Constitution, 3, Agility, 5, Skill, Rapid Strike. Ding. The SSS level talent. Heart of the War God, activated, and your summoned skeleton has automatically learned the martial skill, Tortoise Punch. Not bad. Watching the continuous emergence of skeletons from the tombstone, Limu did not hasten their movements, but instead chose to wait patiently. He calculated that if the students from the 4th Academy engaged in their normal pairwise duels, it would take 7 matches to determine the champion. However, this was Teacher Ye's combat class, and there would inevitably be those who emerged victorious early. Would those victors proceed to the next match immediately, or would they await the conclusion of the first round for all participants? They would certainly continue right away. In that case, if he delayed his exit, he could potentially avoid 2 battles. After all, his aim was to claim the championship, not merely to engage in combat. Thus, he remained unhurried, leisurely plucking leaves from nearby trees. His understanding of the struggles between life and death no longer required direct experience. For his Tao heart had reached its zenith a millennium ago when he perished in battle, achieving a state of purity. A millennium ago, he bore no regrets, no guilt, and no remorse. He was without reproach toward his master. The master who raised him lived a worry-free latter half of life, passing away peacefully. In accordance with his last wishes, Limu laid him to rest in the wind. He held no guilt toward his comrades. The families of his comrades had been well protected by him. Among the countless individuals he safeguarded then, they were included. He fulfilled his promise not to allow them to perish before his eyes, and he succeeded. He bore no guilt toward his country. When disaster struck, he spent 3 months leading thousands to escape from countless magical beasts, and when called upon, he fought for 3 days and nights amidst an endless tide of beasts. All for the potential mutation factors possessed by the Beast King. Mutants, corrupted lands, man-eating walls, 3-headed sharks. He had endured countless missions, achieving a perfect completion rate. He could not afford to fail, nor could he dare to. In the end, to safeguard the evacuation of the masses, he single-handedly defended an empty city with his sword until the last moment, detonating the magic core bomb on himself, perishing alongside 3 Beast Kings. He held no regrets, nor did he lament his actions. It was then that he fully comprehended the purity of the Tao heart, as his master had described. Limu raised a leaf, examining its patterns in the light. No regrets, no grievances, no guilt. Transformed into a heart of purity. This heart would advance boldly, never retreating. As the wind blew, he released the leaf. It soared into the distance, just as his heart did, unfettered by the winds, soaring toward an ethereal future. As 10 minutes elapsed, the light reappeared. Now further away, Limu frowned slightly and waved his hand, dispatching over 600 skeletons in that direction. Go, he commanded. With a clatter, the white sea of bones began to flood the verdant landscape. Chapter 30, Victory. Rustle, rustle. Clatter, clatter. Boom, boom, boom. Several sounds reverberated, and the lurking assassin furrowed his brow in confusion. What was that noise? It must be a mage employing a large-scale clearing spell. After all, what other profession could produce such a commotion? Yet, I possess the perfect stealth talent as an assassin. You will never detect my presence. With that thought, he continued to lie in wait. But in the next moment, as he witnessed countless skeletons emerging from the forest, wreaking havoc on the terrain with their fists, racing toward him, he realized who his opponent was. Damn it, Limu. The assassin's heart tightened. Knowing that he faced a necromancer, he would not hide away, allowing him the time to summon skeletons. However, I still have a chance. The skeletons of a necromancer are weak, he consoled himself, recalling the video he had seen. In the next moment, several skeletons reached the trees and began to strike with their fists. Unaware of pain, fatigue, or emotion, they battered the trees, shaking them. Within moments, several skeletons' hand bones shattered, but they merely retreated for others to take their place, continuing their assault. This left the assassin in the treetops in a state of stunned disbelief. If these skeletons wielded axes to chop the trees, Their efficiency would surely be remarkable. This was the last thought that crossed his mind before the trees fell under the relentless assault of the skeletons. Ding. You have achieved victory and are being matched with a suitably balanced opponent. Match successful. You will enter the battlefield in 30 seconds. Please prepare 30 seconds. Limu pondered for a moment and, just before the match was finalized, summoned a bone spear, placing a leaf into his storage ring. The next moment, a desert scene materialized, and the bone spear vanished, though his mana points had been consumed. The 30 seconds, as expected, were allotted for their recovery. Oh, so that's how it is. Limu touched the fairy heart at his chest, sighed, and continued to summon the bone tombstone. The skeleton sea tactic resumes. A tombstone rose in the desert, and the skeletons that crawled out were covered in sand, eliciting a smile from Limu. Sand, how long has it been? With that thought, he crouched down and grasped a handful of sand. Love without substance is like a pile of loose sand. What was the rest? Limu tightened his grip on the sand, deep in thought. At that moment, however, a figure in the distance was observing him play with the sand. Bow and arrow in hand. Limu, Lu Feng murmured, drawing back his longbow. Activating his eagle eye skill, his gaze fixed on Limu as he prepared to shoot. Just then, a white wall suddenly obscured his view. Before he could frown, that wall thickened and widened, obstructing even the tombstone. With a keen sense, Lu Feng assessed the wind speed and aimed his arrow high. The eagle eye skill illuminated a red trajectory in his vision, allowing him to execute numerous maneuvers. For instance, the high arc shot he was about to make. Burning arrow. Triple shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows were released simultaneously. Their brilliance under the blazing desert sun, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye, descending toward Limu's location. Limu set aside the sandcastle he had just constructed, glanced at his skeleton's summoning speed, and deemed it still too slow. Raising his hand, the bone wall skill shielded his head, connecting to the first bone wall, which he reinforced with bone proliferation, and then summoned another bone tombstone. With a whoosh, the sound of burning erupted, sparks igniting the sand surrounding the bone wall, yet causing no harm to Limu whatsoever. Meanwhile, the 2 bone tombstones allowed the number of skeletons to increase over time, gradually coming into Lu Feng's line of sight. Charge toward that archer's location, Limu commanded, and resumed building his fortress. Countless skeletons surged toward Lu Feng, the overwhelming sea of bones causing a shiver to run down his spine. The Necromancer's skeleton sea tactic? Nothing more than this. For an archer, as long as the distance is sufficient, even a multitude of low-level skeletons poses little threat. Explosive arrows, burning arrows, freezing arrows, greasy arrows. Combining several types of arrows produced a synergy greater than the sum of its parts, shattering numerous skeletons of the sea. However, Lu Feng was well aware that to secure victory, his primary target remained the Necromancer himself, hidden behind that formidable bone wall. However, the distance was not only vast, but the skeletons were also ceaselessly emerging from behind that wall. But can your gravestone truly summon skeletons infinitely? Lu Feng revealed a smile, brimming with confidence. Surely not. You should be waiting behind the wall to replenish your mana, correct? He envisioned Limu behind that wall, meticulously summoning skeletons, calculating his magical energy down to the last detail. The moment your mana is depleted will be my victory, Lu Feng thought, as he shot another arrow. Is it not over yet? 10 minutes later, the light signaled again. Having completed the construction of 10 sandcastles, Limu brushed the sand from his hands, gazing at the radiance bursting forth from behind the wall, and peeked out. There he saw the archer struggling amidst a sea of skeletons, besieged by numerous foes. Looking quite disheveled, yet he continued to wield his curved dagger, resisting the relentless onslaught of skeletons. The archer class is not merely one that utilizes bows and arrows in a literal sense. Most of them are burly men capable of galloping on horseback, with sturdy arms. Only thus can they draw their bows with formidable strength. Moreover, when arrows run out, their secondary weapons typically come into play for self-defense, whether it be a dagger, a curved sword, or other agile short weapons. This is what grants the archer class its close combat capability. Impossible. How could he possess so much mana? Lu Feng pondered, struggling to fend off the punches aimed at his lower body with his curved dagger. Could that gravestone truly summon endlessly? His quiver held the maximum capacity of 500 arrows. He had thought that using half would suffice, yet the skeletons seemed truly inexhaustible, forcing him to expend arrows until only 20 remained. This was the glimmer of hope he had reserved for a comeback. If only he could charge in there and defeat him with arrows, victory would still be within grasp. Glaring at the wall, he gritted his teeth and drew an arrow. He still had that one final move, the archer's ultimate skill, his last resort, the arrow of bloom. Sacrificing health points, it would imbue his arrow with explosive power, penetrating, igniting, shattering armor, corroding, freezing, causing bleeding, and inflicting random effects from 4 out of the 8 possible magical effects. Additionally, it would bestow the arrow with acceleration through rapid fire and swift effects. This was the last desperate measure of the archer, his final flourish. Drawing the bow, knocking the arrow. The success or failure hinged solely on this shot. Lu Feng shouted within, and the arrow flew forth with great speed. Limu, ensconced behind the bone wall. Suddenly sensed a faint hint of danger. Hearing the sound of the arrow, he tilted his head and raised his hand, conjuring another layer of defense with the bone wall. As Lu Feng released the arrow, he watched as several skeletons disintegrated in its path, secretly elated. The next moment, the arrow struck the bone wall with a resounding crash. Yet, the wall remained steadfast amidst the sandy sea, its white surface reflecting the sunlight, resembling snow against the yellow sand, reminiscent of a unique plant from the northern region. This white wall bears a resemblance to snow bamboo, he mused, before being engulfed by the sea of skeletons. Ultimately, he failed to breach the wall. Chapter 31, Dragon Knight. With a thunderous noise, Li Mu observed the 20 or so sandcastles that had collapsed, letting out a resigned sigh. I spent so long building those. After a deep breath, he glanced at the notification. Ding. You have achieved victory and are being matched with an equally skilled opponent. Match successful. You will enter the battlefield in 30 seconds. Please prepare yourself. I wonder how many more matches await. Li Mu looked at his fully restored health and mana, pondering what he could purchase with his current points. He thought about the commercial street opening at school in the afternoon, filled with anticipation. Taking a leaf from his storage ring, Li Mu once again marveled at the realism of the duel arena, releasing the leaf to let it fall onto the sand, adding a splash of life to the otherwise mundane scene. As the 30 seconds elapsed, a dim, eerie expanse materialized before him. How familiar this scene is. Observing the location resembling his teacher's mage tower, Li Mu summoned 2 skeleton gravestones. The opposing radiant light had also settled into position, prompting him to glance at it before dismissing it from his mind. What shall I do next? Watching as more skeletons gathered around him, Li Mu felt a twinge of boredom amidst the withered trees and hardened earth. Never mind, let us play a bit. He snapped off a twig and began to dance with his sword under the dim moonlight. Gradually, centered around him, countless skeletons emerged from the gray mist, spreading outwards. Humph. I must be invincible among my peers. Zhao Xingyu swaggered through the mist towards the earlier radiance. Having effortlessly won 4 matches, he was brimming with confidence. How pathetic. Are my classmates really this easy to defeat? With this sword, I shall be invincible. He smirked while stroking the sword in his hand, which emitted a faint red glow. He had purchased this sword for just a silver coin from a weapon stall before enrolling in school. His instincts had told him that this sword was exceptional, though its attributes had given him pause before he finally decided to buy it. Upon returning home, he accidentally cut his finger, revealing the sword's complete attributes, which granted him lifesteal to replenish his health. He believed that with this sword, combined with his skills, he could surely defeat the princess, win her favor, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Now, how should I allocate this 100 points? Skills or equipment? Shaking his head, he refocused on the present. He had heard that the commercial street offered many rare and extraordinary pieces of equipment and skill books that one could not find elsewhere, and he could learn skills from both the mage and swordsman classes. This 100 points would be the first step in my rise. In the upcoming selection for the Chief of the Day Academy, I shall surely succeed. Li Mu, I will stand over you in the future. A smirk graced his lips. Amidst the gray mist, a rustling sound reached his ears. Oh, they are not fleeing, but rather approaching me. Zhao Xingyu's lips curled into a smile. Then I shall show you the might of the future Chief of the Day Academy. With that, he brandished his sword. A flash of light cut through the air, striking towards the source of the sound. Crack. The sound of bones shattering clearly reached Zhao Xingyu's ears, prompting a cold smirk to form. So weak, this is utterly tedious. Eager to finish off his foe quickly, he approached, only to be confronted by the very phantoms that had haunted his nightmares, the scenes that plagued him each night, skeletons. Countless skeletons turned their gaze toward him, causing his heart to tremble involuntarily. He suddenly recalled the memories from that day before his near demise. The same skeletons. Ah! Li Mu. Fear gave way to an endless fury. Roaring, Zhao Xingyu unleashed both spells and sword techniques, decimating a dozen skeletons. Meanwhile, the scattered skeletons found their direction. The white sea surged towards Zhao Xingyu. The fury of being hunted and the hatred born from jealousy erupted within him, propelling Zhao Xingyu into a frenzy. Akin to a tiger among sheep, his combat prowess surging. Crack, 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 crack. Several skeletons shattered, prompting him to shout in exhilaration. Nothing more than this. Nothing more than this. Ha ha. Zhao Xingyu, blinded by rage, felt as though the nightmares plaguing him for days would finally dissipate upon defeating Li Mu. In his frenzied state, he paid no heed to conserving his mana, until he realized his mana was nearly depleted. What is happening? I'm out of mana. Zhao Xingyu was taken aback as he could not execute his sword techniques. This is bad. I have no mana left. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at the multitude of skeletons rushing towards him, readying his sword stance. Without mana, I can still obliterate you worthless beings. He shouted in anger, charging forward. However, he overestimated his martial prowess. Before long, he was caught off guard by a skeleton, which delivered a brutal strike to his groin, eliciting a scream of agony. Ah! He clasped his hands over his groin, wailing in pain. Yet, the skeletal horde did not relent, and once again, the chilling aura of death enveloped him. This time accompanied by a multitude of skeletons. The sheer terror of the countless bones sent Zhao Xingyu's face into a grimace as he was teleported away. Outside the dueling arena, he shrieked in agony, prompting several classmates to cover their ears. Calm down. Yi Lianshan frowned at Zhao Xingyu, feeling exasperated. He exuded an aura of intimidation, causing Zhao Xingyu to freeze in place. Nevertheless, as a teacher, he had a responsibility towards his 16-year-old student. He approached and knelt to assess Zhao Xingyu's condition. Once class is over, head to the infirmary and procure a bottle of nightmare-dispelling potion. It's not expensive, just 20 points. After his examination, he addressed the still distorted Zhao Xingyu. It's merely a student tormented by nightmares. It's not a grave matter. Zhao Xingyu nodded hoarsely. Nightmares, you say? Li Mu, your skeletons have become my nightmare, you know? His gaze fell, filled with profound resentment. Ding. You have achieved victory and are being matched with an equally skilled opponent. Match successful. You will enter the battlefield in 30 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Sighing, Li Mu halted his movements, feeling a twinge of regret. It was unfortunate that he had not finished his sword dance. This victory came a bit too swiftly. He glanced at the notification, laid down the branch, and mused about his next opponent being a melee class. How unfortunate. He shook his head and awaited his next adversary. 30 seconds elapsed. The scene shifted, revealing an expansive plain before him, where he soon spotted a distant figure without the need for any guiding light. The fifth princess, Yi Xuanyan. Flanking her was a reddish-brown, second-tier subdragon, the Earth Flame Dragon. Its form was reminiscent of a prehistoric giant, exhaling red breath that ignited the green grass around it. The earthy armor adorning its body shimmered with colors, indicating it was no ordinary pet equipment. The first tier was known as Earth Fire, while the second tier was dubbed Earth Flame. The Earth Flame Dragon, no wonder its legion was revered as the invincible force on land. Li Mu envisioned the clash between his undead legion and hers, shaking his head in resignation. I cannot hope to match it now, nor can I predict if I ever will. With that thought, he turned his gaze to the beautiful princess who had leapt onto the dragon's back, armed with a lance. It was said that the current ruler was exceedingly fond of this princess and intended to sign a contract with a young dragon of the metallic lineage once she reached her second transformation. Such privileges were beyond the reach of many royal families and served as a testament to the friendship between the dragon species and humankind, apart from the evil dragons. A second-tier subdragon, this called for utmost seriousness. Dismissing the notion of lounging in the grass, Li Mu summoned his legion of the undead. As they emerged, the ashen energies of death stripped the vitality from the green grass, transforming the ground beneath their feet into a desolate black wasteland. The undead army had also undergone a transformation. They were now adorned with menacing bone spikes. Even the mages bore armor of bone spikes. This was the enhancement provided by the death energy of the undead realm, rendering them formidable. Li Mu nodded appreciatively, marveling at the striking appearance of the skeletons. He had initially intended to summon the azure-scaled horse to battle alongside him, but it remained trapped within his storage ring. Thus, he reluctantly mounted the summoned skeletal warhorse, conjuring a skeletal lance in his hand. Chapter 32, Dragon Knight vs. Bone Knight. As a mere necromancer, he was no match for the second-tier dragon. Yet Li Mu was far from an ordinary mage. Although he could not wield the orc greatsword, his melee capabilities were not to be underestimated. The princess, upon witnessing the terrifying undead legion, displayed a momentary expression of astonishment, though it quickly vanished. She had begun to master the control of her emotions. Their gazes locked. The princess, riding the Earth Flame Dragon and wielding a knightly lance, charged at Li Mu. Fire the arrows and cannons, Li Mu commanded, preparing to lead his knightly regiment into the fray. As the arrows paved the way, the cannonballs followed suit, causing the princess to furrow her brow. The dragon she rode opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that enveloped the arrows and projectiles, obliterating any trace of the army's ranged assault. The inferno compelled Li Mu to retreat behind his forces, dispelling any thoughts of leading a charge. Yet, a charge was still necessary. Advance. Over 70 knights surged forward, their imposing presence catching the princess's attention. She had not anticipated that the summons of a necromancer could manifest such a cavalry. In a moment of realization, the Dragon Knight and the cavalry collided. Bang! As expected, the second-tier subdragon shattered the enhanced knightly regiment, barreling toward him unimpeded. I cannot allow her to continue her charge. Fully aware of the potential devastation of an unrestrained assault, Li Mu furrowed his brow and raised his hand, conjuring a wall of bones to impede the dragon's speed. Bang! Crack! The bone wall successfully fractured, momentarily slowing the Earth Flame Dragon, which adjusted its course and charged once more. All troops advance, Li Mu commanded, opting to push forward with his army while he, brandishing his skeletal spear, sought opportunities from the flank. The well-trained skeletal warriors surged toward the Dragon Knight, brandishing their blades and shields with resolute determination. This scene led the Dragon Knight to instinctively perceive herself before a disciplined army, causing a flicker of doubt to enter her mind. Nevertheless, she raised her lance and commenced battle. Dragon Might, Pseudo. The Dragon Knight invoked her pseudo-dragon might. Although her dragon was not a true dragon, Her capabilities bore semblance to dragon might, albeit not as potent. However, it was sufficient to instill pressure upon her opponent. Yet, as a being of the undead, Limu harbored no fear. The dragon might was inherently ineffective against him. Ding. You are subjected to the intimidation of dragon might, pseudo. An immunity check is being conducted. Ding. The innate skill Iron Will is in effect. Immunity check successful. You have resisted this intimidation, though surprised that the dragon might bore no influence over him. She dismissed it, for her other skills were formidable. Dragon Roar, Dragon Dance, Dragon Spear Fury, and Dragon Slash. A multitude of skills linked to dragons forged the myth of the Dragon Knight's invincibility at her level and served as the foundation of her confidence. The dance of the dragon spear felled countless skeletons. The flame dragon's breath set the battlefield ablaze. Even the enhanced undead legion struggled against the overwhelming disparity in tier. Witnessing this scene, Limu frowned, abandoning any thoughts of utilizing the frenzy aura. In the face of absolute attribute disparity, it would prove futile. Sighing in resignation, Limu patted the skeletal warhorse, activating bone growth. The warhorse gradually expanded, swiftly attaining a size only slightly smaller than that of the flame dragon. The colossal white skeletal horse, adorned with menacing bone spikes, bore a terrifying visage, its eye sockets aglow with an eerie blue flame. Limu stroked the bony horn atop its head and continued his incantation. Bone armor. A layer of white bone armor encircled him, forming a chest plate with a skull visage and a helmet of bone. With the influence of bone growth, the armor thickened and became more menacing, encased in bone spikes. The skeletal helmet gradually enveloped Limu's neck and face, crafting a mask of bone that left only his deep, dark eyes visible. After a moment's contemplation, Limu summoned yet another skeletal spear and activated bone growth once more. The dual spears transformed, their bodies enlarged, and menacing bone spikes protruded from either side of the spearheads, morphing the weapons into formidable polearms. Not only that, but the tails of the spears, mirroring the heads, also boasted spear tips, with the bone spikes remaining intact. One spear was long, the other short, together forming the fearsome Belong dual spear combat technique. After the Dragon Knight had annihilated the skeletal legion, she turned to face a terrifying sight. A skeletal knight brandishing two colossal polearms while mounted on a gigantic steed of bone, exuding an aura of dread. He stood motionless. Yet the Dragon Knight felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. What manner of weapon is that? The Dragon Knight narrowed her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing the dual-headed polearms in Limu's grip, her mind filled with apprehension. Though she found his appearance unsettling, she did not dwell on it. For the protective barrier conjured by spells could never rival the strength of a crafted defense. Nevertheless, the two massive polearms instilled a sense of menace within her. Dual weapons? The Dragon Knight's thoughts raced as she charged forward. Limu mirrored her advance, yet remained wary of the fiery breath of the Earth Flame Dragon. As anticipated, just as they were about to collide, the dragon unleashed a torrent of searing flames directed at Limu. Magical shield, activating the skill embedded in his equipment. Limu braced himself against the residual flames as he collided with the Dragon Knight. He lacked the energy to cast spells. Mastering the mage's specialty of combat spellcasting was a skill he had yet to acquire. Boom. Clash. The two engaged, with the skeletal knight striking first. The clash of the riding spear and bone polearm produced a sharp sound, yet when the skeletal knight thrust his second polearm with the speed of thunder, the Dragon Knight was unable to defend herself. Despite her mental preparations, she was taken aback by the strength of a mage, compelling her to wield her spear with both hands to block one of the long polearms. The other was simply unavoidable. Crash. The immense force transmitted through the polearm nearly sent her tumbling, but the Dragon Knight's passive ability activated, preventing her from being thrown off her dragon. However, she coughed up blood, steadfastly clinging to her mount. The Earth Flame Dragon also collided with the skeletal steed, shattering its ribcage. In the first round of their confrontation, the skeletal knight held the upper hand, yet his skeletal steed, having sustained damage, significantly reduced its speed. Their figures intertwined and swiftly came together for another bout. This time, the Dragon Knight had learned, initiating the attack with her riding spear. Crack. The skeletal knight deflected with his shorter polearm, his right hand polearm lunging toward the Dragon Knight once more. The spear had become ensnared in the polearm's gap, rendering her unable to retract it, resulting in another heavy blow that finally knocked her off her dragon's back. Within just 2 exchanges, the skeletal knight had felled the Dragon Knight from her mount. However, the skeletal steed, too, was struck down by the Earth Flame Dragon, collapsing under the force. The skeletal knight dismounted and advanced menacingly toward the gravely injured Dragon Knight. Seeing the skeletal knight brandishing his dual polearms approach, the Dragon Knight struggled to rise and engage in battle. Yet, with a single strike, the overwhelming dual polearms shattered her solitary spear, though she activated the dragon's guard skill. Just as the long polearm was about to touch the princess's neck, a crimson light enveloped her, shielding her from harm. The skeletal knight's gaze flickered as he unleashed a flurry of strikes against the shield, but to no avail. For the roar of the Earth Flame Dragon resounded behind him. The dragon's guard? Li Mu, hearing the roar, turned to engage the earth flame dragon. He understood the significance of the dragon's guard, reputed to be the Dragon Knight's most potent life-saving skill. Its effect was to create a shield linked to the Dragon Knight's life force, formed upon the brink of death, thereby protecting her. During this interval, the Dragon Knight would receive a rapid recovery buff within the shield. The vitality of dragons is formidable, and the shield tethered to her life is incredibly resilient, rendering the Dragon Knight nearly invincible during recovery. Once restored, she would face a fully revitalized adversary. Yet, Li Mu had a countermeasure. He would simply attack the dragon. If the dragon fell, the shield would dissipate, a straightforward yet brutal solution. With this thought, Li Mu swung his long polearm and engaged the earth flame dragon. Although he possessed second-tier ghouls to assist him in battle, he chose not to summon them, driven by a pure desire to test his strength against this second-tier dragon, all while concealing his trump card, hoping to catch the princess off guard in their next duel. Of course, should he truly find himself in peril, he would not hesitate to call upon the ghouls, for after all, that would yield him 100 points. Bang, bang, bang. The wind from the polearm sliced through the air, the spectral figure dancing as it rained blood upon the earth flame dragon. Blood surged forth, drenching Li Mu in combat. In this manner, he overwhelmed the dragon with sheer physical prowess. Alas, it was not the blood of a true dragon. Li Mu dodged a fiery breath. His mind focused on targeting the dragon's vulnerable areas with his polearm, eliciting a series of enraged roars from the creature. Meanwhile, the princess within the protective shield seized the moment to mend her injuries, disregarding the clash between Li Mu and the dragon. In her estimation, there was no way Li Mu could prevail against a second-tier dragon, until she heard her dragon's cries growing increasingly wretched, compelling her to open her eyes and witness the bloodied spectacle of a man and a dragon. How could this be? The princess's eyes widened in disbelief, observing the blood-soaked Li Mu, clad in tattered bone armor, wielding a fractured polearm, relentlessly striking the dragon's body, causing blood to spurt forth with each blow. Earth Flame Dragon. She could not help but shout. The dragon let out a furious roar and charged, but Li Mu effortlessly evaded the assault, continuing to target its critical wounds. Clenching her fists, the princess focused on her recovery. However, when the shield surrounding her suddenly vanished, she felt a tremor of fear. The Earth Flame Dragon had been defeated. In the next moment, the dying dragon transformed into a beam of red light, retreating to her bond space, prompting her to grip her riding spear tightly. Gazing at the bloodied Li Mu, whose fists were also stained with blood, the princess, having recovered significantly, raised her spear and charged at him. Seeing the princess approach, Li Mu had no intention of engaging her in battle. He was simply too fatigued. Therefore, replenishing his magical energy, he directly employed his skills in combat. Negative Energy Ray, Energy Missile, Necromantic Summon, Skeleton Summon, Bone Growth, Black Knight Summon, Black Knight, Tier 1, Strength, 20, Constitution, 19, Agility, 15. Skills, Mastery of Dark Sorcery, Blade Technique of 1,000 Battles. Ding. The SSS Tier Talent, Heart of the War God, activated, allowing his summoned Black Knight to automatically learn the skills of sword drawing and instant movement. The Black Knight, also known as the Dark Warrior, donned sturdy black armor that enveloped its form, with a black helmet and mask concealing its visage, save for its glowing red eyes that gleamed with malice. The blade it wielded was equally dark, its entire being exuding an aura of darkness. This was an exceedingly powerful unit. Moreover, they had mastered that skill, piquing Li Mu's interest in this new combatant. The princess felt a weight in her heart upon witnessing Li Mu begin to cast spells. A melee combat mage must first prevent the mage from casting. Otherwise, the tide of battle would swiftly turn against them. Dragon Roar. Roar. The princess emitted a roar akin to that of a dragon, momentarily disrupting Li Mu's summoning spell. Glancing at her, he raised his hand and unleashed a volley of energy missiles. Rat-tat-tat. With a magical energy pool of 540, Li Mu unleashed spells that consumed 10 points of energy, troubling the Dragon Knight, who was devoid of her dragon. Bone Growth. He enlarged the summoned skeletons, sending them alongside the Black Knights to confront the enemy, while he continued to cast spells from the rear. The Skeletal Warrior, the Skeletal Gunner, and the Dark Knight fought alongside the princess, while Li Mu occasionally unleashed waves of negative energy, causing the princess considerable distress. I have lost the royal dignity, she lamented, wielding her lance as she struggled against the 3 formidable undead, her body marred with numerous wounds. Li Mu, in the name of the 5th princess, I command you to cease. The princess suddenly shouted amidst the fray. What is it, your highness? Li Mu raised his hand to halt the undead and gazed silently at the princess. Although he was acutely aware of the adage that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter, as a noble from the Northern Territories, he felt it imperative to maintain a certain respect for royalty, at least in appearance. Please spare me some dignity. I shall concede shortly. The princess, stained with blood, spoke with great difficulty. If she were to be teleported out in such a state, it would undoubtedly tarnish the royal image, not to mention the subsequent unfavorable repercussions. If her elder brother were to exploit this embarrassment, she might forever lose her claim to the throne. Very well, Your Highness, Li Mu replied, his calm gaze lingering on her. Would you like me to assist you? I possess a cleansing spell. Thank you, the princess replied with a sense of frustration. The fact that she had to express gratitude to him after sustaining such injuries due to his own skills was a bitter pill to swallow. She inwardly chastised herself for her own weakness. Li Mu approached her side and cast the cleansing spell. The bloodstains vanished from her body, and she quickly retied her hair, straightening it as she turned to Li Mu. How do I look? She inquired. At that moment, Yi Xuanyan found herself in the meadow, with a gentle breeze lifting the ends of her hair. Although the sweat from battle had been washed away, a faint, alluring fragrance wafted towards Li Mu on the zephyr. Delightful. You still shine like a gem, Li Mu responded with a bow. Such a mundane compliment, she sighed. Nevertheless, do you truly have no intention of joining my faction? Should you agree, I could arrange a marriage between us. With a sigh, the princess spoke earnestly. Once I ascend to that position, I could appoint you as regent. What do you think? Li Mu remained silent. The depths of royal intrigue were far too perilous for his liking. Very well, I concede, the princess said, casting a lingering glance at Li Mu before exiting the dueling arena. Ding. The battle concluded. You have achieved ultimate victory. In 30 seconds, you will be teleported out of the dueling arena. Upon witnessing the princess's departure, Li Mu could no longer restrain himself and spat out blood. Why endure the pain? Because Li Mu, too, valued his dignity. He removed his battered armor, took off his helmet, and after consuming a healing potion, he cast the cleansing spell. He, too, needed to uphold the elegance of a noble and could not allow others to witness his disgrace. The undead rose again. During his confrontation with the princess, he had refrained from displaying his full strength, strategically saving a trump card for their next encounter. After all, he felt that only the princess among his peers could rival him. The rest were lacking. With all his magical energy, he resurrected the majority of the fallen undead army and withdrew them to the realm of the undead. His magical reserves were insufficient to revive all, and time was running short. He consumed a mana potion, watching as the final seconds ticked away. When time expired, Li Mu was teleported out of the dueling arena. Chapter 33, Champion. Outside the dueling arena, upon seeing the princess emerge impeccably, the waiting students were astonished. Historically, any member of the royal family attending Starfire Academy had always been at the top of the rankings, consistently securing first place. Yet, in this combat class, the princess had not achieved the highest honor. This revelation left the students in disbelief. Yi Lianshan furrowed his brow, observing his niece with confusion as to why she had lost. That a dragon knight and a second-tier fire dragon could be defeated by an undead mage was simply astonishing. As Yi Xuanyan noted the expressions of those around her, she sighed inwardly. Although she would still face her brother's scrutiny, it was better than being stripped of her qualifications. Moments later, Li Mu also appeared, his deep-set eyes and calm demeanor still embodying the image of a refined mage, as if their battle had been merely cordial. The champion is Li Mu, Yi Lianshan stated directly. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Even though they were aware that the princess had vied against Li Mu, the stark reality of the outcome left them incredulous. After all, one was an exceptionally powerful dragon knight, while the other had long been the subject of ridicule. The unexpected victory of the latter astonished many, except for a few. Zheng Shuai, who had been defeated by the princess, nodded appreciatively. You truly are strong. Lu Feng, who had fallen to the skeletal horde, pondered seriously. Was that a tactic involving the sea of skeletons? I wonder if I can acquire a skill for group attacks with archers this afternoon. Zhao Xingyu, his eyes reddened, gritted his teeth. What else do you have aside from skeletons? Meanwhile, Leng Xiaoyu, who had been bested by Zheng Shuai, felt a mix of emotions. Are you really that formidable? Zhou Wei, who had lost in the second round, chuckled. Master Li Mu is indeed invincible. The onlookers gazed at the composed Li Mu, each secretly contemplating. The runner-up is Yi Xuanyan. Yi Lianshan continued to announce the rankings. The princess cast a glance at her royal uncle and lowered her head. For ranks 3 to 10. You may check the score changes. There is no need to elaborate. He then surveyed the students, who appeared to be in poor spirits, and shook his head. This year's cohort seems less impressive than the last. However, Li Mu's ability to triumph over my niece piques my curiosity. Li Mu, he called out. Yes. Li Mu approached Yi Lianshan and performed a noble bow. Aware that the academy's head was a royal prince, he exhibited utmost respect. Can you continue fighting? He inquired, eyeing the gentle mage before him, who lacked the imposing demeanor characteristic of the Li family of the Northern Territories. I can, Li Mu affirmed with a nod. Then let us have a few more matches, Yi Lianshan suggested, glancing at the dueling arena and then at the time. Since his class was scheduled for the entire morning, he needed to prolong the session somehow, and Li Mu had caught his attention. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge Li Mu? He addressed the students, observing their mixed expressions. I can offer you an opportunity to regain the points that were deducted earlier. If you win, your lost points will be restored. If you lose, 5 points will be subtracted. Li Mu, if you win, you will gain 10 points. If you lose, 5 will be deducted. What do you say? Yi Lianshan inquired, eager to witness the capabilities of the undead mage who had bested a dragon knight. Very well, Professor Yi, Li Mu nodded slightly. The princess had just lost, and her dragon was still in the contract space, so she would likely be unable to participate. He felt no fear from his peers, but he was concerned that no one would step forward to challenge him, depriving him of the chance to earn points. This was an excellent opportunity to accumulate points. Should he feign weakness, perhaps they would perceive an opening and come forth to gift him points. I will. Su Xiangqun stepped forward from the Star Academy team, his gaze steady as he regarded Li Mu. Since his last defeat to the skeletal warrior, he had returned to reflect deeply and had gained insight into a new skill, Frenzied Fist. This skill, when combined with Frenzy and Berserk, would certainly shatter that skeleton's shield should he encounter it again. Moreover, it would afford him a chance to redeem himself in front of so many witnesses. Very well. Then prepare here, Yi Lianshan instructed, not indulging in further conversation. He directed the two to distance themselves. Begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Xiangqun surged forward like a released arrow, charging at Li Mu. In response, Li Mu raised his hand to summon skeletons and bolster their strength. Within moments, a massive skeleton materialized before Li Mu, intercepting Su Xiangqun's assault. Watch the punches. Su Xiangqun let out a furious roar, activating all three of his skills simultaneously. In an instant, a flurry of punches erupted, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking bones. The skeletal warrior, noticing the fractures in its bone shield, felt a flicker of blue flame ignite in its eyes as it charged forward with its shield. Utilizing the sword-and-shield combat technique, it struck with a shield bash, momentarily staggering Su Xiangqun. The skeletal warrior then began to wield its bone sword with ferocity, employing the cyclone blade technique. The swift motions of the bone sword left crimson streaks on Su Xiangqun's fists, blood dripping to stain the ground. Yet, he did not relent. Indeed, he grew more tenacious in battle, refusing to yield an inch. The skeletal warrior, embodying the same indomitable spirit of its sword and shield technique, could not afford to retreat. For what would become of those it held dear behind it? The dance of attack and defense, the very essence of the sword and shield style, echoed the founding intentions of Li Mu, aligning closely with the symbolism of the family crest of the Li clan. Soon enough, the shield shattered, the sword fell, and under the protection of Yi Lianshan, Su Xiangqun narrowly avoided having his head severed by the fractured skeleton's blade. Next time, I shall surely defeat your skeleton. Su Xiangqun gritted his teeth as he spoke, his subordinate approaching to offer him a vial of healing potion before returning to the ranks. He etched the memory of this second defeat deep into his mind, vowing to remember it always. Su Xiangqun scored 5 points, while Li Mu gained 10. Yi Lianshan's gaze flickered as he observed Li Mu's skeleton, pondering whether there were others who wished to challenge it. He recalled the Empire's past strategies. Yet uncertainty clouded his thoughts. The students exchanged glances, silent in their awe. They had just witnessed Su Xiangqun's ferocity after those punches. None dared claim they would not be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Yet, a mere summon of a necromancer stood resilient against it, further deepening their respect for the necromancer's craft. Zhao Xingyu, observing the skeleton, felt a tremor of apprehension and refrained from approaching. Once I have consumed the dispel potion, I shall personally slay you, he declared, standing in the sunlight, unable to meet the gaze of the skeleton. Well then, Yi Lianshan sighed, disappointment evident in his tone. He had hoped to witness more of Li Mu's unique undead. Likewise, Li Mu felt a tinge of disappointment. Earning only 10 points seemed rather meager. Now, let me inform you about next week's curriculum, Yi Lianshan announced, glancing at the clock. Next week, I shall lead you all to the underground city to level up. At that time, form groups of 3 to 5, and we shall hold a competition to see who can slay the most monsters. After making this announcement, he continued speaking, attempting to stretch the class time, transitioning from the underground city to the trial tower, recounting his youthful battles on the northern battlefield and in the abyssal rift. Gradually, the class came to an end, and he dismissed them, calling for the princess to inquire how Li Mu had bested her. Chapter 34, The Opening of the Commercial Street. As class concluded, the 5 teams dispersed, and Li Mu detached himself from his group, making his way to the cafeteria. Observing his retreating figure, many were left in contemplative silence. After lunch, Li Mu returned to his dormitory and entered the training room, commencing the revival of his fallen skeletons. He had yet to consider forming the Black Knight Legion, as the singularity of the Black Knights class paled compared to the diverse professions of skeletons. In a one-on-one scenario, skeletons would undoubtedly falter, but a legion of skeletons facing an equal number of Black Knights would surely prevail. For diverse troop compositions far outweigh the strength of a singular class. Thus, he summoned 20 Black Knights, establishing a small squad before continuing to summon his skeletons. Once completed, his thoughts turned to the afternoon's commercial street. The commercial street, a bustling marketplace that opened on Wednesday afternoons and weekends, offered a plethora of items including skills, equipment, and various other goods. Naturally, Li Mu did not wish to miss this opportunity, so after storing his new undead army in the Necromancer's space, he set out. The commercial street was alive with countless figures shopping and strolling about. It featured not only shops for equipment and items, but also delicacies crafted by top-tier chefs, far surpassing the cafeteria's offerings. Some of these foods even provided permanent attribute enhancements, making the street immensely popular among students with ample points. First-year students, having never visited before, gazed in wonder at the vibrant, bustling thoroughfare, expressing awe at the sights. Meanwhile, upperclassmen observed the newcomers with nostalgic smiles, reminiscent of their own initial experiences. As Li Mu entered the commercial street, he ambled slowly, absorbing the array of wares displayed on either side. Eventually, he spotted a familiar emblem, a design of white wings and a golden sword, the insignia of the church. The church has a store here? Curiosity piqued, he stepped inside. And suddenly, the negative energy that had previously engulfed him was suppressed, leaving him feeling remarkably lighter. Is this the power of the divine? He mused, astonished by the change he felt. Greetings, esteemed student. We offer a variety of unique items from the church. What can I assist you with today? A clerk inquired, glancing at the star emblem on Li Mu's student card. I am merely browsing. Please attend to others, Li Mu replied with a shake of his head. As a necromancer, he was inherently at odds with the church's luminous artifacts, so he had no intention of making a purchase. However, he remained intrigued. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. The clerk nodded and turned to assist other customers. Li Mu continued to peruse the golden display cases. Holy water, sacred relics, divine arrows, holy swords, holy bows, divine weapons, sacred armor, holy accessories, and holy water were all presented before him. The attributes of these divine items were undeniably impressive. Had he not been a necromancer, he might have considered acquiring a mage's necklace imbued with divine protection spells. Yet, he was indeed a necromancer. How curious that they even sell holy water, Li Mu thought, raising an eyebrow. Holy water could be used internally, externally, or applied to weapons, serving as a potent tool against the abyssal demon invasion and the most effective means humanity possessed against the dark creatures of the shadowed realms. It not only healed wounds, but also provided exceptional resistance against toxins and dark damage. In the past, Li Mu had utilized holy water with remarkable success. However, he now realized that the presence of holy water might pose the greatest threat to him as a necromancer. The 20-point holy water was evidently in high demand, and Li Mu noticed an archer he had previously battled purchasing it, offering him a wry smile. With a sigh, he redirected his gaze to other items. Divine Class Transition Scroll. This was a unique pathway exclusive to the church that could transform ordinary classes, warriors, priests, mages, archers, into special classes bearing the prefix divine. The strength of these classes rivaled that of hidden professions. Outside, they were rare and highly sought after, yet here, they were being sold openly. The cost, however, was steep, an astounding 100,000 points. Nevertheless, this scroll was the sole means by which many ordinary students aspired to change their professions. After spending considerable time observing, Li Mu exited the church's shop with a heavy heart. Everything seems to counter my abilities. I must be cautious in future duels, he resolved, now acutely aware of the potential challenges ahead. Should first-year students acquire divine equipment and holy water, his undead army would face dire consequences. Yet, pondering further, he found no immediate solutions. I shall let things unfold naturally, he sighed, wandering through the street. After browsing several skill bookshops and equipment stores, he continued his search for what he truly needed until he stumbled upon a shop specializing in obscure class skill books. Hello, do you have any skill books for necromancers? Li Mu inquired as he entered the dimly lit, antiquated shop, scanning its sparse interior before addressing the middle-aged, disheveled man slouched in a recliner, surrounded by tipped-over bottles. Necromancer? The man with a peculiar and awkward voice opened his eyes and glanced at Li Mu, shaking his head in disappointment. No, there are no skill books for that profession throughout the entire commercial street. Is that so? Li Mu frowned slightly. Indeed, there was no skill book for his profession, which meant he would have to enhance himself through his equipment instead. However, all of his gear was exceptionally beneficial for his class. Aside from the gear for a necromancer, all of his other equipment boasted powerful effects. The sapphire ring, though merely of blue quality, was imbued with a spell shield that could be activated once a day. The mage's boots, also blue quality, offered a useful sprinting ability, even though he had yet to utilize it. Not to mention, the fairy heart necklace accelerated his mana regeneration. Thus, he hesitated. However, I do have some items that might pique the interest of a necromancer. Would you care to take a look? The shopkeeper suggested. Sure. Li Mu nodded. All right, let me see. Ah, here we go. The shopkeeper retrieved a string of rings attached to a red cord from around his neck, rummaging through them until he produced one and tossed it to Li Mu. As Li Mu caught the ring, he examined its contents while listening to the portly shopkeeper's introduction. Inside, there were 2 stacked skill books, one for group damage reduction and another for group acceleration, both of which could be learned by summoners, including necromancers. The thick black book was a study and crafting guide for corpse wizards, which, upon reading, could potentially grant the skill to summon a corpse wizard. But if you don't learn it, no refunds, he added with a chuckle. The remaining books were various mage skill books for Li Mu to peruse at his leisure. There are also some corpses of other races. If you lack knowledge in corpse stitching, buying them would be futile, but that small vial contains something truly formidable, he teased. What kind of thing? Li Mu inquired, lifting his gaze. At your current level, it's too dangerous for you to know, the shopkeeper replied, shaking his head disapprovingly. Fine. Li Mu suppressed his urge to curse and continued to look over the offerings. He recognized the 2 summoner skill books and their abilities were self-evident, so he ignored them. His gaze lingered for a while on the thick, black book. He was quite intrigued by the concept of a corpse wizard, as the skeletons that assisted his teacher were indeed corpse wizards. But why were they skeletal in form? His teacher had said that it favored skeletons, thus crafting them in that likeness. He desired a corpse wizard himself, but his teacher insisted that such creations must be made personally and require a foundation in soul knowledge before attempting. Yet, he had not yet acquired any knowledge of souls, let alone the crafting of a corpse wizard. However, an opportunity to gain insight was before him, though Li Mu questioned the veracity of the shopkeeper's claims. His thoughts raced, and he turned his attention to the mage skill books. Light protection forms a shield that mitigates damage from light-based attacks. Learning requirement, dark-type class. Confusion causes the target to fall into disarray. Duration of confusion depends on the target's willpower. Learning requirement, intelligence above 30, mage class. Weaken inflicts weakness on the target. Weakness severity depends on the target's constitution. Learning requirement, intelligence above 30, mage class. Corrupt skin causes one's skin to decay and wither, significantly enhancing defense while slightly reducing agility. Learning requirement, constitution above 20. How much for these? Li Mu inquired after reviewing the books. State what you desire one by one, and I'll provide you with a price. The portly shopkeeper sighed, flicking through the rings. No more wine, he lamented inwardly. Group damage reduction and group acceleration, Li Mu asked first. 120 points and 100 points respectively. That seems reasonable. And the study and crafting guide for the corpse wizard? 70 points. That's a bit steep. But if I truly gain insight, it would be worthwhile. What about light protection? Li Mu glanced at his points, calculating. 190 points. Why is this so expensive? Li Mu questioned, puzzled. This skill isn't particularly strong, yet it costs more than most powerful mage skills. Li Mu had come to understand the market prices for skill books in the commercial street. Low-tier skill books typically started at 90 points, with more powerful skills commanding higher prices. As for low-tier equipment, he had only surveyed purple quality items, which began at 250 points, and even then, it was merely a dagger. Scarcity drives value, he mused. The shopkeeper picked up a vial and poured a few drops of liquid into his mouth. The peculiar sound tinged with a hint of melancholy. It's quite rare. Li Mu hesitated, feeling his student card. He currently possessed 310 points. 100 points were from his initial academy allocation, another 100 from his championship reward that morning, and 50 from Su Xianqian's defeat. The rest were points accumulated from his teachers. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided against making a purchase, returning the ring to the shopkeeper. Aren't you going to buy light protection? The shopkeeper asked in surprise. As a necromancer, your peers will undoubtedly acquire holy water and divine equipment to counter you. If you wish to prevail, light protection is an essential skill. He was making a case for the spell that had been so difficult for him to sell. I'll think about it. Li Mu shook his head. My teacher has Dispel Light, which is far superior to light protection. 190 points is a bit excessive. I would rather save my points for the library or procure better equipment than what I currently possess. Exiting the store, he continued his exploration. Chapter 35, The Bow of Hunting. Curiously shaped equipment shop. Li Mu read the shop's name aloud with intrigue as he stepped inside. Upon entering, he beheld an array of bizarre equipment, his expression reflecting wonder. Archer's staff, blue. Intelligence reduction staff, blue. Mage's longbow, blue. The names aptly described the items: a staff for archers, a staff that reduced intelligence while increasing constitution, and a longbow intended for mages. Li Mu's curiosity was piqued by the effects of these items, prompting him to wander further. Although he was a master of weapons and could wield any armament, he had no intention of purchasing these curiosities. He merely sought to indulge his visual appetite, until he spotted a particular piece of equipment that rendered him silent. Hunting bow, purple. Equipment effects: 30 strength, 10 agility, 10 precision, marking hunt, active skill. Equipment requirements: strength greater than 30, mage class. Marking hunt, marks a target within sight, providing real-time location and weakness information. When activating skills against marked targets, the user gains suppression effects, critical hit rates against weaknesses, and intimidation effects. Upon defeating the target, the user receives a hunting buff. This equipment suits me perfectly. Li Mu regarded the bow's attributes with delight. The strength bonus was a staggering 30 points. Coupled with his own 43 strength, that would amount to an impressive 73 strength, an attribute typical of third-tier professionals. Without a second thought, Li Mu calmly summoned a shop assistant. Are you looking to purchase this bow? The visibly impatient assistant approached, scrutinizing Li Mu with a frown. After glancing at Li Mu's student card, which displayed 301 points and the prestigious Star Academy, he adjusted his demeanor accordingly. How many points? Li Mu inquired nonchalantly. This bow costs 250 points, the assistant replied with a smile, proceeding to recount its backstory. It was crafted by a third-year student 3 years ago, but ended up being a failed creation. After completion, it was sold to our shop. Our boss was quite disheartened, seeing such exceptional attributes wasted on a mage's equipment. It's a pity, really, but I'm not a blacksmith myself. This piece has been on display in our shop for 3 years now. The assistant, upon receiving the 250 points, wore an even broader grin, eager to please. Indeed, it is evident that the young masters and mistresses from the Star Institute are quite generous with their expenditures. Unlike those impoverished students from other academies who merely observe without making purchases, wasting my precious time in the process. Contemplating this, he utilized his staff card to deactivate the barrier and handed the bow to Li Mu. Thank you for your patronage. Please hold on a moment. We still have arrows to present, the clerk said in a gentle tone before retreating into the store. Li Mu, in turn, placed the bow into his storage ring, patiently awaiting further developments. If the bow's equipping requirements pertained to the archer profession, it was likely that 250 points would prove utterly insufficient. However, due to its equipping conditions, no one had purchased it, compelling the owner to adjust the price to the minimum for low-tier purple equipment. Set at 250 points. Fortuitously, Li Mu experienced the delightful sensation of a fortunate find. After receiving a quiver and 100 fine steel arrows, he departed amidst the clerk's farewell, wishing him a pleasant return. Once Li Mu had left, a frail figure entered the shop, casting a gaze at the spot where the hunting bow had just been displayed. I wish to purchase the hunting bow, he stated after a moment of silence to the clerk who had just served Li Mu. It has already been sold, the clerk replied. Glancing at the student card bearing the first-year identification from the Chun Institute along with the 250 points, his expression turning somewhat dismissive. The clerk thought to himself that this student must have borrowed those points from someone. If spent, it would indeed be his loss. He harbored no doubts about the affluent students of the Star Institute possessing such ample points, as their talents undoubtedly warranted such achievements. Yet, when it came to a student from the Chun Institute flaunting a similar amount, he could only surmise that it was borrowed. Aren't you afraid of failing to repay? He mused arrogantly. Who bought it? The Chun Institute student inquired excitedly, raising his voice. I apologize, but we cannot disclose customer privacy, the clerk replied, his brow furrowing. The polite tone now tinged with coldness. Please tell me. I have long desired this bow, the student pleaded, a look of desperation replacing his earlier agitation. Do not challenge my professional integrity. I absolutely cannot divulge customer information, the clerk retorted with a scoff, attracting the attention of several onlookers. Noticing the gathering crowd, the Chun Institute student shot the clerk a glare before turning to leave. I shall find a way to deal with you, the clerk smirked. Returning to the confines of the shop, entirely oblivious to the murderous intent emanating from the distance where the Chun Institute student stood. After strolling through the commercial street for a while, Li Mu paused at a pet shop to admire the adorable creatures, purchased some exquisite pastries crafted by a master chef from a confectionery, observed the enchanting enchantments being performed by a mage on the weapons of upperclassmen at the enchantment store, and watched the gambling at the treasure box booth. The treasure box gambling, akin to a blind box, could be attempted for just 20 points, relying purely on chance. As he observed, he saw both upperclassmen and peers engaging in the activity. Some opened their boxes with sighs of disappointment, while others beamed with joy. Amidst this ebb and flow of emotions, Li Mu glimpsed something distinctly different. After watching for a while longer, he turned to depart. Having witnessed the vibrant splendor of the commercial street, he gained a deeper understanding of the significance of points. He comprehended that the purpose of the commercial street extended beyond mere purchases. It served to entice students, instilling in them a yearning for points, thus motivating them to strive for greatness. I too must endeavor to earn points, Li Mu mused as he exited the bustling street. In the library, Xiao Ziying, acting as the librarian, was diligently organizing books. As a second-year student, she no longer felt the same enthusiasm to attend every class that piqued her interest as she had in her first year. She recognized her lack of talent in mastering all the subjects she had chosen and accepted that her aptitude was limited. Thus, she decided to concentrate her efforts solely on her core subjects. Suddenly, a sense of relief washed over her. No longer did she have to wake up early to rush to classes or force a smile amidst her roommates' daily jests. Nor did she have to return to her dormitory every evening after classes to find her roommates sprawled on their beds, engrossed in their phones, discussing school gossip in their comfortable leisure. It seemed as though her efforts in her first year had been in vain. Her elective courses barely scraped by, and the points she earned were insignificant compared to the points her roommates casually accumulated through a few duels. Moreover, most disheartening of all, her year of hard work had yielded no tangible improvement. She remained unable to overcome her challenges, and those she could defeat remained unchanged. The duels resulted in a mix of wins and losses, and her points were insufficient to acquire quality equipment. She could only work part-time as a librarian to earn points, meticulously budgeting to purchase the items she desired. The instance of leading the freshmen at the beginning of the semester was also motivated by a desire for points, as she had to gather participants to earn them. This compelled her to compete with fellow students who shared her plight. As she arranged the books, she gazed at the new faces in the library, reminiscent of her former self. In her first year, she too had spent points on books, but now she realized that she might have merely squandered them. Having wasted so many points acquiring knowledge of little use, she felt no progress. It seemed as though she was merely treading water. Her year of dedication felt like fa ade, leading her to question whether she truly lacked talent. Destined only to barely graduate from the Starfire Academy, ultimately returning home to become a guild member, accepting low-level tasks, and passing her days in such a manner. Perhaps that isn't so bad, is it? She sighed softly, returning to her seat as a librarian, gently nudging a cute girl aside before pulling out a book to read. Senior Xiao, where can I find books on the soul? Li Mu, a first-time visitor to the library, sought literature on the subject of souls, but was unsure how to navigate the shelves. Noticing the librarian was the senior who had guided him during enrollment. He approached her and glanced at the title of the book she held, The Essence of the Soul. Upon recognizing the charming figure before her, Xiao Xing was momentarily captivated, and then regained her composure, responding, Junior, I will have her assist you. With that, she playfully nudged the girl behind her, who had been lazily indulging in candy. The girl in the lilac Lolita dress, chewing on her milk candy, tilted her head in confusion. Time to work, Xiao Xing admonished, her eyes narrowing. The girl looked up, her eyes sparkling upon seeing Li Mu, and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, she replied, eagerly standing and moving to Li Mu's side, her gaze fixed on him. To the section on soul-related books, quickly, Xiao Xing urged, her lips twitching, clearly wishing to avoid further embarrassment for her companion. Oh, the girl, resembling Xiao Xing, bounced forward. Her slender legs as white as snow, her demeanor lively and sprightly, prompting Li Mu to marvel at how strikingly similar the puppeteer's creations were to actual beings. On his first day, he had noticed the profession on this senior's student card and recognized her as a puppeteer. However, he had never encountered such a beautiful puppet before. This is the place. The puppet indicated a row of bookshelves. Thank you, Li Mu nodded, beginning to select his books. The Analysis of the Soul. The distinction between human and non-human souls. The Wonders of the Soul. His choice to delve into literature on souls stemmed from his desire to swiftly create his own army of ghouls. If successful, he would not need to engage directly in battle against the princess. A second-tier army of ghouls would suffice to sweep away any opposition. Moreover, if he were to always be hands-on, what purpose would the undead serve? After selecting the Analysis of the Soul, Li Mu glanced towards the puppet, who was still observing him. Aren't you going back? He inquired. I wish to watch you for a while longer, the puppet replied, her gaze unabashedly fixed on him. Her soft voice laced with a hint of sweetness. I will sit beside you while you read, without speaking. You would distract me. Li Mu gently furrowed his brow. He harbored a disinclination towards being observed while engrossed in his readings. I possess knowledge of the soul. I can impart it to you, the doll chimed, gently tapping her petite chest. The wisdom shared between my dear sister and me is vast. If I were to teach you, you could circumvent numerous detours. She unveiled her worth with unreserved confidence. Very well, Li Mu mused, mentally perusing the occupational details of a doll master. The profundity of their understanding of soul knowledge was inherently linked to the intelligence of their dolls. Observing the remarkable intellect of his senior's doll, he surmised that her grasp of soul knowledge was substantial and perhaps could enlighten him as well. With a sparkling gaze, she led Li Mu to a reading nook. Settling beside him, what is your name? He inquired. Xiao Xiaoka, she replied, encouraging him to open the book. This particular tome on soul-related subjects consumed points at a significantly higher rate than ordinary texts. I will convey the information swiftly, allowing you to conserve some points. She added in a hushed tone as she began to elucidate, under the guidance of the girl, who radiated a delightful fragrance reminiscent of milk. Li Mu's comprehension of the soul gradually deepened. Meanwhile, Lung Xiaoyu, clutching a book, observed Li Mu seated beside a girl not far away and pursed her lips. As someone who had engaged in fierce competition with him for points in class and had lost to him in spellcasting, she instinctively regarded him as a rival. The sight of her competitor studying in the library ignited a sense of urgency within her. She exhaled softly and intensified her focus on her reading. Su Ling, on the other hand, was fervently poring over the book titled How to Protect Your Mage, utilizing her limited points. Upon overhearing a few girls nearby discussing matters, she lifted her gaze. Li Mu, he has also come. How diligent, she noted, glancing at her sister, who was lost in thought while nibbling her finger. She dismissed the idea of educating her sister at that moment, resolving to do so later in their dormitory. In the tranquil library, time drifted slowly. At one point, Xiao Ziying, concerned by her doll's prolonged absence, decided to check in. Upon discovering her doll engaged in teaching Li Mu, she departed with a complex mix of emotions. As mealtime approached, Li Mu glanced at Xiao Xiaoka and pondered aloud. Do you possess a card? I do, she replied. It is an auxiliary card. The auxiliary card is specifically designed for summoners and similar students, granting high-intelligence familiars their own cards, allowing them to navigate the academy freely, assist students with simple tasks, or even attend classes. This rule garnered admiration from some, while inciting envy in others. I shall transfer some points to you as a token of gratitude for your instruction, Li Mu stated nonchalantly. He was not one to accept help without reciprocation. He preferred to resolve matters with monetary means rather than accruing debts of gratitude. That is unnecessary. Merely allowing me to glimpse you each day suffices, Xiao Xiaoka replied, her smile radiant. Business is business. Do take it out, Li Mu countered, shaking his head. It seemed that even dolls were drawn to those with compelling charm, he mused. Very well, Xiao Xiaoka acquiesced, retrieving her card. How domineering you are, she remarked, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Ticking away the minutes, Li Mu observed his remaining 14 points and sighed inwardly. I must earn more points, otherwise, I shall owe a debt of gratitude. Are you leaving? Xiao Xiaoka inquired, her eyes reflecting a tinge of reluctance. Will you return tonight? I will not. I have classes to attend, Li Mu declined, feeling a peculiar sense of guilt rise within him. All right, let us add each other as friends. Next time you visit the library, do inform me. I shall come to teach you regardless of where I am, she suggested, producing her phone with a gentle tone. Very well, Li Mu replied, his heart a whirlwind of emotions as he added her as the first contact since starting school, albeit a doll. Her teachings on soul knowledge were indeed beyond his capacity to grasp alone, thus he did not refuse. Rising to leave, he felt the heat of her gaze trailing behind him, inducing a sense of awkwardness. As he passed by Xiao Ziying, he offered her a nod, prompting her to reciprocate hastily. Do visit often, I shall await your return. Once outside the library, Xiao Xiaoka waved her farewell. All right, he said, noting the eager expression on the adorable doll's face as he made his way to the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaoka watched him leave, a wistful expression adorning her features. What did you say? Xiao Ziying teased, pinching her doll's small ear, her cheeks flushed. She had overheard the conversation and felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Sister, I am doing this for your sake, the doll protested, puffing out her cheeks. Our knowledge is intertwined, as are our emotions. My affection for him is merely a reflection of your influence. Do not deny it. I am also considering a beautiful life for both you and the younger sisters. She argued passionately. That is preposterous. Xiao Ziying retorted emphatically. My feelings for that junior are merely an appreciation for beauty. Do not speak so recklessly. I am not one to fall for someone after a mere encounter. I am simply drawn to his good looks. Do you understand? She hastily clarified. Oh, you are getting flustered, Xiao Xiaoka exclaimed, pointing at her. Be quiet. Xiao Ziying, flustered and embarrassed, swiftly returned the doll to her space, retreating back to the library. I should have Xiaoyu assist me instead. I shall not bring Xiao Xiaoka along. She contemplated, feeling a mix of shame and annoyance. In the cafeteria, Li Mu finished his meal and hurried to the evening's alchemy class. Points and the dueling arena filled his thoughts as he pondered how to accumulate points. He had heard that the dueling arena over the weekend offered substantial points, but it required formidable strength to achieve. Li Mu believed himself capable, so he decided to wait patiently. As he entered the classroom, it was unsurprisingly packed. He retrieved the small stool from last time and settled in to await the lesson. Today, I shall teach you how to draw the most fundamental alchemical array, Professor Hua announced upon taking the stage. Once learned, you may attempt to unravel the mysteries of alchemy. To those among you who are alchemists, do not be disheartened. While you possess the basic skills of an alchemist, I hope you can comprehend its structure fundamentally, rather than relying solely on skills. Observing the 5 restless alchemists, he sought to calm them before commencing his explanation. Li Mu listened attentively as the lesson unfolded. After Professor Hua concluded, a new skill appeared in Li Mu's panel, alchemical array. Alchemical array, the fundamental skill of an alchemist, allowing for basic transmutation upon use. Students who have acquired skills, please raise your hands so I may see, Professor Hua inquired expectantly. Li Mu's hand shot up, standing out conspicuously in a classroom where he was the only one to do so. Chapter 36, Spell Duel. Thursday morning dawned with clouds obscuring the sun, lingering ominously over Starfire Academy. Will it rain? Li Mu wondered, gazing up at the troubled sky, a glimmer of insight flashing in his deep eyes. He then proceeded to the cafeteria for his meal. Let it rain. I've seen it before, he mused. Enjoying his tea and bird eggs while observing his card displaying 24 points, a smile gracing his lips. Professor Hua had awarded him an additional 10 points for being the sole student to master the alchemical array. He truly is a commendable teacher, he reflected. As the class bell rang, Gu Chu entered the classroom. Classes on Thursdays and Fridays mirrored those of Mondays and Tuesdays. Let us commence. Undead boy, would you kindly summarize what we learned last class? Gu Chu addressed Li Mu, granting him an opportunity to earn points. Li Mu stood and succinctly recounted the lesson, earning a nod of satisfaction from Gu Chu. 5 points for you. After speaking, he glanced around and noticed the crowd, then remarked, with the opening of the commercial street. You must have realized the benefits of accumulating points. The students nodded eagerly in agreement. The treasures within the commercial street were indeed delightful, and there were numerous items they yearned to purchase. However, due to their 20-point deduction from the previous day, they found themselves financially constrained and could only gaze longingly. Some resorted to using their meager points to draw from the treasure boxes, but were met with the disappointment of receiving mere consolation prizes in the form of monster materials, further exacerbating their dwindling points. Thus, it is imperative to study diligently. I can see your efforts, Gu Chu stated before commencing his lecture. Nevertheless, during the class questioning, Only a handful managed to correctly answer Gu Chu's erratic inquiries, leading to further point deductions. The standout performers remained the Undead Boy and the Ice Girl. Humph. I offer you opportunities, yet you prove ineffectual. Following the class, the elderly teacher stormed off, leaving behind a group of students wearing expressions of deep shame. The second class was still under the tutelage of Wu Xiuxiu. I heard that Teacher Yi deducted many points from you all, did I? Wu Xiuxiu smiled gently at the despondent students, her gaze soft. Indeed. Teacher Gu also took points from us. Teacher Wu, could you ask us more questions and grant us extra points? The students chimed in, well aware of Wu Xiuxiu's kindness. How troublesome, she mused, running her fingers through her inky locks, yet her expression bore no signs of distress. Rather, it radiated a sense of joy. How about this? I shall take a page from Teacher Ye's book and give you an opportunity to earn points. What do you think? Some students raised their eyebrows in surprise at the mention of Teacher Yi. Wu Xiuxiu affirmed with a playful sound, her gaze settling on Li Mu. Li Mu, please step forward. Aware of Li Mu's performance in combat class, she called him forth. Teacher. Li Mu nodded slightly as he approached the front, a sense of anticipation blossoming within him as he envisioned points coming his way. Let us engage in a spell duel, Wu Xiuxiu declared with a smile. Although she herself was not particularly fond of lecturing, she relished the opportunity to implement a delightful idea, thinking that a brief respite from teaching would be inconsequential. She proceeded to outline the rules of the duel. Once I declare begin, you shall unleash your spells upon one another. The first student to shatter their opponent's shield will earn 5 points. Of course, the victorious student may adjust their state to serve as the defender, continuing to face the next challenger. The defeated student will not lose points, but will not be permitted to re-enter the arena. How does that sound? Wu Xiuxiu spoke softly. Our teacher is magnificent. Today shall be the day I showcase my prowess. I stand as the grand sorcerer, ready to suppress all forms of magic. The students erupted in excitement, completely oblivious to Wu Xiuxiu's discreet whispering to Li Mu. Li Mu, I have high hopes for you. Do not falter. She murmured in a tone reminiscent of playful coaxing. I shall do my utmost, Li Mu replied, unfazed by her intimate whisper, merely noticing the pleasant fragrance wafting from her. Now, who will be first? Wu Xiuxiu inquired expectantly. I will. Lung Xiaoyu raised her hand, her face etched with determination. Having previously lost to Li Mu, she was unwilling to accept defeat again. Then let us begin. Wu Xiuxiu positioned the two combatants, casting protective shields around them with a graceful wave of her hand. Energy missile. Energy missile. Both contestants initiated the duel with their swiftest spells. The missiles collided, canceling each other out in a spectacle reminiscent of a snowball fight, inciting thrill among the onlookers. As aspiring mages, they all harbored dreams of becoming formidable artillery mages, and witnessing a glimpse of such prowess stirred their excitement. However, they were acutely aware that the outcome of the current spell clash hinged on the magnitude of magical power each possessed, a known vulnerability of artillery-style mages. Some began to contemplate their future paths inspired by the demonstration. As seconds ticked by, Lung Xiaoyu felt a pang of anxiety. Her magical energy was rapidly depleting, while Li Mu maintained his calm demeanor, heightening her tension. Although she was a hidden sorceress whose attributes leaned towards charm and intelligence, she recognized that her intellect could not rival Li Mu's. Defeat seemed inevitable. No, I cannot lose again, she thought, recalling her recent experiences and the alchemical skill she had failed to grasp the night before. Gritting her teeth, she cast Ice Spike as her next spell. However, upon conjuring it, her Ice Spike was promptly shattered by several missiles, and her shield was breached, resulting in her defeat. Li Mu wins, gaining 5 points. Wu Xiuxiu nodded in satisfaction. Li Mu, please replenish your state. Understood. Li Mu produced a high-grade mana potion and consumed it, eliciting gasps of dismay from the onlookers, who lamented the waste. High-grade mana potions were effective even for legendary powerhouses, and a novice mage utilizing one would not only restore their mana instantly, but would also allow the potion to continuously circulate within, providing ongoing replenishment. This is cheating. A student attempted to voice their concern, but Wu Xiuxiu interjected first. Li Mu, this is not acceptable. She placed her hands on her hips, her posture exuding authority. Why not use a lower-grade mana potion for replenishment? Wouldn't that suffice? Although her tone questioned him, it carried a softness akin to a child's playful pout. Lower grade? Li Mu glanced at his charming teacher and then at the exquisite potion bottle in hand. I do not possess any lower-grade mana potions. The lowest grade potion I have is this high-grade one, he replied honestly. Silence enveloped the classroom. After a moment, Wu Xiuxiu patted Li Mu on the shoulder, sighing. I wish I had your background back in my day. After a brief moment of reflection, she tapped Li Mu's chest lightly, causing him to feel a restraint on his internal magical energy. I shall limit your mana recovery. I will lift the restriction once each match concludes. She turned to the student, who raised their hand. Next, Zheng Shuai. With a sigh, she moved to the window, gazing out at the overcast sky. Her eyes filled with an endless sorrow and resentment towards the wealthy. Meanwhile, Li Mu, understanding the reactions of those around him, fell into contemplation. Lu Shu had indeed not prepared lower-grade potions for him. His storage gear was filled solely with high-grade ones. Shaking his head, he focused on Zheng Shuai, who wore a serious expression. Prepare. Wu Xiuxiu called weakly without turning back. Begin. The duel commenced, and the two students began to gather their spells, launching an exchange of magical assaults. Zheng Shuai was a burst fire mage, and his fire element spells inherently dealt considerable damage, augmented further by his hidden profession, which granted additional explosive effects, rendering him a rare opponent among his peers. The duel did not commence with energy missiles, but rather with other spells, as both understood that while energy missiles were swift, they lacked the potency of alternative offensive spells. Thus, with a resounding boom, a swiftly conjured fireball surged forth, radiating intense heat. Li Mu pointed decisively, negative energy ray. The chilling ray collided with the fireball, causing a cataclysmic explosion as the disparate elements clashed. The shockwave sent ripples of astonishment through the audience. Impressive. I find myself outmatched. Zheng Shuai, true to his title as a burst fire mage, unleashed spells far superior to standard fire spells. Li Mu is on the verge of defeat. Fireball barrage. Bone wall. Realizing the explosive potential of Zheng Shuai's spells, Li Mu adapted his strategy to a balanced approach of offense and defense. He erected a bone wall to shield himself, while conjuring a bone spear to launch at Zheng Shuai. The bone spear darted forward with remarkable speed, prompting Zheng Shuai to conjure a wall of flames. As the explosion erupted, it sent the bone spear askew, hurling it against the protective shield set by Wu Xiuxiu. Simultaneously, Zheng Shuai launched a counterattack. Yet, no matter the effort, his fireballs could not breach Li Mu's formidable bone wall, while Li Mu remained undeterred behind it, casting spells intermittently that left Zheng Shuai in a state of despair. I concede. After a brief moment, Zheng Shuai let out a wry smile, acknowledging his defeat. He had not anticipated that his opponent possessed such formidable defensive magic. His spells had failed to even make a dent. However, a loss is a loss, and he would not seek excuses for himself. Li Mu gains 5 points. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? Wu Xiuxiu announced, releasing the magical restraints on Li Mu. I shall. The tan-skinned Tu Fenghua rose, patting Zheng Shuai on the shoulder before stepping into the arena. Let the duel commence. The confrontation resumed, both participants casting their spells simultaneously. Earthen wall, bone wall, osteogenesis. Realizing the solidity of his bone wall, Li Mu prioritized it as his first spell, deploying it without hesitation. Tu Fenghua employed a similar strategy, aiming to fortify his defenses before launching an offensive. Both combatants relied on their defensive spells, exchanging blows. Windblade, whirlwind. Tu Fenghua braced against the earthen wall, continuously channeling his magic. Come forth, my masterpiece, whirlwind windblade. The verdant whirlwind swept toward Li Mu's bone wall, which he ignored, instead conjuring several bone spears that pierced the earthen wall, leaving it riddled with holes. You are far too arrogant, Li Mu. Tu Fenghua chuckled to himself from behind the earthen wall, confident that his persistent wind blade would eventually dismantle the bone wall. Energy missile. Li Mu raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of missiles that scattered dust and forced Tu Fenghua to reinforce his earthen wall. Once my wind blade shatters your bone wall, that will be your moment of defeat. He cast a glance at the still rotating wind blade, a confident smile gracing his lips. I too have lost. Tu Fenghua returned to his seat, covered in dust, eliciting disdainful looks from the other three. You ought to wash your face. Jiang Chen summoned a sphere of water, floating it beside Tu Fenghua, then raised his hand. Are you going up too? Feng Yu asked hurriedly upon witnessing this. It's unwinnable. His spells are too numerous. Even if it's unwinnable, it won't incur any penalties. Why not give it a shot? What if you win? Jiang Chen shrugged, half jokingly. A loss would merely add points to young Master Li. Perhaps he might even remember me favorably. All right, you get down. I'll take your place. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Feng Yu paused, clenched his fists, and resolved himself. Indeed, losing incurs no penalties. What is there to fear? After contemplating, he observed Jiang Chen stepping onto the stage, suddenly struck by an indescribable realization, prompting Li Mu to glance at Feng Yu anew. His mindset has elevated, Li Mu mused, before returning his gaze to Jiang Chen, awaiting Wu's signal to commence. Before long, the water shield of the water mage was pierced by the bone spear, and Jiang Chen returned with a nonchalant expression. My water projectile couldn't even breach his shield. He slumped into his seat, shrugging. It's normal. You can only manage to contend with the muscular guy. Feng Yu chuckled, raising his hand as he approached the podium. Oh wow, he truly stepped up. Tu Fenghua, with his now clean brown face, wore an expression of disbelief. Had he truly abandoned his pretentiousness? What are you talking about? That's called being reserved. Jiang Chen corrected with a smile. The people of the southern wilderness, reserved yet fiery within, were often labeled as pretentious by the trio. What nonsense about being reserved? It's just pretension. Before long, Feng Yu returned, lamenting how difficult it was to break the bone shield and how precisely the bone spears were aimed, prompting laughter from the other three. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? If not, I shall conclude. Wu Xiuxiu surveyed the crowd with anticipation. Any opportunity to engage in a lesson is worthwhile. Idling about is the ultimate destiny of us working folk, she thought to herself. Several mages from the month's cohort raised their hands, taking turns to present points to Li Mu. Then, the bell rang. Class dismissed. Wu Xiuxiu gestured energetically, concluding the session. As Li Mu stood to depart, he noticed a girl rushing to his side. Next time, I want to lose again, Long Xiaoyu murmured, head bowed. Once more? She had succumbed to defeat so easily. She understood that Li Mu's gaze did not rest upon her. Yet she did not wish for him to remain oblivious to her pursuit, taking her existence for granted and overlooking her entirely. However, as she approached Li Mu and uttered those words, regret washed over her. Am I being unreasonable? She pondered. He likely doesn't even know who I am. With that thought, she longed to retreat. This way, cold classmate. Li Mu regarded the girl with blue eyes, his deep black irises shifting slightly. Do not overly concern yourself with victory or defeat, nor should you burden yourself with such thoughts. Between professionals, there is more than mere victory and loss. There exists much else. Slaying magical beasts, vanquishing foreign entities, safeguarding what one holds dear. These are all worthy pursuits. As he spoke, Li Mu's eyes glimmered. There are numerous endeavors awaiting you. Your future will be extraordinary. Look forward, and do not confine your heart. With that, he exited the classroom. Long Xiaoyu stood motionless, contemplating Li Mu's words. Why should I restrict myself? She mused. In the future, I shall strive for accomplishments on the northern domain battlefield, ascend to legend, and protect my mother and family. I have so much to achieve. Coming to her senses, she gazed at the now empty seats, a beautiful smile gracing her face. But I shall not give up on defeating you. Her eyes sparkled brightly, having momentarily distracted a troubled classmate. Li Mu made his way to the cafeteria for a meal. In the afternoon, his elective courses continued with potions and summoning. In the potions class, they would attempt to brew potions. The instructor waved his hand, placing several simple ingredients and instruments on the students' desks. Points would be awarded for successful brews, and deducted for failures. Let us begin. Having already covered several basic potion recipes in the previous lesson, he now allowed the students to practice, eager to observe their attitudes toward potion making. A successful brew would naturally be commendable. A failure would merit little more than a shrug from him. After all, neglecting to learn would only squander their own time. He, as the teacher, would lose nothing. Upon seeing the materials, Li Mu recalled the previous lesson and began to work on his potion. Long Xiaoyu also commenced her brewing, but was not as swift as Li Mu. Before long, he completed his potion first. Li Mu, 10 points. The instructor nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing Li Mu's successful creation of a healing potion. His praise momentarily caused Long Xiaoyu to falter, but she soon steadied her resolve. Not long after, she too succeeded in completing her potion. Long Xiaoyu, 5 points. Sighing in relief, she glanced at Li Mu, only to find him gently swirling his potion vial, lost in thought. In the summoning class, the instructor began. In our last lesson, we discussed the bond between summoners and summoned beings. This time, we will explore the synergy between different summons. Yushan declared loudly. First, we have protective summons for the summoner, followed by ranged and melee attack summons. If we also include reconnaissance and healing summons, your summoner composition will be well-rounded. Our task for this lesson is to summon different types of beings, forming a small team. I will assess your compositions after class. Compositions that meet the criteria will earn points. Those that do not will incur penalties. Alternatively, if anyone has already formed a viable team, let me take a look. He surveyed the class. Li Mu contemplated briefly before raising his hand. Li Mu, has your team formed? Yushan raised an eyebrow. My standards for necromancers are considerably stricter than for ordinary summoners. The skeletons of necromancers are notoriously weak. It has formed, teacher Yu. Li Mu nodded, affirming his belief that his summoned beings would meet the requirements. Then summon them for me to see. Yushan beckoned Li Mu to the podium. Li Mu raised his hand, summoning several skeletal figures from the realm of the undead. Among them were skeletal warriors, mages, gunmen, priests, and rogues. Upon their emergence, the newly conjured skeletons surveyed their surroundings before forming a protective circle around the skeletal mage. These skeletal beings were evidently safeguarding their spellcaster. Their actions momentarily astonished Yushan, revealing that they possessed a remarkable level of intelligence. Teacher Yu? Li Mu prompted. With a sense of approval, Li Mu gained an additional 5 points. Yushan, with a heart full of conflicting emotions, gazed at the skeletons, reflecting on what he had been doing at such a young age. Was he exhilarated by the prospect of his second summoned beast? Or was he harboring a secret affection for a charming female classmate from the academy? Thank you, teacher. Li Mu nodded, and upon receiving consent, he began to peruse the textbook for the summoning class. That evening, during astronomy class, the astronomy teacher raised his hand and drew aside a magical curtain. The sky above Starfire City was shrouded in thick clouds, which served as a portent. He gestured toward the obscured heavens, casually stating that it signified impending misfortune for Starfire Academy in the coming days. However, you need not worry, should calamity strike. There are tall figures to bear the burden. Your only concern should be to attend class quietly, he added with a nonchalant tone, prompting the students to dismiss his words. After all, the venerable Starfire Academy, with its millennia of heritage, seemed impervious to adversity, a belief that Li Mu shared. On Friday morning, as the clouds dissipated, the spellcasting class was taught by Yu Ming and Yun Feifei. However, upon entering the classroom, Yu Ming announced a significant change. From now on, the classes will be conducted by the learned teacher Yun Feifei. The students' hearts swelled with joy at this news. Compared to Yu Ming's strict teaching style, they favored the gentle and nurturing approach of Yun Feifei. Thank you, teacher Yu, Yun Feifei replied with a soft smile. A graduate of Starfire Academy, she had worked diligently to secure a teaching position at her alma mater and had finally achieved her goal. I will conduct your final class, Yu Ming said, casting a glance at the delighted students. Do not let me deduct points during my last lesson. Instantly, the students sat up straight, fully engaged in their studies. Ha! Yu Ming transformed from his usual stern demeanor into a kind-hearted figure, patiently and earnestly imparting knowledge. As the class concluded, Yu Ming cast a lingering gaze at his students before turning to Yun Feifei and bowing respectfully. Teacher Yun, I entrust the class to you, he said earnestly. I understand. Teacher Yu, Yun Feifei replied, also bowing deeply. I will shoulder this responsibility. Starfire shall endure. Starfire shall endure, they both declared. Witnessing this exchange, Li Mu felt as though he was witnessing the weighty legacy of intent being passed on, a sentiment he could both see and feel. On Friday afternoon, Li Mu's classes included courses on non-human entities and enchantment. Though the aberrant beings exhibited various animal traits, they were not mere beastmen or half-beastmen. Rather, they were a wholly new race, transformed from humans a millennium ago, now thriving in the desolate expanses beyond the Empire. They worshipped chaotic deities, who capriciously granted them powers that magnified their inner malevolence, leading to widespread destruction. Should one encounter these beings in the future, swift extermination was imperative to prevent them from unleashing their divine abilities. As Fu Lin diligently detailed the characteristics of these entities, Li Mu meticulously recorded their unique attributes, preparing for the creation of his own ghoul. During the enchantment class, today, I will teach you some basic enchantments. For the next lesson, please prepare a low-level piece of equipment. I wish to assess your learning outcomes, Elder Z announced, commencing the lesson. After class, Su Qiaoer turned to her sister. Sister, do we need to purchase equipment for enchantment? She inquired. Doesn't buying equipment cost points? Su Linger glanced at her sword and bracers. I'll just use my gear. As long as we avoid detrimental effects, we'll come out ahead, she replied. Oh, Su Qiaoer nodded thoughtfully. That evening, during the alchemy class, Li Mu learned the simplest alchemical process under teacher Hui's guidance, mastering the creation of herbal potions from mature herb seeds. This combination deepened his understanding of alchemy. After class, he returned to the dormitory, invigorated by the day's lessons. After a refreshing shower, he lay on his bed, contemplating the opening of the dueling arena the following day. He needed to accumulate points to afford anything worthwhile. Otherwise, he would be unable to purchase anything. With this thought in mind, he closed his eyes. Surely, the dispersal of the clouds went unchallenged? Rest assured, they all believe it was the mutated beast we placed in the underground city that caused it. Unfortunately, that bow has been purchased, and we still do not know by whom. Fear not, when the time is right, it will be time for the hunt. One bow will not disrupt the normal proceedings of the ritual. For now, we simply await the arrival of our Lord on the day he descends upon Starfire. In the shadowy corners, darkness began to fester, conceiving plans to extinguish the Starfire. Chapter 38, The Duel Begins. On the weekend, both the dueling arena and the commercial street opened their doors. After enjoying breakfast, Li Mu strolled leisurely to the grand stage of the dueling arena. Observing the throngs of participants, upperclassmen had already arrived, engaging in matches to earn points. Meanwhile, lowerclassmen stood hesitantly outside the arena, torn between the desire to enter and the fear of doing so. Li Mu continued onward, first approaching the rules board of the dueling arena. The arena facilitated combat between various academies across the 4 continents, serving as a battleground for inter-academic competition. Starfire Academy had maintained its position as the foremost institution for hundreds of years. I wonder if I can match up with Lele. Li Mu pondered as he continued to read. The dueling matches were divided into categories based on levels, those from level 10 to 19, and those from level 20 to 29. Second-tier professionals would match against one another. Winning multiple matches could also earn one a place on the leaderboard, which would be finalized at the end of Sunday, granting point rewards to those listed. The rules were straightforward and easily comprehensible. However, this structure was rather unfriendly to support-type professions, which is why the dueling arena also featured various types of matches, including 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 5v5, bounty matches, inter-academic competitions, and ranked matches. Support-type professions could team up with combat professionals to fight in the arena and earn points collectively. Each type of match had its own distinct rules. Yet, as Li Mu was currently alone, he planned to start with a few 1v1 matches to gauge his abilities. If he found 1v1 too easy, he would then try other formats. Turning around, he spotted Chu Yunyu conversing with 3 companions, clearly waiting for someone to join them, likely for a ranked match or a 5v5. Stepping onto the dueling platform, he initiated a match. Ding. Matching you with an evenly matched opponent. Match successful, Enjoy your duel. In the next moment, Li Mu found himself on a small island, surrounded by azure waters, sandy shores, and seagulls, his eyes gleaming with delight. After summoning 2 skeletal tombstones, he removed his mage boots and, lifting his robe, waded slowly into the sea. In the northern territory, there was no sea to be found. The waters were predominantly glacial or icy, leaving his memories of the ocean confined to his past life. Moreover, due to his circumstances, he had never ventured to the eastern sea. He had visited the western desert, but after several days of being choked by the fierce winds and sands, he had vowed never to return. Now, standing before the vast ocean, he felt a surge of joy. On the beach, the young man walked barefoot on the sand, leaving a trail of footprints. An arena set on a deserted island? As he surveyed the terrain, he smiled confidently. Brother Earth, you are invincible in this terrain. His brown-skinned attendant exuded confidence in abundance. In this terrain, the elemental spells of wind and earth were at their most formidable, rich in vitality, capable of both offense and defense. Regardless of who faced him, once his winds began to swirl, even those of the second-tier professions would find it difficult to escape defeat. Tufenghor felt as if he had finally risen to his feet. Let us see who my opponent is, he declared, striding towards the radiant column of light that marked Li Mu's position. Before long, he beheld a white ocean emerging from the forest, surging toward him. Damn it, Li Mu. Tufenghor hastily conjured a wall of earth and began to gather his spell. His attendant brandished a hefty axe, his gaze fixated on the precarious wall of earth. With a thunderous crash, the wall collapsed, and skeletons surged forth once again, prompting his attendant to swallow hard. Brother 2, are you ready yet? Almost. Prepare for wind. At last, Tufenghor coalesced a blade of wind, sending it slicing toward the sea of skeletons. Once the winds are unleashed, I shall be invincible. His eyes gleamed as he watched his wind slice through the ranks of skeletons, but after toppling a few, he was overwhelmed by their fists. Damn it, run. Tufenghor froze momentarily before leaping onto his attendant's back, urging him onward with a vigorous slap. Be gentle, Brother 2. The attendant, having regained his senses, hastily bore Tufenghor away as they embarked on their flight. After a brief escape, they found themselves encircled by the relentless tide of skeletons, and despite their valiant resistance, they were soon engulfed. Ding. You have emerged victorious. Would you like to commence the next match? Li Mu, basking in the sea breeze, reclined on the sand. Upon reading the notification, he sat up and donned his mage's boots. He was now matched against an equally skilled opponent. Match successful. Li Mu's figure vanished from his previous location, continuing his 1v1 duel. His victories had been achieved without ever encountering an opponent, allowing his sea of skeletons to gain renown among the other academies of the Empire. As mealtime approached, he declined to continue matchmaking and exited the dueling arena. Don't they eat? Li Mu mused as he observed the fluctuating rankings on the board, shaking his head. He shifted his gaze to the first-year leaderboards, noting the princess's position at the top with approval. Truly worthy of her title, the princess excels. Searching for his own rank, Li Mu discovered he was in 30th place on the points board and 16th on the consecutive victories list. Consecutive victories, 16th, Li Mu, 10 wins, Starfire Academy. Points, 30th, Li Mu, 60 points, Starfire Academy. These were his accomplishments. The first on the consecutive victories list was Yi Xuanyan, with the 2nd to 5th places boasting 23 consecutive wins, indicating that they were likely in a 5-person team. As the captain was the princess, her score was naturally the highest. A single victory in 1v1 grants 5 points, and my 10 consecutive wins afforded me an additional 10 points. Thus I earned 60 points this morning. Observing the princess's 23 consecutive wins and an impressive 290 points, Li Mu felt a twinge of envy. Simultaneously, the first-year ladder leaderboard also displayed the princess's name. Ladder leaderboard. First, Yi Xuanyan, Starfire Academy. Unquestionably the top contender. The princess participated in ranked matches, which naturally awarded more points. It was likely that the scores to determine the top position across the 3 boards would be even higher. Li Mu's eyes flickered as he made his way to the cafeteria. I could compete, but the outcome may not favor me, he mused, fully aware of the implications of vying for a position on the leaderboard. In the dueling arena, he could not wield the Orc King's sword, but the hunting bow was permissible since its equipment requirement was for mages, and it had been acknowledged by the dueling arena. However, in ranked matches, the quality of teammates was paramount. The princess's allies consisted of nobles from the central region, endowed with exceptional gear and skills, and regardless of their backgrounds, they would undoubtedly follow her lead, bolstered by the authority of the royal family. As a lone wolf without allies, he could only depend on random matchmaking. Should he encounter 4 incompetent players against the princess, it would spell disaster. Having played MOBA-style games in his past life, Li Mu was acutely aware of the perils posed by subpar teammates, leading him to reconsider his strategy. I shall begin to gather teammates, he resolved, setting a goal for himself. After his departure, first-year students gradually exited the dueling arena, checking their rankings. How did Li Mu achieve so many consecutive wins without crossing paths with the princess? Are you foolish? Just look at the points. It's clear Li Mu was engaged in 1v1 battles. Indeed, the princess was paired with those 4 and I heard they matched against the second years several times, defeating them. What? Aren't the second years all second-tier professionals? How could they lose? Not all of them. There are always some caught up in tasks. I see. I hope my second-tier task isn't too difficult. The crowd engaged in conversation until they noticed Yi Shuangyin and her 4 companions emerging, instinctively falling silent. The princess approached the first-year leaderboard, gazing upon Li Mu's name, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 39 Duel. As Li Mu strolled leisurely after finishing his meal, he spotted his name on both the points and consecutive victories boards. As anticipated, he had slipped down the rankings. Shaking his head, he paid no heed to the surrounding silence and ascended the dueling arena platform to initiate matchmaking. Li Mu. Yi Shuangyin regarded the oblivious Li Mu with a serene expression. Shall we engage in a 1v1 duel? Li Mu raised an eyebrow at the princess's calm demeanor. Ah, so this is about revenge. Your Highness, how do you propose we conduct this 1v1 duel? To my knowledge, the dueling arena does not permit such arrangements. Li Mu replied with nonchalance. No matter. Once we step onto the dueling arena platform, we can initiate a 1v1 match together, the princess replied with a slight smile. Since receiving the Dragon Knight's tome from her uncle, she had mastered a powerful skill, instilling her with confidence in her ability to triumph over Li Mu. I must restore the dignity of the royal family. I cannot allow my brother to take advantage any longer, she thought resolutely. Though calm within Starfire Academy, rumors of her defeat at Li Mu's hands during combat class had begun to circulate among the nobles outside, being already at a disadvantage. Such tales would dissuade potential allies from joining her cause. Thus, she was determined to reclaim her honor. It may not be easy to match, Li Mu remarked, shaking his head as the princess drew near. With so many students across the Empire's academies, although 1v1 battles were rare, they were not non-existent. While they could match at the same time, connecting in a duel remained a challenge. I understand, but I have made arrangements, Yi Shuangyin stated. As a princess, she wielded not only the Empire's authority, but also the intimidation brought by her mother. Consequently, she had encouraged noble families to engage amicably with their classmates, dissuading them from seeking 1v1 matches, all to secure a duel with Li Mu and emerge victorious. Very well, Li Mu replied after a moment of silence, nodding in agreement. Your Highness seems very confident. You must believe you can defeat me. However, I have the ghoul as my trump card, which may well thwart your streak of victories. Thank you. Then let us begin, the princess commanded, gesturing with her fingers. As Li Mu mirrored her motion, she called out, Start. In the blink of an eye, both vanished from sight, prompting the onlooking students to anticipate the outcome as they turned their gazes to the consecutive victories board. Why has it taken so long to find a match? Tu Fenghuo grumbled, chewing on his food as he furrowed his brow at the elapsed half-hour of matchmaking time. Perhaps everyone has gone to lunch? His attendant suggested, gnawing on a cantaloupe. What a waste of a golden opportunity to earn points, all for a meal. Tu Fenghuo spat out grape skins, resolute in his determination to secure 10 consecutive wins today. After 10 wins, I'll dive into ranked matches. I can't let this defeat linger. The sting of his first loss still gnawed at him, even if it was inflicted by Li Mu. Following his 7th consecutive win, he encountered a towering opponent over 2 meters tall, who decimated him, shattering his winning streak. Is he even my age? In disbelief, Tu Fenghuo found himself once again achieving a remarkable 7 consecutive victories, only to encounter an unexpected matchmaking halt. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the situation. Yet, in the next moment, the notification of a successful match rang in his ears. It was done. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he was transported to a desolate desert landscape. I am invincible, he proclaimed, surveying the swirling sands with unyielding confidence, his gaze fixed upon a distant figure. However, upon catching sight of the princess's glum expression, both he and his attendant trembled slightly. What should we do, brother two? The attendant quivered. Fear not. In the duel arena, power speaks volumes. Witness my tempestuous sands, Tu Fenghuo declared, raising his hand to cast a spell. Meanwhile, Li Mu, after waiting a minute without the princess's arrival, opted to exit the matchmaking process. Since the princess has not appeared, I shall defer to a future opportunity, he mused, relishing the chance to conceal his ghoul trump card a little longer. As Li Mu emerged from the duel platform, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. So soon? Did Her Highness win? No, look at the victory streak leaderboard. Li Mu hasn't lost. The murmurs of the crowd buzzed with confusion as Li Mu, unfazed, initiated a 2v2 match. There was no need to await the princess any longer. Searching for your teammates, the matchmaking process commenced. Match successful. Now pairing you with a formidable opponent. The system chimed again. In an instant, Li Mu found himself standing in a dilapidated cityscape, accompanied by a figure clad in black armor. Wielding a long blade and exuding an air reminiscent of a dark knight, an undeniably handsome young man, though overshadowed by Li Mu's own charisma. A mage? Yang Guan furrowed his brow as he regarded his teammate. Where's your attendant? I did not bring one, Li Mu replied coolly, glancing at his student card. A student from the Southern Wilderness Canaan Academy. Then stay close to me. I will guard you while you cast your spells. As long as you don't act recklessly, I'll lead you to victory. Yang Guan, eyeing the luminous pillar of light, felt a flicker of confidence. They are from Starfire Academy. They shouldn't hinder my progress, he thought, dismissing any misgivings. Observing Yangguan's arrogance, Li Mu felt no emotional stirrings, opting instead to follow along. So confident, are we? Perhaps I shall take a back seat and play the role of a passive participant, he mused. However, as they traversed the landscape, Li Mu's martial intuition suddenly flared, compelling him to leap aside just as an explosion erupted nearby. Boom. Yangguan was hurled aside, crashing to the ground and coughing up blood. Haha, indeed. Setting an ambush was the wisest choice. A voice boomed, emerging from the ruins. You should surrender. It will expedite the next match. Yangguan, struggling to rise, glanced at Li Mu sprinting away in the distance, a smirk spreading across his face. A demolitionist? Your explosive power is rather unimpressive. How bold of you, the adversary scoffed. Do you know how many bombs lie beneath? I merely wish to conserve some explosives and mana potions for my brother, but if you insist on continuing, I have plenty to spare. His derision was palpable. Haven't you realized? Yangguan retorted with a glint of mockery in his eyes. My teammate has already gone to eliminate your demolitionist. Trusting in his instincts and the capabilities of a Starfire Academy student, he felt assured. An attendant who doesn't even know where to run, what does it matter if he is from Starfire Academy? The adversary shook his head dismissively. Mages are so fragile. One explosion, and yet before he could finish, he froze in disbelief. Blue Team Li Mu has defeated Red Team Bagui. First blood. The announcement sent shockwaves through him. The revelation prompted Li Mu to lower his skeletal spear, his expression one of surprise as he looked up. Such a feature exists? Then I cannot afford to embarrass myself. Yangguan exhaled, charging towards Bagui. I must uphold the reputation of Canaan Academy. Chapter 40, Snow and Snowmending. You have emerged victorious. Would you like to initiate the next match? Li Mu strolled leisurely towards Yangguan, having just received the victory announcement. Coming to a halt, he activated the matchmaking process again, searching for an equally matched opponent. Match successful. After a 30-second wait, the scene shifted, placing him atop an icy mountain. Snowflakes swirled around him, melting upon contact with his hand, a familiar sight. Li Mu. A soft voice broke the stillness as Lung Xiaoyu observed him quietly from the side. Lung, classmate. Li Mu turned to acknowledge her, noting her white robe. An awkward silence enveloped them. Would you like to take the lead? I can support you from the sidelines, Li Mu suggested. Should he take action, it would inevitably involve summoning a horde of skeletal minions. Yet, he was mindful of his teammates' feelings, especially given her strong sense of pride. Very well. The snowy terrain offers me several advantages, Lung Xiaoyu replied, watching Li Mu brush the snow from his shoulders as she began her incantation. The warlock class differs from that of mages. They can learn spells from their bloodline through charisma, and acquiring spells that align with their attributes is notably easier, leading many to fantasize about ancestral prowess that grants them the warlock title. Yet, most lack such capabilities. Conversely, warlocks do not possess the same late-game convenience as mages, typically bound by the limitations of their bloodlines. Nonetheless, in the early game, warlocks hold an advantage, as their innate spells are particularly potent, much like Lung Xiaoyu's current display. Summon Little Snowman, Ice Crystal Hammer, Ice Crystal Armor. 3 spells were unleashed simultaneously, causing Li Mu to gaze in admiration. A snowman, adorned with ice crystal armor, wielded an ice crystal hammer and leapt toward the radiant glow. Noticing Li Mu's focused attention on her spellcasting, Lung Xiaoyu felt an unexpected rush of nerves. She couldn't quite decipher the source of her anxiety. How is it? She inquired, suppressing her feelings and maintaining a calm demeanor. Quite impressive, Li Mu replied earnestly, nodding. Though the little snowman, enhanced by 3 spells, may not surpass his skeletal warriors wielding bone growth, it stood well against typical summons in terms of utility. Thank you. Lung Xiaoyu nodded, falling into silence once more. Why doesn't Lung attend the summoning class? The content taught by Teacher Yu is crucial for students with summons, Li Mu remarked. Sensing the atmosphere had grown tense again, he felt compelled to break the silence. They couldn't remain mute forever. Because the summoning class conflicts with the Warlock Bloodline Excavation course and the Warlock Spell Specialization course, Lung Xiaoyu murmured, her gaze lowered. Since the last time Li Mu's words had awakened her, she found herself instinctively avoiding him. An inexplicable discomfort filled her whenever they crossed paths. Yet her desire to defeat him remained resolute. Then, Lung Xiaoyu, would you be interested in my class notes? I have notes from the lessons. Li Mu proposed after a moment of contemplation. He held a favorable impression of this classmate who actively participated and competed with him for answers. Striving to improve oneself by seeking valuable knowledge was commendable. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Lung Xiaoyu's heart raced, her ears flushing with warmth. Why is he being so kind to me? Of course, how about I offer you both lessons notes for just 40 points? Li Mu replied earnestly. As I understand it, the spells within a warlock's bloodline grow increasingly powerful as the bloodline evolves, and the little snowman summoned by an ice warlock should eventually transform into a snow giant summon. For you, destined to wield a snow giant, the summoning class will undoubtedly hold great significance. 40 points is quite a bargain, don't you think? As he spoke, Li Mu observed Lung Xiaoyu, who kept her head lowered, her fists tightening and then relaxing. "Thank you," she said, her voice carrying an unusual tone. "Not at all. We're merely classmates," Li Mu smiled, nodding. In assisting a fellow student, he also garnered points, a win-win situation. Upon summoning her familiar to confront the adversary, what would follow? Regaining her composure, Lung Xiaoyu lifted her head, the bashful demeanor fading, and inquired coolly, "Let us build a snowman." Observing the girl's shifting attitude, Li Mu, though perplexed, responded and crouched down to gather a handful of snow. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he remained baffled by the volatility of a girl's emotions. "I see." In an effort to shed her Na'vi persona, she cast aside her romantic notions and earnestly observed Li Mu as he began to construct the snowman. "What purpose does building a snowman serve?" she queried, her curiosity piqued by every movement of Li Mu. "Simply to build a snowman," Li Mu replied, glancing up at Lung Xiaoyu. "You're from the northern domain too, right? Surely, you've built a snowman before?" "I have," she replied, pursing her lips. Naturally, all from the northern domain had built snowmen, but she had always done so alone. No one had ever joined her. "That's good. What do you think of my snowman?" After a satisfied nod at his creation, Li Mu turned to Lung Xiaoyu. "Doesn't it exude a certain valiant charm?" "Not particularly," she remarked, stifling a laugh as she looked at the crooked snowman. "Mine looks far better." "Oh, is that so?" Li Mu patted his snowman. "Let us put it to the test. Who is afraid of you?" Lung Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms. "Behold, the ice sorceress is not one to be trifled with. Is that so?" Li Mu chuckled. "Humph." Lung Xiaoyu huffed, lifting her chin defiantly as she resumed building her snowman. Li Mu crouched nearby, admiring the adorable girl as she crafted her creation. "All done. Do you think it surpasses yours?" she asked, gazing at her charming snowman. Then glancing at Li Mu's lopsided figure, a smile playing on her lips. "It is indeed attractive, but your snowman would surely lack the prowess in a battle," Li Mu remarked, eyeing the round figure. "If these snowmen were to engage in combat, they would possess no fighting capability whatsoever." "Then let us have a duel," Lung Xiaoyu suddenly declared, her eyes brightening. "A chance to win has presented itself. How shall we fight?" Li Mu asked, bewildered. "I have a plan." With that, she began to cast her spell. In no time, the 2 snowmen sprang to life. "You still have a chance to regret your decision," she declared confidently, convinced her snowman would triumph over Li Mu's. "Wasn't this akin to defeating him?" "As long as you're happy," Li Mu responded, glancing at Lung Xiaoyu with a complex expression as the reminder of the martial god's heart was triggered. Let us commence." Noticing Li Mu's unusual gaze, Lung Xiaoyu let out a huff and commanded the 2 snowmen to engage. In the ensuing chaos, Li Mu's crooked snowman kicked off the head of her round and adorable creation. "Little snow." Lung Xiaoyu stared in disbelief as her snowman's head rolled to her feet, tears welling in her eyes. "Don't cry." Seeing this, Li Mu winced, pinched his forehead, and sighed. Chapter 41. Choosing Allies. Lung Xiaoyu was born into a family of considerable standing, yet as the daughter of an uncherished wife. She was brought forth solely to preserve the sorceress bloodline, a mere pawn in her father's ambition for a legendary sorcerer to emerge from their lineage, ensuring the purity of their blood. Her father bore no love for her mother, nor for anyone else, fixated only on the emergence of a powerful successor to rejuvenate their waning bloodline. Over generations, the family had seen no legendary figures, and the strength within the bloodline grew increasingly diluted. Consequently, her father took 5 wives in hopes of fathering a prodigious son. The prevailing preference for sons was pervasive, existing in every realm, barring those ruled by women. Thus, her father devoted himself to nurturing her 4 brothers, while she and her mother faced neglect. Despite residing in a lavish estate from a young age, she knew little of affection, let alone power. Her mother, having given birth to her with the icy powers of their bloodline, fell gravely ill for many years. Thus, she spent her childhood by her mother's side, listening to tales of the outside world. Friends were a luxury she did not possess. Only on snowy days did she have the chance to build her snowman, whom she named Little Snow, to keep her company. They would play together for entire seasons, until the sweltering summer melted Little Snow away. Yet, with each winter's return, she could rebuild him anew, the snowman woven deeply into her childhood memories. As she matured, she began to study etiquette and knowledge, eventually receiving an invitation from the Starfire Academy. In a scenario where none of her brothers had been summoned, her father's astonished expression marked a moment of unfamiliar warmth. Yet, she understood that her father's interest lay solely in her attendance at the academy. Should it be possible to transfer her spot, he would undoubtedly have done so to benefit one of her brothers. This realization fueled her determination to seize her destiny. Rejecting the role of a subordinate to her disdainful brothers, she ventured to Starfire Academy alone, setting her sights on becoming a legend. Thus, she worked tirelessly. Though moments of loneliness occasionally crept in, for her perceived friends did not reciprocate her sentiments. She could not bear to witness her peers returning to the dormitory to chat for hours after class, or wandering aimlessly with newly acquainted boys instead of attending elective courses. She offered them insights into the benefits of various electives, yet her efforts only alienated them further. No one enjoys being lectured by someone they've only known for a short time. Consequently, she fell into solitude once more. Just moments ago, she had witnessed her last and only friend lose its head, the long-suppressed sorrow finally erupting forth. She cried. Please, don't cry. Li Mu sighed, noting that reattaching a head was a simple task. He glanced at the tear-streaked Lung Xiaoyu and shook his head. It's not like it's Chengguo. A head can be reattached. He picked up the head and placed it back atop the rotund body, adding some snow to the neck. Little Snow was resurrected. Yet, Lung Xiaoyu's tears continued to flow unabated. Calm down. Did you forget that a sorcerer must always maintain composure? Li Mu recalled her personality and tailored his words accordingly, invoking the teacher's teachings. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lung Xiaoyu ceased her weeping, though feelings of grievance lingered. The snowman Li Mu reconstructed was simply too unsightly. With a neck that had swelled disproportionately, she refused to acknowledge it as Little Snow. As long as you're no longer crying, Li Mu remarked, shifting his gaze to a commotion in the distance. Two individuals were encircling a snowman, and he complimented, Your snowman looks impressive. Of course, Lung Xiaoyu wiped her tears, rubbing her eyes. My snowmen are always formidable. Oh, Li Mu glanced at Little Snow, prompting her to clench her fists in irritation. That person was insufferable. But it seems your snowman is on the verge of defeat, he added. The opposing snowman teetered precariously under the assault of the two assailants. Half of its snow disintegrated, and one arm had fallen off, leaving only the hand wielding a hammer flailing about. In snowy weather, my snowman possesses self-healing abilities, Lung Xiaoyu stated proudly. No sooner had she spoken than fresh snow adhered to the snowman, restoring its missing arm and other fallen parts. A brand new snowman emerged. Impressive, Li Mu nodded in astonishment. He pondered that if they were to face Lung Xiaoyu in a snowy terrain, targeting her first would be prudent. Humph, Lung Xiaoyu huffed lightly, secretly delighted by the praise of a formidable opponent. However, were she privy to Li Mu's innermost thoughts, she would undoubtedly confront him with fervor. Let us indulge in the snow a while longer. After observing for a spell, Li Mu found himself somewhat bored. Though victory was assured, the pace felt rather sluggish. Cold Xiaoyu lowered her gaze, watching Li Mu as he meticulously constructed his fortress of ice and snow, unable to restrain herself from inquiring, Do you have any teammates? She herself lacked allies for the upcoming dungeon trial next Wednesday, as her days were consumed by classes or library visits. Friends from her dormitory had become estranged, leaving her uncertain about whom to team with. Observing Li Mu, who, like her, was solitary, she felt a flicker of hope. Not yet, Li Mu replied, shaking his head. He was quite discerning regarding his choice of companions. And what do you think of me? Cold Xiaoyu felt a flutter of nervousness within her. Indeed, she had just put herself forward. How many skills have you awakened? How many skill books have you learned? Li Mu began to interview the young woman before him. I have awakened 7 skills and studied 2 skill books, Cold Xiaoyu responded, instinctively standing upright. In total, I possess 9 skills, 2 passive, for offensive, 2 defensive, and 1 summoning skill, which allows me to summon a maximum of 5 snowmen. And how many bloodline sublimation stones have you used? None, she replied. Li Mu regarded her with surprise. The bloodline sublimation stone was essential for sorcerers, allowing them to enhance their bloodline and gain further knowledge. The fact that Cold Xiaoyu had managed to acquire so many skills without utilizing even a single sublimation stone was quite impressive. Intrigued, Li Mu continued his inquiries. After a brief assessment of Cold Xiaoyu's capabilities, Li Mu nodded. Wait for the notification at home, he stated, uttering words that caused many hopeful candidates to feel a tremor in their hearts. Okay, Cold Xiaoyu bit her lip, anxious to know when she would receive an answer. Before dinner tonight, Li Mu assured her, producing his student card to exchange contact information. In the duel arena, mobile phones were not permitted, but the student card allowed for adding friends. Once the contact was established, Cold Xiaoyu sighed in relief. My abilities are not lacking. If there is no one better than me, I should be able to join Li Mu's team, she mused, observing him as he leisurely continued to build his impressive fortress. Reminiscent of her own home. Ding. You have emerged victorious. Would you like to initiate the next match? Li Mu casually clicked yes, earning himself 30 seconds of adjustment time. Well then, Cold Xiaoyu, I must take my leave, he said, rising to his feet. I will notify you before dinner. If there are no suitable candidates, I shall bring you along. Understood. Cold Xiaoyu blinked in confusion, still entranced by the gradual construction of her ice fortress, when she heard that Li Mu was departing. With a swish, Li Mu vanished from sight. Cold Xiaoyu turned to gaze at the 2 snowmen, one large and one small, in the snow, feeling a sense of disappointment wash over her. After another 2v2 match, Li Mu's teammate was a student from the Starfire Academy, and he first inquired whether the teammate wanted to take the lead. The teammate replied that he had come for assistance in the 2v2, prompting Li Mu to summon 2 skeletal gravestones and unleash a horde of skeletons. The student from Chun Academy cheered, exclaiming, My bro Li Mu is amazing. While somewhat annoyed, Li Mu summoned a skeletal warhorse and reminded his companion to protect the gravestones for an assured victory before dashing toward the distant volcano. He had never seen a volcano before and was eager to explore. Clop, clop, clop. The skeletal hooves echoed as they galloped toward the heat radiating from the volcano. Li Mu pressed on, undeterred by the rising temperatures. He had developed a resistance to extreme climates, feeling little impact unless faced with extreme conditions. Upon reaching the entrance of the volcano, he beheld the grayish smoke and darkness, contemplating the eruption. Let's see if this volcano erupts, he mused, directing a negative energy ray toward the crater. No harm in testing. With that thought, he successfully courted disaster. Boom. The bright red glow erupted before him, and Li Mu, both satisfied and startled, cursed, damn. He hastily mounted his skeletal horse and fled the scene. Red side Li Mu defeats blue side Lu Ren. First blood. Turning around, he noticed the lava surging towards him, the intense heat causing his hair to smoke, and he realized just how realistic the duel arena was. However, the lava flows too quickly, Li Mu thought, mentally criticizing this aspect of the simulation. As the scorching lava approached, he cast a sprinting spell on his skeletal warhorse and raced toward his teammate's location. Along the way, an announcement informed him of new insights into the duel arena's dynamics. Blue side Lu Ren has been consumed by lava. Red side wins. Ding. You have emerged victorious. Would you like to continue matching? Certain terrains possess the ability to eliminate duelists, much like this volcanic landscape. Contemplating this, he exited the 2v2 match. Returning to the duel platform, Li Mu observed the steady stream of students around him before approaching the leaderboard to check his standing. His win streak stood at 13, placing him 31st. This was due to his leisurely approach to battles, yet it also reflected the remarkable talent present in various academies, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. His score had risen from 60 to 85, an increment of 25 points, landing him in 60th place. Calculating the points, he realized the accuracy of his tally. Since the player who secured first blood received an extra 5 points, he had only achieved first blood in the first match and the third, earning him an additional 10 points along with the 15 points from 3 victories, totaling exactly 25 points. It's time to get serious. I can't afford to be so leisurely, Li Mu decided as he ascended the platform and initiated a 5v5 match. He refrained from ranked matches to avoid crossing paths with the princess, while participating in 5v5 to earn points. Although not as rewarding as ranked matches, which awarded 10 points per victory, 5v5 offered bonuses for kills, an incentive absent from ranked matches, which prioritized teamwork and synergy over individual kills. In 5v5 duels, first blood granted 5 points, plus an additional 10 for the first kill, while each subsequent kill also awarded 5 points. Thus, if one secured all 5 enemy kills in a match, achieving a pentakill, they would earn 35 points, including the first blood bonus. Having previously experienced ordinary duels, the novelty had worn off, leading him to abandon his casual demeanor and prepare to earn points earnestly. He was determined to purchase the items from that rotund merchant, particularly the book on the Necromancer. Though he had previously hesitated to spend his hard-earned points, he now recognized the lucrative potential of the duel arena and resolved to indulge himself. Matching you with teammates. Match successful. Matching you with a worthy opponent. Match successful. Wishing you a pleasant duel. On a rainy night, the rain fell gently, and the night was shrouded in darkness. Li Mu surveyed the 5 individuals beside him, a glimmer of light flashing in his deep-set eyes. 2 of them were from his academy. A mage from Chin Academy and her attendant. The remaining 3 were students from Guha Academy. They exchanged glances with Li Mu and Su Qiaoer. Upon seeing the emblematic student card of Starfire Academy, they fell silent. Starfire Academy was renowned throughout the Kanglan continent, and even in the astral realm, legends of Starfire persisted. Thus, they envied the students who could join the Phoenix Academy, holding them in high regard. How should we approach this? Wan Dong inquired of Li Mu's opinion. As a trio, they instinctively assumed Li Mu was part of a duo. Raising an eyebrow, Li Mu turned his gaze towards the 2 girls beside him. What do you think? He asked. Regarding teammates with a good attitude, he refrained from declaring that all 5 heads on the opposing side were his. Such arrogance was unbecoming. Nobles would not behave in such a manner. However, if he were accompanied by a sycophant, the latter might indeed utter such a boast. Sigh. Perhaps I should have brought a sycophant. It would be fine to let someone else voice what I cannot, he mused. You decide, young Master Li Mu, Su Linger replied. Lowering her head, unexpectedly paired with Li Mu, she felt a twinge of nervousness. On the second day of school, a rather unsavory-looking sophomore from the Star Academy approached her, asking if she would be his girlfriend, alongside her sister. The existence of such individuals in Phoenix Academy took Su Linger by surprise. She was thoroughly disgusted and, after coldly rejecting him, found herself distanced from her peers, who were also first-year students of the Chin Academy. Su Linger scoffed at such petty tactics. Was it merely distance? Nothing more. As long as she and her sister could rely on each other, that was sufficient. Aware of the attention their twin beauty would attract, she felt a measure of wariness towards the students of the Star Academy. Yet, she retained a certain fondness for Li Mu. As her city was governed by the Li family, known for its excellent law and order, devoid of chaos. Even the eldest son of the Li family attended school there. Her father had often spoken of the turmoil in other cities, enlightening her about how fortunate she was to reside under the Li family's jurisdiction. Furthermore, during school, Li Mu exhibited none of the brazen behavior typically associated with wealthy scions, displaying only aloofness and distance. Thus, she held a favorable view of this young nobleman. If only all nobles were like Li Mu, she thought, appreciating the absence of their deep-seated arrogance and their propensity not to bully the weak. However, the next moment, she witnessed Li Mu's noble arrogance firsthand. "I'll take 3 heads. You can each have 1, Li Mu declared, causing the 3 students from Gu He Academy to change countenance. They were confident, having previously secured more than 2 heads in their recent matches, even achieving a clean sweep against the opposition on one occasion. Yet, the presumption of the Phoenix Academy student, demanding 3 heads right off the bat, provoked Wan Dong's ire. "Are all Star Academy students this arrogant?" He snapped. He had encountered one pretentious student from the Star Academy before. While admittedly skilled, he found the student's arrogance unbearable, especially after witnessing him single-handedly eliminate 5 opponents. Though they had not managed to secure a single head themselves, they accepted this as a reflection of their inferior skills. However, upon encountering another student from the Star Academy, he found his demeanor far more agreeable, yet the condescending tone in his words ignited Wan Dong's frustration. 2 mages, 1 without a follower. And you expect to claim heads without our protection? Dream on. Angrily, Wan Dong turned and charged toward the light pillar, opting for a retreat despite the odds. Too arrogant. Watching the trio's retreating figures, Li Mu shook his head and focused on the 2 sisters. He had recognized them at first glance. Having attended the same school for 3 years, he was not so face-blind. He remembered their names, but that was the extent of it. Inspire the girls. He addressed Su Qiao. "Can your inspiration affect the undead? If it can, an invitation might be in order." I don't know," Su Qiao replied quietly, hiding behind her sister. After hearing her sister recount the encounter with the odious noble, she had grown fearful of the students at the Star Academy. Yet, Li Mu had never once regarded her, as if she were merely an inconspicuous stone by the roadside, unworthy of his attention. Moreover, he was so exceptional, she pondered. "Let's give it a try," Li Mu said, raising his hand to summon 2 skeletal gravestones. Crackling sounds echoed as skeletons emerged, causing the 2 girls to huddle together in fear. The sight of these skeletal figures still unsettled them. Li Mu remained silent, patiently awaiting the formation of his skeletal army. Soon, an announcement rang out. "Red Team Zheng Shuai has killed Blue Team Wan Dong. First blood. A promising start. Red Team Zheng Shuai has killed Blue Team Gong Shan. Double kill. A name made legendary. Red Team Zheng Shuai has killed Blue Team Lu Nan. Triple kill. Rampage. It's Zheng Shuai," Li Mu remarked, raising an eyebrow as he observed the skeletons produced by his gravestones and the sisters' expressions. "Let the battle commence." "Huh. Okay." Su Qiao responded instinctively, then grasped her blue-quality staff and began to chant spells. Inspiration Aura. Morale Boost. Rapid Inspiration. Shield of Inspiration. Thorned Inspiration. 5 inspiration skills enveloped the skeletal army, causing them to stir with newfound vigor, their faint red shields adorned with spikes, lending them a more menacing appearance. Witnessing the ferocity of his skeletons, Li Mu's brow rose. "Go forth," he commanded. The skeletal horde surged forth like a tumultuous sea, their speed more than doubled. An inspirer. Indeed well suited to accompany a legion of skeletons, he mused as he observed their fierce advance. "Truly formidable, my brother," Fengyu remarked, patting Zheng Shuai's shoulder as the latter effortlessly dispatched 3 opponents with a few well-aimed fireballs. Originally, they were supposed to engage in ranked matches to elevate their academy's standing. However, after being bested by the princess, they opted for 5v5 matches. With the princess leading the charge, they found themselves with little to do, except for the earth, wind, and fire elements, who joined in the afternoon. They had already participated in several 10-person duels, with more victories than defeats. Clearly, there had been some friction within their ranks. Upon seeing 2 distant pillars of light, Zheng Shuai noted that both teams possessed formidable players, which could lead to discord and unforeseen complications. "From now on, let's form a cohesive 5-man team. A unified voice within the team minimizes the risk of defeat," he suggested as he led the group toward the twin pillars of light. Their team consisted of 9 members, 4 mages with their followers, a warrior from the Sun Academy, who was an acquaintance of Zheng Shuai, thus joining their ranks. "Indeed, we shall follow your lead," Fengyu concurred, glancing at Jiang Chun, who stood in the rain without magical protection. "I say, fishing bro. With a fire mage like Brother Meng being so formidable in the rain, why don't you, a water mage, show your prowess?" "Me?" Jiang Chun wiped the rain from his face and smiled. "I could, but it's unnecessary. As a water mage, he would naturally benefit from the rain. Yet his damage output would always pale in comparison to that of a fire mage. Hence, he felt it best to leave the heavy lifting to Zheng Shuai, content to simply coast on their victories." "Wait." Sun Tian, a student from the Sun Academy, suddenly spoke, causing the group to halt. They were aware of Zheng Shuai's friend possessing exceptional detection skills, albeit as a hidden melee class. "Something is approaching us," he said gravely. "Not alive." The others exchanged worried glances, realizing the implication. The next moment, countless skeletons emerged, confirming their fears. Chapter 44. An invitation to join the team. "Damn, It's Li Mu again. The expressions of Tu Fenghua and his followers shifted dramatically. The haunting memories of being besieged by the sea of skeletons resurfaced, causing them to shudder involuntarily. This is bad. We must find Li Mu. Only by eliminating him first do we stand a chance of victory, Zheng Shuai exclaimed, abandoning his previous calm demeanor in haste. Something feels amiss. These skeletons are significantly stronger than those we faced this morning, Tu Fenghua remarked, hastily casting a spell. However, upon witnessing the skeletons effortlessly breach his earthen walls, their crimson hues glaring menacingly, he cried out in alarm. This is dire. Zheng Shuai furrowed his brow, instructing, first, we must defend ourselves until Li Mu exhausts his magical energy. Are you certain? I fear this sea of skeletons is inexhaustible, Tu Fenghua countered. I ran for quite a while this morning, and it showed no signs of ending. Brother Tu, it was I who carried you for a considerable distance. One of the followers interjected. Silence. Tu Fenghua shot him a glare. Rough man, do you not understand the principle of energy conservation? Fengyu retorted while casting his spell. Even necromancers must replenish their magic. Otherwise, where do the skeletons come from? Then, shall we defend ourselves? But there are far too many skeletons to hold them off. Tu Fenghua shouted again. Do not worry. I am here. Jiang Chen stepped forward. With a mere gesture, raindrops in the sky coalesced into a translucent, eggshell-like barrier, enveloping the 9 of them. As the skeletal fists pounded against the barrier, bursts of water erupted from the impact. Yet in the next moment, the rain filled the gaps, renewing the protective screen. This is my rain curtain heavenly transformation skill. While they cannot strike within, we can hit them from inside, Jiang Chen elucidated. Impressive, brother fishing. Feng Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm. Nothing to worry about, fishing man. When in trouble, I become fishing brother, Jiang Chen retorted, rolling his eyes. Excellent. We shall wait until there are fewer skeletons before we strike, Zheng Shuai sighed in relief. Indeed, Jiang Chen nodded. After a prolonged silence, the skeletons either stood or lay sprawled, tightly covering the barrier, their hollow eyes shrouded in darkness. Zheng Shuai ignited a flame, the crackling sound mingling with the chaotic movements of the skeletons, instilling an eerie sensation. Prepare yourselves mentally, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke. My magical energy is nearly depleted. What? Feng Yu's face paled. What shall we do? I do not wish to experience a demise akin to that of Rough Man. His words unexpectedly calmed the frantic Tu Fenghua. Indeed, you must also experience the terror of being engulfed by the sea of skeletons. I cannot be the only one to endure it, he laughed heartily. Those who have been caught in the rain often wish to steal the umbrellas of others. Fear not. There must be a way, Zheng Shuai, the captain, stated calmly. At this moment, he could not afford to panic. However, with his dwindling magical energy, he found himself at a loss. How could it be endless? He could not fathom it. I cannot hold out any longer, Jiang Chen sighed, and the water curtain vanished. In an instant, skeletons rained down upon the heads of the 9. Do you have a team? Li Mu inquired, addressing the 2 sisters. If you do, I hope you will leave them and join my team. I can offer you more than mere points. I will provide equipment and skill books as well. All you need to do is follow me into the duel arena. His tone was indifferent, yet he sought to entice them with promises of benefits, keenly observing their reactions. His proposition left the sisters momentarily taken aback. Is it truly that good? Not only equipment, but also points and skill books? Initially, they were skeptical. But given that the speaker was Li Mu, a member of the nobility, they could hardly dismiss his words. Su Linger glanced at Li Mu, lost in thought. Blue team Li Mu has slain red team Shan Tian. A rising star. Young Master Li Mu, we do not have a team. Su Linger deliberated extensively before finally expressing her inclination to agree, though her voice was laced with hesitation. She needed to inform Li Mu of the potential threat she and her sister faced. Then join my team. Li Mu nodded, deciding not to waste time persuading them. Blue team Li Mu has slain red team Feng Yu. Double kill. A name made in battle. However, we are being pursued by a second-year student from Xinyuan Academy. She attempted to phrase it delicately, refraining from disparaging the nobility before Li Mu, fearing it might cause him trouble. That is not an issue, Li Mu brushed off her concern. Once you join my team, I will ensure you remain undisturbed by trivial matters. He had discerned the underlying worry in Su Linger's words. He would resolve any troubles for his teammates, allowing them to focus on earning points. Blue team Li Mu has slain red team Tu Fenghua. Triple kill. A massacre. Thank you, young Master Li Mu. Su Linger exhaled in relief. Rather than continue to be targeted by that individual, joining Li Mu's team seemed far more advantageous. It would alleviate their daily anxieties. She raised her gaze, meeting the calm eyes of the noble mage, and felt a sense of tranquility within. He was not that kind of person. Do not forget to thank young Master Li Mu, she nudged her sister. Blue team Li Mu has slain red team Zheng Shuai. Quadra-kill. Unstoppable. Thank you. Young Master Li Mu, Su Chaoer murmured timidly. Call me Li Mu, he replied, noting the familiar names being announced. I will secure the kills, and later I will replenish your points. He was determined to claim every head for himself. Following that, he would reward the 2 with additional items, establishing a foundation of gratitude before asserting his authority later. Only through a blend of kindness and power could he earn their loyalty. A Principal Li Mu understood well. Thank you. Young Master Li Mu, Su Ling'er nodded gently, uncertain whether this choice was right or wrong. She felt a mix of apprehension and hope. Thank you, Li Mu. Su Qiaoer quickly added. Such is the nobility. How generous. She mused, pondering how many points they might earn and whether it would suffice to purchase that powerful encouragement skill book. Blue Team Li Mu has slain Red Team Jiang Chun. Pentakill. Unrivaled. Ding. You have emerged victorious. Would you like to continue matching? Then let us exit the duel arena and form a team. With a faster method to conclude battles and swiftly earn points, Li Mu was not one to squander the opportunity. Indeed, Su Qiaoer nodded obediently, choosing to decline the invitation. Returning to the duel arena, Li Mu retrieved his student card, first adding the two as friends before utilizing the card to form a team. Ding. You have joined Li Mu's party. Su Qiaoer sighed in relief. What quality is your staff? Li Mu asked, turning to Su Qiaoer. Huh, my staff? Caught off guard by his sudden inquiry, she hesitated before quickly responding. It is of blue quality. It was something you discarded a month ago. She clutched her staff tightly, reflecting on its significance. Chapter 45, Gathering Allies. Though the Encourager is a hidden class, it does not wield great power in the duel arena. To most, it merely serves as a support role, given that the maximum number of participants in a duel is 10 in a 5v5 scenario. Its impact on enhancing combat prowess is limited, especially when there are other ranged classes like mages involved. Nevertheless, in pursuit of points, they must strive for victory, prompting Su Ling'er to exert herself even more fiercely after receiving encouragement. However, she remains an ordinary warrior, unable to match the prowess of those with hidden classes. Consequently, the sisters found themselves facing more defeats than victories. In other modes beyond 5v5, their losses were even more pronounced. With classmates distancing themselves, they could only hope for someone to carry them to victory. Then, they encountered Li Mu. Upon witnessing Li Mu commanding an army of the undead, Su Qiaoer finally grasped the true purpose of her class. If she too commanded a legion, wouldn't she be formidable as well? Take this. Li Mu tossed her a staff. Use it for now. You can replace it later when you find a better one. This. Su Qiaoer stared blankly at the purple quality staff in her hands, her small hand trembling. Is this all right? Staff of Magic, purple. Equipment effect, 10 intelligence. Magic slot, 200. Equipment requirement, a first-tier mage class. She clutched a staff embedded with a cerulean crystal tightly, her gaze fixed in a daze upon its attributes. Remember to return it to me once you find a suitable staff, Li Mu reminded her once more. This staff was his backup, and he could not lend it to just anyone. However, due to the need to accumulate points that afternoon, he had reluctantly agreed. Thank you. Su Qiaoer hastily expressed her gratitude. A purple weapon, how impressive. I must have seen my fair share of them, she mused. Let us begin. Li Mu concluded nonchalantly, initiating the 5v5 duel. Thus, during the afternoon's 5v5 battle, the endless and ferocious sea of skeletons became a legend among the academies of the Empire. Over the course of 19 consecutive victories, he sought out the exceptional students of Xingho Academy, yet none caught his discerning eye, not even as capable as Leng Xiaoyu. Never mind. I'll just go with Leng Xiaoyu, he decided, picking the best among the short. Tomorrow's streak of victories would serve as a delightful reward. After concluding the duel, Li Mu exited the arena and sent a message to Leng Xiaoyu using his student card before approaching the leaderboard. The first position on the ladder still belonged to Her Highness the Princess. He had climbed to 9th place on the consecutive victories list with a streak of 32. The princess, however, held a firm lead with 49 consecutive wins. Yet, on the points leaderboard, she was second with 710 points, while he topped the chart with a remarkable score of 775. This was to be expected, as the 5v5 duels offered rewards for kills. And in the afternoon's battles, Li Mu had claimed every opponent's head, although a few teammates, unwilling to accept his total dominance, had given away first blood a few times. He managed to execute several blitz attacks thanks to the encouragement of the skeleton army. In the duels, he paid little heed to his teammates. His sole focus was on securing kills. The strong claim all the kills, while the weak merely suffer the consequences. Li Mu, you're at the top of the points leaderboard. Su Qiaoer exclaimed, astonished as she gazed at the board. It was her first encounter with such a high score. With those points, she could surely purchase a splendid piece of purple quality equipment for her sister, she thought. Hand me the card, Li Mu remarked, glancing at Su Qiaoer with indifference. He intended to accumulate wealth. The substantial points earned that afternoon were partly due to the efforts of the Encourager. It was undeniable that this contribution allowed him to engage in several more matches, thus amassing considerable points. All right. Su Qiaoer cautiously handed her card to Li Mu. He deducted 100 points and returned the card to the girl. In his vocabulary, there was no room for the word stingy. Wow. Su Qiaoer widened her eyes, astonished by the 100 points. Su Ling'er, standing nearby, felt a flutter in her heart. Just yesterday, the sisters had been fretting over using points for books, yet now, with a sudden 100 points and the additional 105 from their 19 consecutive wins, her sister had just gained 205 points. At that moment, she felt a tinge of admiration for the strong. She too wished to become formidable. Yet, She was merely an ordinary warrior. Li Mu. Lung Xiaoyu approached, observing the two girls beside him. I'm here. Have you encountered anyone more formidable than me, young masterly? She spoke with a hint of melancholy. After spending the afternoon in the library, pondering Li Mu's haughty demeanor, she grew increasingly frustrated. I am this impressive, yet I must await your notification to join? Who cares? Welcome to my team. Li Mu disregarded her melancholic tone. Let us go. This is our squad's inaugural gathering, where we shall discuss interests and cooperation. With that, he led the three toward the commercial street. A gathering? Lung Xiaoyu glanced at Li Mu, questioning, is it just us? The numbers are just right. The three of us will suffice for next week's dungeon, Li Mu replied, shaking his head at the bustling scene of intertwined hands under the evening lights. More participants would merely dilute the points. No need to divide. In truth, even she had only been included to meet the trio requirement. However, for the sake of team harmony, Li Mu refrained from voicing this. I understand, Lung Xiaoyu acknowledged, glancing at the twin sisters, aware that one of them was an encourager. The role of an encourager should be quite significant for a necromancer. Otherwise, Li Mu would not have extended the invitation. She thought to herself, it must be the Ice Princess. Su Qiaoer certainly remembered the girl who frequently answered questions in class, whose personality mirrored that of her sister, evoking her fondness. Upon arriving at an extravagant restaurant, Li Mu seated the group. Order freely, he stated nonchalantly. As a noble, maintaining appearances was essential. With the recent acquisition of over 600 points, he felt confident. Lung Xiaoyu was the first to pick up the menu, searching for the priciest items. You can't go wrong with food. Meanwhile, the sisters also perused the menu. The younger sister was taken aback by the point costs listed. The lowest item was 30 points, while the highest exceeded 150, prompting her to glance anxiously at her sister. So expensive. Although the dishes were all beneficial for the body, the prices were indeed steep. Su Linger gently patted her sister's hand, casting a discreet glance at Li Mu, who was pulling out paper and pen, contemplating. Since young Master Li had brought them, he would surely not mind the points. Furthermore, given the substantial points he had earned that afternoon, she decided to order a few mid-range sets. I'll have the beef set and the spirit waterfish soup, she informed the attendant. I'd like a roasted grand colorful sculpture, Lung Xiaoyu declared, choosing a dish that would enhance her charm slightly. Li Mu selected a spirit eye bird set, which could slightly increase intelligence, before handing in the order and surveying his teammates at the academy. Not bad, he smiled faintly. Chapter 46, Selecting Skills. Write down what you currently desire and what you aspire to achieve in the future. I will consider them accordingly. Li Mu handed 3 sheets of paper and pens to the 3 girls. He understood the concept of painting grand visions. Whether those visions could materialize depended on their own efforts. If possible, it could be seen as an investment in his future team. Do I also have one? Su Linger stared at the paper and pen before her, feeling utterly bewildered. She was merely her sister's attendant, an ordinary warrior, and yet here she was, being granted such an opportunity by the esteemed young Master Li? She thought aimlessly. Of course, Li Mu replied succinctly, closing his eyes and opting for silence. To win the hearts of subordinates, one must not only invest effort in them, but also direct attention to what they value. He had noticed that this encourager seemed to heed her sister's opinions. A slight investment was worthwhile. After all, she was merely an ordinary warrior, and it wouldn't cost much in points. Thank you. Su Linger felt the nobility's generosity for the first time, though she hesitated, unsure of what to write. What a show-off. Lung Xiaoyu muttered, biting her lip as she began to write. I want to list many things you cannot afford. She still vividly recalled the moment when Xiao Shue's head was kicked off, followed by the uncontrollable laughter, which had quickly been reined in. Ah, my Xiao Shue. She gritted her teeth. The 2 sisters only wrote down a few skill books and equipment, then ceased. Here, Lung Xiaoyu offered her paper without hesitation. Li Mu opened his eyes and took the 3 sheets, examining them. Upon reading Lung Xiaoyu's note, he couldn't help but glance at her. How bold. After perusing the twins' requests, he found some relief. It was best not to become too familiar with teammates, otherwise, one might end up dealing with the whims of a classmate like Long, who had only known him for a few minutes. However, he shook his head at the twins' modest requests. Such small aspirations. Without desire, there is no motivation. He was well aware of this principle. Yet, he refrained from elaborating further, watching as the ordered meals were brought to the table, waiting for everything to be served. During this time, Su Qiaoer attempted to strike up a conversation with Lung Xiaoyu. Lung. Silence while eating, Li Mu interjected as the dishes were served. Su Qiaoer promptly covered her mouth. I want to talk. Upon witnessing this, Lung Xiaoyu became visibly displeased. You haven't yet given me your notes from the summoning class. She yearned to converse with her twin sisters, but was apprehensive about repeating past mistakes. Just as she mustered the courage to speak, she was interrupted by the man beside her. How annoying. I'll give them to you tomorrow, sighed Li Mu, placing a piece of fish into his mouth. Such a petty girl. It was unwise to build a snowman in her presence. It diminished any sense of intimidation. Oh well, let it be, he thought, savoring the tender fish. Nodding in approval, he noticed that Lung Xiaoyu was smiling, clearly pleased that he had ceased his banter. Perhaps she had bested him this time. With that thought, She indulged in the delicious roasted bird meat. The four of them dined in silence. Though the two sisters found the quiet unsettling, yet dared not speak up. The meal cost over 200 points. After finishing, Limu led the trio to the commercial street, where the three girls began chattering animatedly behind him. You're also from the North region? Yes. My home is in the Ice River North region. Have you seen the magical girl Xiaohan? I absolutely adore it. Instantly, a bond of friendship formed among them. The camaraderie among girls is often so effortlessly established. One can only hope they avoid future conflicts, lest their group disband. Hearing their conversation, Limu shook his head. If conflicts arose, he might simply expel Long Xiaoyu from the group, he mused. Arriving at the skill bookstore, Limu navigated through his memory of past visits to find the shop offering skills for the bard class. Why is there a skill for bards, but none for necromancers? Limu sensed a subtle hostility directed toward necromancers. Is this the place? Su Qiaoer looked up, realizing it was indeed the shop where she could acquire her skills. Go ahead. Each of you choose a book. I'll cover the points, Limu offered generously. Having earned over 600 points that afternoon as a bard, he had lost all sense of their value, merely a string of numbers to him. His immediate concern was ensuring the bard felt a sense of belonging and was not whisked away by someone else. We won T-hold back then, Long Xiaoyu declared, linking arms with her two friends. Linger Qiaoer, let us go. Wait, I want to go in, Su Ling quickly interjected. Having enjoyed a meal that boosted her vitality, she felt fortunate enough. She couldn't afford to be greedy for a skill book starting at 90 points. It's fine. Let him act smug. I'm curious to see if he'll feel regret, Long Xiaoyu smirked, pulling the two into the shop. He certainly won't feel regret. After all, the wool comes from the sheep, Limu thought, narrowing his eyes as he followed them inside. While there were no skills for necromancers, perusing the skills of other professions could still be beneficial. Before long, the three had selected their skills: Blizzard, Mighty Inspiration, and Taunt. I must say, Long, the book you've chosen is for third-tier professionals. Isn't it? Limu observed the skill book priced at 3,000 points, pressing his forehead in exasperation. How could he allow Long Xiaoyu to know that she was merely filling a gap? Should he perhaps remove her from the group? He pondered. What a show-off. Long Xiaoyu pouted, still unaware of her precarious position. Then I'll take this one, Falling Snow. Very well, Limu nodded, setting aside thoughts of expulsion. After spending 370 points, he glanced at the remaining balance on his card and addressed the group. Tomorrow morning at 8, we meet at the dueling platform. Do not be late. With that, he turned and left. Humph, Long Xiaoyu huffed softly, leading her sisters to continue exploring the commercial street. Xiaoyu, don't treat Limu like that in the future, Su Qiaoer advised gently, holding Long Xiaoyu's hand. He is a young master, after all. This is the respect that common folk owe to nobility. Besides, he bought his skill books. Su Ling nodded in agreement, regardless of the circumstances. Opposing Limu was ill-advised. I understand, Long Xiaoyu bit her lip, but you don't know how insufferable he can be. How insufferable? The two chimed in unison, surprisingly in sync on the matter of gossip. Long Xiaoyu hesitated, ultimately unable to voice her grievances. After all, she had instigated the situation. And Limu had been quite forgiving. Never mind, I know a shop that sells all sorts of unusual items for alchemy. Let us go explore it together, she proposed. Recalling that both sisters had also enrolled in alchemy. All right. They exchanged glances, though the sisters felt a twinge of disappointment at not hearing any juicy gossip. Chapter 47, March of the Heroes. Back at the dormitory, Limu made a phone call to Huangyi, requesting him to investigate who was harassing the two sisters and to handle the situation. Understood, young Master Mu. After hanging up, Limu took a shower and then rested. On Sunday, Limu waited quietly at the dueling arena, accompanied by Long Xiaoyu, who was studying the points leaderboard. You've accumulated so many points. I should have opted for a more expensive skill, she lamented. Although Falling Snow was excellent, she had chosen a relatively inexpensive skill. Earlier, she had given him 40 points to acquire the Summoner's notes, and she would need to frequently purchase notes from him for her future snowman. Each class's content cost 20 points, but seeing Limu's staggering points total made her feel a pang of regret for her previous choices. Next time for sure. Limu checked the time, frowning at their tardiness. They were already late, which was affecting his ability to earn points. I'll go check, Long Xiaoyu said, puzzled. Knowing the two sisters were not typically late. Just as she was about to leave, she spotted the two girls rushing toward them. Sorry, we're late, Su Linger said, pulling a slightly panting Su Qiaoer along with her. What happened? Limu raised an eyebrow. We were stopped by someone, Su Qiaoer quickly explained. But they weren't bothering us. They were actually apologizing. As she spoke, Su Linger presented a ring to Limu. Limu, thank you, she expressed gratefully. Finally free from that repugnant nobleman, she could now enjoy a peaceful life at the academy with her sister. The apology gift was something that noble had insisted she accept, even asking her to speak kindly of him, which she had no intention of doing. Receiving the gift and examining it, she realized how precious it was to them. However, she was fully aware that it did not belong to her. It was compensation given to Limu. You can keep it. It's for you, Limu said, shaking his head at Su Ling's careful presentation of the ring. It's your due reward. He was wealthy enough not to covet a trifle from a minor noble. "Thank you," Su Linger murmured, gazing into Li Mu's deep, indifferent eyes, and did not press the matter further. What was invaluable to them might merely be an insignificant trinket to him, she mused. Now that everything is settled, let us begin matching, he said coolly. All right. Finding you a teammate, matching successful, now finding an evenly matched opponent, matching successful. Enjoy your duel. In the forest setting, this time, Li Mu was paired with two unfamiliar teammates. Not bothering to check their academy affiliation, he summoned two skeletal tombstones right off the bat. "It's you," Baozai exclaimed, eyes wide. As a demolitions expert, he remembered clearly the figure who had traversed countless explosive zones, wielding a white lance, and had brought about his demise. Though garbed in a robe, the speed of this individual rivaled that of typical melee professionals, leaving him perplexed to this day. "You're Li Mu?" Baozai stared at the skeletons emerging from the tombstones, his expression a mixture of emotions. He had encountered them during a 5v5 duel with his brother yesterday, and despite expending a considerable amount of explosives, they failed to vanquish the skeletons, ultimately being overwhelmed by a veritable sea of the undead. Casting a glance at the two individuals, recognizing them as previous adversaries, Li Mu lost interest in their plight. He bided his time to amass skeletons, intending to swiftly conclude the battle under the influence of his encouragement. Today was an auspicious day for earning points. You opened your mouth. But Baozai did not utter another word. The reverence for the aristocracy and the shadow of being overwhelmed instilled a modicum of fear in him towards Li Mu. However, they were teammates this round, so he decided to relax and embrace an easy victory. Observing the skeletal tide, he felt an unexpected sense of security. "I want to fight alongside you," Long Xiaoyu said, her gaze fixed on the summoned entities within the skeletal tombstones, turning towards Li Mu. Her pride resisted the notion of being effortlessly carried along without contributing. "Very well," Li Mu replied, plucking a leaf from beside him and gently bending it. "Come forth, little snowman." Long Xiaoyu summoned her creature and equipped it with an ice crystal hammer and ice crystal armor. Li Mu glanced at the little snowman before conjuring a skeletal spear, gripping it firmly. The sight of the spear instinctively caused Baozai to retreat a step. With a swift motion, he aimed the spear and launched it towards a patch of grass. Red Team Li Mu has defeated Blue Team Wang Ke. First blood. A glimpse of brilliance. Gulps. Su Qiaoer swallowed hard, gazing in astonishment at Li Mu, clad in his mage robes. "Your power must exceed 30, right?" Long Xiaoyu's eyes widened. "Your perception is impressively high." "Quite so." As the 10 minutes elapsed, Li Mu cast his gaze upon a distant light pillar and stated nonchalantly, "Let us encourage." Su Qiaoer nodded, and with the enhancement of 6 encouragement skills, the skeletal horde, along with the little snowman, surged towards the positions of the 4 light pillars. Watching his skeletal army advance, Li Mu raised the leaf to his lips, playing a stirring march. In his past life, this melody was often played for him during missions. How could Wang Ke be discovered? He is a level 15 assassin who has mastered perfect stealth. Wan Dong furrowed his brow. To avoid encountering troublesome teammates again, he had formed his own team. Although they won that frustrating round, he remained unsatisfied. Perhaps it was the presence of a mage with detection magic that exposed him. Lunan speculated. But with our strength, we fear no one unless they possess a formidable mage lineup. Not to mention, we have a guardian priest with us. He gestured towards a kindly man with a gentle smile. If we encounter a high-burst mage, with the guardian shield in place, we shall not falter. True enough. Wan Dong nodded, though an unease lingered in his heart. Just then, a melodious voice reached his ears, causing him to frown. What is that sound? Listening to the majestic yet slightly mournful song, he wondered if the opposing team had a musician among them. In the next moment, as he heard the crackling sound and beheld the mass of skeletons entering his line of sight, a wave of disbelief washed over him. Just yesterday, while dining, he had heard rumors of a necromancer whose skeletal army had decimated their ranks. He had scoffed at the time. To him, the skeletons of a necromancer were weak and unworthy of concern. Only now did he realize how mistaken he had been. The overwhelming presence of the skeletons sent his heart racing. Attack. Biting his tongue to regain focus, he prepared to retaliate. 5 kills. Unparalleled. Continue, Li Mu urged, prompting further matchmaking. Alas, no head count. Long Xiaoyu cast a complex glance at the skeletal tombstone, and in the next moment, they vanished, leaving the two brothers in stunned silence. Chapter 48, The Black Knight's Might. Must you truly exchange your staff for a holy one? Your original flame staff was formidable. Feng Yu shook his head. To him, encountering Li Mu just a few times did not warrant such a significant expenditure of points to counter him. I refuse to lose to him again. Zheng Shuai rapidly led his companions towards the opposing light pillar, determined to secure at least one victory. This strategy was developed after being defeated by Li Mu's skeletal horde yesterday. He first procured holy water and sacred weapons, coating his followers' arms with holy water, and then dashed towards the opponent at the start of each battle. If facing ordinary foes, they could quickly defeat them and expedite their point accumulation. If it were Li Mu, they could thwart his ability to summon an overwhelming number of skeletons, sparing themselves from an endless wave of the undead. Gripping the holy staff, he raced towards the enemy's position. In the next moment, the skeletal horde appeared before him. Li Mu. His eyes lit up. The skeletal tide had yet to fully form. An opportunity to defeat him was at hand. Li Mu raised an eyebrow at the 9 individuals who appeared before him. How dare 4 mages charge in? Are they not afraid of my skeletal army? Oh, it's not fully formed yet. That's not a concern. Having battled alongside Li Mu a few times and gained insight into his skeletal army, Lung Xiaoyu refrained from summoning the little snowman again. Being on the same team as him meant she could hardly claim any kills. However, the opponents had grown wise. Knowing they could not wait for the light pillar to appear at the 10-minute mark when the skeletal tide would fully materialize. Yet, Lung Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. With the enemies charging forward, she could finally secure some kills. Her eyes gleamed as she summoned the little snowman. Su Ling'er positioned herself in front of the 3 mages, while Su Qiaoer bestowed encouragement upon her teammates and the skeletal river, preparing for combat. The 2 warriors from other academies did not hesitate, blocking the 3 mages. Protecting the mages was paramount. Victory was assured. They thought to themselves, Bone Spear, Negative Energy Ray, Energy Missile, Ice Shard, Snowball Technique, Fireball Technique, Waterball Technique, Windblade, Iron Projectile. As spells clashed, Zheng Shuai discerned the true reason behind the formation of the skeletal horde. Target those 2 tombstones, he shouted. The others, naturally heeding Zheng Shuai's command, hurled their spells towards the tombstones. Bone Wall, Bone Growth. Li Mu raised his hand, and 2 white walls rose to block the incoming attacks. However, the normally impenetrable bone walls appeared to have softened. Furrowing his brow, Li Mu noticed the luminous staff in Zheng Shuai's hand and understood. A sacred weapon. If his attacks reach my tombstones, they will disrupt my skeletal horde. Nonetheless, it mattered not. Since they had already closed in, he might as well finish the battle swiftly. With that thought, he summoned his undead Black Knight squad. The Black Knights, masters of dark magic, might just counter the fireballs imbued with light damage. With a flourish, a 20-member squad of black-clad knights materialized before Zheng Shuai and his companions. The dark aura emanating from them was more potent than before. A testament to the power of the necromantic realm. Zheng Shuai sensed the danger and unleashed a fireball aimed directly at the Black Knight squad. Instantly, the knights reacted. Collectively forming hand seals, 20 beams of dark energy collided with the fireball, resulting in a deafening explosion that shrouded their vision in smoke. Yet Zheng Shuai's heart sank as he felt the dark aura intensify, leaving him no time to react before a blinding light appeared before him. Blink. Sword draw. Red Team Li Mu has slain Blue Team Zheng Shuai. First blood. A display of brilliance. The fierce sword strike, infused with sword energy, swiftly dispatched Zheng Shuai, leaving the remaining 8 momentarily stunned. How could it be so fast? He was just so far away. Encourage. Li Mu commanded. Yes. Su Qiaoer, startled by the Black Knights, regained her focus and cast encouragement upon the Black Knight squad. In an instant, the Black Knights unleashed a flurry of blade strikes, ruthlessly engaging the 8 enemies. The remarkably swift Black Knights dispatched the mage's minions with a single strike. The unfortunate student from the Sun Academy also meeting his demise beneath the blades of 3 Black Knights. A quintuple kill, unrivaled in the world. After the slaughter, the Black Knights sheathed their swords and stood in formation beside Li Mu. He nodded in satisfaction, recalling them to the realm of the undead, indifferent to the astonished expressions of onlookers. In future encounters with such sacred weapons, he resolved to deploy the Black Knights. With this thought, he continued to search for a match. Li Mu, what are they? Cold Xiaoyu, having compared the disparity between her little snowman and the Black Knights, lamented the realization that even with the ice crystal war hammer and ice crystal armor, her little snowman would stand no chance against a single Black Knight, let alone when they appeared as a group of 20. Black Knights, Li Mu replied. I see. Cold Xiaoyu gazed at her little snowman, increasingly yearning for her bloodline to ascend and evolve into a great snowman. Outside the dueling arena, Zheng Shuai sighed heavily to the heavens. It's all right, bro. I never expected Li Mu could summon such formidable undead out of thin air, but at least we forced him to reveal a trump card. We may have lost, but we retain our honor. Feng Yu comforted. That's not it. I'm pondering, Zheng Shuai sighed. Can this sacred weapon even be retreated from? It seems utterly useless. It can't possibly be retreated, can it? Sigh, will we face him again? Jiang Chen inquired. Yes, but we must wait a few minutes. Zheng Shuai glanced at the leaderboard, adding, we'll match up again once Li Mu begins searching for a match. Otherwise, we will certainly lose again. He was acutely aware that his team was no match for Li Mu. You all lost. Zhao Xingyu approached, observing the 9 dejected individuals, unable to stifle his laughter. I say, Zheng Shuai, if you were still part of my Star River team, how could you possibly lose? He smirked alongside his 5 companions. Zhao, are you challenging me to a duel? Zheng Shuai regarded Zhao Xingyu, whose grin was as crooked as his demeanor, shaking his head. You want a 5v5, huh? Well, with a princess and ranked matches, I'm not keen on losing just yet. Zhao Xingyu, eager to impress, began to boast about his teammates. Look at my team. All exceptionally strong hidden classes: Shadow Assassin, Giant Shield Guardian, Lightning Mage, Paladin. He observed Zheng Shuai's expression grow serious and chuckled. What do you think? He resented Zheng Shuai for abandoning him to form a team with others, but consoled himself with the thought that he had better teammates now. You will regret this one day, he mused silently. A formidable team composition, Zheng Shuai acknowledged with a nod of seriousness. But I must advise you to avoid Li Mu if at all possible. That was his final piece of advice. After witnessing Zhao Xingyu's incessant flirtations with female students since joining the academy, he ultimately chose to distance himself from Zhao. It was too embarrassing. With that, he initiated the matchmaking process, vanishing from sight and leaving behind a seething Zhao Xingyu. Chapter 49, Killing Teammates. Matching you with teammates. Match successful. Now matching you with evenly matched opponents. Match successful. May your duel be enjoyable. On the terrain of a deserted island, during the last match of the morning, Li Mu summoned 2 skeletal tombstones. Not continuing, Cold Xiaoyu swept her hair back, tousled by the sea breeze. Is there something else on your mind? In her view, Li Mu would not relinquish points for trivial matters. It's time for lunch, Li Mu remarked, glancing at the 2 individuals from other academies nearby. All right, Cold Xiaoyu replied. Somewhat speechless, though she said nothing further. There was enough time to play 2 more matches before mealtime. However, as she was being carried along, she felt unqualified to comment. Li Mu, is this how you win? Guan Wu from the Outlook Academy remarked, observing the 2 tombstones. It's nothing extraordinary. If I wielded a sacred weapon, I could easily defeat you. In my eyes, your skeletal horde is just mediocre. Whether in a blitzkrieg or decapitation tactic, I could easily overcome you. You're merely a necromancer. And they've elevated you to such heights. His words dripped with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Li Mu regretted not bringing a lackey along. Had he done so, a lackey would have been there to hurl insults at this man. It was evident that this individual would continue to disparage him. Thus, he wondered if it were possible to harm a teammate. If you have the courage, come and see if your skeletal horde can take you down, Cold Xiaoyu scoffed. We will be engaged in 5v5 matches all afternoon. Do you have the guts to join? She could not bear to see a valued opponent insulted. All talk. I doubt a 3rd-tier profession can match your bravado in actual combat, Su Linger chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. I've seen plenty of arrogant men, but most are all bark and no bite. You seem to fit that mold. Li Mu felt a sense of loyalty toward his 2 sisters. He could not stand by while they were insulted. Exactly, Su Qiaoer timidly echoed, following her sister's lead without much thought. You girls. Guan Wu's expression shifted, his voice laced with anger. I'll let this slide since you're women, but think carefully. Don't waste your youth on a nobleman. He will never marry you. Don't find yourself in a regrettable situation in the end. He presumed the 3 girls were enamored with Li Mu's noble status, and thus offered his well-meaning warning. Mind your own business. They retorted in unison. With that, he was met with vehement backlash. Li Mu raised an eyebrow, feeling a swell of gratitude towards them. The investment in skill books had not been in vain. You all. Guan Wu's face flushed with indignation. Retaliate if you must. It's disgraceful to insult women. If you don't retaliate, you'll only be left with resentment. Thus, he shifted his focus back to Li Mu, ready to continue his mockery, only to witness a large firearm materialize in Li Mu's hands. Bang! Puff! The firearm discharged, sending Guan Wu flying and spitting blood, landing several meters away. Li Mu. Guan Wen gasped, startled. How can you attack a teammate? Oh, now you recognize that I'm your teammate? Li Mu smirked, conjuring another firearm. You were so brazen moments ago, now you seem like a beaten dog. Saying this, he aimed the skeletal great gun at the fallen man once more. Bang! Guan Wen leapt forth, using his skills to block the attack. Cough! He spat blood, hastily saying, I apologize for my brother's words. Cease this. In the dueling arena, one cannot kill teammates. The dueling arena had protective mechanisms in place to reduce damage to teammates, preventing them from being killed. A safeguard against potential area of effect spells from allied mages. I am well aware, Li Mu replied, gathering another gun. But I have my methods to eliminate you. With that, he fired once more, sending Guan Wen crashing into Guan Wu, rendering them incapacitated. Throw them into the sea, he instructed coolly. Upon hearing this, Su Linger took a step forward only to see 20 skeletons approach the Guan brothers, tossing them into the sea. She hesitated, retracting her foot. Can skeletons even understand commands? How peculiar. Glug, glug. The 2 struggled fiercely, but the skeletal grip proved overwhelming, and soon they succumbed to the depths. Blue Team Guan Wen submerged beneath the waves. Blue Team Guan Wu submerged beneath the waves. Ha! Li Mu glanced at the announcement, then turned away, uninterested. Ever since he realized that terrain could be lethal, he had been vigilant, contemplating using it to trap his opponents. Today had proven beneficial, albeit against teammates. As the 10-minute mark approached, pillars of light shot skyward. Li Mu surveyed the 4 nearby light pillars and the one closely trailing behind him, conjuring a great gun in his hand. Inspiration. Being encircled so closely by an opponent had rendered Li Mu slightly more serious, and he added, and let us cast one for me as well. With a nod, Su Qiaoer, shielded by her sisters, granted inspiration to the skeletons and the entire team, bestowing 6 skills upon them. Ding. You have received inspiration. Li Mu tested his body and, feeling satisfactory, lightly pushed off his toes and charged fiercely towards the shadow behind him. Before he even reached his destination, a shadow materialized before his eyes. The shadow darted forward, a dagger glinting coldly, poised to strike. Li Mu did not flinch. Instead, he drew his gun with the swiftness of a dragon, striking first. Should he choose not to evade this shot, the outcome would undoubtedly be that the assassin would be pierced through, while he himself remained unscathed. The shadowy attacker, anticipating this possibility, quickly retracted the dagger, transforming into a fleeting shadow in an attempt to defend. Yet, there was no opportunity left. Li Mu's gun seemed to have locked onto him, piercing through his defenses and sending him out of the dueling arena. Defense or no defense, both led to demise. Such was the ruthless nature of the Overlord gun technique. Blue side Li Mu, slaying red side Inu. The first blood, a dazzling display. Li Mu. At that moment, Zhao Xingyu also raised his head, glaring at the dense mass of skeletons with a face full of fury. Ever since he consumed a bottle of Nightmare's dispelling potion, he had become remarkably agile. No longer did he fear the skeletons. Today, you shall surely perish. Zhao Xingyu pointed his sword at Li Mu, the red blade seemingly dripping with blood. Li Mu cast a glance at Zhao Xingyu. Observing him and 4 others struggling desperately amidst the sea of skeletons, his expression turned curious. Although he was unaware of what had provoked this classmate. Surely one must first conquer the sea of skeletons before boasting. Thunder, shatter the darkness. The thunderous spell swept through the sea of skeletons, yet it only fell a fraction. Noticing his meager damage, the lightning mage furrowed his brow, oblivious to the effects of the shield of inspiration and thorn inspiration. Unbreakable shield. The great shield guardian raised his massive shield to protect the mage, occasionally glancing at the skeletons pounding against his shield with their fists, a look of perplexity on his face. Chapter 50, The 100 Steps Flying Sword. It was a general consensus that the great shield guardian's shield rendered him invincible. But why did it feel as if my shield might shatter? The skeletons were so feeble. The guardian was perplexed. Meanwhile, the paladin began to chant. Holy light, do you see that enemy? The paladin shouted, as a beam of holy light descended from the heavens, piercing into the sea of skeletons. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As the holy light fell into the sea of skeletons, it caused them to dissipate in large numbers, prompting Li Mu to frown. Although he was aware that light-based skills greatly countered him, he had not anticipated such a profound effect. Fortunately, he had the Dark Knight to counterbalance. He raised his hand, summoning the Dark Knight squad. Inspiration. Su Qiao nodded, bestowing inspiration upon the Dark Knights. At that moment, Zhao Xingyu noticed that both sisters were indeed in Li Mu's squad. How could you be in Li Mu's team? He shouted in disbelief. A twinge of unease rising in his heart. He felt like a victim, being outmaneuvered by the blonde-haired one. Why are you teaming up with Li Mu? Zhao Xingyu shouted incredulously once more. Upon hearing this, Su Ling furrowed her brows and remained silent, empowered by the inspiration. The Dark Knight squad disregarded everything else and charged towards the shield, accompanied by 2 fully armed snowmen. The battle erupted. Why do I feel overlooked? Lung Xiaoyu cast her spell, observing that no one directed a glance her way, gritting her teeth in frustration. How utterly disrespectful. Angered, she unleashed her ultimate spell. Crystal Mirror. A mirror appeared beside her, perfectly reflecting her entire figure. Simultaneously, she began casting spells. Summon Snowman. Crystal Hammer. Crystal Armor. Upon completing the 3 spells, a fully armed snowman materialized in place, but it was not yet over. The image of Lung Xiaoyu in the crystal mirror began to spin, transforming directly into a fully armed snowman. As the spell concluded, 2 snowmen appeared simultaneously. Lung Xiaoyu commanded the 4 snowmen on the battlefield to charge towards the shield. The focus shifted back to the Dark Knights. Just as Li Mu summoned the Dark Knights, a dense aura of darkness caused the opposing paladin to furrow his brow. Holy light, please guide me. After uttering this, a sword formed from concentrated holy light appeared above his head, directly striking towards the Dark Knights. This paladin had been specifically recruited by Zhao Xingyu to counter Li Mu. Upon witnessing the holy attack, the Dark Knights unsheathed their weapons, both hands forming seals as they collectively cast dark spells to disperse the holy light. Crack! The clash of light and dark produced a terrifying sound. Yet it did not hinder the advance of the Dark Knights. Thunder! The lightning mage shouted, as swift bolts of lightning struck the Dark Knights. The Dark Knights did not flinch or evade, bracing themselves against the thunder. The dark energy enveloping them visibly diminished, yet they remained unscathed. Instant sword technique. As a magic swordsman, Zhao Xingyu was meant to engage enemies at the forefront, but his sense of danger informed him that should he confront the Dark Knights, it would be his demise. Thus, he dared not approach, relying solely on his spells from the back. Yet, it was futile. His spells landed as inconsequentially as a drop of water in the ocean, causing no ripples. In the next moment, several dazzling sword lights illuminated his vision. Blue side Li Mu, slaying the shield guardian. Double kill. A name forged in battle. The great shield shattered, taking with it the person behind the shield. Shield guardian. The lightning mage's expression changed dramatically. He understood that if even the great shield guardian could not withstand this onslaught, then surely his subordinates would fare no better. His winning streak was about to be broken. He too would be lost. Blue side Li Mu, slaying red side Lei Zhan. Triple kill. A massacre. The accursed undead. The paladin, having regained his composure, glared in fury. It was because he trusted in the great shield guardian's defense that he focused on casting, planning to cleanse the undead with holy light. Yet, within mere seconds, the shield shattered, and two formidable companions vanished without a trace, filling him with regret. Run. Zhao Xingyu unleashed a wave of sword energy, temporarily stalling the Dark Knights. If we do not perish, there remains a chance. No, you go. My speed cannot match theirs. A hint of sorrow gleamed in the paladin's eyes. I will cover your retreat. You must flee. As he spoke, a radiant light enveloped him. Holy light, protect me. With that, he charged towards the Dark Knights. Bolstered by the holy light, he felt confident in delaying for Zhao Xingyu. Yet, in an instant, he was cut down by a flash of a blade. The Dark Knight's weapon harbored no fear of holy light. Blue side Li Mu, slaying red side Wu Shixing. Quadruple kill. Unstoppable. Li Mu. Zhao Xingyu gritted his teeth. He was acutely aware that defeat was inevitable. Even if he fled now, it would be impossible to escape the relentless search of the sea of skeletons. Thus, he resolved to fight for survival. Seeking a glimmer of hope, his gaze suddenly fixed on Li Mu, calculating the distance between them. Between them lay a dense mass of skeletons and 20 dark specters rushing towards him, accompanied by 4 formidable snowmen. Therefore, there was but one move to make: the 100 steps flying sword. With that thought, Zhao Xingyu disregarded the approaching Dark Knights and hurled his sword fiercely towards Li Mu. The 100 steps flying sword was a skill he had grasped from a book in the library. Within 100 steps, one could claim the enemy's head as easily as reaching into a pocket. This was the essence of the skill, as described in the book, and the key reason he had comprehended the technique. Moreover, he believed that once the Necromancer fell, these undead would cease to exist. As for the aftermath, he felt confident he could defeat them. In an instant, he contemplated many things while fixating on Li Mu, hoping for his demise. Li Mu raised an eyebrow, catching the flying sword in his hand. This classmate actually knew the 100 steps flying sword. Impressive. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he turned his hand, hurling the flying sword back. Unfortunately, it was too slow. Whoosh. Zhao Xingyu stared in disbelief at the sword embedded in his chest, unable to comprehend why such a powerful skill had been countered and returned to him. Why? He fell, unwilling to accept his fate. In the blue team's domain, Li Mu triumphed over Zhao Xingyu of the red team, achieving an astonishing 5 kills, an unparalleled feat. As the grand battle concluded, it was time to dine. Li Mu stowed away his black warrior and exited the match accompanied by 3 companions. Outside the dueling arena, Zhao Xingyu intercepted Li Mu, who was eager for a meal. Why do they follow you? Have you employed some underhanded tactics to threaten them? Zhao Xingyu shouted, her eyes aflame with indignation. Is that noble who harassed them also one of your minions? Upon learning of the sisters' distress, Zhao Xingyu had envisioned a heroic rescue. Aided by a newly acquainted noble whose lineage far surpassed that of the loathsome one, he awaited the opportunity to assist the sisters out of their plight. However, he never anticipated their presence alongside his nemesis, which left him utterly unprepared. Yet, their appearance beside Li Mu suggested that the matter had been resolved, leaving him unable to cultivate any favorable rapport. He felt like a victim, as his own harem seemed to have developed affections for another. Thus, he began to interrogate, casting aspersions in the process. Chapter 51, Sniping. Li Mu discerned the connection between Zhao Xingyu and the sisters, yet was taken aback when the blame was thrust upon him. Observing the hysterical Zhao Xingyu and the scrutinizing gazes of bystanders, he turned to the sisters. Their peculiar expressions illuminated his understanding of the situation. Emotional matters were his own to resolve. He held no interest in the romantic entanglements of his subordinates, provided they did not encroach upon his own affairs. With a nonchalant remark, he proceeded towards the dining hall. Li Mu. Zhao Xingyu attempted to entangle him further, but Su Linger intervened. Do not speak recklessly, she admonished. Her brow furrowed. Our relationship with Li Mu is merely professional. She wished to protect Li Mu's reputation from Zhao Xingyu's slander. What reckless talk. I see he is enamored with your beauty, wishing to claim you both. Zhao Xingyu retorted angrily, incensed by Su Linger's defense. Do not be deceived by the noble's glamorous facade. Li Mu resolved our troubles and led us to victory. How has he deceived us? Su Linger replied, her patience waning. We are more than willing to have someone guide us. It is you who meddles too much. Meddle too much? You are unaware of the sordid nature of those nobles. Zhao Xingyu exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. He is a man. How could he not know Li Mu's intentions? At this, several members of the Star Academy frowned in disapproval. Cold Xiaoyu, observing the scene, interjected, Linger, let us disregard this person and enjoy our meal together. She had discerned that Zhao Xingyu was akin to the repugnant noble Linger had described, fixated on the sister's allure. Zhao Xingyu, do not interfere in matters that do not concern you, Su Linger warned, casting a piercing glance before taking her sister away, ignoring Zhao Xingyu's discontented expression. Do not regret this. Zhao Xingyu's furious voice echoed behind them, but Su Linger paid it no mind. Their relationship had always been one of mere neighbors, barely friends. Matching teammates. Match successful. Matching equally skilled opponents. Match successful. Wishing you a pleasant duel. Glacial terrain. Upon seeing the snow, Cold Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight. At last snow, she exclaimed, her spirits lifted. Li Mu, she declared with newfound resolve. Li Mu, having summoned 2 gravestones, turned his attention. Once more, Cold Xiaoyu clenched her fists. I will avenge Xiao Shui. Are you certain? Li Mu regarded her with intrigue. Yes, very well. Thus, the two commenced building a snowman, leaving the sisters and their 2 companions in a state of bewilderment. Old Zhang, that must be Li Mu. Look at those gravestones, whispered 2 students from the Beacon Academy, observing the peculiar scene. Now I understand how the Necromancer's skeletal legions are formed, one remarked after watching for a while. Let us inform everyone back at the academy. Sure. As they whispered, Li Mu and Cold Xiaoyu completed their snowman. Go for it, Little Ice. You must avenge Xiao Shui. Cold Xiaoyu encouraged, patting the snowman, which boasted 6 arms, 3 legs, and 2 heads, with utmost seriousness. Xiaoyu, what on earth are you doing? Su Qiaoer stared at the bizarre snowman in confusion. Is the young master also building snowmen? How down to earth of him. What a strange snowman. Su Linger pondered, contemplating the figure. She sensed that if this snowman were an enemy, she might not stand a chance, for it appeared too perfect. Its arms were like blades, its legs sturdy as a trunk, and it exuded an air of invincibility. This was merely a lifeless construct. Let us get started. Cold Xiaoyu grinned, raising her hand. Are you ready? Li Mu nodded, but do not cry again. He vividly recalled the girl's tears. I wasn't crying. I was merely affected by the cold wind. Cold Xiaoyu's expression faltered as she caught her sister's gaze, quickly adding, enough chatter, let us begin. With that, she cast her spell. The 2 snowmen sprang to life. Go, Little Ice. Cold Xiaoyu exclaimed, brimming with confidence. Yet, just as her words left her lips, Li Mu's snowman leaped forward, delivering 2 swift kicks. Little Ice's 2 heads tumbled away. You Cold Xiaoyu stared in shock at the familiar scene, her heart sinking, but she forced herself to suppress her emotions. I lost. Again, she sighed internally. It's perfectly normal to win or lose, as long as you do not falter in the real world, Li Mu remarked coolly, encouraging Su Qiaoer to step forward as the light pillar shot skyward once more. The battle concluded swiftly, and Li Mu resumed matchmaking, vanishing from sight. Yet, the 2 observers remained. Indeed, I have deduced how Li Mu's skeletal legions are formed. Let us report back to the academy and let them worry about it. Shall we still engage in a 5v5? Forget that. Let us do a 2v2. Oh, as another match commenced, Li Mu had just summoned the white bone gravestones when he heard sounds from the dense forest ahead. Lightning strategy, perhaps? Li Mu raised an eyebrow. Summoning his skeletal lance, which suited his intent perfectly, the lance shot forth, piercing a figure emerging from the underbrush, delivering a chilling blow. Not good. The opposing team, witnessing this, was thrown into disarray. In the next moment, a barrage of spells rained down upon them, accompanied by several lances. Under the moonlit night, the crows mourned. Yet, a radiant light shimmered in the distance, drawing near. What is that? Li Mu mused, eyeing the approaching brilliance. A holy weapon? Holy weapons were particularly effective against him. He had suffered at the hands of Zhang Shui before. The light emitted by these weapons was indeed striking. He reflected on this, but remained unperturbed. Unbeknownst to him, the top ranks of the ladder, the winning streak leaderboard, and the scoring leaderboard were dominated by students from the Starfire Academy, leaving other academies feeling humiliated. It was commonplace for the princess to secure the top position, but for a necromancer to claim both the winning streak and scoring leaderboard, they would be overshadowed yet again. Thus, a campaign against him was set in motion. Academies across the lands distributed holy weapons freely, all to sever Li Mu's winning streak and allow their students to ascend the leaderboard. Otherwise, the embarrassment would be unbearable. As the moonlight dimmed, the brilliance on the ground grew increasingly conspicuous, drawing nearer still. Consequently, Li Mu dispatched his black warrior squad, instructing them to accompany the skeletal legions to guard against holy assaults. Victory arrived as anticipated, bolstered by encouragement. However, in the subsequent rounds, he faced teams wielding holy weapons, heightening his vigilance. In the following matches, one squad brandishing holy weapons charged directly at him, only to be swiftly dispatched by his skeletal army. This made him acutely aware that someone was indeed plotting against him. Chapter 52, The Descent, the God of the Hunt. Yet, it proved futile. In the face of an absolute disparity in power, even legendary quality holy equipment was of little use. However, his efficiency in earning points had begun to wane. However, in a bid to enhance the leaderboard and extend his winning streak, he resolved to engage in battle personally. In yet another contest, he entered the fray without summoning the bone tomb once again. Li Mu? Su Qiaoer inquired softly. Why not summon the tombstone? He replied, conjuring forth a cavalry unit. With a resounding thud, a battalion of 75 skeletal cavalry materialized, their fearsome frames exuding an intimidating aura that rendered the onlookers momentarily paralyzed. Inspire. Li Mu summoned a skeletal warhorse, mounting it before addressing Su Qiaoer. She swallowed hard, quickly preparing herself for the ensuing chaos. Is this your trump card? Lung Xiaoyu gazed at Li Mu in astonishment. Just wait, it will be over soon. Without further ado, Li Mu led the cavalry into a charge. This time, I must slay Li Mu and avenge my drowning, Guan Wu declared, his eyes fixed on the enemy's soaring light beam as he hastened forward. We possess holy weapons. We cannot lose. Guan Wen echoed, his face twisted in indignation. Clop, clop, clop. What sound is that? Guan Wu halted in his tracks. It seems to be the sound of hooves, Guan Wen remarked, his expression turning grave. As the sound approached, they beheld the skeletal knights and Li Mu. Daring to come alone, Guan Wu sneered, his voice booming as he radiated a golden light and charged forward. Come back, Guan Wen shouted in frustration at his brother. Blinded by rage. What are you afraid of? They are merely a bunch of skeletal frames. Guan Wu dismissed his brother's concerns, raising his holy sword for a horizontal strike. In the next instant, he found himself pierced through. The others, too, could not escape the onslaught of the night stampede. As evening approached, Li Mu withdrew from the duel and arrived at the leaderboard. Winning streak leaderboard. First place, Li Mu, 72 consecutive victories. Points leaderboard. First place, Li Mu, 2,425 points. Dual leaderboard champion. Quite commendable, Li Mu mused as he glanced at the 2,000 points on his student card. A smile gracing his lips. Li Mu, let us go eat. Lung Xiaoyu tugged at his arm, her cheeks puffed out in determination. She was intent on dining on the finest delicacies to avenge Xiaobing. All right, not concerned about the cost, Li Mu nodded, setting off towards the commercial district with Lung Xiaoyu and the two sisters, who had been persuaded by Lung Xiaoyu to join. After their meal, Li Mu strolled leisurely into a shop on the commercial street. You've arrived? The portly proprietor blinked awake and peered at him. I have, Li Mu nodded. Somewhat familiar. That phrase. Where have you been? The 2 books on group skills have already been purchased, the proprietor lamented. I seek to acquire the studies on dispelling light and the necromancer, Li Mu replied, shaking his head. Finally summoning the courage to speak after enduring the sting of holy weapons, he added, do you have enough? That is exceedingly expensive. Upon glancing at the 2,000 points on Li Mu's student card, the proprietor's eyes widened in shock. You must come back next Wednesday. He handed the 2 books over, swallowing hard. For what purpose? Li Mu questioned, extending his card back to the proprietor. I have something valuable I wish to sell you. Reluctantly, he deducted a mere 260 points before returning the card to Li Mu. After observing the proprietor for a moment, Li Mu nodded. On Monday, Li Mu rose early, first checking the 1,000 points credited for his dual leaderboard triumph before heading to the cafeteria for breakfast and then to the classroom. As class resumed, he felt a long-lost sense of disorientation. Li Mu, Lung Xiaoyu beckoned Su Qiaoer, let us sit together. Unbothered. Li Mu vacated his seat to allow the two to join him. Gu Chu entered the classroom, as was customary, calling on Li Mu to answer a question. Though points were no longer a concern, Li Mu answered earnestly. Attitude is everything. Having concluded, he earned 5 additional points and began to focus on the lesson. The ice girl, despite having accrued a considerable number of points, still eagerly raised her hand in class, vying for further points. In the spellcasting class, Wu Xiuxiu stood at the podium, speaking softly. We must be mindful of our timing and circumstances when casting spells. The mage is the core of the team, the brain. Although I have reiterated this many times, I must emphasize that the mage must remain calm at all times. She then proceeded to discuss how to cast spells while in motion. Upon hearing this, Li Mu perked up, listening intently. If he could cast spells while writing, it would greatly ease his endeavors. Moreover, it seemed the teacher was indeed teaching about mobile spellcasting, he mused. In the afternoon, during the summoning class, Yushan glanced at Li Mu before beginning to instruct on fostering a close relationship with one's summoned entities to ensure their steadfast loyalty. Li Mu contemplated for a moment and then turned to the textbook, as it held little relevance for him. In the potion class, the potion master continued discussing the identification of herbs and the effects of herbal combinations. Li Mu and Lung Xiaoyu sat together, diligently absorbing the information. Today's summoning class was of no use to us, Li Mu remarked to Lung Xiaoyu, detailing the class's content. Their summoned entities were consumable types, unlike those of true summoners. Lung Xiaoyu nodded, and they made their way to the cafeteria. Let us grab a table first. Lung Xiaoyu set down her chopsticks, glancing at Li Mu, who was still eating. Li Mu finished chewing his food and nodded. The front row is better. After dinner, Li Mu ambled into the alchemy classroom. Just as he was about to take a seat, he spotted Lung Xiaoyu and the 2 sisters waving at him. In the alchemy class, they continued their lessons on herb transmutation. Tuesday morning heralded Yun Feifei's spellcasting class. Everyone has grasped the concept of spell combinations, but the mage's spell slots are limited. In practical terms, it is impossible to learn so many spells, nor is it particularly worthwhile. Thus, I shall only teach you the characteristics of various spells you may encounter, including those of foreign entities. You must study diligently. After her address, Yun Feifei commenced the lecture. In the enchantment class, Li Mu and the 2 sisters learned about weapon enchanting. In the non-human biology class, Teacher Fu imparted knowledge about elves. During the evening astronomy class, the astronomy instructor elucidated the movements and patterns of the stars. Gradually, the time arrived for the students' most anticipated course, the combat class. The excitement was palpable as this class would take them to the legendary dungeon. Is everyone assembled? Yi Lianshan surveyed the eager students before shaking his head. Then let us depart. He pondered the day's mission. At last, the time for the master's grand banquet had arrived. Within the dungeon, several students observed with growing smiles as a multitude of students entered. Are you prepared? The high priest inquired. We are ready, great priest. One student exclaimed with fervor. Hunt! Hunt! Another cried out passionately, Descend, my lord. With that, several knelt, hands clasped before their chests, beginning to chant. My lord, the fierce beast. You are the emperor of humankind, our eternal guardian, god of the otherworld. My lord, the fierce beast. You are the enemy of order, the destroyer of light. Chaotic evil faction. My lord, the fierce beast. You are the perfect hunter. No prey can escape your grasp. God of the hunt. My lord, the fierce beast. Your hunts shall spread fear. Your name shall instill terror in humanity. God of fear. Please descend upon us. Incarnation descent. God of the hunt. Divine name. Chapter 53. The Thoughts of Lung Xiaoyu. At the dungeon entrance, is everyone set in their teams? Yi Lianshan scanned the students. Then let us line up according to your teams. The students swiftly located their teammates, forming several small groups. Limu, what level are you? Lung Xiaoyu and the two sisters approached Limu, whispering their inquiry. Having spent time together, she was still unaware of Limu's level. Level 10. Limu regarded the imposing dark castle-like structure with interest. The dungeon served as a venue within Starfire Academy, providing students with opportunities for advancement. It was rumored that the dungeon comprised 100 floors, each teeming with countless magical beasts and various traps designed to ensnare the unsuspecting, with the difficulty escalating as one descended deeper. Furthermore, in addition to the mechanical traps and monstrous beasts, numerous treasure chests await discovery. Within these chests lie an abundance of rewards, such as precious stones, equipment, and various delightful surprises. However, lurking nearby are treasure chest monsters, ready to devour those who dare to open the chests. Nevertheless, there have been no reported incidents of students being consumed at Xingho Academy, leading Limu to speculate that some protective mechanism must be in place. The principal explorers of the dungeon are predominantly second and third-year students, who generally possess a clear vision for their future. They have the freedom to enter and exit the dungeon at will, utilizing their spare time to level up or acquire gear. It is rumored that students who successfully conquer all 100 layers of the dungeon will be rewarded with a legendary weapon. However, it is said that the highest level reached by students thus far is 70, only to be subsequently driven back to 69 layers by a horde of encroaching beasts. Typically, third-year students are formidable second transformation professionals, with some having achieved third transformation, yet, even they have only managed to reach 70 layers. Limu pondered whether he could conquer all 100 layers within his 3-year tenure. With the prospect of a legendary weapon at stake, he felt compelled to give it a try, especially since he had little else to occupy his time and was eager to gauge the depths of the dungeon. You're only level 10? Cold Xiaoyu exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she boasted. I'm already at level 14. Can you truly contend with me, being for levels higher? Limu retorted. With someone like Cold Xiaoyu, he could easily fend off 10 foes with a single hand. I cannot, she admitted. Memories of the overwhelming sea of skeletons flooding her mind, causing her to waver. Precisely, Limu replied, shaking his head. Level alone does not dictate combat prowess. Battles between professionals are not solely determined by levels. Skills, passive abilities, potions, equipment, and various other factors are crucial in determining victory or defeat. If it were merely a matter of levels, one could simply declare their level before a fight, allowing those with lower levels to concede immediately. Limu took on the role of a mentor, imparting this wisdom to Cold Xiaoyu. Over the past few days, they had grown increasingly familiar with one another, and he recognized her latent potential as an ice sorceress. Moreover, her eagerness to learn, competitive spirit, and unwillingness to submit were all essential qualities for becoming a formidable warrior. If no unexpected challenges arose, it was likely that she would achieve at least a 4th transformation in her profession. Perhaps even legendary status awaited her. After discreetly investigating Cold Xiaoyu's family background, Limu resolved to persuade this young girl to serve the Li family. This task seemed manageable. Given her lack of a sense of belonging to her family, having spent her childhood by her ailing mother's side, devoid of friends or paternal affection, she appeared quite lonely. Upon reflection, Limu considered her situation to be rather tragic. Thus, he began to take action. Initially, he pondered whether he could entice this love-starved girl with some insignificant emotional gestures. He would share amusing anecdotes from his childhood after classes, discuss the harsh realities of the northern region battlefield during meals, and exchange gossip about the aristocracy while attending lectures together. Silently, he infiltrated Cold Xiaoyu's monotonous life. Gradually, she began to open up about her own experiences, her gaze towards him transforming. Her demeanor became subtle, bashful, yet undeniably passionate. In the north, women are bold in love and hate. Li Mu observed the changes in the young girl over a mere 2 days and found himself reflecting on how easily love-deprived individuals can be swayed. After some contemplation, Li Mu decided to shift his approach, adopting the persona of a seemingly stern yet occasionally gentle father figure. He did not wish for her to become overly dependent on him, for he feared that such dynamics might lead to the dreaded notion of love, which he wished to avoid. What he desired was not a mere shadow following him, eyes full of adoration, or a decorative vase. Instead, he sought a powerful, beautiful ice sorceress capable of freezing vast expanses and vanquishing formidable foes on the northern battlefield. Thus, he altered his strategy. I apologize for my underhandedness. My selfish desires compel me to send you to the northern battlefield. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt, Li Mu managed to muster a smile. Do you understand? He asked, his tone softening. Oh, Cold Xiaoyu turned her head slightly, whispering, for this dungeon expedition, I would like to take on more monsters. I wish for you to witness my current strength. She spoke earnestly. In the past few days spent in his presence, she felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment. Although his tone could be harsh and unappealing at times, she could not deny that his words were often laden with wisdom. For instance, he maintained a stringent stance regarding the enemy races, asserting that any members of these races should be eliminated without mercy, leaving no survivors. She once challenged him, arguing that while the enemy may deserve death, innocent children among them should not be punished. Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow and recounted several chilling incidents where leniency towards enemies resulted in severe consequences for humanity, leaving Cold Xiaoyu feeling a chill run down her spine. Do you still believe they are innocent? He questioned, his expression devoid of warmth. Or do you empathize with the enemy? His cold demeanor nearly brought her to tears. Yet she remained silent, biting her lip in frustration. If I had known about these matters, I would not have reacted this way, she thought, feeling a sense of injustice. However, he soon offered her comfort. I do not hold you accountable. I merely wish to convey that we must not allow our compassion for the enemy to result in cruelty towards our own. He spoke gently, presenting her with a box of sweet fruits from the West Desert, for even a hint of mercy could lead to dire consequences in the face of their adversaries. His gaze was complex, as though he had endured many hardships, bearing a profound weariness. I understand, she replied, unable to meet his eyes, nodding in acknowledgement. Throughout their interactions, she found herself increasingly drawn to him, experiencing a peculiar sensation that transcended mere camaraderie. Could this be love? She pondered, placing a hand over her heart. Uncertain but intrigued by the feelings blossoming within her, she relished the attention he bestowed upon her, relishing the way he would critique her words and correct her mistakes. Furthermore, he often gifted her with unfamiliar treasures, bringing her immense joy. Recalling the honey cakes, raisins, and dried cantaloupe she had savored the previous night, she smiled, her expression radiant. Is everyone ready with their teams? Yi Lianshan scanned the room, finding all students prepared before nodding in approval. With a sweeping gesture, beams of light descended upon the chests of all students, including the mage attendants. This is the dungeon protection card, available for purchase in the commercial district. Should you encounter lethal danger within the dungeon, you will be teleported to the lobby on the first level. However, upon hearing this word, the students tensed. It was widely known that what followed was of utmost importance. If the dungeon protection card is activated, I shall deduct 100 points from each of you. Do not dare claim that you lack sufficient points. Yi Lianshan surveyed the students, noting their rigid expressions, and burst into laughter. It is foolish to sacrifice your own well-being merely for the sake of leveling up. I do not wish for the students I have taught to be fools. Now, go forth and level up. With that, Yi Lianshan opened the entrance to the dungeon, and the students gradually stepped inside. The first level of the dungeon, the lobby, was vast, serene, and dimly lit. So this is the dungeon? Su Qiaoer exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she surveyed the lobby with curiosity and enthusiasm. Her gaze fell upon the central sculpture. What kind of statue is this? She wondered, unable to recognize it. This is the statue of the legendary spatial mage Kong Huan, who, 7 centuries ago, created a 100-layered dungeon to address the leveling issues faced by the students of the Starfire Academy. Lung Xiaoyu began to introduce the tale, noting that shortly after the completion of the dungeon, this mage ascended to divinity. This information was gleaned from the library's collection of freely accessible books, which she had perused in her first week due to a lack of points. How impressive! Su Qiaoer's eyes widened in astonishment. A legendary powerhouse. Therefore, you too must strive to ascend to legendary status and serve the Empire, Su Linger interjected, seizing the opportunity while observing her younger sister. However, Su Qiaoer's excitement quickly waned, her expression falling. Just then, a voice echoed nearby. Li Mu, dare you compete with me over the number of layers reached this morning? Zhao Xingyu approached, his tone laced with resentment. Since being outmaneuvered, his initial anger had transformed into a calculated calm. Patience. He realized he lacked the strength to eliminate Li Mu silently, and even if he could not bear the wrath of the Li family. After a few days of contemplation, he had regained his composure. Observing the two sisters, He noted that they indeed seemed to have a mere employer-employee relationship with Li Mu, at most sharing meals and attending classes together. This thought lifted his spirits. As long as the sisters were unharmed, it was acceptable, particularly since the commercial street offered couples accommodations. Not interested, Li Mu replied, furrowing his brow. What brings you back again? Has the issue not been resolved? He cast a dismissive glance at Su Linger. Zhao Xingyu, are you certain you wish to shred your last vestige of dignity? Su Linger felt a pang of anxiety upon witnessing her employer's expression and spoke with distaste. No, I merely wish to challenge you. Zhao Xingyu's ire surged once more, but he suppressed it, forcing a strained smile. Then I shall not disturb you further. By the way, the commercial street opens in the afternoon. Would you like to join me for some shopping? Not at all. Su Linger coldly declined, then turned to Li Mu and whispered, shall we depart? Her demeanor caused Zhao Xingyu's expression to darken once again. Let us go, Li Mu responded, casting a glance at Zhao Xingyu before leading the three women away, leaving him in a foul mood. High Priest, the altars on the 5th and 10th layers are prepared. The 15th and 20th layers are ready. The 30th and 40th layers are set. The 50th and 60th layers are prepared. The 70th layer is ready. Observing the multitude of information in his student card, an upperclassman smiled. Once the first-year students arrive, we shall commence the ritual. Indeed, the student card responded. On the Kanglan continent, a colossal celestial screen unfurled across the sky. Countless inhabitants looked upward in confusion. Within the screen, a throng of fervent faces appeared, beginning their prayers. O Lord Fierce Beast, you are the sovereign of humankind, our eternal guardian. O Lord Fierce Beast, you are the enemy of order, the shatterer of light. O Lord Fierce Beast, you are the most perfect hunter. No prey can escape your pursuit. O Lord Fierce Beast, your hunts shall spread terror, and your name will instill dread in humanity. We beseech your descent, God of the hunt. In an instant, numerous legendary human figures soared into the sky, producing a deafening roar, yet the celestial screen remained still. Their faces paled as they realized this was a divine manifestation. Only a deity could contend with another deity. What is that? Look. It appears to be the students of Starfire Academy, someone on the continent exclaimed, recognizing the Academy's student card. Suddenly, 6 individuals materialized outside the dungeon, including Yi Lianshan. It is the god of fear. The god of the hunt intends to ascend to intermediate divine power by harnessing the fear of all humanity, remarked the dean of Starfire Academy, a legendary archmage, as he gazed at the crimson translucent barrier surrounding the dungeon, his usually amiable visage now etched with frost. Fetch the god-slaying sword. Yes. The 5 strong individuals beside him nodded and vanished in an instant. In the Li family estate of the Northern Domain, a handsome young man observed the light screen with a detached expression, his wine glass suddenly riddled with cracks, yet remaining intact. It is Starfire Academy. A middle-aged man beside him said, concern etched on his face. Mu, my boy, and Yunyu. Let us see. The master of the Li family's expression remained impassive. At the Northern Domain Battle Academy, Brother Mu, Li Xuanle expressed his anxiety while gazing at the skyward screen. You must not come to harm. I have yet to face you in battle. In a desolate expanse of the Northern Domain, a skeletal figure ascended a peak, eyes fixated on the celestial screen. Li Mu. It rasped, do not perish. Black flames flickered within its eyes, as if emotions stirred within. Simultaneously, the mountain's aura of death permeated the air, the gray mist slowly dissipating, consuming the surrounding vitality. The pallid ash began to spread. Chapter 55, The Hunt for Starfire, Prologue. The dungeon space was vast, fraught with peril, and upperclassmen occupied the lower layers. Thus we shall commence our monster hunting directly. Li Mu surveyed the expansive area and the scattered magical creatures. Shall you go first? Indeed. Lung Xiaoyu replied earnestly, eager to showcase her prowess and earn Li Mu's praise. Very well, I shall grant you half an hour before I take my turn. Li Mu did not decline, aiming to secure the teleportation order for the 2nd layer of the dungeon. A teleportation order was required to transition from the 1st to the 2nd layer, available for purchase in the commercial street, with orders accessible from the 1st to the 65th layer. Understood, Lung Xiaoyu affirmed with determination. As she assembled her team, Li Mu watched the 5 inspired snowmen battle the dungeon monsters. He grew bored and pulled out the Necromancer study he had acquired from the portly proprietor, engrossing himself in it. Since obtaining the book, he had read it daily. It detailed the habitats conducive to necromancers and the essential conditions for their formation. These 2 elements were quite simple, so simple that Li Mu felt he had been deceived by the portly proprietor. However, upon thorough examination, he discovered the book indeed contained valuable insights. It resembled the lessons given by his mentor on the resurrection of the undead, albeit requiring potentially more time. Thus, he made a point to read during spare moments, before sleep, and before classes. Understanding, applying, and delineating gave him confidence that within a month, he would grasp the summoning of necromancers. Time passed. Ding. Level increased to 11. Acquired 2 points of intelligence, necromancer affinity, +1. Upon hearing the prompt, Li Mu glanced at Lung Xiaoyu and the 2 sisters, shaking his head. Too slow. If I were present, you would likely be nearing level 12 by now. Just then, A resounding tremor shook the entire dungeon. A chilling voice reverberated, leaving all the students within the dungeon in a daze. What was that sound? Cold Xiaoyu furrowed her brow after using the snowman to defeat a foe. The dungeon seems to be trembling, Su Qiao remarked, looking to her sister. Su Ling'er turned her gaze towards Li Mu. This does not bode well. Can you ride? Li Mu's brow knitted in concern, his heart racing. This sensation was not a fleeting whim, nor an epiphany, nor a matter of life and death. What was it? He was uncertain. Yet his instincts warned him of imminent danger. No, Cold Xiaoyu shook her head. But my sister can, Su Qiao replied. Indeed, Su Ling'er confirmed. You take your sister, and I will escort Cold Xiaoyu. After making the decision, Li Mu summoned 2 skeletal warhorses. For today, we shall forego the quest. We will compensate you with points later. As he mounted his steed and leaned forward, he single-handedly lifted Cold Xiaoyu and placed her before him. It was only when she leaned against his embrace that the dazed girl snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed crimson. However, Li Mu had no mind to dwell on the bashful girl's thoughts. Escaping the evidently troubled dungeon was paramount. Let us proceed. Su Ling'er did not hesitate. After mounting her steed, she swiftly scooped her younger sister into her arms as if cradling a chick, and followed Li Mu as he rode on. Clippity-clop, clippity-clop. Li Mu led the 3 maidens to the entrance of the underground city, where he observed the gate before the statue shrouded in an eerie crimson glow. He raised his hand, and a bone spear coalesced in his grasp, which he hurled with great force. The red light flickered, and the bone spear shattered instantaneously, sending a flurry of bone fragments that compelled Li Mu to instinctively shield the young girl in his embrace, causing Lung Xiaoyu's heart to race. There was no way out. Gazing at the city gate obscured by the sanguine radiance, Li Mu squinted. Beyond the crimson light stood an elderly man. Li Mu recognized him as the headmaster of Starfire Academy. However, the man's lack of action sent a chill down Li Mu's spine. Simultaneously, his heartbeat quickened, and a tumult of energy surged within him, leading to a disarray of thoughts. This state of affairs prompted him to pinch his brow in annoyance. Li Mu. Upon hearing the forceful rhythm of his heartbeat, Lung Xiaoyu raised her head, her complexion flushed and feigned calmness. A mage must maintain composure at all times. Do you not know this? I remain unperturbed, so why do you? Yet, she could not help but lower her gaze once more. You are right. Taken aback. Li Mu raised an eyebrow while observing the shy maiden in his arms, regaining his composure and contemplating their current predicament. With a smile, he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Indeed, though he was momentarily affected by an unknown force, it was best to prioritize action. Lung Xiaoyu murmured softly in his embrace, too timid to look up. Is there a sound? Su Qiao, nestled against her sister, detected a sound emanating from below. Is it something about our lord? Su Ling'er gently pushed her sister's head aside, dismounted her horse, and crouched down to listen intently. Hunting, fear, and dissent? She furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous undertone in these strange utterances. It is the god of the otherworldly, hunting. Li Mu focused intently for a while, releasing a deep breath. He was somewhat familiar with this deity, known as the god of hunting. Upon hearing the prayer, he quickly discerned the current situation. They were likely conducting a ritual for the descent of the god of hunting. Li Mu leapt down from his warhorse, still cradling Lung Xiaoyu, and set her aside, pondering while pointing at the skeletal staff. After ascending to divinity, a god transcends the material realm, elevating their divine kingdom to the heavens, receiving the incense of their devotees and listening to the prayers of their followers, remaining immortal within their divine realm. According to astronomical teachings, certain stars represent the divine realms, yet these realms are divided into factions. Human deities and those of other races mutually constrain and entangle each other, maintaining the balance of the Kanglan continent. However, some chaotic evil gods resent the increasing number of humans and the growing strength of the human deities they worship, inciting their followers to commit acts of slaughter against humanity. This explains why battlefields are established across the 4 continents of the Empire. Yet some otherworldly beings still infiltrate the Empire, wreaking havoc. Nonetheless, they find it challenging to descend into the material world, relying instead on avatars or the descent of saintly incarnations into the material realm. The latter is a choice favored by most deities. Most gods are reluctant to use saintly incarnations, as the cost of having one slain is exceedingly high. The loss of the divine power, divinity, and divine office contained within an incarnation can result in severe consequences, including a fall from divine rank or even divine obliteration. Thus, the being descending upon Starfire Academy today must be an avatar, the avatar of the god of hunting. It was truly unexpected that such a prestigious institution as Starfire Academy would allow a follower of the god of hunting to infiltrate, successfully conducting the ritual. It was evident that the divine avatar had descended upon the academy, undoubtedly intent on slaughtering the students. Li Mu shook his head, his worries dissipating. Now that he understood what they were facing, the situation was manageable. Chapter 56, The Hunt Begins at Starfire. From what he knew, the god of hunting was a deity of relatively weak divine power, primarily associated with the domains of hunting, slaughter, otherworldliness, and fear, along with several minor domains. Despite possessing 4 primary domains, he remained a lesser deity. As his dominion over these aspects was limited, he was not the sole deity among the otherworldly beings. Many deities existed among the otherworldly, with his followers constituting only a small fraction. As for the domain of fear, a fear demon in the abyss held significant dominion over it, leaving him with only a minor share. The domain of slaughter bore connotations of killing. Yet it was divided among numerous deities with combat-oriented domains, rendering it insignificant and thus not formidable. His primary domain remained hunting, which, while not weak, lacked the strength of the more powerful domains. Consequently, for centuries, he had been a lesser, evil deity. How strong could the avatar of a lesser deity truly be? Limu pondered while observing the three maidens' gazes fixed upon him. Regardless of strength, battle was inevitable. This was a fight where it was either kill or be killed, and he had to give his utmost. Resolving himself, he retrieved a vial of potion and consumed it. Descend, god of hunting. In the depths of the underground city, the bloody altars scattered across multiple layers were difficult to detect, but even if noticed, students would likely dismiss them as mere set pieces or treasure troves, paying little heed. At that moment, on several bloody altars, the neatly arranged corpses of countless magical beasts lay in place, and with the prayers of those gathered before the altars began to emanate a sanguine glow. Gradually, the altars consumed the flesh and blood, spreading a foul stench that permeated the entire underground city. Let us return to the embrace of our Lord, the high priest fervently declared from the 70th layer, before plunging into the bloody altar. Simultaneously, others on various layers repeated the same grim act. After accepting the sacrifice of the living, the altars began to undergo a transformation. Clop, clop. A terrifying, blood-red, towering figure emerged from the altar, resembling a person skinned alive, with only a mouth upon its grotesque face, which slowly revealed a horrifying grin. In the heavens above, the repulsive and terrifying scene filled humanity with disgust and fear, while exhilarating the otherworldly beings. Other races exhibited varied reactions, yet the hunt had commenced. All sentient beings now focused intently on the changes in the heavens, aware that they might witness history, the potential extinguishment of starfire, paving the way for a lesser deity from the otherworldly to ascend to a mid-level deity, or perhaps the eternal flame of starfire would continue to burn, never to be extinguished. Regardless of the outcome, the relationship between humanity and the otherworldly would remain one of relentless conflict. In the underground city, on the 49th layer, Yunyu, do you think we can reach the 50th layer today? A petite girl beside Chu Yunyu inquired, her gaze fixed upon her. I am confident I can defeat the boss on the 50th layer, but Chu Yunyu's beautiful eyes flickered, and she pursed her lips. It looks too revolting. I don't want to engage it up close. As a construct knight, she was formidable, and her magical rune armor was exquisitely crafted. The pale blue patterns resembled the ice flower unique to the northern region, her favorite flower. Yet now, she was to don her finest armor to confront a repulsive sludge monster king. With her obsessive cleanliness, she was reluctant to proceed. Fear not, I shall tank the monster, a burly man declared, patting his chest with a gentle smile. Yunyu, all you need to do is provide me with a powerful magical rune construct. As the admirer of the goddess, a devoted admirer, he naturally stepped forward without hesitation. Then we are left short of a powerful combatant. I shall suffer, a bespectacled, delicate-looking man in the group remarked, unable to suppress his grievance and dissatisfaction. Do not worry, as a man, if I have pledged, I will strive to fulfill it. Another man, sporting a nonchalant smile, cast a mocking glance at the burly man. But do not act foolishly and end up looking like a fool. You, the robust man's expression shifted, a sense of intense confrontation brewing. Enough of the bickering, the petite woman suddenly exclaimed, her voice commanding. I am the captain, and you shall heed my words. She instructed Yunyu to remain on the sidelines to toss items, while the rest of them engaged the monsters directly. Do you understand? Her small eyes swept across the three men, and although her soft voice carried the essence of a child speaking loudly, it effectively quelled their dissent. After all, she had earned her position as captain through sheer strength. She glanced at the now silent trio, then turned her gaze toward Chu Yunyu, letting out a quiet sigh. Two of the men in the team harbored affections for Yunyu, while the other, despite his indifference towards the two girls, couldn't help but notice the delicate man whose careful and affectionate gaze lingered on the robust man. A sigh escaped her lips. He likes men. The peculiar dynamics within her team left her feeling weary and devoid of affection. Nevertheless, she steeled herself to shoulder the responsibilities of the squad she had assembled. Yunyu, you rest over there. The four of us can handle this. The petite girl composed herself and spoke softly, her eyes sparkling with affection as she regarded Chu Yunyu. She dared not admit that she too held feelings for her. All right, Chu Yunyu nodded. I will assist you from the sidelines with items. Her voice was cool and detached. Very well, you all pass your items to Yunyu, the petite girl responded, her tone turning brisk as she addressed the three men. Sure, here you go. Yunyu, the robust man was the first to comply. Then, I shall give you mine as well. The delicate man glanced at the robust man, clenched his fist, and reluctantly relinquished his items. Here, Yunyu, the indifferent man also contributed, though his gaze remained fixated on the petite girl. A flicker of disappointment in his eyes. He harbored feelings for the captain, but he acknowledged that she was unattainable. Thus he feigned interest in Chu Yunyu to draw the captain's attention instead. Thank you, everyone. Chu Yunyu nodded at the expressions of her companions, her demeanor calm and collected. It was as if she remained blissfully unaware of the intricate relationships within the team. Just as they approached the sludge monster king, preparing to strike, a terrifying roar echoed through the air. What was that? Chu Yunyu inquired, her gaze shifting towards the source of the sound. Some kind of beast? I've never heard a noise like that, the petite girl mused, puzzled. But in the next instant, a blood-red figure wielding a massive blade appeared, leaving the group momentarily stunned. Then, an overwhelming sense of dread surged into their minds, as if they were plunged into the depths of hell. Chapter 57. Hunting Sparks, The Hunt. In the underground city, on the 30th level, students engaged in combat to level up and acquire equipment had just finished their prayers when a skinless, blood-red figure emerged, sending their sanity points plummeting. Simultaneously, a powerful pressure enveloped them, making it difficult to breathe. This is a divine incarnation, a top-performing student shouted. It's the avatar of an alien evil god. Quick, don't give it a chance to cast divine spells. All courses at Spark Academy are practical and applicable in any scenario. And now was the moment for that knowledge to bear fruit. Yet, it seemed of little use. In an instant, the quick-thinking students launched their attacks. Spells, items, arrows. And a flurry of ranged assaults were directed at the blood-red figure, but it neither dodged nor flinched, instead opening its arms wide with a terrifying smile. Boom, boom, boom. A cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, and the sight of the blood-red figure emerging unscathed reminded the students of the textbook descriptions of divine incarnations, immune to low-level spells, reducing physical damage by 50. This is bad. Our attacks are ineffective. Panic surged among the students. I'm just a second-tier mage. Where can I find high-level spells? My arrows can't even breach its defenses. The students recalled their studies, their hearts racing with fear. Such terrifying divine incarnations. Run, the top-performing student shouted. The first to flee. Watch me freeze the ground. Several students attempted to impede the figure's advance. Solid earth technique. Turn stone to mud. After casting spells to block the blood-red figure, they hurriedly began their escape. However, the blood-red figure seemed to glide effortlessly across the ground, unimpeded, charging towards the students. It raised its hand, and a throwing spear materialized, hurtling towards one of the students. Seeing this, the student conjured a barrier, yet it was pierced, and their form vanished in a flash of light. The blood-red figure continued unabated, retrieving the spear and resuming its pursuit. This was a bloodless hunt, though not overtly horrifying. It persisted relentlessly. Fortunately, the protective card of the underground city activated at the highest priority. Otherwise, just from that single strike, the fear imparted to the hunting god would have significantly increased its divine power, as Yi Lianshan lamented. Aren't you anxious? Princess Frost, Yin is still inside. Aren't you going to act like a concerned uncle? Yu Shan, a gigantic white tiger with 3 eyes, questioned Yi Lianshan with a frown. Does my anxiety even matter? Yi Lianshan replied, stroking the emerald dragon by his side. If it did, I'd be as restless as an ant on a hot stove. But look, even the old headmaster seems at a loss. He gestured towards the old headmaster, who was futilely striking at a red energy barrier with an ancient longsword, which remained utterly unyielding. Yet the headmaster persisted, his muscular arms straining as he swung the sword repeatedly. The barrier that even the god-slaying sword cannot breach must be that artifact, Yushan remarked with a furrowed brow. The artifact, a shield, had once been a weapon wielded by human deities but was stolen by an alien god during a confrontation over a century ago. Although the thieving god later lost a hand to the god of order and was relegated to a lesser divine status, the shield was never recovered. Fortunately, humanity still possessed the spear artifact, preventing the aliens from gaining an advantage with the shield, leading to their eventual victory and the capture of several alien artifacts. Yet, the loss of the shield remained a lingering regret for humanity. Now witnessing the fabled artifact being used against a group of students filled Yushan with both anger and a sense of helplessness. He had not anticipated such a precious artifact being employed against the future of humanity. Indeed, our worries are futile, Yi Lianshan nodded. Unless it willingly offers that artifact, there is no way to dispel this barrier. The spear is currently in the abyss, wielded by a saint combating a great demon, making it impossible to retrieve. Then there is nothing we can do, Yushan sighed, his gaze fixed on the blood-red figure hunting the students, preparing for the worst. Above, humanity watched in horror as the students stood powerless before the monster. It's over, it's over. Our future champions. Haven T, they've been teleported out? Surely they're not dead? Some clung to hope, while others, aware of the grim reality, remained silent. But that SA deity, can the students of Spark truly prevail? They observed in silence. In the underground city, on the 5th level. Your Highness, may we act together? Zhao Xingyu inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at the 5th princess, who had appeared alongside his team on the 5th level. Astute minds often think alike. This level was indeed the most suitable for leveling up before reaching level 20. long before Yi Lianshan announced that the next class would be in the underground city. He had already procured a teleportation order to the 5th level. To his delight, the princess had also come, giving him a sense of exhilaration as if he had struck a connection with royalty. No need. Let us each tackle a side. We need to compete for monsters. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the underground city, Yi Shuangyan, mounted upon a fiery dragon, spoke in a measured tone. Since the conclusion of the last triad competition, she could not help but reflect. She lamented the formidable strength of Li Mu, which had drawn the attention of numerous academies across the continent, all seeking to thwart him. Yet, he still managed to secure the top positions on both the consecutive victories and points leaderboards, relegating her to merely the pinnacle of one list. A fact that her elder brother seized upon, causing her considerable distress. However, there was little she could do about it. Your Highness, I possess information regarding a 5-tiered boss location. If our 2 teams join forces, we are sure to succeed. Zhao Xingyu, ever prepared, implored again, disregarding the peculiar glances from his teammates. Should he attract the princess's attention through his prowess, perhaps he might earn her favor, be recruited, and thus seize an opportunity for greatness. Boss. The princess, upon hearing this, cast a glance at Zhao Xingyu and his team. A commendable group, all of them concealed classes. She had gathered extensive data on many outstanding students upon entering the academy, intending to recruit them, and thus remembered numerous names, including Zhao Xingyu's. However, Zhao had a reputation for causing trouble, antagonizing nobles, and indulging in ostentation, which led Yi Shuangyan to instinctively dismiss him. Yet now, with his intentions of allegiance, she pondered and then nodded. Your application is acceptable, but I require an assessment of your character. After all, a magic swordsman can become remarkably powerful with proper growth. Furthermore, his team comprises capable individuals, which suggests he should not be lacking. Then let us proceed together, she concluded calmly. Thank you, Your Highness. A smile crept upon Zhao Xingyu's lips. He had succeeded. As long as he aligned himself with the princess, he need not fear Li Mu's influence. The thought of Li Mu ignited a surge of anger within him. Just you wait, he thought, maintaining a calm facade. Chapter 58, The Hunt for Starfire, Hope. However, this scene left Su Xianchen, a member of the princess's team, feeling somewhat displeased. He recalled Zhao Xingyu's earlier arrogance towards the nobles of Central Continent. Yet, with the princess having spoken, he could only suppress his emotions, intending to unleash his frustration upon the boss. Yet, as they traversed the path, they encountered no magical beasts, raising his internal caution. The others, too, understood this and remained vigilant. My lord, you are hunting. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed, instilling a sense of dread among them. This incantation belongs to the god of hunting. The princess reacted swiftly, gripping the dragon reins tightly and shouting to prepare for battle. Though she was unsure why an alien deity's lament would manifest within the underground city of Starfire Academy, as a member of the royal family, she had to set an example. That meant confronting the threat head-on. Yes, her teammates instantly readied themselves for combat. As the main tank, Su Xianchen naturally positioned himself at the forefront. What is that? Zhao Xingyu felt a rush of alarm as his innate talent flared crimson. A divine manifestation? He was aware of the concept from compulsory education. However, contemplating the power of such divine incarnations as described in textbooks made him swallow hard. Immunity to low-tier spells. Having physical damage, these 2 traits effectively countered him. He hesitated, remaining silent for several seconds after the princess's command, prompting his teammates to frown instinctively. A hesitant leader in the face of danger could lead the team to ruin. Fight alongside the princess. The Thunder Mage stepped forward to assume command of the team, leaving Zhao Xingyu momentarily stunned. My life is not over yet, and you dare to take command in front of me? That was his initial reaction. However, he quickly collected his thoughts, focusing on the source of the strange voice, gripping his red longsword tightly, and dismissing further distractions. Drip, drip, the sound of water droplets echoed, and a bloodless figure emerged, its gaping maw revealing sharp teeth, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression. Vines entwine. Thunder breaks the darkness, guiding holy light. 3 skills struck the blood figure, yet to little effect. The grass-type skills failed to impede its advance, and the thunder proved ineffective, but the holy light had some impact, albeit minimal. Immune to low-tier spells. Yi Shuangyan furrowed her brow, her grip tightening around her lance. What kind of monster dares to act so brazenly in my presence? Su Xianchen scoffed at the blood figure, charging forward. Prepare to die? At that moment, the pent-up fury within him transformed into raw power. Battle frenzy. Lu Feng, witnessing this, knocked an arrow to cover him. Flower Veil, Willow Hide. The grass-type mage, Wazaki, cast a protective layer around Su Xianchen. Die. With a punch, Su Xianchen pierced the blood figure, driving his fist straight through its body. Simultaneously, a burning arrow struck its head, igniting it. Retreat, Su Xianchen. Yi Shuangyan exclaimed as she prepared to charge at the blood figure atop her dragon. She understood that a divine manifestation has physical damage. Though the blood figure appeared grievously wounded, it likely had not suffered significantly. Take this. Hearing her words, Su Xiangqian did not withdraw. Instead, he retrieved the holy water prepared for Li Mu from his storage equipment and smashed the bottle against the blood figure's head like a street thug. Bang! The bottle shattered, holy water cascading over the blood figure, emitting a series of corrosive sounds. In truth, Su Xiangqian was not acting recklessly. He had discerned that the holy attack would be effective after witnessing the paladin's strike. Thus, although he seemed to charge blindly, he was, in fact, well prepared. The blood figure emitted a furious howl, striking Su Xiangqian with its fists. Bang, bang, bang. Despite the magical protection and reduced damage from the battle frenzy skill, he was still struck hard, causing him to spit blood. Yet, Su Xiangqian did not falter. He continued to hurl bottles of holy water at the blood figure. Bang, bang, bang. Neither side retreated, standing firm and trading blows. The sounds of bottles and fists echoed continuously, prompting the princess to bite her lip. She recalled the moment Li Mu had struck her dragon. The blood figure, drenched in holy water, grew progressively quieter until it fell silent. Meanwhile, Su Xiangqian, gasping and spitting blood, remained relentless. Is this all you've got? Su Xiangqian spat a mouthful of blood, flipping the bird at the fallen blood figure before pouring several more bottles of holy water upon it, preparing for the killing blow. You pathetic deity, bring on more. I can take them all. Su Xiangqian sneered, raising his middle finger in disdain. The image of Su Xiangqian, defiantly saluting with his middle finger, etched itself into the minds of countless witnesses. Who is that? He can easily defeat a divine manifestation. Wow, even flipping the bird looks so cool. That is General Su's second son, Su Xiangqian. The people of the Kanglan continent, observing this scene, were suddenly filled with exuberance. Having witnessed numerous hunts, they had harbored little hope, for the disparity seemed insurmountable. The students appeared utterly powerless, leaving them feeling despondent. However, they had expected the divine manifestation to slaughter the students without resistance, yet this spectacle above the heavens invigorated them. Though the blood figure seemed considerably weakened, someone had stood up to defeat the oppressive entity. Regardless, they saw a glimmer of hope. What do you know? That was merely a low-level sacrificial manifestation. Its combat strength not surpassing the second transformation, unlike the manifestations we have seen before. A man of dubious appearance scoffed at those inquiring about Su Xiangqian, continuing, moreover, holy water inherently counters evil, providing a significant advantage. If it were me, coupled with holy water, I could have dispatched that divine manifestation in one blow. In my view, without holy water, that kid would likely be dead by now. Furthermore, I suspect the students of Starfire Academy in the underground city are doomed today. TSK. What a pity. He shook his head, inciting ire from those around him. What are you staring at? I speak only the truth. He returned the glare. And in my eyes, the Starfire Academy was merely a hollow title. Even the followers of the had infiltrated it. What claim does it have to be the Empire's foremost academy? Humph, the first academy is reduced to this? Before he could finish, an individual emerged from the crowd, exuding an aura that made him instinctively shudder. A third transition, towering above him by one transition. Moreover, the presence radiating from this individual was utterly terrifying. He suppressed his fear and swallowed hard. Professionals were not allowed to act in the city. He intended to say that fighting here would be illegal, yet the man's actions interrupted his words. What are you barking about? The man struck the lecherous individual across the face with a sharp slap. What are you barking about? He continued to rain slaps upon the lecherous man's face. The sound of the slaps accompanied by pleas for mercy elicited cheers from the surrounding crowd. Chapter 59, The Hunt for Starfire, Onlookers. Level 5 of the Undercity. Su Xiangqian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the indistinct figure of the blood man, scorched by holy water, and gradually retreated to his team. Behind him, Lu Feng swiftly delivered a finishing blow with the sacred arrow he had prepared for Li Mu. The corpse trembled a few times before lying still. Xiangqian, impressive. Wazaki exclaimed, shouting praises. Even the divine incarnations can't withstand you. Truly the Empire's premier berserker. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Su Xiangqian's mouth. Were it not for the fact that he was the only berserker in Starfire Academy at present, he might have believed such flattery. What should we do next? Su Xiangqian's gaze turned toward the princess. The descent of an alien deity's incarnation in the Starfire Academy's Undercity certainly indicated a conspiracy from the Yi Shuangyan analyzed the current information, asserting that it would not be so simple. First, let us regroup with the other students in the Undercity before we devise our plans. Although the deity's incarnation that Su Xiangqian defeated was feeble, it undoubtedly would not be so easily dealt with again. All right. The members of the princess's party nodded in unison. We shall follow the princess. The Thunder Mage also spoke, which caused Zhao Xingyu to furrow his brow instinctively. Then let us depart. First, we must return to Layer 1 of the Undercity to find Li Mu and inform him. Yi Shuangyan nodded in agreement. As an adversary, she understood just how formidable Li Mu's strength was. A powerful ally at this juncture would indeed provide reassurance. Li Mu. Zhao Xingyu clenched his fists upon hearing that name. Again with Li Mu. Why must he always be mentioned? Damn it, it's infuriating. As the princess led her team back toward the upper levels, an eerie voice echoed once more. Another one. Su Xianqian fixed his gaze on the source of the sound, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Lao Lu, I'm out of holy water. Please lend me some. He remembered that Lu Feng had prepared a substantial amount of holy water for Li Mu. Just as he ran out, Lu Feng, utilizing his eagle eye, caught sight of the approaching blood man. There's a blood man wielding a crimson shield. He warned. I see. Su Xianqian took the holy water without examining it closely, placing it into his ring, then turned his attention to the approaching blood man. This one was slightly larger than the previous blood man he had encountered. Su Xianqian naturally noted this and remained vigilant, awaiting his teammates to initiate a probing attack. Guided by holy light, 3 consecutive shots. The sacred arrows and holy light surged forth, yet the blood man merely raised its shield, effortlessly deflecting both attacks. The shield sustained only minimal damage. It then advanced toward the location of the fallen blood man, instilling a sense of foreboding among the group. TSK, it falls to me. Without hesitation, Su Xianqian stomped the ground and lunged at the blood man. The skill of the berserker activated once more, as his unparalleled fury surged forth. As he approached the blood man, he unleashed a fierce punch. Bang! Crack! This time, a smile broke across Su Xianqian's face. Finally, it was not his own bones that were shattering. With another swing of his fist, the shield emitted a pitiful sound before fracturing, revealing the terrifying visage of the blood man behind it. Observing this, Su Xianqian stepped forward once more, delivering a punch that pierced the blood man's heart, securing his hold. Intent on replicating the earlier scene. Bang! 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 The blood man's fists crashed against him, yet Su Xianqian laughed heartily. Still so feeble. Although this blood man was significantly stronger than the last, he was unwilling to concede. Then you can accompany your brother to the afterlife. With that, he produced the holy water, but as he struck the blood man's head, he sensed something was amiss. What is this? He stared incredulously at the holy water in his hand, then glanced back at Lu Feng, who was awkwardly scratching his head. Did you just buy diluted holy water? Diluted holy water was half the price of regular holy water, and there were various tiers such as intermediate and advanced holy waters. However, diluted holy water was not referred to as diluted holy water. It was known as simplified holy water, intended for those unable to afford healing potions. While everyone knew it was watered down, its affordability made it quite popular among lower-tier professionals as a substitute for healing potions. What Su Xianqian held now was indeed the cheapest form of holy water. I spent all my points on skills, and could only afford the 10-point diluted holy water. Lu Feng said, scratching his head in embarrassment. I thought Li Mu's skeleton wouldn't require such high-quality holy water, so just then, the blood man landed a punch on Su Xianqian. Curse you! Su Xianqian exclaimed, taking another hit. However, he reluctantly continued to use the diluted holy water while cursing Lu Feng. Yet, the diluted holy water evidently had little effect. Its quality was insufficient to inflict significant damage on the blood man. Consequently, he found himself engaged in a desperate struggle with the blood man. Flower shift. Noticing Su Xianqian nearing his breaking point, Wazaki began to cast a spell. Petals blossomed as a flower sprouted from Su Xianqian's body, striking the blood man. While it had minimal effect, Su Xianqian's injuries began to heal. Thus, the two continued their fierce struggle. Central Plains, Imperial Palace. Su Qing, your second son is quite impressive. In the Grand Hall, seated upon a dragon throne adorned with 5-clawed golden dragons, a man clad in a golden dragon robe addressed his ministers with a faint smile. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for my son to have caught His Majesty's eye. One minister stepped forward to bow respectfully. Once he graduates, let him join the demon extermination office. The man on the dragon throne continued. Thank you, Your Majesty. A glimmer of joy appeared in Su's father's eyes, though he quickly concealed it. Their tone remained calm, seemingly unperturbed by the affairs of the Starfire Academy. Yet, one individual could no longer contain himself, his anxious voice rising. Your Majesty, Starfire is in peril. Will you not take action? An elderly man clad in a black robe, embroidered with purple, gazed anxiously at the imposing middle-aged man on the dragon throne, his voice filled with urgency. The seeks to annihilate our human descendants. Moreover, the 5th princess and the heirs of various noble families are among them. His agitation intensified. Patience. The emperor cast a sidelong glance at the old man before turning to the long-haired man beside him. National Master? Though perilous, it is manageable. The National Master, who served as an astronomy teacher at Starfire Academy, respectfully bowed and spoke slowly. The Empire's National Master is actually a teacher at Starfire Academy. Astrology misguides the nation. Astrology misguides the nation. The old man exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at the astronomy teacher. The divine incarnations of the have descended. That one on the 70th floor possesses at least 4th transition strength. With a divine shield forming a trap, there's no escape. How can you expect those children, at most 2nd transition, to cope? You are jeopardizing the future of the Empire. Such treachery is unforgivable. I beseech Your Majesty to strip the National Master of the 5th Qingxian's title and expel him. Enough. The figure upon the dragon throne raised a hand, a look of authority in his gaze. Yes. The old man immediately fell silent, lifting his gaze alongside the ministers to observe the vast celestial dome above the Kanglan continent. Within that dome, the battle raged on. Chapter 60. The Hunt for Starfire. Preparation. In the first layer of the dungeon, beams of white light flickered in succession as students materialized before the statue, casting wary glances at one another. The sudden collective return of so many students from death cast a pallor over their faces, awakening a grim realization. There were multiple incarnations of deities. As they turned their gaze towards the entrance of the dungeon, they beheld the headmaster brandishing a longsword, which further drained the color from their faces. They understood that they were ensnared in a trap, both a prison and a fatal deadlock. Despair was etched upon their features. At that moment, a voice emerged. All eyes converged upon me. Li Mu, flanked by over 50 skeletal figures, surveyed the resurrected students, including many upperclassmen, and spoke with authority. He sought to comprehend the circumstances of their demise and to make necessary arrangements. Thus, he aspired for leadership. I am Li Mu, the scion of the Li family from the northern region. He scanned the crowd, taking in the gazes directed at him, and continued, from this moment forth, I shall serve as the commander of this place, and you are all to heed my commands. Who stands in agreement? Who dares oppose? Li Mu's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, his formidable will manifesting clearly, causing those who met his eyes to instinctively avert their gaze. Moreover, with his declaration of lineage, even those among the students possessing second-tier abilities refrained from voicing dissent. Very well, I require knowledge of your causes of death, the time and place, the events that transpired, and intelligence on your adversaries. Compile this information as a team and submit it to me within 3 minutes. After issuing his command, he observed the hesitant students who had pulled out paper and pens, nodding in approval before resuming his summoning of the undead. Beside him, Lung Xiaoyu, having heard his words, diverted her attention from the headmaster, who had been furiously hacking at the protective barrier for several minutes, and made her way through the throng of skeletons. Leave it to me, she shouted. Lung Xiaoyu intended to gather and sift through useful information before presenting it to Li Mu. Given the current circumstances, she sought to occupy herself with the task. Regardless of the outcome, thoughts of her mother clouded her mind, and her eyes dimmed with nostalgia. Li Mu cast a glance at Lung Xiaoyu, tacitly approving her course of action. He was aware of her inner turmoil, but he lacked the time to soothe others' anxieties. He had already prepared for the worst. Meanwhile, Su Qiaoer clung to her sister, feeling apprehensive. Although surrounded by numerous skeletons, they offered her no sense of security. Only in her sister's embrace could she find a semblance of comfort. It's all right, Su Linger reassured her. Though she too felt a sense of dread, her gaze fixed on Li Mu, whose composed demeanor provided her with a modicum of reassurance. 5 minutes later, after sifting through some repetitive content, Lung Xiaoyu handed over a stack of papers to Li Mu. He accepted them and began to read. The deity's incarnation was described as a blood-colored, skinless humanoid, sporting a gaping maw. Its most profound appearance was recorded on the 60th floor of the dungeon, where a third-year team of entirely second-tier professionals had fallen victim. Their tank had succumbed to a single strike. They estimated the blood-colored figure's strength to be at the pinnacle of third-tier capabilities. The shallowest encounter occurred on the 10th floor, where a second-year group, engaged in equipment crafting, was ambushed by a bloodied figure wielding a dagger, leading to their eventual annihilation after a brief resistance. This indicated the presence of at least 7 deity incarnations, with strengths ranging from the highest third tier to the lowest first tier. That's manageable, Li Mu mused, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Yet, he remained vigilant. Could there be even more formidable incarnations? As white light flashed again, more individuals appeared at the entrance of the first layer of the dungeon. What the hell is that? A burly man, pale and sweating profusely, wiped his brow, feeling utterly bereft of any will to resist. They had fought against the blood-colored figure, yet the outcome left them back at the first layer of the dungeon, defeated and powerless. Wah! A petite girl threw herself into Chu Yunyu's arms, exclaiming, Yunyu, you scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. She rubbed against Chu Yunyu's cold, armored form, finding it somewhat chilly, yet the scent of her companion was comforting. Observing this, a delicate man contemplated leaping into the burly man's embrace, but quickly dismissed the thought, recalling the likely repercussions. You all look over there. He regained his composure, glancing at Li Mu with an expression of bewilderment. What was Li Mu doing? At that moment, Li Mu had summoned over 300 varied skeletal figures, accumulating to more than 700 when combined with those in his spatial storage. Typically, a necromancer's summoning had its limits, but he had consumed a precious potion that temporarily enhanced his intelligence by 20 points. Thus, his intellect now soared to 76, permitting him to command an unprecedented number of undead. His summoning of these beings was merely preparatory. He did not intend to rely solely on the undead army to defeat the deity incarnations, for vanquishing such entities was no simple feat yet. Preparation was essential. For every additional measure taken would amplify the hope of victory. Futile effort. Li Mu, a scholarly male, who had also returned from death, approached Li Mu with a grim countenance. Deity incarnations are immune to low-level spells and can reduce physical damage by half. Your low-tier skeletons are destined to be ineffective. He spoke out of fear, seeking someone to share his thoughts. Yet, glancing around at the despondent faces of the resurrected students, his heart sank further. However, one individual remained composed in the act of summoning the undead, providing him with a semblance of solace. Futile effort? Limu furrowed his brow as a bespectacled student implored him to abandon his endeavor. How can it be without merit? A multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. If, at the onset of the calamity, ordinary people had merely awaited their demise in the face of mighty beasts, would humanity still exist today? Limu retorted. Is that so? The scholarly male paused, yet faltered, but that is a deity incarnation. In its presence, we are less than mere ants. Having been utterly defeated by the blood figure, he found no will to resist. This sentiment was not unique to him, but echoed the plight of all students, who had been hunted, relegated to the status of prey, and a hunted creature awaits its grim fate of slaughter. Limu discerned this reality as well. Nevertheless, he possessed a means to counteract the paralyzing despair that gripped their hearts. Observing the disheartened assembly, he withdrew a great sword from his storage ring. Chapter 61, The Spark of the Hunt, Pre-Battle. The pale gold longsword, grasped firmly by Limu, transformed his aura dramatically in the eyes of the scholarly male. He morphed from a genteel, scholarly youth into a radiant, commanding young sovereign. Limu tightened his grip on the great sword, feeling the surge of his attributes, and gradually raised it aloft. The sword of the Orc King. This legendary weapon, exclusive to the Orc royal family, boasted formidable active skills and numerous powerful effects. While Limu could not utilize the sword's active ability, Blood of the Beast, he still benefited from the weapon's attribute enhancements and other skills upon equipping it. These included the Majesty of the King and the leader's aura. Majesty of the King. You are a born ruler, increasing your intimidation factor. Leader's aura enhances the morale and cohesion of your subordinates, aura skill. With both skills activated, alongside the boost from his imposing presence and the intimidation effect, Limu's appearance with the sword of the Orc King captured the attention of countless onlookers. An air of authority and regal essence emanated from him, instilling confidence in the students, who instinctively turned their gazes toward Limu, awaiting his command. Though the embodiment of divine power is formidable, it is not invincible. With a resonant voice, Limu raised the Orc King's sword, activating the aura of leadership. Despite our seemingly feeble strength, we must confront this challenge. In this battle, we may face death, or we may not. I implore you all to fight with every ounce of your being. As he spoke, he gazed at the crowd before him. Continuing, since low-tier spells are ineffective, let the mages abandon their casting mentality, strike with your fists, bite with your teeth, and exhaust all your capabilities to inflict damage upon the enemy. Since physical damage is halved, let the warriors exert every last ounce of their strength to fight until the very end of life. We have no retreat, we can only fight to the death. I shall not utter empty words. I simply urge you to embrace death. At this juncture, his calm voice gradually rose in intensity. Even if we are but ants shaking a tree, even if we are eggs striking against stone, I demand that you give your all. Do not allow it to regard us as prey. We are not prey. We are humanity, the spark of our race. Therefore, I urge you to die. Die magnificently. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Die? It felt distant. They had never contemplated death, for they were students of the Spark Academy, with bright futures ahead. Some aspired to join the Demon Extermination Division, others the Martial Combat Department. Some wished to return home to open an apothecary, seeking only to provide for themselves and their families. Others intended to enter the battlefield to slay enemies for glory and riches. They had never considered that they might perish within the confines of their school, at least not until today. Just moments ago, they had not thought they would die, for they had witnessed the principal's determined efforts to breach the barrier, igniting hope within them. The hope that the principal could break through the shield and that they could escape. Yet, they were not foolish. They understood that perhaps it truly was an impasse. Nevertheless, they clung to hope. But now, Limu unhesitatingly shattered this unrealistic hope, laying the grim reality before them, the fact that they might die. Will we truly die? One queried, unwilling to accept the possibility. Perhaps, Limu replied. Is there no other way? Another asked. There is not. Limu shook his head, then inquired, Are you afraid of death? No one responded to this question. Who is not afraid of death? And you? Are you afraid? Someone dared to ask. I promise, even if death comes, I shall die before you. Limu did not directly answer, but his gaze swept across the crowd as he softly spoke. Hearing this, the crowd fell into silence. Are you afraid of death? Someone asked again. I am, but someone must stand up, Limu replied as he laid down his great sword and closed his eyes. He recalled a similar question posed to him in a past life. His answer had been the same then. Indeed, someone must stand up. In this dire predicament. Some heard this sentiment and perceived something profound. The stolen spirits began to recover gradually under the influence of the aura of leadership. They were the prodigies of Spark Academy, and although they had been temporarily affected by the curse of being hunted, it was but a fleeting moment. Now, under the dual influence of the king's might and the aura of leadership, they began to regain their composure. Well, It shall be either you or me. Li Mu opened his eyes, gazing at the students whose expressions were becoming clearer. He raised the king's sword once more, proclaiming, "So, let us fight. In today's battle, I shall be invincible. We shall sweep all before us. We shall emerge victorious in every conflict. Humanity shall prevail." With a resounding cry, humanity shall prevail. The students looked at Li Mu, who held the great sword aloft, their confusion dissipating, replaced by a fervor for battle. "Excellent, very spirited," a smile graced Li Mu's lips. "Now, I shall assign tasks. You must prepare yourselves, prepare to the best of your abilities." Listening to Li Mu's words, Chu Yun Yu gently stroked the head of the girl in her arms, deep in thought and realization. "Yun Yu, if we survive, there is something I wish to tell you." The petite girl nuzzled against Chu Yun Yu's palm, raising her head to meet her gaze, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. "Can it wait?" Returning to herself, Chu Yun Yu looked down, her clear eyes meeting the girl's. "This battle may lead to death. If I don't say it now, I may miss the chance." In this dire situation, her tone remained calm. "No, I'm afraid." The girl shook her head, leaning her small face against the cold, hard armor. She was afraid that Chu Yun Yu might deceive her in this seemingly fatal predicament, promising to engage in a relationship. She also feared the unwaveringly honest girl might reject her request, disregarding the current circumstances. Thus, she hesitated. "Very well." Chu Yun Yu nodded gently, listening to the two girls. A delicate boy found his courage. "If we survive, I have something to say to you," he told the robust boy beside him. "All right," the sturdy boy replied absent-mindedly, his focus primarily on Chu Yun Yu. "Yes." Observing the robust boy's gaze fixated on Chu Yun Yu, the delicate boy felt a pang of disappointment. "Perhaps you have forgotten, but I will never forget. 7 years ago, you saved my life. And the words you spoke, I still remember them to this day." Reflecting on this, he closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "It was those words that allowed me to persevere until now. Thank you, Aki. And I love you, Aki." Chapter 62, The Hunt for the Spark, Intelligence. White light flashed repeatedly as the princess's team and Zhao Xingyu's team perished and returned. The princess was the last to return from her demise. "What has happened to me?" The princess, killed by the fourth blood creature, felt an indescribable sense of oppression, understanding within herself that she must have fallen victim to the negative curse of the divine embodiment. Yet, she had a method to combat it. From her storage ring, she retrieved a vial of potion, uncapped it, and poured the azure liquid into her palm, sprinkling it over her head. Instantly, she felt invigorated. Observing her teammates and Zhao Xingyu's group beside her, she waved her hand, sprinkling some of the potion on them as well. The group quickly regained their senses. "I can't believe the fourth blood creature was so cunning," Lu Feng lamented, rubbing his head. "After we finished off the second blood creature, before we could catch our breath, another blood creature appeared with a rope. Before we could react, I was ensnared. Thankfully, as a melee archer, I managed to endure a few rounds under the blood creature's grasp until the princess arrived to assist. After a strenuous battle against the rope-wielding blood creature, they encountered another blood creature, the sixth in line. This blood creature, possessing a second transformation, initially ambushed Wazaki with a dagger, sending him away before activating stealth. The princess utilized a revealing spell to expose the blood creature's form, but it had already seized the rope and consumed the rope blood creature. After expending all her strength and depleting her sacred arrows, she watched as the severely weakened blood creature devoured the shield blood creature and the unarmed blood creature, restoring itself to full strength before being ensnared again, leading to her swift demise. "If only I had purchased superior holy water, I could have defeated the fourth blood creature." Su Xianchen gritted his teeth, and that disgusting blood creature could even consume others to heal itself. The shattered shield can be mended. Truly revolting. Indeed. It's unfortunate that the blood creatures cannot be stored in a ring. Otherwise, the princess would undoubtedly emerge victorious, Wazaki mused, surveying the surroundings. As I suspected, we cannot leave. Observing the gathered students, he felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It is indeed the conspiracy of the alien god. What shall we do? Wazaki pondered. Yi Xuanyan gazed at the crowd, her expression tinged with surprise. She encountered a meticulously organized line of students, divided into several groups, each engaged in their respective tasks. Their spirits were high, and there was no trace of the negative aura typically associated with their recent defeat. The curse had been lifted, which was a relief. The princess tucked away the vial in her hand and glanced toward the entrance, her brow furrowed in concern. Outside the crimson barrier stood an elderly man, his white hair disheveled, leaning on a sword and panting heavily as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. She also spotted many legendary warriors outside, among them her royal uncle. It seemed the dean was at a loss as well. She realized that the current situation was likely dire. As she surveyed the items in her storage ring, her mind raced with possible strategies. Just then, someone approached her. "Your Highness, please document the information regarding the divine avatars you encountered," the studious young man said, adjusting his glasses with a measured tone. Since the princess had only just returned, it implied that new divine avatars had yet to be recorded. Hanazaki. The princess stammered for a moment before instructing the mages in her party. "Give me half a minute." Hanazaki glanced around and recognized that someone had already stepped forward to take the lead, though he did not know who it was. After finishing his writing, he handed it to the studious young man, who then approached Lung Xiaoyu and passed the paper to her, believing her to be Li Mu's assistant. Li Mu, look at this, Lung Xiaoyu remarked, and upon realizing it contained crucial intelligence, she hurriedly handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu accepted it and examined it earnestly. Lung Xiaoyu watched him with a sense of awe. Lung, what's wrong? He tilted his head, observing the girl who seemed lost in thought after reviewing the princess's intelligence. It's nothing. Li Mu, do you think we can win? She whispered. I don't know, Li Mu replied, shifting his gaze to the busy students and shaking his head. It's all in our hands. As long as we make all the necessary preparations, I can accept any outcome, but I believe we can win. He was ready to face the possibility of death, yet his voice exuded confidence, instilling hope in the girl. Is that so? Lung Xiaoyu felt a surge of assurance. Then, if we win, I want to go out. She wished to treat everyone to the same meal they had last time at the commercial street. Wait, Lung Xiaoyu, Li Mu interjected, his lips twitching as he hurriedly interrupted her. Let us not make any declarations just yet. We'll discuss it after this battle. Goodness, if you say that. We might really lose, she thought, recalling how characters in dramas would utter similar lines before facing their demise. Her eyes widened, and she quickly covered her mouth. Why don't you go help with the alchemy over there and assist in crafting arrows? Li Mu suggested, casting a slightly disdainful glance at Lung Xiaoyu. It would also give him a chance to observe how the upperclassmen utilized alchemy and learn from them. Having seen the information on Zheng Shuai, Li Mu believed that sacred artifacts could have an impact on the divine avatars. This was due to the innate restraining properties of the sacred against the evil camp, leading him to discover a means of combat against their adversaries. Thus, he instructed the upperclassmen skilled in alchemy to begin crafting holy arrows with holy water. Alchemy, holy water arrow adhesive, holy arrow. This was intended for him and the archers among the students. Okay, Lung Xiaoyu obediently set off. Meanwhile, Li Mu pondered the information brought by the princess. The divine avatars could devour one another, heal their injuries, and grow stronger. They could also utilize the weapons of fallen blood beings. And the corpses and weapons of these blood beings could not be stored in equipment due to their inherent divine nature. Therefore, if they could hold out until the end, they might have to face the most formidable divine avatar wielding multiple weapons. How powerful would it be? Would it be at the fourth turn? Li Mu furrowed his brow. Li Mu. After contemplating for some time, Yi Shuangyin could not devise a plan and turned her gaze towards Li Mu's position. Seeing him deep in thought, she approached and waited quietly. She intended to discuss the impending encounter with the dual weapon-wielding blood being alongside Li Mu. Your Highness. Li Mu finally turned to Yi Shuangyin after his contemplation. Li Mu, let us share our intelligence, the princess urged earnestly. Let us devise a strategy together. Chapter 63, The Spark of the Hunt, Battle Commences. Upon witnessing the studious young man deliver the documents to Li Mu, Yi Shuangyin realized that Li Mu was the leader. He must possess information about other divine avatars. With that thought, she approached him. All right, Your Highness, Li Mu nodded and began to relay the existing intelligence. Based on the current data, there are 8 divine avatars in the dungeon. They consist of the bare-handed blood being at the 5th level, the shield-wielding blood being at the 10th level, and the rope-wielding blood being at the 15th level. These 3 types of blood beings are of the first turn and are the weakest, as indicated in the documents provided by the upperclassmen who returned after their encounters. The dungeon is rich in resources, often explored by students. Aside from those attempting to advance through the levels, there are also alchemists and potion makers seeking resources. Although they lack the combat prowess of the fighting professions, after a year of study, they possess some means of self-defense, sufficient to survive and gather resources in the lower levels of the dungeon. This is a common method of resource gathering. Countless students have traversed this path. Moreover, they have protective cards, providing them with a sense of security. However, the arrival of divine avatars in Spark Academy has turned the tide. Therefore, it is not surprising that they were unable to contend with the first-turn divine avatars and were teleported back. At the 20th level, there's the dagger-wielding blood being. At the 30th level, the spear-wielding blood being. At the 40th level, the axe-wielding blood being. These 3 types of blood beings are of the second turn and possess significant strength, coupled with their immunity to low-level spells, which swiftly led to the demise of the upperclassmen. Spells below the 3rd turn are considered low-level. This rendered all second-year mages ineffective, leaving only a handful of physical damage dealers who struggled to breach the blood being's defenses. At the 50th level, there's the great sword-wielding blood being, a 3rd-turn entity encountered by Chu Yunyu's team. At this point, Li Mu glanced at Chu Yunyu, acknowledging that their team comprised formidable second-turn professionals. Yet they too fell short in their encounter. At the 60th level, there's the great sword-wielding blood being, also of the 3rd turn, which was encountered by 3rd-year upperclassmen while searching for the boss at the current maximum level of the dungeon. However, none of them were 3rd-turn professionals. They were all 2nd-turn professionals at the highest level of 49. Thus, they could not prevail. The mutual consumption among blood beings was gleaned from the information provided by your team. I merely grasped the general concept. That's all there is. Li Mu refrained from inserting his subjective speculations, instead presenting the known facts objectively for the princess to assess the situation. We can fight, but we fear there may be more. Yi Xuanyan pondered momentarily and arrived at a conclusion. All the levels you mentioned harbor boss entities. The divine avatars may have descended through sacrifices to these bosses. The evil camp's divine avatars typically arrive via living and bloody sacrifices. The more potent the flesh, the stronger the avatar that descends. Naturally, the boss creatures in the dungeon are prime targets. And while the highest strength of blood beings is at the third turn entities, though strong, are not invincible. What about the 70th level? Yet, Yi Xuanyan's thoughts wandered further. She knew the maximum depth of the dungeon was 70 levels. A record set by students years ago. If divine avatars had also descended at the 70th level, it would be concerning. There's no need to overthink it. We'll take it one step at a time, Li Mu replied, shaking his head. For now, it's best to prepare thoroughly. Agreed. Yi Xuanyan nodded, observing Li Mu as he began to set up. In the dimly lit dungeon, several skeletal lurkers were stealthily positioned throughout the first level, awaiting the impending arrival. Thud, thud, thud. The bloodman slowly emerged, and the skeletal lurkers quietly picked up a grenade, activating it before tossing it forth. Bang! The resounding noise alerted Li Mu to the bloodman's presence. Archers, prepare to fire. With his quiver slung over his shoulder, Li Mu stood at the forefront of the formation, gazing at the illuminated corner of the dungeon, commanding the students specializing in archery to ready themselves. Meanwhile, he drew forth his hunting bow. At this moment, he vaguely sensed the connection between the bow and the embodiment of the god of hunting. The bow, named Hunting, felt entirely ordinary in everyday circumstances. Yet in the current situation, he could not ignore the peculiarities of the weapon in his grasp. Considering the available intelligence, he deduced that his bow must be the very weapon wielded by the bloodman on the 5th floor. After all, it was rather odd for a bloodman to be unarmed. Would the god of hunting lack weapons? Certainly not. There must be a reason for the 5th floor bloodman to be without a weapon. Thus, correlating the bow's name and its abilities, he realized that the bow he possessed was likely that of the 5th floor's bloodman. As the bow was purchased from a merchant, who mentioned it was crafted by a student in the past, it became evident to him that there was indeed a traitor among the students. Casting a glance at the students arranged in a formation of melee in front and ranged at the back, alongside the 200 skeletal archers mingled within, Li Mu's eyes flickered. Thud, thud, thud. The bloodman had finally arrived. Fire! He commanded, observing the bloodman, shield in hand, with a rope at its waist, without hesitation. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The skeletal archers did not employ negative energy arrows, but instead utilized the same holy arrows as the student archers. These were the result of the alchemist's labor, having produced nearly 6,000 holy arrows in a mere few minutes. If not for Li Mu reserving some holy water for backup, creating 10,000 would not have been an issue. Such is the power of alchemy. Thus, with arrows plentiful, the archers unleashed their volleys. 100 radiant arrows soared, illuminating the shadowy space, creating a spectacle reminiscent of a rain of arrows. The arrow array paved the way. The golden arrows struck the shield with a sizzling sound, causing it to tremble violently. The bloodman sensed the peril, braving the barrage of arrows and charging towards the students with astonishing speed. In an instant, it covered over 100 meters. This prompted gasps from the students, hastening their rate of fire. This is not good. Some second-tier melee fighters attempted to step forward to defend, but upon noticing that Li Mu merely drew back a large bow without issuing commands, they restrained their impulse to act. Follow orders. This was the principle Li Mu emphasized most before battle. Thus, they refrained from moving, embodying the most basic combat discipline. It was a matter of whether he was faster, or if their arrows were quicker. Li Mu gazed at the charging bloodman, squinting as he knocked an arrow and drew back the bowstring. The enhanced strength of 73 points from the hunting bow surged within him, allowing him to feel an abundance of power coursing through his body as he pulled the string taut like a full moon. Spiral arrow. Ninefold shot. Arrows were swiftly knocked, and the powerful bow released its deadly projectiles. The bowstring echoed like thunder, and the arrows shot forth like lightning. Thunder and the purging arrows manifested simultaneously, producing 9 resounding booms. Boom. Chapter 64, Hunting Starfire, The Battle. The first arrow shattered the shield, the immense force fracturing the crimson barrier and pushing the bloodman back several steps, halting its aggressive advance. The second arrow struck the bloodman's head, causing it to explode like a ripe watermelon, blood scattering in all directions. The third arrow shattered the left arm. The fourth arrow obliterated the right arm. The fifth and sixth arrows shattered both legs. The seventh arrow pierced the chest, reducing the bloodman to a puddle of blood upon the ground, causing the remaining 2 arrows to fly astray and vanish into the dark dungeon. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene, before an uproar erupted. Oh! The students shouted in astonishment. They had not anticipated that it would be this simple to eliminate the foe. Watching Li Mu display such prowess, their faces gleamed with excitement as they glimpsed the possibility of victory. After all, This was an incarnation of a deity with second-tier strength. To think it could be dispatched by Li Mu in mere arrows. Among them, Long Xiaoyu was the most exhilarated. Having reviewed numerous student records, she had harbored immense fear towards the divine embodiment, as the students had been utterly powerless against it, swiftly falling victim to its might. Yet, the arrows Li Mu had just unleashed instilled in her a profound sense of confidence regarding the outcome of this battle. Wow! Su Qiaoer, ever ready to heed commands, gasped in admiration. Li Mu is incredible, she thought. Perhaps we can win. Su Linger gripped her knife, her heart brimming with joy. That bow is truly formidable. Zhao Xingyu's gaze lingered on Li Mu's bow, contemplating. If I could wield that bow, I too could effortlessly slay a deity's incarnation. He believed that Li Mu's strength hinged entirely upon that bow. Otherwise, how could a mage possibly possess such formidable power? Is that the 9 stars convergence? Lu Feng gaped in astonishment from behind the formation. The 9 stars convergence was an advanced archer skill that only third-tier archers could comprehend. Upon confirming his profession as an archer, he had sought the tutelage of a powerful 4th-tier archer, who had once demonstrated this formidable skill to him. Incredible. So swift. In the blink of an eye, 9 arrows were shot in succession, leaving him momentarily dazzled, unable to react before the demonstration concluded. The 4th-tier archer had detailed the prowess of this skill, explaining that each arrow was swifter and stronger than the last, with the final arrow's speed surpassing that of the first, making it one of the most frequently employed techniques by advanced archers. The description alone conveyed the skill's might. Yet, Lu Feng never anticipated witnessing the 9 stars convergence in the hands of a mage before he had even grasped the fundamentals of the fourfold shot. This prompted him to glance at his own bow and arrows, beginning to question his own profession. Li Mu, the first. Li Mu softly spoke as he gazed at the blood man. Who is that? So handsome. Why do you fall for everyone you see? That's Li Mu from the Li family in the northern region, truly a hero among youths. The humans looked skyward, witnessing Li Mu effortlessly slay the blood man, and their joy was uncontainable. Is this your trump card? Truly formidable. Yi Xuanyan, riding atop a dragon beside Li Mu, spoke with a complex expression. Had you wielded this bow that day, I fear I would not have withstood even 5 arrows. In truth, she believed she would falter after 3, but to save face, she added 2 more. Without rebuttal, Li Mu turned his gaze back to the depths of the dungeon, dispatching the skeletal lurkers once more. Next, the javelin bloodman would appear. The previous lurkers had been dispatched by the bloodman following the explosion. As the skeletal lurkers stealthily advanced, they suddenly heard a piercing sound of something slicing through the air. Whoosh! At an alarming speed, a javelin shot directly towards Li Mu. Not good. The princess, witnessing the javelin materialize, attempted to intervene, but her body could not keep pace with her thoughts, leaving her helplessly watching as Li Mu caught the javelin in his hand. The princess extended her hand, grasping at the air in front of Li Mu, momentarily stunned. The scene fell into an abrupt hush. With all the students fixated on Li Mu and the princess, they were beset with confusion. Why could Li Mu catch a javelin that even second-tier professionals could not? Had the princess not shielded Li Mu from the attack? Was Li Mu truly a mage? Why had the princess not withdrawn her hand? All these questions morphed into silence, leaving them merely observing the two, without movement or words. Gradually, an air of awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. The two figures and the students formed a striking tableau, etched against the celestial canvas, imprinting themselves in the minds of many. A world-renowned masterpiece, indeed. Ding. You are subjected to a mental assault, accompanied by sinister whispers. An immunity check is initiated. Ding. The innate skill, Iron Will, activates, ensuring a successful immunity check. You are immune to this mental attack. Ding. The innate skill, Master of Weapons, activates, allowing you to wield this weapon. Ahem. After a brief silence, the princess withdrew her hand to her mouth and cleared her throat softly. That blood figure seems rather cunning, merely casting its weapon without revealing itself. What shall we do? Her gaze shifted towards the dim expanse ahead, her tone entirely composed. Upon hearing this, Li Mu glanced at the blood-red spear in his grasp, noting that its attributes could not be assessed, nor could it be stored within his spatial ring. Yet, he was able to wield it. After a moment of contemplation, he planted the spear into the ground. Do not touch this spear, he cautioned, then produced the horseshoe bestowed upon him by the princess. We must take the initiative. We cannot allow it to regroup. With a rustle, the azure-scaled steed, possessing second-tier attributes, leaped forth. Li Mu mounted swiftly, tugging at the reins, intending to eliminate the blood figure that had thrown the spear. No, that is too perilous. I shall accompany you, the princess interjected, shaking her head. The presence of another would provide additional assurance. She had formidable items within her ring and numerous life-saving tools yet to be triggered. She wished to join Li Mu in vanquishing the spear-wielding blood figure. However, you are not a source of support. You are a liability. Li Mu cast a glance at the princess, pondering how to phrase this sentiment delicately. Just then, the blood figure that had thrown the spear emerged, prompting Li Mu to swiftly raise his bow and unleash a volley of 9 arrows. The blood figure burst apart, and the crimson liquid pooling on the ground grew increasingly viscous and repulsive, eliciting a grimace from Li Mu. Even the dullest mind would recognize that this blood would surely benefit the blood figures. Thus, he instructed the students to experiment with ways to contain this blood. Immunity to low-tier spells cannot be placed in spatial equipment, yet this blood cannot freeze, burn dry, nor be buried without overflowing. Consumable summons corrode upon consumption. We shall wait, Li Mu sighed. Wait for what? Yi Xuanyan inquired. Boom. To await the final form of the divine avatar. Li Mu heard another explosion echo and raised his bow, anticipating the appearance of the axe-wielding blood figure. As expected, a blood figure wielding an axe emerged from the shadows. Charging forward. Swish, swish, swish. 9 arrows flew forth, and the blood figure exploded. Oh, the students, serving as the backdrop, erupted into cheers once more. Alas, Lu Feng murmured, stroking his bow, a sigh escaping his lips. It's all right, Fengzi, don't dwell on it. Hanazaki consoled Lu Feng, who was visibly disheartened. Li Mu is merely a mage. You will surely surpass him in archery in the future. I believe in you. After saying this, Hanazaki couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Feng's forlorn expression. It's amusing that an archer cannot outdo a mage. Lu Feng shook his head, sighing even more heavily. After releasing his arrows, Li Mu summoned the skeletal rogue once again, contemplating the 5 blood-red weapons that lay beside him. Will these weapons pose a risk to us? Yi Xuanyan expressed her concerns nearby. After all, they were weapons of the malevolent deity, and having them nearby was undeniably worrisome. Let us observe for now, Li Mu replied, feeling powerless about the weapons. He couldn't just discard them somewhere for the blood figures to retrieve, for if they did, the battle would become exceedingly difficult. Boom, boom. 2 explosions erupted, causing Li Mu to look up sharply. The remaining 2 blood figures of the third transition had approached together. Prepare to shoot, he shouted, lifting his bow and aiming into the murky abyss, awaiting their arrival. But suddenly, 2 figures broke from formation, charging directly at him. A ferocious slash ensued. A second transition dual wielder. A brutal charge followed. A second transition brute. Both were second transition hidden classes. Oh no. The princess watched in horror as Li Mu discarded his bow, advancing instead to seize the dual-wielding figure-esque blades, dispatching both adversaries with a swift stroke. What is this? Weapon seizure? The princess was taken aback. Weapon seizure. This was an advanced skill for melee classes, enabling them to take an opponent's weapon during combat for their own use, with the success rate tied to the wielder's strength attribute. But you are a mage. Do not forget your class. The princess mentally berated, though her exterior remained composed. Indeed, there is a traitor among us, Yi Xuanyan remarked, adjusting her emotions. Yes, I had my suspicions, Li Mu stated coldly, surveying the 2 corpses. It was evident that a follower of the god of hunting had infiltrated the students. And a second-year student, no less. Spark Academy, truly the old dean's expression darkened as he gazed at the heavens, his voice icy. Now, we must secure all students within the academy and conduct a thorough investigation. Following the emergence of the malevolent god and the revelation of student traitors, it was likely that the entire empire would question Spark Academy. And this transpired during his tenure. How would others perceive him? How would they regard the legacy of Spark that had endured for millennia? I have tarnished the glory of Spark for 1,000 years, the old dean lamented, shutting his eyes in anguish. Yes, the 2 aides beside the old dean vanished in an instant. After placing the 2 corpses into a spatial pouch, Li Mu retrieved his bow, turning his attention toward the 2 third transition blood figures. One blood figure wielded a dagger in its left hand, while the other held a sword in its right. Together, they presented a rare sense of eerie coordination. Yet for Li Mu, it was merely a doubling of disgust. Release, he shouted, drawing back his bow to unleash 9 arrows. The arrows struck the dagger-wielding figure, causing it to stagger back several steps. However, that was all. The blade-wielding blood figure then extracted the arrows lodged in its chest, discarding them before raising its hand, radiating a crimson glow. Swish. The blood-red weapons surrounding Li Mu returned to the blood figure-esque grasp, and his bow suddenly pulsed with a sanguine light, trembling violently. What? Before Li Mu could react, the hunting bow transformed into blood and flew into the hands of the sword-wielding blood figure, becoming its weapon. As the hunting bow slipped from his grasp, Li Mu's expression darkened. As a martial artist, having his weapon seized by the enemy ignited a flicker of rage within him. Li Mu, give the orders, the princess urged, her grip tightening around her lance, fixating on the blood figure distributing equipment, awaiting the command to charge. In her perspective, it was now time for a decisive battle. No need, Li Mu replied coolly, drawing forth the Orc King's sword from his ring, his gaze icy as he regarded the 2 blood figures. The frigid land. Snow and wind raged, the biting cold piercing through. Is that sword truly what I see? An elder orc with a beastly head and human body looked up, staring at the pale golden great sword in awe. Grandfather, what is that? A young orc beside him queried, intrigued by the elder's words. That is a legendary weapon. The elder replied, his voice aged and his eyes fixed intently on the great sword held by Li Mu. It has been lost for nearly a millennium. A legendary great sword of our orc royal lineage. His expression grew grave. But how did it come to be in the hands of a human? The child continued to question. Alas, this sword was taken by a royal orc during a campaign 1,000 years ago. Since then, I have only seen it mentioned in ancient texts. The elder sighed, scrutinizing the sword's patterns and hues. This sword is named Beast Blood. The sword bears a legendary skill, Beast Blood Boiling, a powerful ability exclusive to our royal orcs. So it was claimed by a human, the elder stated coldly. It was evident that this orc ancestor had perished at the hands of humans. Beast Blood? The young orc gazed at the figure clad in blue armor, Li Mu, as he commenced his battle, falling into a stupor. Then why can that human wield it? Is it possible for other races' royal families to wield Beast Blood? It inquired, perplexed. Impossible. The elder orc immediately refuted. Only the noble bloodline of our orc royal family can utilize Beast Blood. How could the despicable blood of humans possibly wield this sword? It scoffed disdainfully, entirely forgetting that it was humans who had driven the orcs to the frigid wastelands. Noble bloodline. The child pondered for a moment and asked, can dragons use beast blood? If they can, perhaps that human carries dragon blood. In the child's education, dragons and orcs were alike, both considered races with noble bloodlines. If that human did not possess the royal orc bloodline, then it must be dragon blood. Dragons? The elder orc's expression wavered. In truth, the educational texts of the orc race were replete with fictitious elements. Among them, they positioned themselves alongside the dragon race as inherently powerful beings. A narrative constructed to obscure certain truths. Naturally, the child believed this. However, the orcs were not as formidable as they fancied themselves to be. Over years of subtle indoctrination, they had come to believe they were as mighty as the dragons. Convinced that humans had utilized underhanded tactics to vanquish them and confine them to the inhospitable environment once inhabited by humanity. This bred a deep-seated animosity towards humans, prompting the orcs to act out. Although the child belonged to the royal lineage, it would need to grow a bit older before the truth could be revealed. For the child was rather indiscreet. The sword forged from beast blood was crafted by 3 powerful orc smiths who amalgamated copious amounts of royal orc blood with a smattering of other races through a blood refinement technique. The conditions for wielding it were naturally reserved for those of the orc royal lineage. Nonetheless, since it was ultimately a sword forged through blood, the elder orc was uncertain whether it would yield to a higher bloodline. Yet, to preserve the dignity of the royal family, it was imperative not to disclose this to the young orc. Perhaps, over the centuries, this sword had been modified by humans to allow their use as well. The elder orc postulated, then clenched its fists, declaring, regardless, we must reclaim the sword at all costs. Chapter 66, The Hunt for the Starfire, The Final Battle. Stay calm. You are a mage, not a warrior. Just as Li Mu was about to charge forward to confront them, Yi Shuangyin quickly intervened. It's just a bow, right? Once we get out, I'll have someone craft you one. You cannot rush in. The divine incarnation is incredibly powerful. You would be walking to your demise. She assumed Li Mu was incensed merely because his bow had been taken. If she were in his position, losing a fine weapon would undoubtedly infuriate her as well. Although Li Mu possessed remarkable melee prowess, it would be irrational to confront a divine incarnation. Thank you, Your Highness, Li Mu replied after a moment of silence. Pausing to add, by the way, my bow grants an additional 30 points of strength and 10 points of constitution. It also comes with a skill to lock onto enemies. Please do not forget this when commissioning it. He articulated his request earnestly, causing the corners of the princess's mouth to twitch. All right, what comes next? Shall we charge? She inquired, glancing at the knight students beside her. This was the cavalry regiment Li Mu had arranged, a last resort. However, it was evident that the moment had not yet arrived. No need. I have a trump card, Li Mu exhaled. A flicker of anger extinguished within him, and he recognized his own disquiet. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not be so easily provoked. What was amiss? He contemplated the cause of his restless spirit, reflecting that it had begun to stir during the initial tremors of the dungeon. Why? Observing the 2 fully armed blood men, Li Mu pondered while summoning a single undead. A ghoul. As the undead emerged, dark energies surged forth, revealing a ghoul exuding a terrifying aura before the crowd. With an orcish physique and razor-sharp claws radiating darkness, its gaping maw was a horrific sight, truly fearsome. Its blood-red eyes were eerily mesmerizing, instilling profound dread in those who gazed upon the heavens. This undead had been gifted to him by Mr. Skeleton, a synthesis of the finest traits from orcs, ghouls, death knights, and vampires. It had perfectly inherited the formidable abilities of these 4 undead beings. Furthermore, it bore 3 potent martial arts bestowed by Li Mu's divine heart. In a confrontation, he could not guarantee victory against it while unarmed. Kill, Li Mu stated calmly. With a resounding thud, the ghoul stomped its foot, creating a massive crater in the ground. And it lunged towards the 2 blood men, claws bared. Dragon Claw. The claw wind, accompanied by the roar of a dragon, surged forth with ferocity akin to a dragon extending its talons. This technique, inspired by the notion of dragon's roar and tiger's roar, was designed to counter magical beasts. Mastery of it could easily shatter a magical beast's skull. If combined with the tiger fist, it could form a powerful alliance of dragon and tiger. However, the ghoul had not learned that, and could only complement it with the star-plucking hand. Star-plucking hand. 100 feet high, one can pluck the stars. This technique's name was derived from the poem A Night at the Mountain Temple, taking inspiration from the notion of plucking stars. Plucking the stars and fishing the moon. Chasing the sun across the sea. This was one of the 4 formidable martial arts crafted by Li Mu. Freedom Step. If the instant step was meant for explosive speed to close the distance between foes, then the freedom step was a specialized combat maneuver. With a carefree heart, one moves freely, was a lesson imparted by Li Mu's master in his past life. What is freedom? He had once asked his master. Freedom in the world. Experiencing the mundane, ultimately, with a heart unbound, one achieves true freedom, the elderly Taoist had replied. His visage blurred, yet his affectionate tone lingered in Li Mu's memory. Oh. At that time, he had understood little. You'll know in time. The old man had smiled, stroking his beard. Master, a myriad of thoughts swirled in Li Mu's heart, ultimately crystallizing into a sigh. It was fortunate that you passed away early and did not witness the calamity. Otherwise, you too would have lost your freedom. Yet, in the end, I too have not attained freedom. He gazed at the ghoul, as if seeing a reflection of his former self. The 2 blood men clashed with the ghoul, wielding a multitude of weapons in a desperate battle, their blades dancing, yet struggling to land a blow on the ghoul. With claws flying, the ghoul fluttered like a butterfly between the 2 blood men. Its horrific maw opened and closed, occasionally biting into the flesh of the blood men, producing a chilling crunch. A deafening roar echoed, dust swirling as the 3 engaged in fierce combat, the commotion resonating throughout the entire dungeon. All eyes were fixed on their struggle, captivated. Would they prevail? Anxiety gnawed at their hearts. Boom. Blood splattered as the heads of the 2 blood men were severed. As the dust settled, the scene imprinted in the onlookers' minds was that of the ghoul drenched in blood, standing triumphantly over the crimson pool. Oh! The students gasped in unison, yet the humans watching from above did not cheer, for they knew the strongest of the blood men had yet to make an appearance. Li Mu, your summoned creature is truly formidable. The princess marveled at the ghoul as it dispatched the divine incarnation. Had you unveiled this undead from the start, I fear I would have lost immediately. With that thought, a wave of pressure washed over her. Members of the royal family had always ranked at the top among their peers, but this cohort had Li Mu. If they were to survive, she would likely face her elder brother's scrutiny once more. As she pondered, the princess felt an overwhelming fatigue. The weighty expectations of her mother had compelled her to learn countless things from childhood, leaving no time for rest or leisure. The question she heard most often was, how have you been progressing? Have you been slacking? Have you mastered it? Alongside this were her elder brother's derisive jibes and the covert exclusion from her siblings, all of which compounded her sense of pressure. Though her father doted on her, she often wondered, what good was it? Moreover, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her. In a moment of daze, she contemplated the idea that perishing here might not be so bad. To die here would be a relief. Forgive me, mother. I truly do not wish to endure this exhaustion any longer. Her gaze became vacant. Snap out of it. Suddenly, a thunderous shout beside her jolted her awake, causing cold sweat to cascade down her back. What is happening? Yi Shuangyan felt the icy beads of sweat forming as she turned her eyes towards the crowd behind her. She saw her fellow students drenched in cold sweat, their expressions steeped in terror. You have fallen victim to a mind-bewildering skill. The hairs on Li Mu's neck stood on end as he furrowed his brow, observing the bloodthirsty figures before him with their crimson vitality bubbling ominously. His heart raced as he gripped the Orc King's sword tightly. A crisis was imminent, a threat potent enough to endanger his very life. Indeed, there were other divine incarnations, far more formidable than those of the 3rd transformation. Drip drop. The sound of dripping water echoed in their hearts, rekindling their fears. Stay calm. Li Mu raised the Orc King's sword, activating his leadership aura to inspire courage. Su Qiaoer, her pale visage betraying her anxiety, lifted her staff. A series of inspiring skills enveloped the group, and coupled with the effects of the Orc King's sword, their morale was reluctantly bolstered. Go. From the moment he summoned the ghoul, Li Mu had not anticipated it would remain unscathed. Chapter 67. Hunting the Starfire. Fierce Battle. The ghoul obeyed the command and charged into the dark abyss ahead, but after a brief flurry of sounds, Li Mu felt the connection with his ghoul sever. The ghoul, possessing 3rd transformation strength, was instantly obliterated. Li Mu's expression turned grave as he produced 3 vials of potions, a strength potion, an agility potion, and a constitution potion. Each potion was designed to temporarily enhance his strength by 30 points, agility by 25, and constitution by 30. These were the potions Li Mu had specifically instructed Uncle Lu to procure, his last resort for survival. As for the side effects, he would deal with them later if he lived to tell the tale. Gulp, gulp. Li Mu tilted his head back and drank. The warm essence coursed through his veins, a surge of power igniting his blood. With his innate attributes combined with the potions and the backing of the Orc King's sword, his strength soared to 93 points. constitution to 89, and agility to 65 points. His physical attributes now rivaled those of a third transformation professional, though barely grazed the threshold. He felt a newfound strength within himself. Furthermore, he could finally employ the martial arts from his previous life. He shook his shoulders, gazing into the dark expanse ahead as he took a step forward. Li Mu, are you going to fight? Chu Yinyu, astride a Shanksnow beast clad in icy blue armor, approached him and inquired. The Shanksnow beast, a unique mount of the northern region, boasted white fur and red eyes. Resembling a snow marten, yet as large as a bull, with claws glinting like ice and teeth capable of shattering iron. Its exorbitant cost and formidable strength made it a mount only for the affluent knights. Should I fall, you all charge forth. Li Mu glanced at the Shanksnow beast and nodded. If he were to perish, it would no longer concern him. He had done his utmost. He had already taken the lead. What more could he do? I shall grant you an additional layer of protection, she said nonchalantly, pointing to her own armor. Can constructs also be applied to a mage robe? Li Mu looked at Chu Yuanyu's icy blue armor, nodded appreciatively, and expressed, if we survive, I shall treat you to a meal. A mere formality. Very well. With a flick of her hand towards Li Mu's robe, a blue light illuminated the air, and an icy blue armor gradually materialized. The armor was light, causing no hindrance to Li Mu's movements. Yet, the armor's formation was not the end. Intricate patterns emerged, depicting the shape of a flower. Ice Linghua, Li Mu recognized. It was a flower that bloomed only at the peak of the snow-capped mountains in the northern region. Consuming it could enhance one's affinity for ice magic. It was said that the northern region's archmage once climbed the snowy peaks to pluck this flower, solely to elicit a smile from the woman he adored. Since then, Ice Linghua became a symbol of love among northern men for their beloved, spawning various related industries. If one loves, one should pluck a flower for their beloved. Ice Linghua symbolizes the love of the northern people, romantic and unwavering, eternally blooming. This was a marketing strategy devised by merchants of the northern region to sell their cultivated Ice Linghua, designed for those who dared not scale the snowy mountains, albeit at a steep price. Nodding, Li Mu donned the patterned blue armor and, sword in hand, charged towards the formidable bloodthirsty figure that revealed itself. The familiar heat surged within him once more. This sensation, Li Mu raised his sword, ready to unleash his technique, only to feel a weight upon his entire being, his mind clouded. Simultaneously, a sense of oppression, terror, and panic engulfed all the students, stripping them of their will to resist, rendering them lambs for the slaughter. Domain skill. Yi Xuanyan sensed the oppressive aura, her face paling. A domain skill. This is a powerful ability that only legendary figures might comprehend. If high-level mages possess their mage towers as a means of power, then the might of other high-level professionals lies in their domains. A domain skill can bestow numerous buffs upon oneself while diminishing the enemy's strength. Yet, even a divine incarnation of fourth transformation possesses a domain skill. The hunting domain. Once the domain activated, all students felt an immense pressure bearing down upon them. But Li Mu did not falter, for in that moment, as the divine incarnation's domain unfolded, his own talent surged forth. Ding. Divine domain detected, activating the SSS grade talent. Heart of the War God, and opening the War God domain. In an instant, Li Mu felt a lightness envelop him, his mind no longer shrouded in darkness. War God domain. The War God domain saturates the body, nullifying any effects within the enemy's domain. What a magnificent domain. It appears I possess a domain as well. Li Mu's blood surged with vigor, the overwhelming sensation akin to a return to his former life. He then positioned his great sword at his left hip and swung it fiercely. Sword draw technique. A flash of sword light erupted, and the blood of the fourth transformation bloodthirsty figure sprayed forth, yet the seething blood on the ground swiftly replenished its form, allowing it to recover instantaneously. All its weapons returned to its grasp, left dagger, right sword, shield at its chest, ropes binding its waist, with the remaining weapons affixed, colliding head-on with the approaching Li Mu. Mark of the Hunt. The War God domain granted immunity. The great sword struck fiercely against the blades. Charm human. Ding. You have been subjected to mental attack. Charm human. Performing immunity check. Ding. Talent skill steal will activated. Immunity check successful. You have resisted this mental attack. Fishing for the moon. The monkey fishing for the moon in the sky and the moon in the water, one true and one false. Amidst the interplay of reality and illusion, the large blade held by the bloodthirsty figure found its way into Li Mu's hands. The weapon master skill activated, enabling Li Mu to wield dual weapons. Dancing blades in a frenzy, clashing with the divine incarnation. Evil spirit energy. In the heat of battle, a streak of bloodlight surged directly towards Li Mu, who moved with instinct, evading effortlessly. Carefree step. Mind at ease, body at ease. Chaotic aura. Steel will activated once more, as Li Mu unleashed his final sword technique. Frenzied demon swordplay. Without madness, one cannot survive. This was a martial art he had witnessed in his past life. Born from the calamities of humanity and the ugliness of human nature. Madness. At the onset of the disaster, He had witnessed countless creatures succumbing to madness, and from that, he gleaned insights, thus creating the frenzied martial arts. Half madness, half demon, if not dead, then mad. During the calamity, he imparted this knowledge to the masses, as it was the most accessible martial art for them to master. For those who survived had all become somewhat mad. Demon. His master had imparted many teachings to him, yet their essence remained the righteous path of martial arts. However, in the apocalyptic chaos, it was the demonic side that could not be suppressed. People transformed into fiends cloaked in human skin, seamlessly shifting between humanity and demonhood, revealing the dark side of their hearts at any moment, ready to commit heinous acts. The genesis of the demonic martial arts can be traced back to Li Mu's initial approach to unifying the human factions with rather conventional management methods. However, after witnessing the malevolence that unfolded, he became acutely aware of humanity's grotesque and selfish nature. Consequently, he resorted to public executions, employing brutal punishments on certain individuals. In observing the fear that manifested in the eyes of the onlookers, he attained enlightenment. Thus, he chose to embrace the path of righteousness, while simultaneously delving into the demonic, creating a formidable school of martial arts. The essence of Buddhism and demonology are inherently intertwined. Even the Buddha possesses a wrathful aspect, epitomized by the immovable Vajrapani. This visage instills dread in malevolent beings, serving as a means to suppress evil entities while embodying a compassionate doctrine. Hence, Li Mu cultivated the demonic visages, employing sinister methods to establish an unparalleled order in the apocalyptic world. Through this journey, he also grasped the profound intricacies of the Tai Chi diagram, recognizing the transformation of yin and yang and the interdependence of existence. Subsequently, merging the demonic visages with the art of madness, Li Mu endured years of trials, ultimately birthing this sword technique. Chapter 68, The Hunt for the Starfire, the finale. The frenzied demon sword technique. Li Mu's most potent offensive sword strike, embodying madness and demonhood, manifested a fearsome visage upon his face. His visage, adorned with blood and fangs, was utterly inhuman. His obsidian eyes blazed with fury, and the burning determination within instilled fear even among those beyond the celestial canopy. In that moment, some struggled to discern the true identity of the malevolent god. Was that Li Mu? Was he not a mere mage? Why did he appear more ferocious than a seasoned third-tier warrior? Such formidable skills, capable of contending against the embodiment of evil. A battle between a first tier and a fourth tier. This confrontation would surely be etched in history. The crowd marveled in astonishment. As the clash of swords reverberated through the underground city, the sheer force intertwined, echoing throughout. Tensions escalated. As the battle continued, the onlookers couldn't help but feel anxious for Li Mu. Despite his apparent dominance over the divine incarnation, they were acutely aware that he had yet to sustain any injuries. It was reminiscent of that popular online adage, "You can evade countless times, but I only need to strike you once." Hence, their concerns lingered. In the depths of the East Sea, the depths of the ocean, the fierce beast was truly a failure. Our master and the gods had expended so much divine power to part the heavens for him, yet he has yet to slay a single human. In an underwater palace, a merman with a fish body and human legs clutched a scepter, glaring at two figures in the mirror, his fish-like visage brimming with rage. The high priest urged calm. As a standing tortoise advised, do not speak the name of the divine so lightly. Surely the god of the hunt is not so weak. We must simply wait patiently. Humph. In the western desert, amidst the poisonous swamps, the god of the hunt, a horned being gazed at the heavens with derision, declaring, truly feeble. Yet that human is intriguing. Its eyes glowed crimson. In the southern wilds, deep within a volcano, Li Mu, you say? A burly man stood by the molten lava, his expression greedy as he beheld a mirror formed from the molten rock. This martial art mirrors the 5 forms of the frenzied demon sword technique found within the fragmented demonic tome. It turns out the Li family possesses the complete set of sword techniques. He spoke, producing an ancient tome missing several pages, gently caressing it. After searching for 50 years, having traversed iron shoes in vain, he found it effortlessly. Once he obtains the frenzied demon sword technique, his ascension to legend will be imminent. Ha! Li Mu, you are untouchable, but can I not touch you? As he laughed, a tempest of demonic intent surged in his eyes, resembling madness. The tome in his grasp flickered with dark light, 2 black characters seemingly coming to life, twisting upon the pages. On the battlefield of the northern domain. This is where humans and other races intersect, where battles may erupt at any moment. Is that from the northern domain? An alien general stared at the heavens. Fear etched upon his face. Our god of the hunt's incarnation cannot even defeat a first-tier human? If he grows stronger, will the cold snow battlefield not gain another human legend? Issue the kill order. At all costs, eliminate him. He growled. Yes. His subordinates complied, contacting human spies within the empire, instructing them to employ any means necessary to slay Li Mu. After all, regardless of his tactics, he remains merely a first-tier warrior, making him an easy target. He must not be allowed to grow stronger. The sharpness and resilience of the Orc King's sword continued to manifest. and Li Mu grew ever more valiant in battle, spiraling deeper into madness. At this moment, the divine incarnation began to feel trepidation. It could not comprehend why its domain failed to affect Li Mu, nor why every time it gazed upon him, its augmentations fell impotent. It only knew that if it failed to instill fear this time, not only would it jeopardize its ascent to a mid-tier divine power, but even its current weak divine status would be at risk. Furthermore, if the fear-inducing divine duty did not achieve its intended effect, it would lose that divine role altogether. The more they fought, the more it sensed something amiss. Not only did the divine power absorbed from fear diminish, but this human also remained unaffected by its negative domain. Moreover, as a chaotic evil divine incarnation, it felt a chaotic aura, rivaling its own, assaulting its psyche, inciting both fear and fury. This could not continue. Realizing this, the blood deity no longer conserved divine power and unleashed a divine spell, the Finger of Death. In an instant, Li Mu's body stiffened, collapsing to the ground. A legendary death spell. This incantation nearly drained the blood deity's divine power, but it mattered not. As long as Li Mu perished, it could still torment his students. Propagate fear, restore divine power, and perhaps ascend to a mid-tier divinity. Excitement gleamed in its eyes. Ding. You have been struck by the legendary spell, Finger of Death. A death saving throw is being processed. A will saving throw is being processed. Ding. The innate skill Iron Will activates. Saving throw successful. A constitution check is being performed. Saving throw failed. You. Ding. The SSS grade Innate Talent, Heart of the Martial God, manifests. You have comprehended unyielding physique. Saving throw successful. With a sudden burst, disregarding the forced restriction of his vitality to a mere point, he swiftly severed the blood deity's head and dismembered its body. In an instant, crimson light erupted. The incarnation transformed into motes of light, soaring upwards, seemingly attempting to flee. Meanwhile, the populace of the empire, observing the celestial spectacle, momentarily stunned, soon recollected knowledge from their 9-year compulsory education regarding divine incarnations, erupting into exuberant shouts. Eternal humanity. Li Mu is incredible. Li Mu, I shall bear your offspring. A cacophony of exhilaration resonated throughout the empire, echoing to the heavens. In the royal palace of the Central Plains, Li family scion, the emperor gazed appreciatively at Li Mu, nodding in approval. Today's calamity befalling the Starfire is attributed to their arrogance and negligence, resulting in this disaster. Punishment, he declared softly. Yes, an official promptly complied, preparing to act. The courtiers chorused, Your Majesty is wise. A celestial teacher, following suit, remarked while observing the blood-soaked youth in the heavens, his expression shifting. In the northern domain, the head of the Li family mused, Well done. He picked up the shattered cup, smiling faintly. Our Yunyu has also performed admirably. Her crafted armor has significantly aided our young Mu. The Chu family, unwilling to be outdone, responded with a chuckle. In response, the head of the Li family merely smiled knowingly. On the battlefield of the northern domain, Mu'er, a beautiful figure, beamed with a smile. It has been so long. He has grown so formidable. Her smile radiated beauty. Brother Mu is incredible. Li Xuanla exclaimed, his fist raised high, his eyes shining brightly. As expected of Brother Mu, he thought. In the desolate lands, remarkable, Mr. Skeleton stood atop a mountain, nodding in satisfaction. Perhaps, this truly is possible. Dark flames flickered in its eye sockets as it turned back to the manor, the mountains gradually fading from view. Throughout the entire northern domain. This is the pride of our northern domain. The people of the northern domain shouted passionately, preparing to feast on beef and lamb, celebrating humanity's victory. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, the battle between the alien deities and the sparks of hope has, at last, drawn to a close. Chapter 69, The Plunder of Divine Office. Victory. As the crimson lights dispersed, Yi Shuangyan's face radiated with delight. She was astounded by Li Mu's formidable strength, capable of contending with and triumphing over a deity's avatar despite his first-tier prowess. Such remarkable combat capabilities. This invigorated her desire to have Li Mu join her faction. Yet she pondered what could possibly entice him and the Li family. Could she provide it? The princess contemplated deeply. Li Mu emerged victorious. Su Linger sighed in relief as she witnessed the conclusion of the battle. She had no desire to perish, especially not in such a humiliating manner. Thankfully, he was there. Turning to gaze at her adorable younger sister at the rear of the formation, she smiled. If only I possessed such skills. Then it would have been I who defeated the deity's avatar. Zhao Xingyu, consumed by jealousy, watched as the blood-red longsword in his hand began to shimmer. Several airborne crimson motes stealthily merged into the blade, instigating subtle yet profound changes. Observing the transformation of the blood sword's attributes, Zhao Xingyu was initially taken aback, only to be engulfed by ecstatic joy. Fortune favored him, for he was indeed the chosen one. Ha! His heart surged with elation. Li Xiao is incredible. No man from the northern domain can rival us. Li Mu is so handsome. The students erupted in cheers, as the blood figure dissipated into motes of light. The madness on Li Mu's face gradually faded. The pale-faced, handsome youth emerged against the backdrop of the vanishing sky, leaving an indelible impression on countless beings. As the heavens cleared, numerous entities bore witness to humanity's triumphant resurgence, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. The humans were filled with unparalleled joy, eagerly inquiring about Li Mu's background. It was over. Li Mu exhaled a sigh of relief as the crimson greatsword in his left hand transformed into light. While he knelt on one knee, laboriously propping himself up with the Orc King's sword to prevent himself from collapsing, the shadow of death loomed once more in his heart. The sheer terror of life and death instilled profound dread within him. Fortunately, the heart of the war god had ultimately comprehended the indomitable physique, otherwise, he would have succumbed beneath the finger of death. The indomitable physique, when on the brink of death, one gains an unwavering effect, forcibly locking life at a single point for 30 seconds. Li Mu, cold Xiaoyu rushed forth from the formation, hastily approaching with a vial of healing potion, eager to administer it to him. Yet, Li Mu raised his hand to stop her. Under cold Xiaoyu's bewildered gaze, he produced a luxuriously packaged top-tier healing potion and consumed it, instantly revitalizing himself, silently returning the intermediate healing potion to his storage ring. Cold Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed as she turned her head away. How embarrassing. Thank goodness for you, heart of the war god. After downing the potion, Li Mu felt his body rejuvenating and the potion's effects gradually waning, a wave of relief washing over him. At that moment, the heart of the war god sprang forth once more, presenting him with a momentous surprise. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect. Detecting that the defeated target possesses divine power, absorbing divine essence, countless crimson motes froze mid-air, uncontrollably descending and merging into Li Mu's form. Absorption successful. You have acquired 1 point of divinity. You have obtained a faint divinity, granting a 10-point boost to all attributes. Ding! Sensing the divinity, the dragon blood talent activates, enhancing constitution by 10 and strength by 10. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect. Plundering the divine office of the god of hunting. Plunder successful. You have acquired partial information regarding the divine office of hunting. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect, absorbing the divine office of hunting. Absorption successful. You have comprehended the skill marking hunt. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect, plundering the divine office of the god of fear. Plunder successful. You have acquired partial information regarding the divine office of fear. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect, absorbing the divine office of fear. Absorption successful. You have comprehended the skill gaze of fear. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect, plundering the divine office of the god of hunting. Plunder successful. You have acquired partial information regarding the divine office of slaughter. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect, absorbing the divine office of slaughter. Insufficient information. Absorption failed. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect, plundering the divine office of the god of hunting. Plunder successful. You have acquired partial information regarding the divine office of tracking. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect, absorbing the divine office of tracking. Absorption successful. Agility attribute increased by 10. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect, plundering the divine office of the god of hunting. Plunder failed. Your attributes do not align with alien deities. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect, plundering the divine office of the god of hunting. Plunder successful. You have acquired partial information regarding the divine office of violence. Ding! The SSS level heart of the war god is in effect, absorbing the divine office of violence. Absorption successful. Strength attribute increased by 10. Ding! You have thwarted the terrifying scheming of the alien deity against humanity, earning legendary status. Hunting Sparks, widely known in the early September of the year 998 of the Empire's Chronicle. A group of devotees of the god of hunting at Spark Academy conducted a sacrificial ritual, summoning the avatar of the god of hunting to descend upon Spark Academy. Concurrently, a luminous screen appeared above the Kanglan continent, allowing this hunting ritual to unfold beneath the gaze of billions of beings. What was destined to be a calamity causing immense loss to humanity was effortlessly resolved by you. The spectacle of you slaying the avatar of the god of hunting has been etched into the minds of countless beings. Your name has become renowned across the Kanglan continent, and you have drawn the attention of many formidable entities. Legendary status, 5. Divinity. Deities possess 5 core elements: divine office, divinity, divine power, divine fire, and divine essence. Among these, divinity embodies the deity's character, beliefs, principles, and alignment, encompassing unparalleled strength. A mere point of divine power grants a 10-point boost to all attributes. And it even activated the dragon blood. Li Mu's heart raced. The dragon blood talent. The divine power has directly activated the dragon blood within Li Mu, transforming it into a talent. Nearly a millennium ago, Li Mu's ancestors vanquished the red dragon among the 5-colored evil dragons, bathing in its blood, thereby laying a robust foundation for the rise of the Li family, imbuing their descendants with the essence of dragon blood, rendering their physiques exceptionally powerful. This was also the fundamental reason for the Li family's preeminence among potent practitioners. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The dragon blood within Li Mu surged to life. His boiling blood was controlled by his formidable physical prowess, yet he could not avoid turning a deep crimson, resembling a perfectly cooked lobster. Chapter 70. A Monumental Harvest. Li Mu. Cold Xiaoyu exclaimed in alarm. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just give me some ice to help cool down, Li Mu replied, shaking his head as he meticulously felt the gradual changes within his body. This was a normal reaction to the activation of dragon blood. He was activated by divine power. Not like his cousin, who inherently possessed the dragon blood talent, a bloodline strength that required no activation. Thus, he must endure the bodily transformation brought forth by the emergence of dragon blood. Cold Xiaoyu promptly conjured numerous ice blocks and placed them on his head. Steam rose as the ice melted rapidly, water trickling down Li Mu's cheek to his neck, causing Cold Xiaoyu to blush. He seemed even more attractive. She gazed at him, somewhat entranced. Li Mu, feeling the refreshing chill atop his head, continued to examine the skills derived from the divine offices plundered by the heart of the war god. Marking Hunt. This skill allows you to mark a target unit within your line of sight, granting real-time location and weakness information. When activated against the marked target, it confers a suppression effect, critical strike damage on weak points, and a deterrent effect. Upon defeating the target, you receive a hunting buff. It was identical to the skills of the hunting bow, yet now, it had transformed into his very own skill. A commendable ability indeed. Fearful Gaze. Your gaze is imbued with trepidation, allowing you to instill fear in your target upon usage, culminating in a successful intimidation check that bestows upon the target the effect of sheer terror. Fearful Gaze operates similarly to the Fear spell, yet it can be wielded without incantation, rendering it swifter than its counterpart. Li Mu found great satisfaction in this. After observing the enhancements to his strength and agility attributes, his attention shifted toward the concept of legendary status. Legendary status. The higher it ascends, the greater your renown, and the more recognition you shall receive. Should you aspire to ascend to divinity, numerous beings will chant your name during the deification ceremony, becoming your fervent adherents and offering you a modicum of faith. Do not underestimate this fragment of faith. At times, it can decisively influence your power post-deification. Li Mu's ambition is to attain godhood, rendering legendary status immensely significant to him. Was this hunt truly unfolding before so many eyes? After reviewing his legendary status event and synthesizing it with the intelligence he possessed, he began to comprehend the sequence of events. The god of hunting had indeed suffered a setback. Shaking his head, he removed his armor and stowed it in his storage ring, retrieving the Orc King's sword before producing the Staff of Skeletons. Employing a cleansing spell to tidy himself, Li Mu's gaze fell upon the attributes of his Necromancer panel, for his true vocation lies with necromancy. Name, Li Mu, Faint Divinity. Occupation, Necromancer, First Transition. Level, 11. Health points, 590, Mana points, 660. Attributes, Intelligence 66, 46, Strength 73, Constitution 59, Agility 50, Charisma 30, 27, Undead Affinity 20, Legendary Status 5. Innate Skills, Heart of the War God, SSS Talent. Weapon Master, Iron Will, Dragon Blood. Professional Skills, Undead Summoning, Perception of Death, Manipulation of Corpses, Negative Energy Ray. Bone Spear, Bone Wall, Bone Armor, Osteogenic Growth, White Bone Tombstone, Skeleton Summon, Black Knight Summon, Undead Space, Undead Revival. Mage Skills, Resistance Aura, Energy Missile. Special Skills, Alchemical Formation, Protective Light. Unyielding Physique, Marked Hunt, Fearful Gaze. Equipment Bonuses, Mana Shield, Sprint, Cleansing, Frenzy Aura. Bone Type Spell Damage Increased, Skeleton Summons Slightly Enhanced, Damage of Summoned Skeletons Augmented. Spell Power Raised by 3, Mana Recovery Speed Accelerated, Reduced Consumption of Professional Skills, and Morale of Summons Increased by 1. Upon gazing at his attributes panel, Li Mu could not help but smile. His attributes, without the aid of potions, had reached the level of a third transition professional, and the side effects of the potion, which diminished his strength, agility, and constitution by 70 for a month, had been wholly offset by the tremendous boost to all attributes. Overall, although he had nearly faced death in this battle, the rewards were monumental. Not only had he activated his divinity and awakened the dragon blood within, but he had also acquired several formidable skills. Furthermore, this battle had granted him a renewed understanding of his talents. Moving forward, he mused, he ought to seek out divine incarnations to slay. Boom. A thunderous noise resounded above him, prompting Li Mu to glance upward. The pitch-black ceiling of the underground city remained unchanged, so he directed his gaze toward the entrance. There stood the old man, while the crimson barrier gradually became exceedingly transparent, and it would likely dissipate shortly. Li Mu, you are still quite warm, Su Qiao remarked, touching his hand as she continued to place ice upon his head. That's enough, Li Mu said, tilting his head to evade the girl's ice, waving his hand dismissively. I've activated it sufficiently. Activated? Activated what? Lung Xiaoyu was still unaware that Li Mu's lineage bore the blood of the red dragon. This is the activation of the dragon blood. An old man suddenly appeared beside them, elucidating slowly. That goes without saying, Li Mu thought inwardly, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor outwardly. Greetings, Academy Head. His voice was laced with reverence. In the presence of a legendary power, one must exhibit the appropriate attitude. Academy Head, Lung Xiaoyu initially hesitated. But upon grasping the implications of the dragon blood activation, she suppressed her astonishment and also offered a respectful bow. No need for excessive formality. The old man gazed at Li Mu with weary eyes, his voice laden with fatigue. To transition from first to fourth in battle. You are indeed a son of the Li family. I cannot help but see within you a reflection of what he once was. He gently stroked the ancient sword in his hand, continuing, wielding the god-slaying sword is an immensely taxing endeavor. I am no longer the man I was 400 years ago. I can scarcely wield it a few times before succumbing to fatigue. Age has caught up with me. This world now belongs to the youth. With a sigh, his murky gaze shifted to Li Mu, revealing a flicker of solace. Thank you for the praise, Academy Head. Li Mu replied calmly. The he alongside the Li family must refer to him, the god of war from the north. Over 4 centuries ago, he ascended from mortal to divine. Yet few today recognize that the god of war from the north is, in fact, the deity of the Li family. Regarding the matter of the evil god's descent, the Academy shall provide you with an explanation, and this old headmaster, observing Li Mu, paused momentarily. The Academy shall grant you a reward. Take this for now. The old head extended his hand, presenting a white tome to Li Mu. What is this? Li Mu inquired, puzzled. This encompasses my lifetime of learning, the old head replied, stroking his beard, a wistful tone in his voice. All the skills and techniques of a legendary berserker mage are contained within. At these words, Li Mu's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 71, Dragon Bloodstone. Transferring this manual to Li Mu was deemed the best decision. The mage profession, with its robust physical attributes and exceptional close combat capabilities, was a perfect fit for Li Mu, especially as he had triumphed over the evil goddess Avatar with his formidable melee prowess. Thus, it was quite fitting. The old head presented the tome to Li Mu. Li Mu of the Li family, I have encountered you before, he said as Li Mu accepted the tome and bowed. Just as he intended to address the old man as teacher, he discovered himself rendered speechless. Silencing spell. There is no need to call me teacher. The old man shook his head, turning to depart. Remember, do not divulge this. Once you finish reading, simply inform the book, and it will return to me. In the 400 years since his ascent to legend, he had taken on 3 apprentices, all of whom perished in the abyss or on the battlefield. The sorrow of a white-haired man bidding farewell to a black-haired one extinguished his desire to take on more students. He simply wished to await the end of his days, venturing into the abyss to emit his final glimmer of light before passing away. Having said this, the old head left, his silhouette exuding profound solitude. Li Mu regarded the receding figure and placed the tome into his storage ring. Although he believed his melee prowess was commendable, he recognized that there were always individuals superior to him and realms beyond his comprehension. He harbored no notions of arrogance or superiority. After the headmaster's departure, several legendary powers approached the gathered students to ascertain whether the evil god had left any residual effects upon them. As for Li Mu, the old head had bestowed his belongings upon him. Thus he was assuredly free from issues. Yet, what were those blood points that had entered Li Mu's body? Divine essence? Did Li Mu possess something capable of storing divine essence? Upon contemplating this, some individuals expressed their awe. Anything capable of storing divine essence was invariably immensely powerful. No wonder he could vanquish the avatar of a deity. They seemed to have found their answer. Li Mu, you are quite impressive, Yi Lianshan approached, patting Li Mu on the shoulder, his gaze filled with admiration. The younger generation is indeed formidable. As a veteran who had emerged from the battlefield, he cherished combat above all, particularly thrilling battles. Thus, he had taken on the role of instructor for the combat class at Xingho Academy. Thank you, Teacher Yi. Li Mu graciously acknowledged, adorned in his robes. His refined demeanor stirred something unusual within Yi Lianshan, as though the one who had just brutally defeated the divine avatar was not Li Mu at all. Excellent. You have just activated your dragon blood. I present you with this. Yi Lianshan produced a red stone and offered it to Li Mu. Dragon Blood Stone. This is a stone that possesses the same efficacy as the Bloodline Sublimation Stone. However, the distinction lies in the fact that the Dragon Blood Stone is exclusively designated for practitioners who possess dragon blood within their veins. The Sublimation Stone, on the other hand, can be utilized by all practitioners endowed with unique bloodlines, with its effects varying according to the bloodline. For the formidable dragon blood, even the most superior Sublimation Stone can only marginally enhance its power. It was upon witnessing Li Mu activate his dragon blood that Yi Lianshan bestowed this generous gift. Thank you, Teacher Yi, Li Mu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with gratitude, and he did not hesitate to accept it. The Dragon Blood Stone, formed from the aggregation of dragon blood, is a precious item for those who possess it. Each year, the Li family incurs substantial taxes, a significant portion of which is allocated to the royal family for the acquisition of dragon bloodstones to fortify the physiques of its practitioners. This is a matter unknown to the common folk. It's nothing. Yi Lianshan waved his hand dismissively as he made his way to the location of the princess. Regardless of the circumstances, as Yi Shuangyan's royal uncle, he must maintain a facade of propriety. Beside him, the jade dragon called out to Li Mu before following Yi Lianshan's lead. What a beautiful jade dragon, Li Mu thought. I wish I had one too. After Yi Lianshan departed, Li Mu turned his gaze toward Yushan, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yushan, feeling the pressure from Li Mu's stare, coughed. Here, take this. After rummaging through his storage ring for a while, he finally produced an item. This is something I used in my youth. It should serve you well. Feeling the weight of Li Mu's gaze as a student, he felt compelled to offer something. Moreover, it couldn't be inferior to the gift given by his old rival, Yi Lianshan, so he reluctantly presented it, despite the pangs of regret in his heart. Thank you, teacher Yu. Li Mu stored the item in his storage ring without examining it closely. Shifting his gaze from Yushan, he observed some legendary figures he did not recognize and refrained from soliciting anything further. He lacked the audacity to request items from unfamiliar legendary practitioners. As the events concluded, Li Mu glanced at the time and prepared to leave. It's mealtime. Li Mu, where are we headed now? Asked Leng Xiaoyu, who had joined her two sisters at his side. To eat. Of course, Li Mu replied matter-of-factly. Eat. Leng Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. They had just experienced life and death, and now they were to dine. The stark contrast left her momentarily speechless. Yes, to eat, Li Mu confirmed, leading the three of them toward the dining hall, oblivious to the numerous gazes directed at him. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Li Mu was taken aback by its emptiness. Where's the food? Even if a divine incarnation has descended, the cafeteria shouldn't be devoid of meals. After confirming the absence of food, Li Mu sighed and retrieved some jerky from his storage ring to share with his companions. Li Mu. The school is conducting a thorough inspection of the students to root out any infiltrators, which is why the cafeteria isn't serving food, Su Linger informed him, having gathered information from classmates who had joined her since she became part of Li Mu's group. Naturally, she merely regarded them as classmates. I understand. I hope the commercial street this afternoon won't be affected, Li Mu nodded. He had made arrangements with the plump shopkeeper. At that time, the shopkeeper had looked at the points on his student card with gleaming eyes. Speaking of surprises, he wondered what enticing items were available for purchase. Though merchants rise early for profit, if the item was particularly valuable, Li Mu would not mind sacrificing his points. Points represented a steady income for him each week. Even if he spent 2 days immersed in the duel arena, the accumulation of points was rapid. Perhaps before long, points would merely be seen as numbers to him, just as he viewed gold coins as a wealthy young master. What should we do now? Asked Leng Xiaoyu, biting into the tough jerky. So unappetizing. Yet it provides a lot of energy. Is this mutton from the cloud sheep? She pondered. Let's head back to the dormitory, Li Mu suggested as he exited the dining hall. After this battle, I feel somewhat fatigued. He wished to examine the items gifted by the 3 legendary practitioners. All right. See you tonight? Leng Xiaoyu swallowed the jerky and gazed at Li Mu. I'd like to treat you to dinner. It was an intention she had tried to establish but had failed to do so. Chapter 72, The Necromancer's Summoning. Yes, see you tonight. Nodding, Li Mu took his leave first. Li Mu seems even more handsome, Su Linger remarked once he was gone. Ever since Li Mu single-handedly defeated the divine incarnation, she had developed a sense of reverence for him, which manifested in her reduced speech. Indeed, Su Qiaoer nodded vigorously. I can't even dare to look at him. His charm must be at least 27 points, Leng Xiaoyu stated earnestly. As a sorceress, she was keenly aware of the fluctuations in Li Mu's charm. Other professions likely don't place as high an emphasis on charm attributes, Su Linger mused. However, since Li Mu possesses dragon blood, does that imply that charm attributes are beneficial for him? She inquired of Leng Xiaoyu. Not necessarily, Leng Xiaoyu shook her head. Li Mu's dragon blood has only been activated. He is not a sorcerer, making it difficult for him to wield the dragon language magic contained within the dragon blood. Nonetheless, the activation of his dragon blood has indeed enhanced his physique and strength. After a moment's thought, she asked Su Linger, by the way, do you know what type of dragon blood Li Mu possesses? Having been confined within her family, she had only gleaned knowledge of the outside world through books and her mother. She had also learned from television. The magical girl Xiaohan was her source of inspiration, and she admired Xiaohan's indomitable spirit and unwavering resolve. Her mother would watch television with her, sharing those rare moments of color in her childhood. When she received the invitation from Xingho Academy, she was hurriedly arranged to upgrade and learn about the appearances of all the noble heirs in the empire. Her father feared that she might offend the progeny of prominent families at Xingho Academy, thereby worsening the already declining status of the Cold family. Consequently, she only knew that Li Mu hailed from the illustrious Li family but was unaware of their origins. You don't even know this? Su Linger exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at Leng Xiaoyu before looking around cautiously, whispering, it's a red dragon. Ah, Leng Xiaoyu gasped upon hearing this. Is it the infamous and powerful red dragon, the leader of the chromatic dragons? Keep your voice down, didn't you know? Su Linger placed a finger to her lips. Shushing her, the last dragon recorded to have been slain on the Kanglan continent was killed by Li Mu's ancestor. It was that very red dragon. The reverence for the powerful made Su Linger speak in hushed tones. Wow. Lung Xiaoyu covered her mouth, her face a mask of astonishment. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Mu retrieved the dragon bloodstone. The dragon bloodstone can enhance the density of dragon blood within a practitioner. Prior to activating his dragon blood, he was unable to utilize it, as his dragon blood lay dormant deep within his veins. However, now that his dragon blood had been activated, he was entitled to receive a dragon bloodstone from his family each year to augment his dragon blood potential. This privilege was exclusive to the Li family, and Li Mu was well aware of how to use it. Examining the dragon bloodstone, he crushed it, and a red, slightly green liquid began to flow slowly from it, pooling in his hand. Li Mu carefully guided the powerful energy of the dragon blood, allowing it to seep into his skin. In an instant, his blood surged with renewed vigor. A roar echoed in his mind, and the fusion of the dragon blood began to alter the appearance of his eyes. The once pitch-black irises gradually transformed, becoming slit-like. Ding. Dragon blood potential increased by 20. Strength increased by 2. Physique increased by 2. Ding. You have comprehended the skill Dragon Roar and Toughened Physique. Dragon Roar. Emit a dragon's roar, intimidating surrounding entities. Resilient Physique. Reduces physical damage taken by 5%. As a member of the royal family, Yi Lianshan naturally provides not mere scraps of dragon bloodstone, but the finest quality dragon bloodstone. This is genuinely crafted from the blood of mighty dragons. And even the Li family can only procure 3 pieces of such premium dragon bloodstone in a year. Consequently, Li Mu's dragon blood aptitude surged by 20, reaching a level that his cousin Li Xuanle would only attain at approximately level 11. Exhaling a breath of warm air, Li Mu felt the surging power within him as he clenched his fist. The benefits of dragon blood on one's physique are indeed substantial. It has enabled him to comprehend 2 formidable skills instantaneously, which explains why this is one of the most coveted talents among melee practitioners. This inevitably brought his cousin to mind. Lele, upon our next meeting, I shall elevate my expectations of you slightly. Li Mu pondered as he retrieved the equipment bestowed by Yushan. Tree Sprite Emblem, Purple. Equipment Effect, Summon Tree Sprite, once per day, Spirit Guardian, 100,100. Equipment Requirements, Summoning Class Profession. Summon Tree Sprite, calls forth a 3rd-tier Tree Sprite to fight on your behalf. Spirit Guardian, can withstand attacks of up to 3rd-tier strength, requires sunlight to recharge after use. What a remarkable high-tier accessory that can be equipped additionally. Teacher Yushan is indeed generous. Li Mu affixed the emblem, adorned with green trees, beside his student card with a satisfied nod. Now, the main event awaits. The lifetime teachings of the legendary Berserk Archmage. Gazing at the white manual, Li Mu took a deep breath and opened to the first page. Melee Mage Entry Guide. 8 characters met Li Mu's eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. An entry guide? This cannot be right. He continued to flip through the pages, filled with confusion. Then, he encountered experiences and related content about melee mages. Upon finishing the booklet, Li Mu's face was wrought with bewilderment. Wasn't this supposed to be the lifelong teachings of the Berserk Archmage? This was merely a fundamental tutorial for melee mages. He flipped through it once more, scrutinizing for any anomalies, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Frowning slightly, he returned the book to his storage ring. The old headmaster, as a legendary powerhouse, would not deceive him. Thus, the issue must lie with him. This book surely has prerequisites, but what might they be? Logically, it should pertain to physical fitness, yet he observed no discernible reactions after a prolonged examination. It seemed increasingly likely that it pertained to the strength of the soul. It appears I must visit the library to explore literature regarding the soul. Exhaling deeply, he retrieved research on the corpse lich and began to read. Divinity. So that is it. After a while, Li Mu closed the book and muttered with closed eyes. His comprehension had significantly enhanced after attaining divinity, allowing him to grasp even the most obscure and convoluted spells of the corpse lich with ease. The summoning of the corpse lich, which should have taken him several more days to comprehend, he had already mastered. Corpse lich summon. Summon a corpse lich. With a corpse present, mana consumption is halved. In a pitch-black magic circle saturated with death energy, an undead creature materialized before Li Mu. Chapter 73. Return to the commercial street. A wraith clad in a black mage robe appeared, causing Li Mu to raise an eyebrow. This summoning had cost him 600 mana points. Observing the pallid-faced male corpse bowing respectfully before him, Li Mu examined its attributes. Corpse lich, Tier 3. Intelligence, 55. Strength, 26. Constitution, 24. Agility, 18. Skills, Mastery of Undead Spells, Mastery of Dark Spells, Mastery of Poison Spells, Mastery of Dissection. Ding. The SSS level talent Heart of the War God activated. And your corpse lich has automatically learned martial skills. Focus, Precision, Tranquility, Zen. A flicker of blue fire ignited in the corpse lich's eyes, illuminating its murky gaze. Li Mu regarded the Tier 3 undead with a complex expression. Once a mage reaches the third transition, they become high-tier spellcasters, exponentially stronger than their lower-tier counterparts. The same applies to undead beings. Regardless of their race, those who attain the third transition are the backbone of their kind, holding a significant status. Undead are no exception. Moreover, Limu felt that the corpse lich resembled a more accomplished necromancer than he himself, as he had yet to learn dark and poison spells. Nor had he mastered dissection. What spells do you know? Limu inquired. The corpse lich straightened its posture, dark energy swirling around it, coalescing into several words that arranged themselves before Limu. Undead spells, undead summoning, ghost summoning, zombie summoning, body manipulation, death perception, undead transformation, negative energy missile. Dark spells, dark perception, dark corruption, dark elemental sphere, dark descent. Poison spells, poison affix, poison infusion, plague spell, toxic nova. Other spells, decomposition, organ preservation, corpse suturing. Can you create a ghoul? Limu asked, observing the corpse lich with a greater repertoire of skills than his own. The corpse lich nodded, then shook its head. I understand. Limu comprehended the implication. The necromancer's ghoul creation required individual ingenuity. If he were to reference other necromancer's ghouls, he would struggle to grasp the intricacies of various corpses, let alone forge his own powerful ghouls. It seems I must craft my ghouls independently. Limu contemplated, addressing the corpse lich. Then can you teach me your spells? He found himself coveting the lich's skills. Upon hearing this, the corpse lich nodded, then shook its head. I can, but I will not teach the living, only the dead. Limu grasped the meaning. Very well, then assist me in crafting ghouls, he sighed. He was not yet prepared to become a corpse. The corpse lich bowed respectfully before being returned to Limu's necromantic space. Now, the creation of the ghoul army must be prioritized, and the knowledge of souls must be acquired swiftly. Limu rose and made his way to the bathroom, shedding his clothes. It was unfortunate that the teacher was absent. This knowledge would have to be sought through his own efforts. As the water cascaded down, it gradually washed away his mental fatigue. The toll on his spirit from the recent battle was immense. Despite the significant gains, he felt utterly drained. The investigation into the internal traitor concluded swiftly. Aside from a few missing students, there was little else of concern. The commercial street resumed its usual operations. However, after witnessing the upheaval in the dungeon that morning, the students clearly lacked any shopping enthusiasm, opting instead to gather in the dessert shops along the street, animatedly discussing the thrilling battle they had experienced. Word has it that the dungeon has been thoroughly scoured by legendary powerhouses. Surely, there will be no further descent of evil gods. Indeed, but is Limu truly only at first transition? How could he defeat the avatar of an evil god? It is indeed first transition, but he consumed an exceptionally potent potion to achieve such strength, along with a powerful transformation skill. I wonder what that transformation skill is called. I want it too. You're dreaming. As Limu listened to the students' conversations revolving around him, he could only shake his head in resignation. Upon arriving at the shop of the portly proprietor, Limu pushed the door open, finding the rotund owner standing with his hands clasped behind his back. You've come. The familiar line. I have, Limu nodded. Just now, as I passed the corner, I saw you hurriedly closing the door. There's no need to pretend. Initially suspecting the greedy proprietor to be a formidable expert, Limu's impression was shattered by the comical sight of him nearly stumbling while shutting the door. Heh. You caught me, the portly owner chuckled, patting his belly. I never expected you to be so remarkable, even able to defeat an evil god's avatar. I wonder if you still have interest in my wares. He mused with a hint of wistfulness. As long as it is useful, I shall purchase it. Limu responded succinctly. Haha, here you go. The portly proprietor cast aside a ring, then reclined on a lounge chair, indulging in a drink. Take your time. If you wish to purchase anything, merely express your desire, and I shall provide you with the price. Limu nodded, his consciousness delving into the ring to explore its contents. Among them were a gargoyle creation manual, 38 methods of cursing, research on flesh and blood spells, and 9 methods for crafting potent poisons. Additionally, he discovered 2 skill books and a belt, the Mind Barrier, Withering Spell, and an Ogre Belt, purple. Boss, you possess quite a collection, Limu remarked involuntarily. The successful summoning of a corpse necromancer had fostered a favorable impression of the portly vendor's establishment. As he perused the tomes, he began to ascertain the authenticity of the items for sale. He was well aware of the gargoyle, and, while his summoned creatures were already numerous enough to form a formidable legion, the prospect of additional summons was appealing for versatility in various scenarios. Moreover, gargoyles were capable of flight, serving as aerial combat units among the undead, with a commendable resistance to magic. Indeed, a commendable summon. The 38 methods of cursing would enable him to learn cursing spells, but he found the lower-tier curses to be more effective when encountered face-to-face, rather than cursing his foes. Wielding a blade seemed more pragmatic. For adversaries with extraordinary speed, he possessed the marked hunt skill to pursue them, rendering curses unnecessary. Nonetheless, acquiring knowledge was never futile. Understanding potential threats could prove advantageous. As for the crafting of poisons, he held little interest. He desired skills akin to those of the corpse necromancer. preferably ones that could augment the undead. The mere act of concocting toxins did not appeal to him. Did he intend to distribute crafted poisons to his undead minions before each battle? Such a task seemed cumbersome, especially since he had the means to procure high-quality poisons. As a young master, he found it rather beneath him to engage in the creation of toxins. Chapter 74, A Visit to the Library. The blood and flesh spells piqued his interest. Li Mu recalled the devouring wall and the bloody meatballs from his previous life, which appeared reminiscent of blood and flesh spells. I shall acquire this as well. Resolute, he shifted his attention to the skill books and equipment. Mind Barrier constructs a mental defense, providing exceptional protection against psychic attacks. Learning requirements, none. Withering spell, emits a beam of energy, reducing the target's health by 50 points and inflicting withering effects. Learning requirements, mage class. Ogre belt, purple equipment effects, 30 strength, 20 constitution, minus 10 agility. The soul whale of the hungry ogre, negative effect, once per day. Equipment requirements, strength over 50. Constitution over 50. Soul whale of the hungry ogre, daily consumption of human flesh is required. Otherwise, the bearer will hear the wails of the ogre's soul, diminishing mental fortitude. Upon observing the mind barrier paired with the ogre belt, Li Mu nodded in approval. This proprietor was rather commendable. The belt, akin to a badge, could be equipped additionally. The soul whale of the hungry ogre targeted mental attacks, and the portly merchant had wisely included the mind barrier skill to mitigate its negative effects. The combination would substantially immunize against the belt's drawbacks. Although he, with his iron heart, had no need for such a skill, he still wished to acquire it. This skill was invaluable and could be a generous gift to subordinates or a bargaining chip for skill exchanges. The withering spell also held merit, directly inflicting a 50-point reduction in health while imposing withering effects, an excellent skill for debilitating foes at the onset. I shall take everything except for the poison crafting. Li Mu declared grandly. Ah, very well, young masterly. The total comes to 3,820 points. Thank you for your patronage. The portly proprietor leapt from his lounge chair, grinning as he approached Li Mu. How much for all these? Li Mu asked after a moment of silence. Oh, let us see. The gargoyle is 190, the curse is 210, the blood and flesh spell research is 390, the mind barrier is 820, and the most expensive, the ogre belt, is 1,760 points. It appears your points are insufficient. Would you care to consider a small loan? The interest is quite low. The merchant eyed Li Mu's student card, which bore over 2,500 points, swallowing hard. Perhaps next time, Li Mu replied. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to purchase the gargoyle, the mind barrier, and the blood and flesh spell, resolving to return for the others over the weekend. Having yet to reach the point of viewing his points merely as numbers, he felt somewhat constrained. Very well. We welcome you back anytime. The portly merchant sighed, regretting his decision not to offer a loan. After spending 1,400 points, Li Mu exited the shop, shaking his head. What a shrewd merchant. The prices here are significantly higher than in other shops, yet the quality of his goods is indeed impressive. Alas, I must wait until next semester for the dungeon to open to first-year students. Otherwise, I could venture into the dungeon to acquire equipment and skill books to regain my points. For now, the only means of earning points remained the dueling arena. With a sigh, Li Mu made his way to the library. The library was sparsely populated, and upon entering, he spotted Xiao Xing quietly reading at the librarian's station. Senior sister, where is Xiao Ku? Li Mu approached her, noticing a girl resembling Xiao Xing seated beside her. Xiao Ku. Xiao Xing looked up, taken aback by Li Mu's enhanced charm. Before hastily responding, she has matters to attend to. If you wish to continue learning about soul knowledge, Xiao Yi can instruct you as well. Bad woman, let me out. I want to talk to Brother Mu. Xiao Ku shouted, pounding the walls of her puppet space. Idiot. Be quiet. Xiao Xing internally screamed, maintaining her composure as she continued speaking. Xiao Ya is also my puppet, and her knowledge is interconnected with mine. She can teach you as well. Turning, she gestured toward a graceful girl clad in a white blouse and black skirt, who inclined her head slightly toward Li Mu. Xiao Ya nodded gently, rising to stand beside Li Mu, her gaze cast downward. Observing that Xiao Ya was not as easily captivated by beauty as Xiao Ku, Xiao Xing felt a sense of satisfaction. After witnessing the combat during the morning's sky curtain, she had buried her thoughts deep within. She was merely a puppeteer, an ordinary practitioner, unqualified to engage with him. This was sufficient. Ordinary interactions, imparting the soul knowledge she had acquired to him, earning points in return, serving merely as a transaction. What more could she hope for? Surely, no one would genuinely believe in the fairy tale of Cinderella marrying the prince, would they? Surely not. Sister, you are mistaken. How would you know unless you try? What if Brother Mu suddenly fell for you? Xiao Ku endeavored to encourage Xiao Ziying. Fool, what do you mean by falling for me? Am I so unworthy? Xiao Ziying retorted in anger. Resolving to give Xiao Ku a stern reprimand when she returned to the dormitory, teaching her a lesson about the authority of an elder sister. Humph. You hesitate in your endeavors, desiring to learn yet fearing ridicule, and when you refrain from learning, anxiety consumes you. Where has that diligent version of you from a year ago gone? I refuse to acknowledge that the current you is my elder sister. After this, Xiao Ke burst into tears in her puppet space, leaving Xiao Xing momentarily stunned. Indeed, I have become quite inadequate. She gazed at the book before her, finding herself unable to focus. Xiaoya, I have finished the last book. Do you have any new recommendations? Li Mu gazed at the demure girl walking gracefully before him, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. Xiao Ke's ardent gaze revealed that the notion that love cannot be concealed was indeed true. She was nothing like the women who approached him solely for his family background or appearance. Yet, could an automaton genuinely experience such an emotion as love? Could the endowment of a soul truly transform a lifeless entity into a being of authentic life? These questions eluded his comprehension, igniting within him a fervent desire to diligently acquire knowledge. Just call me Xiaoya, the girl said softly, her gentle eyes fixed on Li Mu, a smile gracing her face. If you have completed the analysis of the soul, I recommend the book on the connection between soul and body. It is a sister volume to the Soul Analysis, authored by the same writer, and contains invaluable knowledge, albeit at a considerable cost and points. Her voice was a soothing melody. Understood, Xiaoya, Li Mu nodded, reserving his points for exceptional circumstances. With the book in hand, he and Xiaoya approached a table, sitting side by side as he began his studies. Chapter 75, Rewards. As mealtime approached, Li Mu closed the book and transferred 100 points to Xiaoya before rising. Knowledge comes at a price. Matters that can be resolved with money should not incur personal debts. This was his steadfast principle. Goodbye. Xiaoya bid him at the library entrance, her voice still imbued with warmth. Li Mu nodded, departing from the girl's tender gaze. Xiaoya did not possess the fervent intensity of Xiao Ku, but rather exuded an indescribably comforting aura, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing willow branches. Their interactions were exceedingly pleasant. However, an automaton? He sighed, making his way to the commercial street, where he soon found his teammates. Li Mu. Lung Xiaoyu spotted him and waved with a smile. What shall we eat? Li Mu inquired, glancing at the points on Lung Xiaoyu's student card. Enough for several meals to enhance attributes. Of course, I wouldn't treat you to anything subpar, she replied with a slight smirk. There's an authentically delicious roasted wild ox on the west side of the commercial street. I've heard it's exceptional. Let us go indulge. Wild ox. Su Qiaoer tilted her head, as if recalling something but unable to remember. Qiao. Su Linger squinted at her. Having just finished the college entrance exam, you dare forget your studies? How will you fare in the future? Su Qiaoer stiffened, already imagining her sister's gentle reprimands when she returned home that evening. Woo-woo. Her little face fell as she remembered the knowledge about wild oxen, cattle from the southern wasteland, selling at a premium in the northern regions. Let us go, Lung Xiaoyu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Oh, Su Qiaoer sighed despondently. Li Mu's eyes sparkled with amusement as he inadvertently met the equally cheerful gaze of Su Ling. Their eyes locked for a moment before Su Linger instinctively averted her gaze. Time to go. Class is starting, Lung Xiaoyu said, linking arms with her two sisters while lamenting the deliciousness of southern wasteland beef. After rejecting another girl's friend request, Li Mu, with a moderately filled stomach, cast a glance at Lung Xiaoyu. Having shared a wild ox with the three girls, he had barely had his fill. Never mind. I wouldn't want to deplete Lung Xiaoyu's resources. Shaking his head, he strolled beneath the setting sun with the three girls. Alchemy class. Today has been perilous. Teacher Hua adjusted his glasses as he surveyed the students, relieved that they were all unharmed. Indeed, we were fortunate to have Li Mu with us. Li Mu is invincible. The students murmured. It's a pity I didn't even have to intervene before the battle concluded, they continued. All right, settle down. Teacher Hua chuckled, turning to Li Mu. Well done, Li Mu. Li Mu stood and bowed respectfully. In truth, alchemy possesses a certain combat capability even when faced with divine incarnations, Teacher Hua remarked, leaving the students puzzled. Alchemy can fight? Isn't it only for crafting items? A student inquired. Of course, Teacher Hua replied with a smile, producing a red stone. Behold. An alchemical array materialized on the podium as he tossed the stone into it. A flash of light erupted, and a fire serpent burst forth from the array, instantly heating the classroom. Third tier spell, Roaring Fire Serpent, Zheng Shuai murmured. What? The students, still in shock, wondered why the skills produced by alchemy seemed more formidable than their own. Alchemy? Jiang Chen's eyes glimmered. Equivalent exchange, the unchanging principle of alchemy, Teacher Hua explained, beckoning the fire serpent to coalesce back into a stone in his hand. After pondering for a moment, he tossed the stone to Li Mu. Receiving it, Li Mu examined it closely. Fire Serpent Stone. Upon use, it can summon the third-tier fire elemental spell, Roaring Serpent, to fight for you, single-use item. Now, do you all understand? Once you grasp the principle of exchange, you too can possess combat power against divine incarnations, Teacher Hua smiled. But, what if we can't afford higher-tier elemental stones? A student from Yichen Academy hesitantly raised his hand. Teacher Hua's smile faltered as he contemplated. Then, work hard to earn money. Alchemy can be lucrative. It depends on how deeply you study it. With that, he commenced the lesson. After class, Li Mu walked ahead while the three girls chattered behind him. It was a bit noisy but not unpleasant. At the noble dormitory building, Yi Shuangyan, bathed in moonlight, stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Li Mu, she tossed him a ring. This is from my father. She did not attend the alchemy class, having been taught by an alchemist since childhood. Yes, taught by teacher Hua, he acknowledged respectfully, accepting the storage ring. The princess now bore the weight of authority, akin to someone presenting an imperial decree, naturally deserving of utmost respect. Are you interested in teaming up with me for ranked matches? After a moment of silence, Yi Shuangyan fixed her gaze on Li Mu, extending the invitation. Once contact is made, my charm will surely cultivate affection over time. I must ensure he joins. The princess was resolute. Your Highness, it is unwise to casually discard teammates, Li Mu countered, shaking his head. Once a team is formed, one should not switch partners for seemingly superior options. Moreover, if you have no intention of navigating murky waters, it is best to avoid entanglements with the princess. What if the crown prince misunderstands? Yi Shuangyan hesitated. Indeed, if she were to change teammates at will, it would provide ample fodder for speculation. Very well. She bit her lip, but should you have any thoughts, do share with me. I can offer you more. Yet, she was unwilling to relinquish her ambitions. That position was her mother's wish, one she had vowed to fulfill. Your Highness, do not forget my bow, Li Mu reminded her as she turned to leave. I know. I have already instructed someone to begin its construction, she replied with a slight smirk. It's merely a bow for mages. It's not a troublesome matter. Yet, how Li Mu would wield the legendary weapon of the orcs puzzled her. Though she could not fathom it, she refrained from asking, not wishing to provoke annoyance. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Mu examined the ring and his eyes widened. 5 top-tier dragon bloodstones, 10 gold cards containing 100,000 gold coins each, highly valuable gem cards, and 20 bottles of rare potions. A golden token from the Wuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, several skill books. The gem cards could be exchanged at the Imperial Bank for precious rare gems, suitable for alchemical enchantments. The rare potions promised permanent attribute enhancements, transformation effects, perception amplification, and frenzied states, each extraordinarily precious. Not to mention the golden token from the Wuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 76, The Revelation of Astrology. This was the premier token of the Wuzhou Chamber of Commerce, granting countless privileges, reserved for the powerful and influential. This also signifies that he can expect the utmost treatment from the global guilds spread across the 5 continents. After discarding the command token, Li Mu stored it away and turned his gaze towards the skills before him. Zombie summoning, ghost summoning, soul whale, dark affinity. The 4 skills related to necromancers illuminated his eyes. Zombie summoning, a directed summoning of zombies. When casting with a corpse, mana consumption is halved. Learning requirement, first tier necromancer. Ghost summoning, a directed summoning of ghosts. When casting with a corpse, mana consumption is halved. Learning requirement, first tier necromancer. Soul whale, the soul emits a whale, inflicting psychic damage on nearby units. Power depends on intelligence. Learning requirement, possession of a powerful soul. Dark affinity, enhances the power of one's own dark element spells. Learning requirement, dark class practitioner. Upon seeing the 4 skills, Li Mu immediately learned them with a clap of his hands. Exhaling contentedly, he felt satisfaction wash over him. The dragon bloodstone cannot be used again in the short term. He must fully digest its benefits before he can continue utilizing it. There is no rush. Next, he would await the school's rewards. With visions of a promising future in his heart, Li Mu took out a book he had purchased from the portly shopkeeper and began to read slowly under the light. Beside him, the skeleton shimmered with a spectral white glow, loyally guarding its master. On Thursday, Starfire Academy resumed classes without any influence from the divine avatar that had descended the previous day. Well done, Necromancer boy, Gu Chu said as he entered the classroom, a rare smile gracing his features. Thank you, Teacher Gu, Li Mu responded with a respectful nod as he rose from his seat beside Lung Xiaoyu. However, I prefer to witness the spellcasters confronting divine avatars. Gu Chu shook his head as he surveyed the students. Unfortunately, you are all low-tier mages, unable to unleash the formidable combat capabilities that mages are meant to possess. Today, I shall teach you how to face foes of a higher tier. I hope that in your next battle, you can exhibit the strengths of spellcasters, rather than cowering behind others in prayer for victory. After this, Gu Chu commenced his lecture on spell theory. The class proceeded with Lung Xiaoyu eagerly raising her hand, while Su Qiaoer focused intently on her book, anxious not to be called upon by the teacher. In the spellcasting class, it was noted that even low-tier mages have opportunities to wield higher-tier spells. Wu Xiuxiu stood at the podium, her expression grave. I am quite disappointed that not a single 2nd or 3rd-year student has mastered the specialized techniques for spell advancement. I do not wish for this cohort to remain so lacking. During the final exams, I will make this mage specialization a mandatory subject. Her words caused a collective sense of dread among the students. If they truly were diligent, how could so many have failed to learn? It appeared that a significant number would likely fail the finals. They exchanged glances, sharing a bittersweet smile. After class, Li Mu, as usual, listened to the 3 girls chat as they enjoyed their lunch. In the afternoon, during the summoning class, Yushan glanced at Li Mu before speaking. Summoned entities can serve as a means for divine avatars. However, If the summoned creatures are too weak, they will struggle to inflict effective damage on formidable opponents. I will teach you how to elevate your summons. Pay close attention. With that, Yushan could not resist casting another glance at Li Mu. Isn't this utterly useless for me? Li Mu thought, widening his eyes at Yushan, prompting a cough from the latter. Li Mu, why not take some time to read? In truth, Yushan had little to impart to Li Mu, as his lessons primarily benefited true summoners rather than the disposable creations of a necromancer. Yes, teacher you. Li Mu replied resignedly, pulling out a tome on flesh and blood spells to study. During the potion class, the potion master entered and addressed Li Mu directly. The potions you utilize are essentially trade-offs. They provide a temporary surge in physical prowess at the expense of your body. Though potent, the effects will leave you vulnerable afterward. These potions have significant side effects. Do not consume them recklessly. Of course, in desperate times, one must still partake. After a pause, he scanned the classroom. However, a new variant of this potion has just been released, with side effects reduced by 20%. If you are interested, you may purchase it in the commercial district this weekend. How do you know about the new potion, Potion Master? A student raised their hand to inquire. Because I am the president of the Apothecary Guild, Li Mu mused inwardly. This was developed by me last night. The Potion Master stroked his beard, as gasps of astonishment filled the room. All right, let us begin class, he commanded. Today, I will teach you how to craft low-tier strength potions. Don't forget to acquire the necessary materials in the commercial district this weekend. I will be checking on Monday. After class, Li Mu repeatedly reviewed the crafting method in his mind until he felt confident enough to set it aside. Let us eat, Li Mu declared, leading the three girls towards the cafeteria. That evening, during astronomy class, the teacher spoke nonchalantly. Astrology is also about divination. Though some students are absent today, I remain unfazed. Observing the stars allows us to glimpse the world's fortunes. The calamity of Starfire had already revealed itself. However, due to the lack of regard for astrology, this disaster still transpired. Curious about the teacher's insights, students had come to learn about astronomy, yet left dissatisfied, as astrology had failed to avert the calamity. Then why didn't you inform the academy head if you knew about the impending disaster? One student voiced their discontent. Because it would not have resulted in any substantial loss, the astronomy teacher replied, gazing at the student. Although my divination indicated a celestial dog devouring the sun, it is merely an illusion. How could the sun possibly be consumed by a wretched dog? He shook his head. In astrology, the celestial dog symbolizes a harbinger of misfortune, an ominous being. Yet, the sun, the sovereign of light, the source of all existence, and the eternal source of illumination, bears countless exalted titles. How could it be overtaken by such a trivial scourge? Students remained puzzled, for they had yet to grasp the profound meanings behind the various revelations in astrology. They only recognized the terminology like sun, moon, and abyssal stars, without understanding their specific implications. Today, I will teach you the meanings of these revelations, the astronomy teacher announced, activating the light screen, where numerous symbols began to materialize. Remember, astrology is no less significant than legendary spells. Chapter 77, New Team Members. After class, Li Mu reunited with the two sisters who had just finished their evening lessons, along with Lung Xiaoyu. As he strolled leisurely towards the dormitory, he listened to the three girls gossiping. Regarding the astronomy teacher's assertion that astrology rivals legendary spells, he was uncertain of its veracity. However, the knowledge imparted in astronomy class about the astral realm was something he did not wish to miss. Turns out the moon also represents love. Lung Xiaoyu shared her newfound knowledge. Once I master astrology, I will predict my future. I wonder if it will yield a favorable omen. Her tone was tinged with concern. It will definitely be good, Su Linger reassured her, gently holding Lung Xiaoyu's hand. Your future will surely be bright. You could become a legendary powerhouse. Within their group, she naturally took on the role of an older sister, as she could see that Lung Xiaoyu was a child in need of affection. Thus, after these few days of interaction, she had gained a lovely younger sister. Yes, I will strive to become stronger, Lung Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. What about you two? What do you wish to inquire about? I'm thinking about my career, Su Linger pondered aloud. Then I want to inquire about both relationships and my career. Su Qiaoer decisively amended her response, glancing at her sister. Excellent, Su Linger chuckled at her sister's earnestness. As he listened to the three girls converse, Li Mu could only shake his head. Astrology is far from a simple endeavor. The myriad of symbols and their practical implications require meticulous interpretation. A single miscalculation can render the entire divination erroneous. If one engages in it merely for amusement, it may pose no issue, but to place unwavering faith in it could lead to dire consequences. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he parted ways with the three girls and entered the dormitory building of the Star Academy. Li Mu, a familiar voice echoed, prompting Li Mu to turn towards a girl who resembled an ice flower. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Chu Yinyu approached Li Mu, exuding a subtle fragrance, her tone remaining composed and unembellished. All right. Li Mu nodded and took a seat with her in the communal area on the first floor. May I join your team? Chu Yinyu stated directly. Reason? Li Mu inquired, perplexed. As a second-year student with formidable strength in a second transition profession, There seemed little need for her to join his team. Our team has disbanded due to internal discord, Chu Yunyu replied calmly. Internal discord? Li Mu frowned, asking, what caused it? Such discord is a common occurrence, akin to the conflicts among adventurers in the wild, arising from uneven distribution of spoils, jealousy, and infighting. However, as a second-year student at the Star Academy, her team should have developed a certain synergy over the past year, with its members largely established. Unless an unexpected situation arose, a team would typically remain intact. The mention of disbandment, a grave issue, piqued Li Mu's curiosity. Romantic issues. Chu Yunyu reflected on her rejections and the strange atmosphere within the team, her gaze dropping. Is there a problem with your team's relationships? Li Mu observed her demeanor and nodded in understanding. Then what can I gain from having you on my team? Romantic entanglements can significantly affect a team, capable of dismantling even the most cohesive group. He grasped this principle and surmised the nature of the romantic drama within Chu Yunyu's team. It likely resembled a plot from a television drama, with the men in the team vying for Chu Yunyu's affection, while she remained indifferent to their advances. Such unrequited love could lead to rivalry and tension, heightening the atmosphere of discord within the team. I see, he replied thoughtfully. However, he also needed to be discerning in selecting team members. He could not allow just anyone to join. Joining? That's feasible. However, your worth must be established first. I am a second-year student, Chu Yunyu remarked, her voice clear as she looked at Li Mu. As far as I know, you have never lost in the first-year dueling arena. With your strength, it must be rather dull for you. Not dull at all, if possible. I wish to continue earning points this way, Li Mu mused inwardly. If I join your team, you will have access to the second-year dueling arena, where the points you earn will be significantly greater. The second-year arena's points are double that of the first year, with each victory or defeat yielding 10 points, with additional considerations for other factors. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mu acknowledged her potential as a teammate. His army of undead combined with the third-tier corps which would indeed rank among the top tiers among second-year students. After all, even second transition powerhouses would struggle against his third-tier corps which. Additionally, I can team up with you to enter the dungeon, Chu Yunyu continued. That is even better. Presently, aside from acquiring knowledge, he lacked avenues to elevate his level. After all, first-year students only gain access to the dungeon in the second semester, allowing them to gather resources. After some thought, he found no reason to decline. What do you desire? Li Mu asked solemnly. The offerings she proposed seemed beneficial for his current situation. But what would she ask for in return? I have a slight case of obsessive-compulsive disorder, Chu Yunyu responded, leaving Li Mu somewhat perplexed. Obsessive-compulsive disorder? So, in the dungeon, if I encounter repulsive or unsightly beasts, I will refrain from participating in the battle. Chu Yunyu ignored the glances from returning aristocratic students. All right. Li Mu pondered for a moment before nodding. What else? Isn't there a need to discuss the distribution of equipment and points? The allocation of resources is a significant factor affecting team dynamics. I trust you. Her succinct reply momentarily stunned Li Mu. Very well. Welcome to my team, Chu. A smile crept upon Li Mu's lips. On Friday, the first class was an extensive lecture on spells, taught by Yun Fei Fei, confronting divine avatars. Ordinary low-tier spells are rendered ineffective. She gazed at Li Mu, her tone gentle, yet the reality was that they were all low-tier mages, leading to a classic scenario where casters found themselves powerless. If I were in your position, I would indeed be at a loss in such circumstances. Her words elicited nods of agreement from the students. Indeed, aside from Li Mu, who possesses that extraordinary prowess, what other mage could rival him? Naturally, the academy head was an exception. However, amid this calamity, they proved utterly ineffectual, a grave disappointment. Yun Fei Fei's tone grew stern. Mages were no longer the same as they were many years ago. The melee mage style pioneered by the legendary headmaster had become one of the mainstream approaches. I hope you all can learn something from this and refrain from merely hiding behind the team, casting spells. Store number 5 in the commercial district sells manuals on mage combat skills. Assess your needs accordingly. I do not impose any requirements. With that, she commenced the class. After the lecture, the students turned their attention to Li Mu, contemplating whether the melee mage style would suit them. After class, Li Mu and the 3 girls headed to the cafeteria, where he shared the news of Chu Yunyu joining the team. Second-year student? Lung Xiaoyu blinked. Does that mean we will face the second-year dueling arena? Much like a competitive game, if there is even one second transition professional in your team, the matched opponents will undoubtedly include second transition professionals. Yes, the second-year dueling arena offers more points, allowing for rapid point accumulation. And she can also lead us into the dungeon for leveling up. Li Mu's words sparked excitement in Su Ling Er's eyes. Due to the divine avatar's arrival on Wednesday, they had scarcely explored the resource-rich dungeon and made little progress in leveling up. With Chu Yunyu on their team, they could now explore the dungeon at their convenience. Should we arrange a time to meet? Su Ling Er inquired. Of course, let's welcome our new teammate tonight in the cafeteria, Li Mu agreed, entering the cafeteria. Then tomorrow at noon, we can have a gathering in the commercial district for a meeting. Please send me your scheduled classes shortly so I can manage my time effectively. The meeting tomorrow will focus on discussing strategies for earning points in the dueling arena and exploring the dungeon. After all, Limu also wished to level up swiftly to undertake the second transition task and ultimately become a second transition powerhouse. The three girls nodded. In the afternoon, during the class on non-human entities, would you like to know about the monsters in the dungeon? Teacher Fu inquired, examining Limu's arm. Certainly. Indeed, quite robust. No wonder melee combat is so formidable, she thought, retrieving a map from her storage ring. This is an introduction to the monsters encountered on each floor up to the 50th level of the dungeon. I won't charge you for points, as you are a great hero. Teacher Fu Lin patted Limu's shoulder with satisfaction. If you have any questions, feel free to seek me out. While this knowledge isn't free, I can offer you the lowest discount. What do you think? Who wouldn't favor a handsome and powerful student? Thank you, Teacher Fu. Limu nodded and bowed before returning to his seat, while she commenced the lesson. Non-humans typically possess bodies resembling humans yet exhibit beast-like limbs, unlike orcs or half-beasts, which are singular entities with multiple bizarre limbs. Teacher Fu resumed her lecture on non-humans, advising them to remain cautious of their peculiar combat styles when encountered. She first introduced the peculiar individual with gills adorning their neck, then recalled something. The fishmen of the Eastern Sea share a close relationship with such beings. Hence, when you encounter a fishman in the future, exercise caution regarding the presence of these peculiar entities nearby. Indeed, in the enchantment class, there exist enchantments specifically targeting divine avatars, though those are of a considerably higher tier. The elderly gentleman in purple robes stroked his beard, casting a glance at Limu, stating that a good enchantment could provide you with the confidence to face formidable foes. In this lesson, I shall teach you the enchantment of sharpness. Be sure to practice diligently. With that, he commenced his lecture. Limu, Su Qiaoer whispered, glancing at her sister on the right. If I enchant my equipment, can I not sell it in the commercial street for some money? After spending a few days together, she recognized Limu as a noble of good character. Thus she no longer felt the need to guard herself against him. There were certain pieces of knowledge that her sister and Lung Xiaoyu were unaware of, and she prioritized asking Limu. Sell it. Limu tilted his head. In truth, being a professional is quite costly, whether it's for potions, equipment wear and tear, or the acquisition of professional skills. All require substantial expenditure. The weapon consumption for melee professionals is far more significant than that of mages. After all, this is not a game. Continuously battling monsters will inevitably wear down one's weapons, unless the weapon possesses a durability effect or the individual is a blacksmith. Substantial funds will be needed for maintenance. As for the young master of the Li family, money was merely a number. Of course, he would not flaunt this in front of his comrades. However, he added, looking at Su Qiaoer, only quality enchantments will attract buyers. You must also practice extensively to attain a high level of proficiency. Moreover, selecting the appropriate weapon is crucial. Determining which weapon is most suited for which enchantment is a matter you should contemplate seriously. If your enchantments are executed skillfully, they will undoubtedly fetch a good price. Oh, Su Qiaoer nodded earnestly, deep in thought. The need for practice also implies spending points to acquire equipment. Yet her points were limited, as she also needed to study with her sister and assist her in purchasing gear. A sense of confusion washed over her. Fear not, Limu reassured her. The monsters in the dungeon will drop plenty of equipment. We shall not lack materials for practice. He understood her concerns, and with the dungeon's resources, they could amass a wealth of low-tier equipment for their training without spending points. Really? Su Qiaoer's eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a young snow beast spotting food. Utterly adorable. Indeed, Limu's voice softened, of course. In truth, he had a fondness for cute creatures, much like the little light beasts and snow beasts. Yet, as a necromancer, he was destined to be surrounded by various skeletal remains. With this thought, he sighed. Limu, Zhao Xingyu, seated at the back, glared at the two, his eyes ablaze with jealousy. I am Chu Yunyu, a second-year student and a construct knight. Chu Yunyu introduced herself succinctly. Greetings, senior. The girls replied, introducing themselves. While Limu remained preoccupied with his meal, already familiar with them and uninterested in idle chatter, he observed how swiftly the girls transitioned from strangers to close friends. Yunyu, may we visit you? One asked. We lack telepathy. Wow, the snow beast is so cute. Another exclaimed. Does Senior Yunyu also admire the magical girl Xiaohan? The chorus of chatter filled Limu's ears, prompting him to glance towards the source of the noise. For girls sat together, hand in hand, indulging in snacks, resembling a lively tea party among friends. Was the bond of friendship among girls established so effortlessly? This had not even taken 5 minutes. Limu mused at the sight. That evening, in the alchemy class, let us see if we can conduct a random equivalent exchange, Professor Hu urged with a smile. The students, filled with anticipation, began their attempts. Limu, what should I use? Lung Xiaoyu rummaged through her storage ring. Try an unused piece of equipment, Limu suggested, drawing a magic circle on the table and casually placing a low-tier white-quality item onto it. This was the white trash he had received according to team distribution principles before the descent of the divine in the dungeon on Wednesday. Though he had little desire for it, as the captain, he adhered to the established rules. now seemed the perfect moment to dispose of such rubbish. Oh. Lung Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before placing a white-quality staff onto the circle to initiate the exchange. Her sister also contributed an unused piece of equipment for the same purpose. As the magic circle illuminated, the four of them focused intently. Soft armor, white. Burdensome cloth armor, white. Gray rat skin, material, white. Swift cat whiskers, material, white. For items that Li Mu viewed as trash materialized before them, granting them a newfound understanding of the principle of equivalent exchange. Chapter 79, Summoning the Spectre. Early on a weekend morning, a new member joined Li Mu's team. Sister Yunyu, Li Mu's undead army, is formidable, and he even has a cavalry. Lung Xiaoyu excitedly shared with Chu Yunyu about Li Mu's legion. While Li Mu organized the team for a 5v5 match, he refrained from ranked matches due to the higher point requirements. In ranked, princess and seniors from the second and third years brought prestige to Spark Academy, while he merely aimed to earn points through matching. Searching for your teammates. Match successful. Searching for evenly matched opponents. Match successful. May you have an enjoyable duel. In the Valley of 10,000 Serpents. A multitude of serpents slithered, intertwining in a dense mass. This scene compelled Lung Xiaoyu to draw closer to Li Mu, while Su Qiaoer, frightened, huddled next to her sister, gripping her staff tightly. Chu Yunyu, however, summoned her snow beast, an ethereal mount radiating an aura of cold, causing the serpent horde to freeze in place. Is this the second-year duel arena? Su Qiaoer grasped her sister's hand, surveying the surroundings. Snakes writhed on the mountains, trees, and grass, their vivid colors provoking her fear of clusters. Indeed, the duel arena for second-year students differs from the ordinary scenes of the first year. These are special environments with certain hazards designed to cultivate students' combat skills in diverse terrains. Some scenes may even spawn mini-bosses, yielding worthwhile equipment, Chu Yunyu explained. As the five conversed, a student from another academy observed them with wide eyes. He recognized Li Mu, feeling a complex mix of admiration and envy. At their age, Li Mu had already gained renown, and while he envied him, he also understood that Li Mu's reputation was earned through skill. After all, he was a divine avatar, a feat not easily achieved. Moreover, Li Mu was quite handsome and powerful. Should he ask for his contact information? Lost in his thoughts, he watched as Li Mu waved his hand, summoning over 800 skeletons exuding a dark aura, dust swirling around them, all facing the distant pillar of light. Encourage. Without revealing the Necromancer or other undead troops, he intended to gauge the strength of the second-year students before deciding on his subsequent strategy. This also served to utilize the maximum capacity skeletons, creating space for specters and zombies. Let us go, Li Mu commanded, pointing ahead. His undead calamity was beginning to take shape. Now, only the level remained. With that, the entire army advanced, the cavalry leading the charge, scouts dispersing. Witnessing this spectacle, the students from other academies were left in awe. One person had formed an army. The ground trembled beneath the march of the vast undead horde, causing the serpents to retreat and instilling uncertainty in the opposing team, who hesitated to make a move. They could not discern whether the sounds emanated from high-level magical beasts in the map or from the skills of the opposing professionals. If it were the map's beasts, it would be manageable. However, if it were the result of the opposing professional skills, the commotion would be considerable. First, they decided to take a detour and assess the situation. The captain of a 5-man team from Nanshan Academy resolved to proceed with caution. The team members nodded in agreement and altered their course to the left. The sound of footsteps echoed, yet before they could settle into their new formation, the thunderous clatter of hooves announced the arrival of skeletal knights, emerging swiftly from around the corner, their lances aimed at the group. It was Li Mu. To protect his comrades behind him, the captain braced himself against the charge of the cavalry. Under the celestial canopy, Li Mu's name had spread across the continent, known far and wide. His profession as a necromancer and formidable melee prowess were etched in the memories of many. With a resounding crash, as a second-tier barbarian guardian, he possessed a skill that forced all enemy attacks to be redirected towards him, and while this skill was active, the damage he incurred was reduced by 20%. Yet, even with such advantages, the onslaught from the 5 leading skeletal knights had already severely depleted his health, not to mention the hundreds of skeletal cavalry following behind. Mire technique. Earth Spike. The Earth Mage within the team immediately cast spells to trip the charging knights, shattering them upon impact. Observing the unfavorable terrain, the remaining cavalry shifted their tactics, preparing to circle around and charge again at any moment. Sensing the effectiveness of their strategy, the Earth Mage swiftly spread mire and earth spikes around the team, rendering the cavalry's encirclement more of a standoff than a direct assault. Counterattack. The captain, receiving healing from the team's healer, signaled the ranged attackers to commence their assault. Archers and mages unleashed their projectiles, causing the cavalry to retreat into the distance, abandoning the fight. What just happened? The captain was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. If they had managed to encircle the knights, it would have created a predicament. Waiting for Li Mu and his allies would have greatly increased their chances of victory. Why did they not trap them? Could it be that Li Mu recognized their strength and ordered a retreat to prevent further losses? The mage speculated. Is that so? The captain felt a twinge of unease. Suddenly, the skies above Wanshi Valley darkened, accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air, prompting the group to look up. Arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. As they struck the ground, a series of violent explosions erupted, and a notification chimed in. Ding. You have won. Would you like to start the next match? Li Mu, hearing the announcement of a pentakill, shook his head. The main force had yet to return. They would need to wait a while. He had not anticipated that the initial volley of arrows and subsequent explosions would conclude the battle so swiftly, and he would need to spend time recovering his army. The duels in the second year were not as formidable as he had imagined. Li Mu turned his gaze to the frozen snake corpse beside him and initiated a summoning. Ghost summoning. A faint white shadow emerged from the snake corpse, and Li Mu examined the attributes of the ghost. Headlight, Tier 1. Passive effect of ghost unit activated. 90 immunity to physical damage, blink. Strength, 1, agility, 25, intelligence, 20. Skills, Wail of the Ghost, Heart Enticement. Ding. The SSS level talent Heart of the War God is activated. Your summoned ghost has automatically learned the martial skills Lion's Roar and Dragon Tiger Soundwave technique. Su Qiaoer flung herself into her sister's embrace, while the others furrowed their brows. A human head, glowing faintly, hovered in midair, its expression a mix of sorrow and mirth. Faintly, the group seemed to hear an indistinct sound resembling crying. Headlight. Li Mu frowned. While he understood that his profession involved dealing with corpses, and he would eventually need to dissect bodies to create ghouls, confronting such grotesque entities at this moment made him uneasy. However, the martial arts this head had acquired were indeed commendable. He retracted the headlight and continued his summoning. Curse Spirit, Tier 1. Strength, 1, agility, 20, intelligence, 23. Skills, Curse of the Een Ghost, Possession. Ding. The SSS level talent Heart of the War God is activated. Your summoned Cursed Spirit has automatically learned the martial skills Madness, Intent, and Demonic Seed. Chapter 80, Zombie Summoning. The Cursed Spirit resembled a blue-faced, fang-toothed demon, its visage twisted and deranged, with red eyes that instilled fear. The martial skills it had learned were Madness, Intent, and Demonic Seed. Li Mu gazed at these two martial skills with a complex expression. Madness Intent required a martial will to cultivate. One must embrace madness to survive, signifying that one could not live without insanity. Demonic Seed reflected Li Mu's earlier endeavors in demonic cultivation, where he sought to impart the essence of demonic understanding to those struggling in the apocalypse. The return of these two skills in the Cursed Spirit stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. Sighing inwardly, he stored the Cursed Ghost and summoned anew. Een Soul, Tier 1. Strength, 1, agility, 30, intelligence, 20. Skills, Fear Infection, Restless Soul. Ding. The SSS level talent Heart of the War God is activated. Your summoned Cursed Spirit has automatically learned the martial skills Ghostly Shadow and All Things of the Forest. A pale, ethereal figure floated before him, prompting a nod of approval. Compared to the previous two, the Een Soul resembled a normal human soul, and its acquired martial skills were quite suitable, one focusing on agility, the other on misdirection. Retracting the Een Ghost, he continued his summoning until the skeletal army returned. He had only cycled through 3 types of ghosts and had not summoned any new units. It seemed he had exhausted the first-tier ghosts. Nodding to himself, he employed another summoning skill. Zombie Summoning. The snake corpse quivered, and a dark aura formed a magic circle, giving rise to a decaying, foul-smelling zombie. Rotten Zombie, Tier 1. Strength, 19, Constitution, 17, Agility, 10. Skills, Corpse Poison, Sturdy Body. Ding. The SSS level talent Heart of the War God is activated. Your summoned Rotten Zombie has automatically learned the martial skills Universal Fist Innate Trigrams Palm, much like the zombies summoned in class. This one emitted the stench of corpse poison. Iron Armored Zombie, Tier 1. Strength, 22, Constitution, 25, Agility, 7. Skills, Corpse Poison, Sturdy Body. Ding. The SSS level talent Heart of the War God is activated. Your summoned Iron Armored Zombie has automatically learned the martial skills 8 Extremes Fist and Chasing Sun Step. The Iron Armored Zombie was clad in a suit of armor, sacrificing some agility for enhanced strength and constitution. It functioned as a veritable meat shield, and its martial skills were aggressive in nature. The 8 Extremes Fist packed a fierce punch, and combined with the zombie's robust constitution and strength, Li Mu could already envision his undead warriors fiercely slaying foes on the battlefield. The Chasing Sun Step was a martial art he had devised inspired by the myth of the giant who pursued the sun, an extraordinary technique designed for rapid movement. Blood Zombie, Tier 1. Strength, 20, Constitution, 15, Agility, 25. Skills, Corpse Poison, Bloodsucking. Ding. The SSS level talent Heart of the War God is activated. Your summoned Blood Zombie has automatically learned the martial skill Eagle Claw technique. Unlike the Rotten and Iron Armored Zombies, the Blood Zombie resembled a desiccated corpse, gaunt and ghastly. Upon discovering no additional units to summon, Li Mu ceased his conjuration. After assembling a battalion of 50 ghosts and 30 zombies within the realm of the undead, He proceeded to initiate the next match. Li Mu, your new undead minions are utterly terrifying, remarked Lung Xiaoyu, relieved to see him retract his summoned spirits. Not too bad, Li Mu replied, shaking his head as he and his team vanished from sight, leaving behind a stupefied student from another academy. Witnessing the entire spectacle of Li Mu summoning the undead, he swallowed hard, his gaze wandering into the distance. Batcave. In the pitch-black expanse, the incessant squeaking of bats filled the air. It was indeed the Batcave. The captain of the second-year team at Canaan Academy let out a sigh of relief. They had finally matched up. They were specifically here to confront the Batcave, as a dual arena for second-year students. It typically housed formidable magical beasts that the Academy had dispatched. Among these, the vampire bats were precisely the creatures the team sought. At last, they had a lead on the vampire fangs. The captain glanced at the 5 distant pillars of light and declared, "Once we defeat the opposing team, we shall seek the vampire bats." "Understood, Captain." The team responded, advancing directly towards their adversaries. Their team boasted 4 second-tier professionals. Unless they were up against a quintet from Starfire Academy's second-year cohort, they were confident. Thud, thud, thud. Distant flickers of light suddenly appeared, compelling them to halt. "Is that the enemy?" the captain inquired of the archer in their midst. In the enveloping darkness, the archer's keen eyesight and dark vision skills rendered them ideal for reconnaissance. "No, those are not living beings," the archer replied, their face paling. "Those are heads." Several decaying corpses clutched severed heads. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Corpses? Heads?" The others exchanged bewildered glances, rife with confusion. Are there bodies in the Batcave? Or is this a tactic employed by the opposing team? Corpses, heads. A necromancer? Could it be Li Mu? The captain's expression shifted to one of astonishment before he commanded, "Regardless of what lies ahead, we must fight. No matter who it is, we shall engage." "Yes." The archer and the mage promptly obeyed, launching their attacks into the distance. Boom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Water explosion bombs. A rapid volley of 4 shots was unleashed, striking the corpses. The sound of slicing air was followed by the disconcerting sight of severed heads soaring towards them, gleaming ominously. As the heads approached, grotesque, grimacing faces materialized before the team. How revolting! One female member recoiled in disgust, swinging her sword to sever the grotesque visages. Suddenly, a tremendous wail, akin to a banshee's cry, echoed in their ears, sending shockwaves through their minds and nearly rendering them unconscious. This wailing was accompanied by the ferocious roars of lions and the howls of dragons, a cacophony that assaulted their eardrums with primal ferocity. There were also sounds akin to stomping resonating through the air. The captain struggled to regain his composure, wielding his staff to disperse the floating heads. But a fetid stench had already reached them, leaving them with little time to react. 8 extremes, top elbow. Boom. The resounding crash reverberated throughout the Batcave. The sun-chasing step, combined with the explosive power of the 8 extremes fist, surged into the fray, propelling the captain out of the duel arena with a single blow. Not to mention, there were not just one, but several armored zombies. A fierce wind howled as the ironclad zombies descended like mountains, crashing the opposing team out of the duel arena. 5 kills. Unmatched supremacy. You have emerged victorious. Would you like to continue matching? As Li Mu ignored the incredulous expressions of his teammates from the other academy while awaiting the reclamation of the undead, Chu Yunyu spoke up. Chapter 81, Vampire Fangs. Deep within the Bat Cave lurked a hidden boss, capable of dropping precious materials like the vampire fangs, which were highly effective for crafting or alchemy. Chu Yunyu stated slowly, "Vampire fangs?" Li Mu turned his gaze towards the depths of the Bat Cave, comprehending the significance. The zombies and spirits moving alongside Li Mu abruptly halted, redirecting their course into the cave's depths. The cursed spirits and shadowy ghosts clung to the zombies, illuminating the pitch-black Bat Cave with flickering lights emanating from their lanterns. Creak. Soon, a massive roar of a magical beast echoed, then faded into silence. The members of Li Mu's team experienced a slight increase in their experience, and after a brief wait, they witnessed the zombies returning, bouncing with excitement. With rotting hands outstretched, Li Mu discerned 2 fangs and a sword. Vampire fangs, purple material. Materials imbued with vampiric effects are exceedingly rare. Bat sword, purple. Equipment effects, 10 strength, 10 agility. 5 lifesteal, passive skill. Equipment requirement, first-tier melee profession. A commendable piece of equipment among first-tier professions. Who desires it? Li Mu inquired after detailing the sword's attributes. Although the sword was impressive, it paled in comparison to his Orc King's sword. Despite the allure of the lifesteal effect, he was confident he could fight without sustaining injuries. Why would he need lifesteal if he was unscathed? Thus, the equipment held little value for him. I want it. Su Ling Er, casting a glance at Chu Yunyu, who remained composed behind Lung Xiaoyu, timidly raised her hand. Her current weapon was a blue-quality item obtained from the wolf pack, offering minimal enhancements, only 5 points. Lacking any skills. Very well, I shall deduct it accordingly from your points. Li Mu accepted the bat, sword and fangs, utilizing a cleansing spell to eliminate the stench before tossing the sword to Su Ling Er. Thank you, she replied, pressing her lips together. The points awarded were part of Li Mu's promised employee benefits, calculated based on the points he accrued. Initially, Su Ling Er had not paid it much mind, as her sister had joined her and Li Mu in ranked matches, accumulating significant rewards. She had not anticipated that Li Mu would genuinely provide her with points. How generous of him, she mused. But how could she repay him? Perhaps by continuing to match up. After inquiring about the vampire fangs and finding no one interested, Li Mu stored them away and initiated another match. Yellow Scorpion Desert. The winds whipped up sand, illuminating the sky. On the barren earth, several half-meter-long scorpions scuttled about, their venomous stingers glimmering under the sun's rays. Energy missiles. Several projectiles shot forth, sending the surrounding scorpions flying as Li Mu surveyed the sun-drenched duel arena. With such a fierce sun, would his undead be able to emerge? Lost in thought, he summoned the lantern and zombies. Hiss! A faint white mist emanated from the zombies and spirits, prompting an exasperated sigh from Li Mu. Under such blazing sunlight, the zombies and spirits would gradually deplete. Being creatures of the shadows, they naturally feared the overwhelming brightness. He had no intention of allowing them to fight in such conditions. Thus, the advantages of skeletons became evident. The skeletal frames, devoid of any restrictions, were unaffected by the harsh sunlight. Retrieving the zombies and spirits, he unleashed his skeletal legion, letting them sink into the sand. Go forth, Li Mu gestured, summoning 2 white tombstones before finding himself at a loss for what to do next. Little Snowman. Lung Xiaoyu observed the struggle of Li Mu's summoned entities beneath the sun and wished to test whether her snowman could withstand such intense sunlight. Puffed. As the snowman landed, the heat enveloped its form, causing crystalline flakes to melt away as it gradually disintegrated. So hot. This truly is a unique scene in the duel arena, Lung Xiaoyu remarked. I won't be venturing to the southern wilderness or the western desert again. My strength there would undoubtedly be diminished. Indeed, even Shang Shui is reluctant to emerge. Chu Yunyu concurred, nodding in agreement. Is there an abundance of scorpions in the western desert as well? Su Qiao Er inquired instinctively, eyeing the scorpions. Su Ling Er narrowed her eyes. Haven't we been taught geography in compulsory education? Have you forgotten so quickly? Wah! Su Qiao Er gasped, her face contorting into a grimace. The group engaged in conversation, oblivious to the opposing team and a member from another academy. They held confidence in Li Mu's undead legion, while the excluded academy members silently observed the spectral army. Their expression complex. This was not the necromancer they had envisioned. Wasn't a necromancer supposed to personally command their undead in battle? Why did Li Mu's undead act autonomously, moving in perfect unison like a true army? This was beyond their expectations. Roar. As Li Mu listened to the 4 girls engage in lively conversation, a familiar roar pierced the air, evoking a sense of anticipation within him. He turned his head to gaze at the desolate mountains ahead, his expression brightening with expectation. Suddenly, a burly man with a thick beard burst forth from the sea of skeletons, appearing before the group. Brother Mu, he exclaimed, leaping forward to land not far from Li Mu and his companions. This prompted Chu Yunyu and Su Ling Er to raise their weapons defensively, preparing for battle. Lele? Li Mu's eyes sparkled as he stepped out from the protective circle. What brings you to the second-year arena? He was pleasantly surprised by their serendipitous encounter. Brother Mu, I finally managed to queue up for you. Li Sun Lu exclaimed as he approached Li Mu, enveloping him in a bear hug. Dad sent me to the second-year arena for training, claiming it's for pressure resistance training. But let's set that aside for now. You're truly formidable. Even that transformation couldn't best you. You live up to your reputation. Moreover, many girls from our academy have been inquiring about you. Even the principal praised you. As Li Sun Lu chattered on, recounting his experiences at the academy amidst the announcements of his teammates' 4 kills, Li Mu listened intently, absorbing the tales of his cousin's life. Come on, let us have a match. After 5 minutes of lively banter, while Li Sun Lu had yet to fully express his admiration for his brother, Li Mu gently patted his back and smiled. Ah, Brother Mu, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Li Sun Lu hesitated. Though he was a dragon blood warrior, he felt little pressure. With his attributes and skills, he could easily contend with second transformation professionals. Let's save the rest for a phone call tonight. It's not every day we meet, and I ought to give you a good challenge to keep you humble, Li Mu asserted, his tone conveying a desire to mentor his younger sibling. Oh. Li Sun Li's expression faltered as Li Mu took his hand, leading him to the side of the team. I'm so envious, Lung Xiaoyu remarked, observing the tender camaraderie between the brothers. She longed for the same kind of sibling bond, unlike her own situation with her distant elder brothers. Chapter 82. The Battle of the Twin Dragons. Once the stone touches the ground, we shall commence, Li Mu declared as he brought his brother to an open space, summoning a piece of bone into his hand. All right, Li Sun Lu tugged at his beard, readying himself. Are you prepared? Li Mu asked with a smile. Recognizing this as a telltale sign of his cousin's nervousness, after scratching his head, Li Sun Lu steadied his mindset, retrieving the long spear from his back and assuming a combat stance. I'm ready. Li Mu took several steps back, tossing the stone into the air while conjuring a skeletal spear, mirroring his cousin's stance. Their initial postures were strikingly similar. Supreme spear technique. In that instant, it seemed as though the world was reduced to that singular bone, slowly descending from the heavens. Thud bang. A deep crater formed beneath Li Mu's feet as he vanished in an instant, transforming into a shadow that charged toward Li Sun Lu. Watch out. A profound sense of danger overwhelmed Li Sun Lu as he shouted, Dragon Scale Shield, Dragon Blood Surge, Dragon Might, Dragon Roar, with a resounding roar. The sound of dragons filled the air as Li Sun Lu unleashed all 4 techniques, manifesting a dragon-like form as he fiercely blocked Li Mu's skeletal spear, engaging in combat. He understood that if he faltered from the outset, he would succumb to his brother's rhythm and ultimately face defeat. Roar. Li Mu echoed, matching the dragon's roar. As the twin dragon's sounds resonated across the sandy expanse, sending shivers through the scorpions lying in wait. The fusion of the Buddhist lion's roar and the dragon's chant melded into Li Mu's roar. And Li Sun Lu envisioned 3 colossal beasts charging alongside a mighty dragon toward him. He recognized this as an illusion conjured by the will of martial arts, a concept that Brother Mu had taught him, yet he was still grappling with mastering the tiger's roar. The battle of the twin dragons raged on amidst rising sands, the sound of gunfire echoing, leaving Lung Xiaoyu and the others in awe. Sister Yunyu, do you know that person? Lung Xiaoyu inquired. Yes, that's Li Sun Lu, Li Mu's cousin, Chu Yunyu confirmed, nodding. He is a dragon blood warrior with S-class talent, perfectly matched with his class. If nothing goes awry, the Li family is poised to welcome another legendary powerhouse. That's impressive. Why hasn't he come to Xingho Academy then? Su Qiao Air, who recognized Li Sun Lu from their time in the North region, chimed in, recalling how he and Li Mu had always been inseparable, much like her and her sister. Perhaps you should ask Li Mu, Chu Yunyu suggested, shaking her head. It's not my place to say. The reason being that the Li family's War God Academy is more suited for cultivating melee professionals, a fact that she felt was inappropriate to voice. Oh, Su Qiao Air replied, seemingly understanding. At this moment, the battle of the twin dragons neared its conclusion. As the 2 combatants transitioned to hand-to-hand combat, Li Mu, having disarmed Li Sun Lu of his spear with a technique called moon snatching, discarded his dual weapons to test his brother's melee skills. Bang, bang, bang. Li Mu's fist struck Li Sun Li's armor, causing him to spit blood. Yet his own hands bore the marks of counter-injury, turning a shade of purple. Thorn armor? Li Mu continued his relentless assault, preparing for a final blow. Brother Mu, don't forget our phone chat tonight. Li Sun Lu called out urgently, sensing his imminent defeat. Understood. Li Mu affirmed as he sent Li Sun Lu away with a punch. In just a few days, he had seen some growth in Lele, albeit minimal. Well, slow progress is still progress, he mused, turning his attention back to the returning undead army, receiving them within the realm of the undead. Li Mu, your brother is quite impressive. Why hasn't he come to Xingho Academy? Lung Xiaoyu asked, glancing at Li Mu's bruised fists as she retrieved a vial of holy water. Are you referring to Lele? Li Mu casually continued to matchmake while observing Lung Xiaoyu pour the holy water into his hands. There's no particular reason. It's simply that our Li family is better suited to nurture melee professionals, especially those with dragon blood. In the North region, the Li family consistently produces top-tier warriors, renowned across the continents. While the War God Academy may not match Xingho Academy's breadth, when it comes to cultivating warriors, they are second to none. And when it comes to dragon blood warriors, the Li family is undeniably at the forefront. Actually, my Chu family is quite adept at nurturing melee professionals as well. Chu Yunyu interjected, contemplating Li Mu's words, but our lineage lacks the dragon blood trait, which places us at a disadvantage compared to the Li family. Upon hearing this, Li Mu cast a glance at Chu Yunyu. The Chu family, also a prestigious lineage, possessed a half-artifact that was not inferior to dragon blood. Oh, Lung Xiaoyu remarked, finally grasping the weight of the Li family's prestige. As mealtime approached, Li Mu casually glanced at the winning streak leaderboard and the score chart before leading the trio to the commercial street for a meal. A morning of matchmaking had sufficiently covered his expenses, and he now aimed to focus on leveling up. At the EC Fish Restaurant, run by locals, an array of seafood was prepared fresh on the spot, ensuring unparalleled freshness. After indulging in a lively fish and 10 octopus crabs, everyone felt satisfied. Classmate Chu, could you elaborate on the reason for your team's disbandment? Li Mu inquired as they gathered for a meeting after their meal. It was due to interpersonal discord within the team, Chu Yunyu replied, placing her dessert aside. You all heard that, right? I do not wish for any emotional entanglements within the team, Li Mu stated seriously, scanning the group. As long as you don't act recklessly. How could there be any emotional issues? Lung Xiaoyu scoffed, rolling her eyes. With only one boy in the team, and the rest being close friends, romance seemed unlikely. That may not necessarily be the case, Li Mu mused, his gaze drifting over the 4 beautiful girls at the table, leaning on his hands as he supported his chin. After a moment of silence, he continued thoughtfully, indeed. Chu Yunyu nodded in agreement. Emotional bonds can form even between girls, much like my former captain. Therefore, should any of you enter into a romantic relationship, I will consider removing one of you from the team, Li Mu stated, eyeing Chu Yunyu and Su Qiao Air, recognizing the significant roles they played. He then turned his serious gaze toward Lung Xiaoyu. With gritted teeth, Lung Xiaoyu silently cursed Li Mu, fully aware of his implications. How infuriating. Just wait. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a young girl in poverty. Cold Xiaoyu mused to herself. Thus, the afternoon's agenda would be the dungeon. Li Mu produced the dungeon brochure that Fu Lin had given him and handed it to Cold Xiaoyu. My plan is to conquer the 30th floor this afternoon or directly purchase a teleportation card to the 30th floor. Why the 30th floor? Su Linger inquired. There exists a second-tier magical beast known as the Iron-Armed Gibbon on the 30th floor. I wish to ascertain the sturdiness of its iron arms, Li Mu explained. Furthermore, if possible, I would like to use it as a primary material for my ghoul. Ghoul? Cold Xiaoyu raised her head in confusion. That sounds rather terrifying. It is the stitched undead I summoned during the battle against the Avatar that day. Li Mu sighed. It was a gift from my teacher, but regrettably, it has perished. Chapter 83, The Gilded Kingdom. The ghoul, as a gift from Skeleton Sir, is one of his trump cards. However, it was expended in that battle. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the corpse witch, he should be able to create his own ghoul, though it may not possess the strength of the one gifted by his teacher. According to my teacher, once my research on ghouls reaches perfection, I can begin crafting abominations. Very well. Chu Yin concurred with Li Mu's sentiments. Then let us embark on our dungeon journey after purchasing the protection cards. I also need to buy some items first. The second-tier professionals in the team agreed. And Li Mu exhaled with relief, intending to progress directly from 1 to 100. We must not miss out on good materials for crafting ghouls. Upon entering the shop, Li Mu acquired the cursed 38 construction methods, the withering spell, and the ogre belt from the beaming, rotund proprietor. Thank you, my good sir. Be sure to return next Wednesday. I have more treasures in store. The jovial shopkeeper beamed. Businessmen favor patrons like Li Mu, who are unbothered by prices. Li Mu fastened the belt around his waist, the iron heart negating the ogre's wails, and glanced curiously at the portly owner. Do you have more treasures? He inquired. Indeed. In my youth, I traversed the 5 continents, and my business flourished wherever I went. I possess many fine items, yet lack discerning customers like yourself, the shopkeeper chuckled. Very well, Li Mu nodded. If they are indeed satisfactory, I shall take them. It must be said that the proprietor's goods are genuine. He felt he was on the verge of comprehending the gargoyle summoning skill. The blood flesh spell also seemed to resonate within him. That is splendid, splendid indeed. The shopkeeper produced a bottle of liquor. Care for a drink, my friend? No, I shall see you next Wednesday. With that, Li Mu exited the shop, the door closing gently behind him. Once you attain your second tier, you may find that little bottle of interest, a peculiar crow-like voice echoed in his ear. Do not play the riddle maker. Halting in his tracks, Li Mu turned and re-entered the shop, narrowing his eyes. Is it that little bottle from last time? What lies within? You cannot know that just yet. It is far too dangerous. The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow. I intended to play it cool, but I did not anticipate Li Mu's unconventional approach. Don't protagonists always leave in a cloud of mystery? He felt a twinge of regret. Too dangerous? Li Mu approached the shopkeeper, his tone indifferent. Is there danger in the divine avatar? There shouldn't be, should there? The shopkeeper scratched his head. Well, it certainly pales in comparison to the divine avatar. Then I shall take it, Li Mu stated coolly. Initially, he had not given the small bottle much thought, but the shopkeeper's incessant mentions had sparked a flicker of curiosity within him. That will be 3,000 points. The shopkeeper hesitated, extending 3 fingers. Heh, Li Mu scoffed. First tell me what it is. Sigh. That requires a tale that begins 15 years ago, on a bright and sunny day. To make a long story short, it is a key I obtained in the Western Desert. A key? Are you familiar with the Gilded Kingdom? The shopkeeper softly uttered the name of a nation. A long-gone human realm that perished over 500 years ago, said to have endeavored to execute some exceedingly perilous schemes using the equal exchange laws of alchemical arrays, resulting in its destruction. Li Mu pondered the historical accounts and the regrets expressed by Teacher Hua. It is said that the Gilded Kingdom was once the pinnacle of alchemy, where any alchemist could attain considerable status. Consequently, even within the empire, countless alchemists flocked there, let alone from other nations. However, when the calamity struck, transforming the Gilded Kingdom into quicksand overnight, many high-ranking alchemists perished, causing a significant regression in alchemical knowledge, halting progress for over a century. Teacher Hua mentioned that contemporary alchemy has yet to reach even half of what it once was, indicating the former splendor of the craft. Indeed, it is said that alchemy in the Gilded Kingdom had reached its zenith, with everyone traveling by airship, living lives akin to the highest echelons of nobility today. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with longing. Upon hearing this, Li Mu raised an eyebrow, reflecting on his own lifestyle. That is undeniably impressive. Furthermore, according to historical records, the entire kingdom was purportedly constructed of gold, an extravagant display of opulence. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with avarice. If true, it would indeed be extravagant. Li Mu envisioned such a realm. Would it not be blinding under the sun? Moreover, the king there possessed the alchemical ability to exchange lifespans. The shopkeeper's fervor was palpable. So, Li Mu furrowed his brow, feeling a touch of impatience. Therefore, "This is the key I risked my life to obtain." The shopkeeper revealed a small bottle, his demeanor deflating as he sighed. "However, I have spent nearly 2 decades in the western desert without finding a lock that fits this key. Perhaps it is a sham. Perhaps I was deceived, yet I genuinely wish to discover the Gilded Kingdom, to witness how such a prosperous realm met its demise overnight. I also wish to ascertain whether the principle of equivalent exchange holds true." Equivalent exchange. Suddenly fatigued, the shopkeeper moved to a recliner, lying down and closing his eyes. "I understand now." Limu remained silent for a moment before uttering as he exited the door. The shop fell into a chilly silence, or rather, it had always been cold. The shopkeeper slowly opened his eyes and produced a bottle of liquor. "I am sorry, Xiaoman." The shopkeeper gulped down the liquor, and upon finishing, the bottle shattered as he covered his face and wept, "I am so sorry." Dungeon, Level 1. Upon returning to the dungeon, it had already been inspected by a group of legendary powerhouses, who cleared all altars and traces of evil. It had once again become a typical leveling ground. Encouraged, Limu, riding his azure steed and accompanied by his team, began to sweep through the first level, guided by the map provided by Teacher Fu. The undead army surged forth, purging the magical beasts of the first floor. Thus, they continued their sweep, and Limu reached the 5th level. The boss of the 5th level was a frenzied rat king, which respawned at dawn each day. It was said that strong individuals from the academy had captured numerous frenzied rats and force-fed them until they evolved into a king-level creature for students to level up. After a volley of arrows, the rat king dropped some equipment materials, which the skeletons promptly gathered and presented to Limu. A pile of junk. If he were alone, he would not even glance at it before tossing it aside. However, now that he had a team, he needed to allocate resources wisely. Therefore, he collected the so-called junk and continued his sweep. Chapter 84, Collecting Iron Arms. Dungeon, Level 25. "Release the arrows," Limu commanded, observing the soaring firebird boss. With a wave of his hand, arrows rained down, striking the firebird. Fire. Negative energy missiles followed up with damage, dispatching the Level 25 boss. The battle concluded swiftly. Even Cold Xiaoyu, who sought to contribute, could only manage to cast a single ice spike spell before it ended. "Do any of you need this fire feather?" he inquired. This material can be fashioned into wings endowed with the ability to fly. However, it requires a minimum of 4,000 feathers to create a single pair. Although the endeavor is cumbersome, there are indeed individuals who invest considerable effort into crafting such wings for affluent adventurers to experience the thrill of flight. Alas, seeing no one interested, Limu had no choice but to set them aside. Mage classes must wait until their 3rd advancement to learn the skill of flight, while melee classes can only soar through the skies upon reaching the legendary tier. Of course, there are also various flying artifacts available for adventurers, but they come at a steep price. Contemplating this, Limu found himself intrigued by the notion of flight. If I possessed wings, I might have a greater array of combat options. Should I purchase a pair? Perhaps I should inquire with the plump merchant to see if he has any fine wings available. With that thought settled, he resumed his exploration of the dungeon. The efficiency of the Undead Legion in pushing through layers was remarkable. A straightforward assault was all that was required. Along the way, all traps and treasure chests were naturally dealt with by the undead, and Limu reaped a significant bounty of points and equipment. After bestowing a piece of armor upon Su Linger and a consumable item upon Lung Xiaoyu, he found himself listening to the girls' gossip, feeling rather bored. "Sister Yunyu, when did you advance to the 2nd tier?" Cold Xiaoyu, nestled against Chu Yunyu on the Shanksno beast, asked softly. "In the 3rd month of our 1st year semester," Chu Yunyu replied. "However, level does not equate to combat strength. It is only when one has thoroughly mastered all skills and passive proficiencies of their class and transformed them into combat prowess that true progress is achieved. It was only after I acquired numerous combat proficiencies and familiarized myself with various skills during my courses that I ascended to the 2nd tier. Foundation is the essence of an adventurer. Blindly pursuing levels is not the correct path." She embraced Cold Xiaoyu, her tone indifferent. "Oh, I understand now." Cold Xiaoyu clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming. "As long as I accumulate my foundation, there will come a day when I can defeat Limu." Upon hearing this, Limu cast a resigned glance at Cold Xiaoyu. "So a coup, is it? Then, Sister Yunyu, how many proficiencies must a melee class accumulate to avoid being weak after advancing to the 2nd tier?" Su Linger inquired. As a rather ordinary warrior, she diligently trained and paid attention in class, yet she understood that ordinary classes were, ultimately, just that, ordinary, far from the power of hidden classes. Although there were historical instances of individuals with extraordinary talent enhancing their ordinary classes to those with prefixes, she knew she was not such a genius. "At least 5 ordinary proficiencies and 3 special ones," Chu Yunyu answered. The ordinary proficiencies for warriors are common enhancements related to equipment, such as expertise with long swords and armor. In contrast, special proficiencies, such as strength suppression, combat intuition, and weakness detection, significantly bolster one's combat abilities. "Is that so?" Su Linger pondered. "Proficiencies cannot be learned through skill books like skills. They must be acquired through personal study, training, and comprehension. Such proficiencies are taught at Spark Academy. and students can learn them during regular classes. Additionally, the library contains books on proficiency training, although the better the proficiency, the more points it costs, which also depends on one's comprehension ability. If one wishes to avoid being at a disadvantage, they must learn these proficiencies. Glancing at her younger sister, she resolved to grow stronger and keep pace with her sibling. She worried for her naive, foolish sister, fearing what might happen if she ventured out alone to battle monsters and level up. What if she were sold out? Upon reaching the 30th level, Limu gazed at the corpse of the iron arm monkey, focusing his attention on its powerful limbs. Its arms, colored like rust, bore claws as sharp as iron. He tapped the creature's arm with his staff. Clang, clang. The metallic sound echoed, and after some contemplation, Limu summoned the corpse witch. As soon as the corpse witch appeared, the gazes of the four girls instantly converged upon it, disbelief etched on their faces. Limu, is this your summon? Cold Xiaoyu leapt from Chu Yuanyu's embrace, the first to inquire. What else could it be? Limu shot a glance at Cold Xiaoyu. Is it yours? But this is a tier 3 summon, isn't it? Cold Xiaoyu stammered. Initially, she had hoped to win against Limu after accumulating proficiencies and advancing. But the moment this pallid humanoid summon appeared, she sensed the vast chasm between them. Of course, Limu addressed the corpse witch, asking, how are these arms? Can I use them to create a ghoul? The corpse witch turned its gaze to the monkey's corpse, tapping its staff. The monkey opened its eyes and stood, its arms clashing together with a resonant sound. The corpse witch nodded, pointing its staff at the body and skillfully detaching its arms. I understand now. Limu collected the two arms, a glimmer of thought crossing his eyes. Iron arm ghoul. Quite promising. It would be prudent to gather more arms as well. Scanning the 30th level, he continued his expedition. Be cautious. The iron arm monkeys on the 30th level are formidable. I will draw the monsters, one at a time. By the end of today, we should be able to defeat 5. The leader of the team warned cautiously as he surveyed the 30th level. Understood, Captain. The team members nodded in agreement. I will draw the monsters now. With that, he cautiously ventured into the darkness. The team members remained alert, waiting for their captain to lure the monsters. After a long while, the captain returned with a complex expression. What happened, Captain? The team members inquired. Where are the monsters? They're gone. All gone, the captain replied bitterly. I witnessed Limu's Undead Legion. They are slaughtering the iron arm monkeys. It's a complete rout, a genuine military onslaught. As he observed the undead, which he had deemed weak, methodically surrounding and effortlessly dispatching the iron arm monkeys that were stronger than himself, doubts began to creep in. Doubts about himself and the undead. Are necromancers truly weak? How could that be? One team member struggled to believe it. The iron arm monkey is formidable even among tier 2 beasts. How could the necromancer's minions overpower them? Go and see for yourselves. The captain sat down with a sigh, conceding that they would not be defeating any monkeys today, perhaps tomorrow. The team members, laden with gravity, stepped into the darkness. After a considerable time, they returned, joining the captain and sitting down, reflecting on the overwhelming strength of the Undead Legion. Chapter 85. The Melee Manual of the Academy Head. Ding. Level up to 18. Gained 2 points in intelligence, and undead affinity increased by 1. Limu, what do you need so many monster arms for? Su Qiaoer timidly asked as she watched Limu, under the guidance of his tier 3 summon, slowly detach the arms of the 30th level boss, the Iron Arm Monkey King. Observing Limu, who initially struggled but grew adept at the task, she felt a surge of fear of the dead. To create undead, Limu replied, looking up. As a necromancer, I am destined to deal with corpses. Familiarity is always a prudent choice. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of his teacher. If only the teacher had imparted methods to resist negative energy corruption, he would not have to become undead. But would the corruption only increase upon reaching legendary status? If he were to transform into an undead, what kind would it be? How about a zombie? He had heard tales of powerful undead, known as liches in other realms of the astral plane. Could he possibly transform into a lich? His mind wandered. Oh, Su Qiaoer nodded, her thoughts complex. Must a necromancer truly dissect corpses? How terrifying. She looked at Limu with concern, unable to fathom him developing a penchant for touching corpses like the minor antagonist in the spellcasting girl Xiaohan, who had been reported to the authorities by a coalition of necromancers. It appears that the necromancer is not as repulsive as she had imagined. She mused aimlessly. Let's call it a day for now. Everyone should go have dinner, Limu said, removing his enormous iron arm with a measured tone. Tomorrow's schedule will be adjusted. We'll explore the dungeon in the morning and engage in the dueling arena in the afternoon to earn points. He planned to wait for the Iron Arm gorillas to respawn tomorrow before collecting additional arms. However, he was at a loss regarding which magical beasts to seek for the other parts of the body. For the time being, he had no specific targets in mind and was uncertain if there were any suitable magical creatures beyond the 50th level for crafting ghouls. As he pondered, he and his teammates exited the dungeon. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue that enveloped the campus in a soft, ethereal glow. Shall we head to the shopping street for dinner? One of them suggested. But what about points? Thanks, Limu. Are we also distributing the point stones? After finishing their meal, They decided to stroll through the shopping district together. The girls, clutching the points stones Li Mu had given them, chattered excitedly. After distributing today's earnings, Li Mu made his way to the cafeteria. Li Mu, would you like to join us for shopping? Ling Xiaoyu called out eagerly upon noticing his lack of intention to accompany them. No, enjoy yourselves, but don't let it interfere with tomorrow's plans. He waved his hand dismissively without turning back. He still wished to return and read. There were many books he had yet to peruse. After returning to his dormitory post-dinner, he took out the manuals on flesh and blood spells, the golem crafting guide, and the 38 types of curses, and began to study them intently. After some time, he glanced at the skills appearing in his skill bar and closed the book. Golem summoning, flesh and blood binding, blood manipulation, weakness curse, inflicts a curse on enemy units. With curse strength related to one's intelligence, spell strength is influenced by the target's physical attributes. Goodness, what verbose descriptions, Li Mu remarked with a smirk, promptly summoning a golem. Golem, Tier 1. Golem species passive effect. 90 immunity to spell damage, petrified skin. Strength, 15, Constitution, 25, Agility, 30, Intelligence, 20. Skills, Tier, Fearful Gaze. Ding. The SSS level talent. Heart of the War God, takes effect. Your golem has automatically learned the martial arts, frenzied intent and thunderous hands. The golem is a grotesque creature with bat-like wings and a tail, possessing formidable resistance to spells. Frenzied intent is a martial art Li Mu developed while observing the demonic beasts during the calamity. It enhances his original Xingyi fist style. Thunderous hands is renowned for its speed, allowing the user to swiftly crush an enemy's neck. Both martial arts are impressive, and Li Mu was quite satisfied with the golem itself. Now I have a flying unit and a counter to mages as well, he thought, feeling the golem's stone skin, which felt genuinely like stone. I truly have a diverse array of units. I shall formalize them tomorrow. Storing the golem in the necromantic space, he continued to examine the skills. Flesh and blood binding and blood manipulation are foundational skills of the flesh and blood spells, commonly utilized in contemporary medicine as healing spells, thus lacking any sinister connotation. Therefore, he felt no particular concern about these spells. He wondered if the flesh and blood spells could be applied to the crafting of ghouls. The curse spell he had learned was a weakness curse, and there were many other types of curses he had yet to master, but time was on his side. He would inevitably learn the remaining 37 curses. Rising, he stepped onto the balcony garden, letting the evening breeze caress him as he gazed at the bright moon in the sky. After a moment of respite, he pulled out another booklet, a small manual given to him by the dean, which contained the essential teachings of the legendary berserk archmage. However, even with divine powers aiding him, he found it difficult to glean anything meaningful from it, leading him to question whether the dean had deceived him. Moreover, the academy's rewards had yet to be issued, making him suspect that the dean had perhaps intended this manual as a reward. Sighing, as night fell, Li Mu still could not discern anything from the beginner's guide to melee mages. After a deep breath, he took a shower and lay down on his bed. Picking up the manual once more, he continued to read for a while, but still failed to find any insights. Drowsiness gradually crept in. He rubbed his eyes, placed the book on his bedside, summoned a few skeletons for vigilance, and succumbed to slumber. Dark clouds obscured the moon, shrouding the world in gloom. The youth slept soundly, while the skeletons stood guard, faithfully fulfilling their pact of loyalty from the underworld. Yet beside Li Mu's pillow, a manual began to shimmer with white light, silently enveloping him. Chapter 86, The Inheritance Space. Li Mu opened his eyes to find himself in a brightly colored wilderness. Where's this? He furrowed his brows, first glancing at the white clothing adorning him, then surveying his surroundings. With a strong mind, he remained calm, gathering all the information available before clenching his fist and summoning his attribute panel. Name, Li Mu. Class, Berserk Mage. Level, 1. Health points, 100. Magic points, 80. Attributes, Intelligence, 8. Strength, 14. Constitution, 10. Agility, 8. Charisma, 17. Talent, Great Strength. Class skills, Berserk, Magic Shield, Unarmed Combat, Proficient in Weapons, Staff. Current practice participants, 5. Seeing the changes on his panel, Li Mu began to comprehend. This must be the dean's inheritance. He had not expected it to manifest as an inheritance space. The inheritance space is a specially crafted dimensional realm by many legendary powerhouses to pass down their understanding of their profession, created to prevent the loss of inheritance in the event of an unexpected demise of a human powerhouse. Only those possessing an item of inheritance can enter and receive the legacy. During the inheritance, naturally, one can only utilize the profession and skills of the inheritor. The Li family also possesses items of inheritance, but they pertain solely to melee professions, which are unsuitable for Li Mu as a mage. So this is an inheritance space. The dean truly is generous. With a sigh of awe, Li Mu contemplated the cause and effect. Items of inheritance are invaluable in any faction, and the fact that the dean bestowed one upon him stirred a complex mix of emotions within him, even if he would ultimately have to return it. Furthermore, he had heard from his uncle that the difficulty of this inheritance space was exceptionally high. He had not been able to complete the ultimate task. Would I end up squandering this opportunity? With these thoughts, he turned his attention to the skills of the Berserk Mage. Berserk, enter a state of frenzy. Increasing strength by 20 and agility by 20, while pain perception is diminished for 30 seconds, after which a brief period of weakness ensues. A commendable life-risking skill. Magic Shield, consumes magic to create a protective shield around the body. A defensive skill is now at hand. Unarmed combat, you can engage in hand-to-hand combat. No wonder the Dean was able to establish the melee mage faction single-handedly. It turns out that the Berserk Mage can indeed fight unarmed. Proficient in weapons, you can become proficient in various weapons through training. Not as impressive as my weapon mastery. Having gained a general understanding of his skills, he set off towards a distant plume of smoke. Since this was a trial, remaining stationary would certainly not suffice. After walking for a short distance, he spotted a village. Birds chirped, and trees swayed in the breeze. The children frolicked joyfully, while the elderly sat together basking in the sun. Although the village was modest, it exuded an unparalleled sense of tranquility. "The dashing hero has arrived," exclaimed one of the old men, who, with a pipe clenched between his teeth, sprang to his feet upon seeing Li Mu and approached him eagerly. "I am the village chief of this novice settlement, and I extend a warm welcome on behalf of our community." Hero? Li Mu glanced down at his attire. Clad in garments devoid of attributes and lacking even a single staff befitting a mage, he found it hard to believe he was deemed a hero. The notion of a novice village hinted at a sense of adventure long sought after. Indeed, a few years back, several heroes graced us with their presence. Yet none have succeeded in vanquishing that vile dragon, the old man lamented, shaking his head with a sigh. This cohort of heroes appears rather inept. This cohort? Li Mu seized upon a key phrase. Yes, my grandfather's generation was tasked with slaying the Orc King. My great-grandfathers fought against the dark creatures of the Shadowlands, while my great-great-grandfather faced the abyssal demons. And my great-great-great-grandfather. The elder regaled Li Mu with insights, and he began to fathom the workings of the legacy space. It became clear that the quests for eradication had transpired here for many years. His ultimate mission was to slay the dragon, alongside 4 others. He pieced together a rough understanding of the situation. However, this dragon-slaying endeavor had already lingered for 5 years, whereas previous heroes had typically resolved such matters within 2. The village chief expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning the prolonged duration. "You must defeat that dragon within 2 years, gallant hero, or else this world shall face annihilation." After a lengthy discourse, the chief finally paused. "I understand. Do you possess anything that could assist me?" After absorbing the background of his quest, Li Mu pondered and inquired. Since this was a novice village, surely he would be provided with a weapon. "Head over to the blacksmith shop at the far end of the village. Master Wong will craft you some fine equipment." The chief gestured behind him. "The blacksmith shop, you say? Please, could you enlighten me further about the fundamental aspects of this world?" Li Mu pressed. "Certainly." The chief chuckled heartily. "This realm is rife with peril, yet brimming with opportunity. Your task is simply to vanquish that dragon. It shall yield tremendous rewards." With that, he fell silent. "Is that all?" "Indeed." "Very well, thank you, chief." Li Mu nodded and set off toward the village entrance. In truth, the chief had imparted quite a bit of information. The omnipresent dangers and abundant opportunities, along with the promise of a significant reward for his ultimate quest, were evident. Had he possessed the physical attributes from the real world, he might have recklessly charged forth to slay monsters and gather equipment, ultimately ascending to level 99 before challenging the dragon for its spoils. Yet, bereft of such robust physical prowess to support his martial skills, he understood the necessity for caution, lest he squander his life foolishly. The blacksmith shop was bustling, the clang of metal resonating throughout the air. Upon noticing Li Mu's arrival, Master Wong wiped his brow and retreated into the workshop, presenting Li Mu with a half-meter-long iron rod before resuming his forging. Rough iron rod, white, equipment effect, 1 strength equipment requirement, none after a brief silence. Observing that the blacksmith showed no inclination to provide him with additional items, Li Mu decided to explore the novice village before taking his leave. Welcomed warmly by the villagers, he received a series of mundane tasks such as finding dogs, mending clothes, and catching rabbits, with rewards that amounted merely to verbal acknowledgments of dog fur, self-sewn garments, and braised rabbit heads, tasks he could undertake, yet deemed unnecessary. Gazing at the map, he embarked on the path of adventure. Current number of adventurers in training, 5. A newcomer has arrived. I wonder what formidable profession they possess, mused a woman clad in a robe, her features exquisitely refined, as she sipped her red tea from a wooden cabin atop a mountain. To dare approach a dragon-slaying quest, they must either be foolish or possess immense confidence in their abilities, or perhaps they are merely fortunate. Sighing, she set down her teacup, her gaze shifting to a petite girl seated nearby, indulging in pastries. "Luna, would you care to accompany our newcomer?"